He was an immortal, indestructible demon king, but the gods reincarnated him as humanity's holy son. Turns out in his past life he was lucky enough to win the lottery, but before he could enjoy it, he found out he had cancer. However, every cloud has a silver lining. After he died, he was reborn as a skeletal monster. From a low-rank bone monster, he evolved into the immortal and led the demon clan to prosperity. His real name is Isaac. Friends affectionately call him Isaac. His ultimate goal is to become human so he can fulfill his dream of taking a proper dump. So Isaac went to the divine realm. He once had a deal with those gods. As long as he wiped out the rebel forces opposing the gods, they would turn him human. But from the start, those gods never intended to honor the pact, since they had no way to make Isaac human and only wanted to use him. When he learned this, he was furious. Damn it, how long are you planning to fool me? You couldn't even help me with my dream of eating and taking a dump, so you might as well all die. No more beating around the bush, let's dive into Isaac's quest to fulfill his dumping dream. The sky was clear, a huge hospital loomed ahead. Panic seized him and one thought filled his mind: I want to live, I don't want to die. The doctor solemnly announced that his disease had never been seen before and would be named after him. After a pause, with regret, he added that he had at most 6 months to live. Clutching the medical report, he was in agony. Those words kept ringing in his head. People around began whispering at his odd behavior, but he only felt hollow. Unable to believe it, he wondered why life had to be so unfair. He'd worked like a beast, just getting a bit stable, and now he's about to die. Wandering aimlessly down the street, someone suddenly grabbed him, urgently warning him to be careful because this place was dangerous. But he didn't care anymore, collapsing to the ground as negative thoughts overwhelmed him. Seeing the lottery ticket tumble on the floor, he bitterly thought how ironic it was that he'd just won the jackpot. Falling to his knees, trembling, he begged fate in despair. I want to live, I'm not ready to die. Clutching the ticket, he wished for a miracle. But then the scene changed. Though he begged to live, he unexpectedly existed as a skeleton. Looking at his new body, he could only exclaim to the heavens, did I really have to be reborn like this? And now even basic bodily functions are impossible. When a three-eyed monster lunged at him, he drew his sword, roaring that he'd wipe them all out. The blade soon grew stained with blood, but noticing the giant closing in, he immediately took a defensive stance. The giant's powerful blow sent him flying up, but he quickly counterattacked. Pouring all his strength into the blazing sword, he shouted, this damn business ends now. Finally, the enemy fell, and he coldly declared that the suppression of the rebel forces was complete. After reincarnation, he became a low-level demon, gradually evolving into the Wraith King. Cries of Demon King, immortal Demon King echoed everywhere. He went on to recount his journey, from resurrecting a demon army that was nearly extinct for centuries to standing before those who once treated him as a sacrificial pawn. Though he might actually have been balding, he was now the Demon King. A trembling servant called his name but mangled it completely. Tired, he corrected them. My name is Isaac, not Isaac as you keep saying. But it seemed these people could never pronounce it right. Not wanting to continue the pointless chat, he told them to look after themselves. When someone anxiously asked where he was going, he replied coldly that he was going to collect his reward. He longed to achieve his ultimate goal, to become human. Looking toward the heavenly realm, he declared that he had eliminated all their enemies and that, per the agreement, they must keep their promise to make him human. But instead of keeping their word, they hesitated, whispering among themselves that they hadn't expected him to complete the task so quickly. Some even muttered about the idea of forcing him to do unpaid work for a while longer. On hearing that, he instantly flew into a rage. I heard every word, he barked, then ground his teeth and reminded them they had promised to make him human if he defeated all enemies. Seeing their hesitation, he cursed under his breath in fury. At that moment, one of the heavenly leaders smiled slyly and asked if he could do one more favor for them. Anger exploded within him. Even if I'm a skeleton, you lot should know your limits, he roared. You bastards, you want to make me do hard labor while still claiming you could turn me human, right? The more he spoke, the louder his wrath grew, and now even facing the gods he showed no fear. He panicked, as if realizing something. The one beside him warned they should never have trusted him in the first place. Another, arrogant, wondered why they had to compromise with such a madman. He shouted angrily, are you all just talk? Aside from summoning seals, you can't create or destroy anything. As a wraith, he couldn't truly live, yet they wanted to exploit him. If they couldn't make him someone the heavens feared, then he didn't need them anymore. They grew fearful, scrambling to beg for more time, promising that if he helped them with a few more tasks, they'd grant his wish. But he cut them off immediately, growling that to pay for their broken promise, he would take their lives. He threatened to turn them into dry skeletons like himself. Power surged through him, spreading across the room. He laughed with satisfaction. But then at that moment, something strange happened. He was surprised to find his magic suddenly vanished, and his body could no longer move. The blonde in front of him sneered, declaring that once he'd written someone's name on the paper in his hand, that person couldn't budge. They all shouted, annihilate, revealing this was a high-level sacred technique used to seal disasters like him. They showed contempt, mocking that an ordinary demon like him should be grateful to serve them. Now he'd have to live a miserable life like a worm. He snorted, taunting, "Couldn't you at least pick a hairier worm?" He mocked, nodding that he still clung to his hair. The moment the light from the paper in his hand flashed, he blankly realized something was off. He kept sneering, exposing that if they were going to act, they should at least do it faster before he noticed. Before they could turn him into a worm, he chose to kill himself. They panicked at the sight of that insane act, unable to believe he actually dared to do it. However, one of them stayed calm, confirming the ritual proceeded as planned, meaning the Demon King's soul had been sealed. When he woke, he felt something strange about his body. Instead of becoming a worm as they intended, he found he had hands, flesh, and the form of a newborn baby. He couldn't believe it. Had he been reborn as a human? Strangers around him called him the saint. A nurse happily said he had awakened, while another suggested he should sleep a bit more. He was confused, wondering who these people were, his caretakers. Had he really become human? But his doubt grew as he noticed their mysterious expressions. One of them hinted that, though unwilling, they still had to complete the task. Before he could understand what was happening, a suspicious baby bottle appeared before him. They gently apologized for making him sleep more. Then the final words rang out, "May you rest for all eternity." He panicked, struggling but only managing to cry out. Did he think he had just been reborn only to die again? A bottle was brought to his lips, but the moment it touched his mouth, he immediately turned away, startling those around him. They didn't understand why he refused to drink. He turned his back, thinking that having returned to being human, there was no reason to drink something so suspicious. But then he wondered why he had to be human in the first place. His caretakers were puzzled that he didn't behave like a normal baby. Could he even sleep well like this? Someone accidentally called him Isaac, which made him start, "Isn't that his real name?" But they had mistaken it for Isaac. He gradually realized the truth. It turned out he had been sealed. But for some reason, he had been reincarnated into a body with the same name as his own. He snorted, inwardly despising those who sealed him. They thought themselves great but were careless enough to fail at imprisoning him. While he was still thinking, the bottle was forced into his mouth. He resisted instantly, leaving the attendants flustered. They remarked that though only a child, he was surprisingly strong. He thought to himself, "Is this vegetable juice? Awful." He wondered if this was a plot to assassinate him with that disgusting mixture. Ironically, he had struggled so hard to become human, only to face this now. Elsewhere in the cathedral of the holy nation of Helen, an old man grinned slyly, confident the child had not survived. In front of him stood Emperor Alexander. The emperor coldly asked if he seemed to be enjoying himself. The old man bowed respectfully, explaining that the Eshua family had come to pay respects to the saint candidate, since the holy seat could not ignore the saint. The emperor smiled mysteriously and nodded in agreement that because this matter involved the saint, they should inspect it personally. But he warned that if anything went wrong after handing the saint over to the holy seat, it would be most unfortunate. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream grabbed everyone's attention. The sly old man broke into a dark grin. When the servants rushed into his room, they were utterly alarmed. But contrary to their initial worry, the sight before them surprised them. He was still safe. He had even finished 15 bottles of vegetable juice. The servants cheered that he ate so well, truly an angel. The old man was stunned, unable to believe his ears. This was absurd. He should have died after drinking that. He was furious because the contents of that bottle were not ordinary vegetable juice, but a saint-slaying toxin, a poison that destroys holy power. If taken in a full dose, it would surely be fatal. But he had long since detected something unusual in his body. He understood this wasn't an ordinary poison, but a source of energy that could be converted into demonkind's mana. He welcomed it cheerfully, thinking it ironic that his enemies had accidentally helped him absorb mana so easily. He was so intrigued he asked for another bottle, much to everyone's surprise. They smiled slyly, thinking the more he drank, the happier they'd be, since the stuff wouldn't take effect immediately. But he thought differently. Splendid, for the sake of victory, I'll absorb all this mana. Deep within the subconscious world, he began to focus, condensing the energy he had absorbed into his mana core. But as the condensation proceeded, he suddenly discovered something strange. His mana core lacked the usual color and instead emitted a pure white light. He didn't understand why, but the sense of power far exceeded all his expectations. He wondered how many blessings had been stuffed into this baby's body. If fully exploited, he could become a monster stronger than anything he'd imagined. In the holy seat, a piercing cry rang out. Someone angrily shouted, "Who dares claim the saint will rule the holy nation?" It was the cardinal primate, furious to the core, saying everyone insisted their child was the saint, even the lowliest houses. An old bishop below hurried to reassure them, assuring that all other saint candidates had been dealt with. The cardinal nodded in agreement but remained worried, saying there were unpleasant rumors about. These words unsettled the bishop. He straightened, his face darkening, warning that there was still a saint candidate from the Ashua family. The bishop stammered, mentioning that this family was an important power at court and explaining they could do nothing about it. But before he finished, the glass in the cardinal's hand slipped, cutting him off. Wine splashed across the floor, looking like the color of blood. The cardinal went on to insist the child would die as soon as the bishop arrived and that the bishop's task was only to confirm the death. He emphasized everything had been arranged. His expression grew increasingly terrifying, each word seeming to want to snatch another's life. He insisted the saint must come from the Berith family. Meanwhile, the bishop stood before the child thinking it should have been dead already. However, before him the baby was still alive. This terrified the bishop, cold sweat streaming down his face. The emperor was there too, happily pinching the child's cheek and noting that the child's golden hair was the same color as the founder of the holy nation. When asked about it, the bishop stammered and confirmed the emperor was not wrong. The baby looked at them with bewildered eyes, thinking the man before him must be the emperor. He even remarked that this child seemed closer to the divine than the current pope, truly the nation's saint candidate. The baby was stunned to hear that, gradually realizing this was why everyone kept talking about the saint. Meanwhile, the bishop felt uneasy. He thought to himself that if the emperor favored this child from the start, things would become more complicated. Unable to let things continue like this, the bishop offered to take care of the child. The emperor asked why. The bishop pretended there was something wrong, saying a newborn couldn't possibly drink so many bottles of vegetable juice. The emperor countered that a saint candidate drinking the church's provisions was not unusual. The baby lay in the cradle, thinking to himself that he was the demon king yet somehow became a saint candidate. Absurd. The bishop insisted it wasn't certain and begged the emperor to hand the child over for care. However, the emperor said members of the Ashua family would arrive, so it could wait. While the two were still arguing, the baby suddenly sensed a strange aura escaping. He quickly covered his mouth, worried it was lingering dark mana he hadn't finished digesting. He casually scanned the surroundings to see if anyone noticed. The bishop hadn't given up. He stepped closer and declared he had just sensed a dark mana emanating from the child. His expression changed immediately, thinking something suspicious was afoot. The baby panicked at this, thinking to himself that the bishop had discovered it already. The bishop went on that this child might be a failed candidate with dark magic, so it should be reported and investigated at once. The baby fumed inwardly at these words. The emperor couldn't hide his anger either, shouting how dare the bishop say that about a precious saint candidate. However, the bishop remained calm, asserting the emperor needn't worry because the pope had already decided to choose a candidate from the Berith family as the next saint. Hearing that, the emperor grew wary, thinking the bishop wanted to promote someone from his own family to be saint. Shameless. The baby was also angry, realizing this was why the bishop wanted it eliminated. The bishop scooped the child up and ordered it taken for interrogation immediately. Meanwhile, the baby could only curse silently in helplessness. The emperor spoke up, reminding everyone that the Ashua family were close allies of the court. As emperor, he thought the child still needed to be examined. The bishop replied that he understood, but added that the crown prince's blessing could only be granted after the saint was decided. This made the emperor pause and ponder the situation more deeply. He thought that if he didn't support the child the pope had chosen, the pope might refuse to grant the prince's blessing. He wondered whether this was truly the will of the church. Meanwhile, the child grew ever angrier, cursing inwardly at the people who only chased after money. He worried that if they discovered his true identity, things would become extremely troublesome. Nevertheless, his eyes kept watching the situation around him. The old bishop spoke up, insisting that if necessary they could examine the child immediately with his exorcism power. However, he paid no attention to the baby bottle in the child's hands. While the bishop babbled on, explaining that if the brat were human nothing would happen, but if it's a demon it would react immediately. Suddenly there was a loud crack, and in the blink of an eye the bishop was struck in the face by the baby's bottle, tumbling to the ground unconscious. Teeth were knocked free from his mouth, falling like rain. The child kept an innocent expression. The small hand continued to swing the bottle as if nothing had happened. He simply thought, just keep acting like a real baby. The bishop's face swelled from the blow, glaring furiously at the child. He couldn't help exclaiming, can a single bottle do this much damage? But no one paid him any mind. Everyone was busy praising the child, astonished at the light emanating and telling themselves that must be holy power. If so, this child must be a saint. The baby kept its innocent face but felt a bit bewildered. He admitted he could sense holy power within, but what exactly was this source of strength? Not wanting to overthink it, he cheerfully shook the bottle once more and delivered another smack to the bishop's cheek. He wanted to see what else the old man could do to him. The struck bishop was terrified and shuddered, repeatedly wondering if this was some form of dark magic. At this spectacle, the emperor laughed heartily, and the guards around him couldn't help getting excited. Isaac was ecstatic, repeatedly bashing his face while strengthening his weapon. I'll use enchantment magic to harden this bottle, then pretend to be an innocent baby. How's that, you bastard? Hit him until he collapses. Seeing this, a guard blurted out that he was impressed by his holy power. He kept staring at his weapon in wonder, like, what is this? Though it's weak, whenever I use dark mana, a bit of holy mana comes along with it. These two are supposed to be polar opposites, so how can they be used together? It must be related to that white mana core. Just as he was about to smack him again, the bishop snatched the bottle, scowling angrily at him. He tore the bottle away, hurled it to the ground, and shouted to the emperor, I swear on all I hold, this child is heretical. We must perform an exorcism immediately. Hearing this made Isaac sick of the stubborn bastard, but he slipped his hand into the man's robe. I don't want to do this either, but you seem to have something interesting here. He pulled from the man's person a severed pair of hands exuding a mysterious, terrifying purple aura. Seeing this, the bishop turned pale with terror. Those hands were remnants of a vanquished high-level demon, an artifact capable of absorbing the life force of other demons. He had been hiding it on himself in case of pursuit. Was he scared that this kid knew about it? Isaac grinned wickedly, feeling very pleased with himself. In an instant, he tossed the hand behind him. Look closely, you dog. If you keep eyeing me, don't blame me. As the demonic hand touched the ground, Isaac snapped his fingers, making the hand transform into a huge demon, leaving the bishop terrified. What, a demon, really? And Isaac looked thoroughly pleased, admiring how big it had grown. A grotesque black shadow with blood-red eyes and sharp claws suddenly appeared in the shrine room. Everyone in the room gripped their weapons defensively and shouted in shock. How could a creature of darkness appear here? The emperor, unable to hide his panic, demanded. Bishop of the Berith faction, explained quickly. A demon inside the shrine, are you insane? The bishop, pale and shaking, explained, didn't you see? This child just pulled out a talisman. The young master was stunned. Talismans are items tied to dead demons. How could it instantly revive a demon? The emperor immediately ordered his royal knights. All listen, protect the child from that wicked demon. And the bishop. Soldiers replied in unison, yes sir. One of the royal knights stepped forward and snatched the baby from the bishop's arms so fast the bishop couldn't react. What on earth is going on? After being carried away, the boy turned his head to look at the crowd surrounding the demon. Serves you right, you nasty little mutt. Heh heh. Let's see how tough this bishop really is. The demon suddenly hissed, Holy One. Then it abruptly roared, kill the Holy One. The boy froze, puzzled, what the heck? The demon screamed again, must kill the Holy One, and lunged at the boy. The royal knights immediately moved to form a shield in front of the boy, blades drawn to protect the young master. Meanwhile, the boy was baffled, wondering what's wrong with it. I'm the one who revived it, so why is it targeting me? But hey, with the holy knights beside me, what is there to worry about? No sooner had he thought that than a holy knight was felled by the demon, collapsing to the floor in agony. The boy didn't expect them to fall so quickly. Are they really holy knights? The demon continued advancing, striking toward the boy. You must kill the Holy One, save the imprisoned king, it raged. One by one, the royal holy knights were brought down by the demon. The knight holding the child grew ever more terrified and hugged him tightly. The boy, squeezed, nearly choked, thought, gotta stop it first. No one will be paying attention to my mana in this chaos, right? The demon crazily charged its target to kill. The boy stared coldly at the demon. Why are so many trying to kill me in this life? I saved you, yet now you target me. His eyes turned icy, specks of blood flickering. Ungrateful little demon. For a moment the demon was terrified by his aura. A golden light suddenly emanated from him. The light grew stronger and stronger, overwhelming the demon. The light radiating from him amazed everyone around at his immense power. The light, as if imbued with divine power, completely dominated the demon, making it panic and try to flee. The demon turned into a swirl of black smoke and flew away. It's fleeing, someone shouted. The shrine returned to its usual calm. Holy power is holy power, right? Sir Isaac just defeated a high-level demon. Impressive indeed, he's so young too, truly a young master, everyone praised without restraint. Looking at his tiny hands, you wouldn't expect, what on earth is that really holy power? How did I manage to wipe them all out? Nonsense, could this strange body have converted my mana into holy power? Wait, then how am I supposed to gather dark mana? This holy kingdom is already short on dark mana. 2 royal knights are escorting the bishop. He's shouting, let me go, you fools. He yelled in anger, that brat is a heretic. He's using demon power. A demon dared set foot in the holy kingdom. Your grace, allow me to demonstrate. I will perform an exorcism to expose his true face. The emperor intervened. Enough, bishop. How dare you slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic? And you even unleashed a high-level demon in front of the royal holy knights. The emperor said sternly, even if you are of the Holy See, don't think I'll let this slide. The bishop realized the situation wouldn't turn in his favor and began calculating inwardly. The seed of doubt has been planted in their minds. Soon they'll find a spot. If that happens, it will be disastrous for the Holy See. Even at the cost of my life, I must save the family. So, while scheming, he formed a white wolf with a hand seal, sharp fangs, and blood-red eyes, hopping at least to eliminate the saint candidate. The massive white wolf lunged at the boy. Contrary to the nearby knight's fear, the boy remained calm. This stubborn fellow finally shows his true face. Does he really think he can kill me with such a weak attack? As the wolf closed in, he suddenly realized, oh, I'm out of mana. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in the hall. The light attacked the wolf from all sides, forcing it to howl in pain. A cold, authoritative voice rang out. How dare you lay a hand on the descendants of House Eshua? A dashing young noble in a blue cloak entered, followed by several others also in blue cloaks, all with an imposing, devout air. They were knights of House Eshua, led by the seventh son of the family, Riley Eshua. The Eshua heir stepped in and ordered, seize that bishop immediately. Obey. Let me go, you dogs of House Eshua, how dare you touch me? The bishop resisted, while the boy on the side was busy thinking, wait, Eshua, Eshua. That name sounds familiar somehow. The heir commanded his knights to show their respects. All the Eshua knights knelt and shouted in unison, hail the heir of House Eshua. The heir turned to the boy, sorry I'm late, Isaac. Seeing his imposing bearing, the boy couldn't help comparing, judging by that solemn look, he must be stronger than the royal knights. I won't say this makes up for past mistakes, but here's a small gift I want to give you. As he spoke, the heir ordered a knight to take something from his pocket. Something shiny. Oh, is it gold? A gold bar. The knight presented it and said, this is a model of the Demon King after long ago execution. At that introduction, Isaac froze. Before he could recover, they kept introducing more. We also have a model of him being burned alive. Would you too like the model of him being crushed? It made his head spin. Our heir is so adorable. How can he be this cute? Isaac was almost in tears. How can I possibly survive in this crazy family? Everyone around is still noisy and I don't know when it will end. Look how he's enjoying it, so cute. He's so moved he's crying. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, Eshua, I remember now. It was the Saintesses who tried to defeat me. He recalled past battles. One girl introduced herself. I am Shuri Eshua, the 45th Saintess. Another girl said, I am the 61st Saintess of House Eshua. You have no right to know my name. He rubbed his head, realizing they all belonged to House Eshua. Damn, not only am I a saint candidate, but I was born into a family of Saintesses. What sin did I commit in my past life to deserve this fate? Suddenly someone shouted, those damned Eshua people over there. A knight holding the bishop shouted, how dare you, shut your mouth. The bishop kept cursing, I knew you were heretics. Where did you pick up that creature, huh? I will expose your true identity, he snarled. A sword was about to be drawn as he continued to insult them. I can't believe you dared bring that monster along. Has House Eshua rotted that badly? I will utterly destroy House Eshua, all of you. No sooner had he finished than a cut sliced his throat and blood spurted out. The Eshua heir sheathed his sword. You should be grateful for the mercy of House Eshua. That's why we didn't chop off your head. Isaac thought to himself, this guy might be useful, willing to attack a bishop for insulting his house. With the right reason, he might even dare take on the Holy See. The knights nearby tried to reassure him, young master, you don't need to listen to such words, just see and hear the good things. Isaac ignored them, these idiots, none of them are helpful. I think I remember them now, House Eshua the Devout, they used to be extremely powerful enemies. My former henchmen shudder at the mere thought of House Eshua the Devout. They keep teasing Isaac without end, chop off the dried Demon King's head, sever it, stop it. Damn it, Isaac wanted to shout. The emperor finally spoke up. I will not forget this debt of gratitude. While we're on the subject, could you speak to your family head about the royal family's wish to foster this child? The Eshua heir replied, Your Majesty, please don't jest. Isaac's eyes lit up. Oh, the royal family is watching over me. The emperor warned that forces inside and outside the Holy Kingdom will target this young heir. You've noticed this too, haven't you? Of course House Eshua is no weakling, but are you confident your devout order can actually protect this child? The heir hesitated for a moment. Isaac, curious, what are they talking about? The emperor continued, especially since the Pope won't accept this child. The boy has the same hair color as the founding emperor. Moreover, the dried Demon King might be hunting the boy too. At that, Isaac flinched. Wait, I'm the dried Demon King, why would I be hunting myself? The heir tightened his hold on Isaac. Pardon me, your majesty, because this child is of Eshua blood, we will raise him as one of our own. Whether it's the Pope or the dried Demon King, House Eshua can handle them all. Actually, I believe the previous Saintess Melissa would be delighted to meet the dried Demon King again. The emperor was at a loss for words. I tend to agree. The Eshua young master continued, so how could we possibly agree to hand the direct descendant of Saintess Melissa over to the royal family for foster care? Wait, Melissa. My final revenge before attacking the heavens was Melissa, the most troublesome, crazy saintess I've ever faced. Not only was I born a saint candidate in a family of saintesses, I'm also a direct descendant of Melissa. What did I do in past lives? Seriously? What's a saintess even? After being defeated by the dried Demon King countless times, they decided to create the ultimate weapon, the Saintess. The Saintess grows strong and the dried Demon King must be killed. A staff forged by the gods to punish evil, a holy warrior radiant light of the Holy Kingdom, and the highest title a knight can hold. With the overwhelming combat power of the Saintesses, everyone thought the dried Demon King would soon fall, their offense and defense rivaling the gods. Strong survival instincts, attacks that disregard self-preservation, beautiful and powerful beings who live long. However, the Dry Demon King is extremely merciless. Isaac recalled that he never killed saintesses, killing them only backfired. When a saintess dies, all her holy power returns to the gods, and that power is used to nurture future saintesses. However, the final saintess Melissa was truly powerful. Unexpectedly, Melissa is my ancestor. The Eshua young master continued. A saintess desires nothing more than the death of the Dried Demon King. House Eshua is the only family that created the saintess, and our sole duty is to defeat anything that stands against the gods. I am confident House Eshua can fully protect this child. Request denied. The emperor pondered. A knight of House Eshua added, indeed, do you know how many saintesses fell to the Dried Demon King? Isaac grimaced. Nobody did anything, nobody touched anyone, okay. They kept listing the Demon King's crimes. The Dried Demon King once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth after deeming her unworthy of his presence. 5 saintesses died of despair, they said. Isaac felt wronged. I let her go, how was I supposed to know she was so directionally challenged? Damn it, they should have gone to a hospital. The Eshua young master reassured him, it's fine, nothing to worry about. Even if you are cursed, we will do everything to protect you. Isaac felt his chest boil. I'm the one who can't accept that. He continued and hoisted Isaac up. We are very grateful for your birth. Your parents only asked one thing of you, with hopeful eyes, that you not grow up to be like that cruel Dried Demon King. Isaac frowned. To my anonymous parents, sorry for shattering your hopes and dreams, folks. The emperor didn't relent and pressed on. Please reconsider, Riley. The Dried Demon King was sealed 150 years ago. Isaac then grasped the timeline. It's been that long. Does that mean Melissa is dead? She's 50 since our last duel. In that time, the demon race began expanding its armies. Having a saint beside you would be the perfect opportunity to boost the Holy Kingdom's influence. So this young heir is very important to the royal family. However, currently there are no saintesses in House Eshua. It's been over a year since the saintess gave birth. The child disappeared along with her husband. Isaac gaped in shock. My mother was a saintess. But the Eshua young master brushed that aside. Even if my brother isn't here, the matriarch remains strong. House Eshua can certainly protect the child. Isaac clutched his head. I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. What could be more shocking than my mother being a saintess? Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently out hunting the Dried Demon King's minions? She'll be back soon. The matriarch will surely be thrilled to meet her grandson. Isaac bowed his head in pain. She's lived over 200 years. Why won't she just die already? It'll be a while before Melissa returns. The child seems worried. Is he okay? He'll be fine soon. Isaac broke into a sweat, eyes rolling white. You think I'll be fine soon? While my eternal nemesis is still alive and grinning like that. The moment Melissa finds out, she'll burn me at the stake. How could anyone be fine? Melissa was the last person I faced. Isaac clutched the emperor's hand for dear life. He put on his cutest face. Oh, your majesty, please take me with you. Oh, this child. The two began to quarrel again. Oh look, even the boy wants to go with the royal family. He's just a bit overly friendly, your majesty. The emperor pulled Isaac closer. The royal family can provide a lot for the boy. Even if House Eshua specializes in producing saintesses, they don't have much experience raising a saint. The Eshua heir wouldn't back down. This child is destined to be a monster-hunting knight, and no family trains exorcist knights better than House Eshua. Besides, the boy is the first saint ever born. Doesn't the royal family also lack experience raising saints? They both tugged fiercely. Royal family is better. No, House Eshua is better. Isaac was exhausted. Oh, please, stop. The knights intervened. Please calm down, you'll tear the young master in two. Stuck in the middle, Isaac was helpless. I'll go with the royal family, so stop. I don't want to die. Besides, the light that shines on life. That light kept radiating from the emperor, so I'd have a better chance of survival if I went with him. I can't pass up that opportunity. The emperor beamed with satisfaction. Wise choice, little one. Isaac's eyes lit up. This is. Elsewhere in a deserted area, someone's voice. Impossible, I'm sure it used mana. I'm certain that child is a spawn of demons, the bishop standing before a group of mysterious people said. One who seemed to be the leader, holy power granted directly by the gods. So are you telling me the demon clan wields holy power? A sword was drawn, the bishop trembled, but I'm sure that was mana. How could I possibly confuse mana with holy power? The leader replied coldly. The Holy See has rendered its final judgment on your claim. No sooner had the cardinal spoken than that blade sliced into his aorta, blood spraying everywhere. The executioner, eyes bloodshot, declared the sentence of punishment, the crime of blasphemy. Another suggested, I'll go gather an assault team. No need, the emperor will take the child anyway. There will be plenty of opportunities within royal territory. We'll plan for that later. In the cradle, Isaac itched his ears. Someone's mentioning him. This time that brat will surely die. From Isaac's vantage through the nursery window, the sunlight outside was dazzling. The sky seemed whiter than ever. He scratched his ear, eyes squinting red, thinking to himself, Right now I'm heading to the Eshua residence. From above, it was easy to spot a luxurious carriage escorted by knights in polished helmets riding horses. The black-clad group that ambushed last night, watching from above, looked bewildered at the sight. The crowd quickly turned to the leader for answers. Wait, sir. The story rewinds a few days. A blinding light appears in the room that piques everyone's curiosity. That light was Isaac, cradled by Alexander Hellcliffe, was squinting so hard he had to cover his chubby hands over his eyes. His head was in a whirl. Why is it so bright, my eyes? Riley quickly spoke up. Yes, your majesty, House Eshua isn't exactly the best place to raise a child. He bowed respectfully and said earnestly, you might think it's just full of demon corpses and mana cores. Isaac, astonished, muttered, your will to survive shines that brightly. A dazzling halo formed around Riley's hand. His voice, warm and deep, rang out. The most valuable thing in House Eshua at best is the dry Demon King's corpse. Hearing this earth-shattering news, Isaac went pale, mouth agape in disbelief. My body, you have my body. Inside he was screaming dramatically. You should have said something first. Isaac quickly reached out his small hand to grab Riley's, making the man pause mid-sentence. Even so, Riley, Isaac's face lit up with glee, waving his arms to draw everyone's attention. The tiny baby was just showing he wanted to go to House Eshua. Riley couldn't resist the cuteness and covered his mouth, moved to tears. Isaac. Back to the present, Isaac lay sprawled, staring out the window with a jumble of thoughts. Even if dragged out of the royal family and into a house, there was no other choice if he wanted his body back. His mind leapt to the image of a fearsome skeleton clutching a magic orb. The body he'd trained with magic to rival the gods. If he could reclaim it, those of you would be nothing but dogs. Thinking of the blinding light Riley summoned, he felt more certain of his decision. Besides, it was the first time he'd seen such a brilliant will-to-live glow. Following Uncle to House Eshua would greatly improve his chances of survival. On the carriage, a blonde knight was curious why the Pope's forces chased young Master Isaac. Hearing this, Isaac clung to the edge of the cradle to eavesdrop. I'm also wondering why they're so panicked. Riley didn't hide it because they received a prophecy from the gods. It said the saint would become a child of the divine. The two on the carriage kept chatting, unaware he was listening, meaning he'll be the next Pope. Indeed, that's why those Berith people want a saint. Chubby Isaac's face filled with dark suspicion at how the story was twisting into something bizarre. He quickly ran through some facts in his head. The Pope, the most powerful cleric capable of using level 10 holy arts. To all clerics and holy knights he was no less than a king. In the Holy Kingdom, he held power nearly on par with the Emperor. Isaac propped his leg up, stroking his chin in deep thought. For thousands of years Berith produced popes, so they're hysterical at the idea of a saint stealing that from them. Thus every other house wants to breed a saint too. Just then, admiring murmurs outside the carriage caught Riley Eshua's attention. He stuck his head out and asked the coachman what was wrong. The man awkwardly tipped his hat and replied, Young Master Riley, we've arrived at the duchy, but there's a small problem. In the distance behind the coachman, 3 gate guards were slowly approaching. One who appeared to be the leader raised a hand to stop them. Sorry, but you cannot enter the duchy. Seeing the tension, Isaac also poked his head out to snoop. What's at this time? Riley growled angrily and shouted, Do you dare not recognize the Eshua sigil? How were you educated? The lead guard grinned, revealing sharp fangs. He hissed, Of course you cannot enter. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, his hand morphing into a claw, ready to strike. We must wipe out the child who inherits the Saintess's bloodline. The knights were horrified at the transformation. Demon Isaac, leaning at the door, also jumped in shock. What the hell is this? I'm sure I ordered a ban on attacking human territory. What is the new Demon King doing? The red-haired demon grinned nastily, pointing as he announced. Hear this, lowly humans. Our exalted king has ordered the saints and saintesses to be killed without hesitation. At this, Isaac was left speechless. Of course, the new Demon King has taken the throne. The red-haired demon continued his harangue. In the name of our great dry Demon King, King Isaac, we will slay the saint. Hearing this bluster, his round face twitched and he muttered, In the name of a monkey, when did I say that, you idiot? The demon horde, bristling with demonic chi, bared fangs and claws in menace. If you hand the child over to His Majesty the Dry Demon King, we might spare you. Before they could finish, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly turning one demon to ash and freezing the others in place. After the flash, the demon was nothing but burning flesh collapsed on the ground. Terrified but defiant, one still gritted his teeth and threatened, You lowly holy knight. Riley ground his teeth. How dare you speak that way to an exorcist of House Eshua? I see you don't want to die quietly. He drew his sword and pointed it forward, his face hidden in shadow so his expression was unreadable. Listen up. Riley flipped his grip on the sword and said slowly, To protect all the small things in this world, House Eshua will destroy all evil. The knights swiftly lifted their swords to mirror Riley Eshua's motion, their morale surging at the unanimous cry. We will hunt your kind to the very depths of hell to wipe you out. Riley's hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes sharp as he sneered. I can't believe that cruel dried king actually sent his minions. The demons, not yet mourning their coffins, charged forward bloodthirstily. You lowly humans dare. The lizard demon lunged, claws slashing, roaring in fury, mocking Demon King Isaac over his resurrection. House Eshua's knights showed no sign of wavering and quickly raised their swords in defense. The blonde knight grabbed Isaac and covered his eyes. He reacted fast, snatching Isaac and leaping aside. Though they escaped danger, he still offered a hurried apology. "Forgive me, young master." Isaac, carried away in the hasty retreat, was dazed and not yet fully recovered. "What happened? Is someone impersonating me?" The blonde knight quickly ran with Isaac to a secluded corner of the woods and stopped. He gently set him down on a patch of grass and instructed softly, "Please wait here." The blonde knight swiftly cast a magical barrier around Isaac and promised, "I will return at once." Isaac was amazed at the barrier, security barrier. Isaac stretched his chubby hand, thinking to himself that even a high-ranking demon probably couldn't break this. It's really strong. After checking for a moment, he showed a refreshed, satisfied expression. Since nothing can get in from the outside, nothing inside can get out either. Deciding quickly, Isaac closed his eyes and focused. If so, activate the will to survive and release the magic. The surrounding space transformed wondrously, a busy sea of stars filling Isaac's mind. "Hear my call, you made by magic but endowed with intelligence." At the whispered incantation, a shadowy figure with a sloped shape that didn't look gentle appeared. But as it opened its eyes, the evil look vanished and only cuteness remained. "Master, my lord," Isaac quickly covered its mouth. Got it, long time no see, be quiet or I'll grab you." The observer quickly expressed longing to his master. "I thought I'd never behold your glorious face again." He chimed in, "I thought I was done for too." Looking at the cheerful pile of black bones, Isaac pondered a bit and murmured, "It's been a long time. Although it's a detection spell, it has its own consciousness. I made it because manually using scrying magic and analyzing results was a pain. Over the journey it developed a personality, but it's still pretty innocent." The observer chuckled and cut him off. "Your wickedness is as grand as ever. Congrats on taking over an innocent child's body." Feeling offended, Isaac retorted, "Hey now." Bored, the observer hovered around asking questions. "But what did those filthy deities do to my master? However vile my master may be, I can't believe they stuffed you into this filthy child's body." Not wanting to continue this topic, Isaac waved it off. "Enough, go scout for enemies." Turning to business, the observer grew serious, dropping its teasing tone and said quickly, "I'll start now." It formed a whirl of demonic chi and shot forward. "Now I'll scan within a 100-meter radius." Using its power, the observer reported, "There are 88 enemies, all monsters. Creatures like them will never match you, my great master." Isaac, hearing this, nearly swore. "Are they crazy? Wait, 88 planning to fight or what?" While flustered, he thought of something. "It'll be a pain if security in the territory gets tougher. Summoning minions will be harder too. Damn, at this rate I must finish before House Eshua catches me." Isaac dropped to his knees, resolved. "Even if I must use all my stored mana, I'll do it myself." Nodding his master's helpless look, the observer calmly continued reporting. "Currently there are 51 enemies." It quickly updated with important news. "Enemy numbers are dropping fast, now only 31. He was a bit startled. "What? How did that happen suddenly?" Doing its duty as a ticker, the observer updated again. "Now 13, young master, something's coming." Rilai was startled and urged, "Form defensive ranks." Just as they were swinging fiercely, the demons skittered over to the spot. "Only 4 left, finally you arrived, brother." The lizard demon licked its lips and urged, grinning nastily, "Let's go together." The observer bowed its face with no clear expression, muttering repeatedly, "Today we will take the saint's life." The saint. The lizard demon hadn't finished his sentence before taking a full blow to the belly that shocked the others. Only the dried Demon King would. The Eshua knights watching this stiffened like glue, their faces going pale. The observer snickered, stealing credit from Isaac. "No more enemies." At that moment it quickly changed its report. "In the distance the knights now face a giant fiend. I've detected a shadow lick." The ghost roared in fury, "You dare touch my king with those filthy hands, give up your life." Isaac twitched at the scene, seemingly unable to make sense of the current turn of events. What is he now? The totem kept issuing eerie sounds. "You dare touch my king with your filthy hands, give up your life." Watching this made him turn pale. What's wrong with him now? The totem's gaze grew murderous as it rasped, "My king, my soul master." The totem radiated ever more intense killing intent. It shouted, "And you dare lock him inside the body of a lowly child." Because Isaac freed it, all the warped devotion the shadow lick felt for him exploded. It warned those there, "Don't be stubborn and stare at the child with those disgusting eyes." The talisman growled again, "I will gouge your eyes out." Seeing that, the blonde knight flustered and asked Rilai beside him, "Young master, what is he saying?" However, humans couldn't understand because it spoke in another tongue. This talisman chuckled with self-satisfaction. "Whoa, it's truly chaotic." He was a bit stunned. "Looks like that bastard recognized me as the ancient Demon King. His effort to follow me was commendable." But at that moment the knights began to act, all the knights readied for combat clearly. Isaac internally shouted again, "What are you doing? Stop performing over there." He started trying to convey his words to the blonde knight not far off. "Baba, basically that bastard, don't block my path. My mana core is overflowing." Seeing this, he even shouted spiritedly, young Master Isaac, please wait a moment more, I'll dispel it." Then that eerie laughter echoed again. The talisman couldn't help but gloat. "My master has recognized me, my guiding light has acknowledged me." Yet in the blonde knight's eyes there was only fear and screams. The young master of the demon clan is showing hostility. At that moment the talisman zipped through the crowd of knights. "I will go to my master immediately." Riley quickly realized where that path was headed. That lowly thing was aiming for Isaac. The talisman lunged madly. "Filthy holy knights, how dare you seal him in such a filthy place?" Isaac panicked a bit. "I've been noticed by him." He couldn't help feeling helpless. He couldn't let his mana core be exorcised. Isaac did his best to convey, "Start by breaking this protective barrier." At this the talisman laughed excitedly. It kept targeting Isaac's protective membrane. "I've received orders from my lord." The blonde knight cried out in a panic. Young master realized shield magic is also quite alarmed. Isaac smiled faintly in satisfaction. Escorted by the talisman, he praised it. "Well done." Isaac reached out with both hands to grasp the talisman. "Now don't cause trouble. Take a rest." It still didn't understand anything and spun around. Its master then hurled it away with a blow, sending it flying far. Only a scream remained. Why? Riley saw this scene and went pale. Could it be? Isaac remained relaxed there, from which one could guess it had talismanized into a demon clan. The blonde knight couldn't help exclaiming happily. He turned a talisman into a demon clan on the first try. Isn't he extraordinary? The others also cheered Isaac on. That's a sacred spell that normally only cardinals or holy maidens of considerable power can use. Isaac thought to himself, it's not even a sacred spell, I'm just using mana. Riley guessed it was definitely a talisman transformation sacred spell, but even with such a high-level sacred spell used, it's strange that he couldn't sense any holy power from it. The blonde knight figured he knew, people only reveal their true worth in danger. He recalled the events then, and that thing had also rushed at the young master. I'm sure even the Darklick sensed danger instinctively and hurried to remove the source of threat. The blonde knight kept flattering Isaac inwardly. Our young master is magnificent, I'm certain of it. I'm completely sure the young master is the Holy One. Riley pondered for a moment. He had a point. Even demon clans came here to target the baby. Even if he's not the Holy One, that child has something special about him. He gritted his teeth and wondered, but why does it have to be a boy? Riley reflected that because of the ancient demon king's curse, the male children of the Eshua family would. Suddenly the blonde knight's voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. I've made up my mind. He hugged Isaac resolutely. As captain of the Azure Faith, I will protect Isaac's future. You will become the future of the Eshua house. Riley was a bit surprised to hear that. He smiled faintly and replied, understood, I'm the fool. Riley reached out to lift Isaac. I've always feared the ancient demon king's curse. This child will bring honor to the Eshua line. He lifted Isaac and declared confidently, let's go home, Isaac. Uncle will teach you many things. Riley continued, you have extraordinary talent, so I'll raise you to be an exceptional knight. Isaac thought to himself, I won't become that, just return my body and we're even. Riley then said something that left Isaac dumbfounded. Even if you won't live long, I'll protect you at any cost. Isaac was stunned. What the? Riley declared his name would spread across the continent. Isaac protested vehemently. Whoa, wait, I feel like you just said something super embarrassing. Riley misunderstood. Of course I know you'll like it. Isaac shouted, I won't. Riley suggested that once home he'd start by teaching him how to curse that dishonorable ancient demon king. Isaac silently cursed the damned Eshua family. At that moment the carriage arrived at the Eshua Duke's residence. The statues were carved in gleaming gold. Even the building's architecture was exquisitely ornate. Isaac glared at the outside scene in growing anger. These Eshua bastards tear demons apart with gusto, yet live in such luxury. How much did this pile cost? Isaac remembered his time among the demons and how those bourgeois scum made him toil until his clothes wore thin to feed his children. The shadow murmured softly to him, oh my master, this place is on a whole other level compared to our crumbling palaces. Sell a few of those sculptures and we could buy a dozen demon king castles. Isaac retorted, I know, shut up. Riley carried Isaac and said, this is the Eshua household. Isaac, this is the cradle of monster hunting and exorcism on the continent. He held Isaac up to look around. A group was training on a scarecrow. When you're older, you'll be like those kids. They took turns striking the scarecrow with sticks, shouting, die, demon king. They beat it with visible anger, half-heartedly at best. Curse you, your limbs torn apart won't be enough, ancient demon king. Those words kept echoing, die, die. Isaac froze in place. What are you teaching the children? Is this a fanatic family? He reassured himself, whatever, it's not important. Isaac vowed, once I infiltrate the Holy Empire, I'll burn the Emperor and make this place the Isaac Empire. The shadow whispered in his ear, what are you doing? Holding a grudge against kids playing? Pathetic. He told it to be quiet and went to survey the surroundings. It busily replied, of course. A magnificent building glowed, drawing gasps. Oh, Isaac watched and murmured, calculations, exquisite. Are those all mana cores? There are dozens. The shadow agreed, this is the first time I've seen so many mana cores concentrated in one place. How many demons did they slaughter? At that moment, a servant announced, we have arrived, young master. Riley stepped down from the carriage and ordered, prepare a room for us, he'll stay with me. The steward stammered, awe about that. He hurriedly reported, sorry, young master, we've been ordered to take young master Isaac to the annex. Hearing that, Riley was puzzled. The annex, why? The steward awkwardly replied, the fifth young master ordered that young master Isaac must never be brought into the main house. Isaac was thoroughly annoyed. What now? Riley was naturally just as displeased. You want to send Isaac to that deadly cursed place? Isaac grew more puzzled. This family really excels at hypocrisy. Ever since I crawled around as a newborn, I knew it. The Eshua house is falling apart. Riley complained, he's really making a fuss for nothing. Isaac quietly agreed. Right, I can live in the mansion. Why must I go to the annex? Whisper murmured in his ear. The mana cores are in the annex. Order them back. I can't let my nephew stay in that ghost-haunted place. Hearing that, Isaac vehemently objected. No, the annex. I must go to the annex. Isaac's words were incomprehensible, and Riley tried to reassure him about Uncle's room. Uncle will read you holy tales of how the great saintess fought the ancient demon king as a bedtime story every night afterward. Then Uncle will teach you exorcism techniques made specifically for the ancient demon king. Isaac turned pale with fear. Damn, that's an exorcism on me, you trying to kill me. Just then a voice rang out. It's just picking up a homeless kid. Why are you making such a fuss about it? The man grinned. Obviously, I already said I'd send that kid to the annex. That rude fellow even opposed Riley. After so long, you're actually going to defy your brother. That man was none other than the Eshua family's fifth son, Gol Eshua. Isaac turned his head and exclaimed, "Uo." Seeing the two face off, he concluded the guy was a bully. Gol taunted, put that thing down, I'll send it to the annex. Riley angrily protested, are you joking? This child is a descendant of the Eshua house. We won't send him to the annex used for exile. Isaac wanted to scream inwardly. Hey, put me down and just send me to the annex already. Gol reached out and touched Isaac's cheek, asking where did you find the skin and bones kid. He even mocked descendant like it was a joke. Hearing that, Isaac thought he liked the idea of being sent to the annex. But what's up with this jerk? Are you a cleric or a thug? Isaac sighed in relief and decided, whatever, I just need to get to the annex and suck the mana cores. Meanwhile, Riley pressed Gol, didn't you know why I want to send this child to the annex? He bluntly exposed him. You want everyone to think the child is cursed so you can remove his inheritance rights. Isaac then snapped awake. Inheritance rights? Wait the hell a moment. Isaac remembered something and got furious, ready to strike. Fine, I'll suck this house dry, become a saint, then the Pope, and take revenge on those damned gods. Gol nonchalantly replied, that's the plan. I heard a demon appeared to snatch this brat, so it seems cursed already. The blonde knight, hearing this, angrily shouted, no, the young master participated in expelling that demon. He recounted seriously that the demon's appearance because of him proved his importance. Even the knight behind added, indeed, he has the divine power of a saint. The man burst out laughing, ha, hilarious, how long will you keep covering up for this trash? Don't make me laugh. If you insist he's the next saint, then show me his power. Whisper then whispered to Isaac, why don't you show him your power? Summon a meteor or something. Hearing that, Isaac retorted, meteor my ass. Gol clicked his tongue and continued, right, if you want to call him a saint. I'll set one distant condition, that thing over there. Gol challenged Isaac, whether it's the family crest or whatever, why not have him resurrect that thing he loves so much? He scoffed, tongue clicking, that holy tree died from the demon's dark mana, so if the kid really has what it takes to be a saint he'd resurrect it easily, right? Gol smugly emphasized, that's if he's truly a saint candidate like you all claim. Riley asked him again, do you even know what you're saying? Isaac murmured, Melissa, you're great at fighting, but your descendants are a mess. He thought back, the first son missing, the second adopted. Suddenly Isaac noticed something, Whisper whispered, puzzled, what's up? Watching, Isaac grabbed it. What are you still thinking? Making it all confused. Before it could reply, Isaac flung it that way. Go there and take everything for me. Whisper was utterly flustered. Wait a sec. Riley tried to reason with that Gol fellow. A tree dead for 70 years and you want some toddler who can't even speak. While they were still arguing, something strange happened. Riley was also astonished at the sight before him. What the hell is that? The holy tree has turned green again, completely unlike the withered trunk from moments ago. They stared up and down the tree, exclaiming in shock, it's been revived. Gol froze, stunned. Even with purification and restoration magic it kept dying slowly. He fretted, pondering what on earth is happening. Isaac smiled confidently. It's nothing really. He was quite proud, face beaming with confidence, thinking there was some dark mana near the roots, so he sucked it all up. Whisper returned, a bit deflated. I've absorbed all the mana there, I'm full to bursting. Everyone, astonished, asked Rilai, Sir Rilai, what happened to that tree? What did you do? But Rilai replied coldly, I did nothing. Hearing that, the soldier immediately guessed, could it be? The one everyone adores is just sitting there grumbling, it's all mana, what a waste. Whisper weakly asked him, now what, do you want me to puke it all back up? They shouted in joyful excitement. Eshua, so it was young Master Isaac who did it. But Gol stubbornly denied it, awkwardly protesting, absurd. No one in this family has ever been able to save that tree. How could this brat do anything? He stood there speculating to himself while no one paid attention. Someone must have helped him. Yeah, it must have been Rilai, but everyone's attention turned to Isaac. Of course, young Master Isaac stands out. First exorcism, now purification. Gol clenched his fists, unable to accept the truth. You did it, didn't you? But Rilai didn't understand what he meant. What do you mean? Gol grabbed Rilai wildly and accused him. You must have gotten help from the scientist, then made it look like that filthy brat did it, right? Rilai had no idea what he was talking about. What on earth are you saying? Gol shouted angrily. Stop your tricks. Rilai was baffled and immediately denied it. How could I possibly have met the missing scientess? Isaac watched the scene with a crinkled face. Melissa should focus on managing the family instead of hunting demons. Your house is a mess. Isaac thought, looking at the man before him, yet this so-called brother doesn't resemble Melissa at all. Actually, it'd be easier to believe Rilai was Melissa in disguise. Whisper, curious, asked him, what about the elder brother? Isaac suddenly remembered. He actually reminded him more of that damned Pope fellow. Gol screamed like a madman, refusing to accept it. Don't play dumb. You think I don't know you brought this kid here to make him the next saint candidate? I can't believe you'd use such dirty tricks when our family already has a saint candidate. Isaac immediately perked up to eavesdrop. There's another candidate in the family, and that crude bastard even wants that candidate to win. Whisper was gleeful at someone's misfortune, teasing, looks like you need to compete with that other guy, but you don't seem to care at all, do you? Isaac, on the contrary, was positively intrigued. Don't you think that guy would be just as cruel if that bastard backs him? Beating him would be fun. Whisper reluctantly admitted it made sense. Rilai frowned, questioning him. So are we just going to ignore the boy? He's our nephew and the son of our firstborn. The boy has the right to lead this house. Gol heard this and felt unbearably irritated. Nonsense about the firstborn. He ran off while the family was in danger. As he spoke, he grabbed Rilai. You still want to bring up that firstborn? You only just told us this kid exists? Isaac thought this drama was worth following, so that's why I've been treated differently. What a great life, huh? Whisper didn't quite get his train of thought. You can't be so indifferent about your own life. Gol suddenly remembered and sneered. Ah, but the kid is still the saintess's son, right? He could just be a bastard child of the saintess we picked up from outside. She's a saint regardless. Each of his words made Rilai's face crease, but you can't be sure he's the firstborn's child, can you? I suppose his face looks decent because he resembles that woman. He kept yammering, slandering Isaac until Rilai angrily punched him square in the face. If it's good for the family, I think we could sell him to preserve the bloodline. After being hit, he still didn't understand why. Are you insane? Did you just hit me? Rilai finally spoke. Did you think you could get away with spouting that nonsense? Everyone was shocked by Rilai's action. Isaac, however, found it highly amusing. Yeah, brothers should spar now and then. Thanks to that, I learned some useful info. The two lunged at each other, ignoring people trying to stop them. Sir, you can't do that. Stop them. Isaac watched the show from the side. The messier this family gets, the easier it will be for him to take it over. Isaac smiled slyly. This damn family is already collapsing all on its own. Whisper warned him, but isn't it true if this family falls you'll die too? Being in a baby's body must have shrunk your brain a bit, huh? This made Isaac snap and yell, shut up. Eventually the atmosphere settled down. Isaac sat in a corner brooding. Suddenly he felt an itchy urge to cause trouble. He was unbearably restless. People around were discussing, another brat, what do we do with this kid? Isaac was very annoyed. Not a single person in this cursed family seemed sane. They sure know how to treat an heir, huh? They ignored him and continued deliberating. We raised that country girl into a saintess, so at least she shouldn't have birthed this useless son. She's unworthy of being a saint. Just hearing it makes me furious. Hey, are you all mad? That's going too far. Suddenly a female voice spoke, and everyone fell silent. She was the second wife of Housemaster Eli Eshua, the acting lady of the house, Henna Eshua. Rilai, we decided to raise this child in the annex to avoid attention. She demanded coldly, why did you allow this child here? At a glance, Isaac understood. She was openly hostile, clearly the one behind those trying to shove him to the annex. Gol, whose face was already ugly, looked even harsher, grinding his teeth. The acting lady is asking you, so answer. Rilai. Isaac guessed she must be the mother of this shameless uncle. Rilai looked around and asked, is father not here? Henna explained, though her words weren't very convincing. He's gone out into town, and I must admit this whole saint candidate mess is truly chaotic. Rilai sighed, frowning, what a pity. The next bit of news left everyone in the hall stunned. Shouldn't he be hearing that the eldest nephew of this house revived the holy tree? Gol, annoyed, denied Isaac's credit. It's just a coincidence. How could this brat have done that? Maybe the Eshua family's prayers finally worked. The white-haired old woman tried to convince herself. I think so too. Our housemaster couldn't find a solution, so how could a child like him do it? Henna added, I agree. She frowned and objected. There was no proof from the start. They each voiced their thoughts. The lady of the house said rightly, it's truly a great blessing the holy tree revived. Isaac couldn't help but view them differently. Look at those people. He spread his tiny hands out before them, want proof. Everyone was utterly astonished by the sight. A blue light surrounded Isaac and a stone hovered in midair. So take a good look. They all widened their eyes to see the energy, and they recognized it as the holy tree's energy. While Isaac shouted boastfully, surprised yet you dimwits. The whole assembly fell silent at Isaac's display. Rilai, standing nearby, concluded that Isaac seemed to have removed the mana corroding the holy tree. Upon hearing that, an old elder stood up in doubt. But a newborn could remove it. Others explained, isn't that a reasonable explanation? The boy directly formed a physical manifestation from that mana right in front of us. Others also spoke in shock. Yes, but even if this exorcising method worked, it's certainly not simple. One small mistake could have killed the holy tree. That's why the housemaster chose cyclical purification instead of straight exorcism. Gol went pale, panic-struck, thinking what the hell are they saying? There's no way a newborn could do that. Rilai immediately rebutted him. Isaac must have instinctively exorcised the dark mana within his tiny body. I agree. Exactly. Rilai continued to praise Isaac lavishly. A nursing babe achieved what no one in the holy seat could for 70 years. But Gol whispered in horror, what is he saying? Then he slammed his hand on the table and demanded, Elders, do you really believe this absurd story? He ranted like a madman trying to convince them. A newborn exorcising, it doesn't even know how to speak. Outsiders hearing this would surely laugh at us. Isaac ignored Gol's words, scratching his ear in contempt while Gol gritted his teeth with scorn. Even its claim to Eshua blood seems dubious. What if it's from some unknown clan? Suddenly, Rilai spoke seriously. Esteemed elders, please hear me out. This child will certainly become a saint. Not stopping there, he added that the boy could even become the next pope. You see that, and folded his arms in approval. Exactly right. Then Rilai suddenly hoisted the boy high and proclaimed above all that this child would slay the dry-aged demon king. Isaac immediately gritted his teeth in irritation. What the hell? The previous claim was enough. One elder exclaimed in amazement, the dry-aged demon king. Another, upon hearing the name, angrily cursed, that wretched creature. Meanwhile, the housemaster's second wife sat in a corner, smiling faintly and thinking, you're digging your own grave, Rilai. At once she spoke up, if you're that confident, why not put it to the test? Henna, backlit and looking like an old witch, said, I request access to the relic storage. Scene shifts to the northwest region of the holy nation Helen, the Black Forest. A razor-sharp slash swept across the monster's neck in an instant. The head of the Eshua family stood still, watching the monster's body topple alongside the other corpses around it. Then he sheathed his sword and spoke up, this place is pathetic. A knight stepped forward and saluted him. Greetings, housemaster. Eli asked calmly, what's the matter? The knight immediately reported, your representative in the clan has requested use of the relic vault, sir. He asked without surprise, I've already said the Holy See isn't allowed to use it. The knight replied, this isn't a request from the Holy See, sir. At this, Eli turned to listen to the knight's announcement. Your nephew succeeded in reviving the holy tree, so the acting lady wishes to see whether that child has the makings of a saint, sir. Eli shifted his stance and turned back suspicious. What do you mean? His gaze was cold and authoritative like a housemaster's. Why is there a saint among our house? Half his face hardened as he ordered icily. I won't allow that. Only a saintess may safely enter that place. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflicts. He flicked his hand, instructing the knight to carry out the order with no exceptions. But another voice cut in and told them to go ahead. Melissa stepped forward leisurely to inquire, you said that's Isaac, right? Melissa is the lady of the Eshua house and the former saintess. She smiled approvingly with a hint of mockery. Reviving the holy tree, isn't that somewhat impressive? Melissa continued, since the vault's been opened, why not put all saint and saintess candidates in there? The knight, alarmed, blurted, what? Then he asked, but if we do that, what if a child from another house grabs something valuable? Eli fell silent, while Melissa answered with a smile, I hope so. Even the greatest saintesses of past generations couldn't take anything from that vault. A vision of a treasure chest flashed through her mind. Perhaps if someone does retrieve an item, they could locate the dry-aged demon king and slay him. Melissa's eyes turned calculating. then we should reward that person, shouldn't we? With that, she ordered the knight to relay the message. Whoever brings out the best relic from the vault will be granted a reward even the Pope couldn't buy. He grew worried hearing the lady's words. That person will receive a family heirloom. Melissa raised her hand slightly and declared she would personally teach them the rituals of the demon tribes. Her face brimmed with confidence as she clenched her palm and promised, "Any child who succeeds in retrieving it can have whatever they want from me." The relic vault stores more than relics. It hides an arcane secret thousands of years old. Through generations, saintesses guard it. Thus people say the Eshua family are the keepers of this vault. Only children under 10 may enter, so the vault is used as a ritual for saintess candidates. When they turn 1, these children enter and choose an item. People then predict what kind of power the saintess will receive based on the item the child returns with. However, the vault is extremely dangerous. Even saintess candidates face life-threatening risks upon entry. After many unfortunate incidents, the vault was sealed. Back in the present, Whisper's voice rose. "Let's see." It said with glee, "If my master can survive and bring back a relic," while Isaac snapped irritably, "Why are you repeating that?" Whisper then mused, "But you're looking forward to it too, aren't you, master?" The boy babbled in reply, implying of course he was. Then his face turned wickedly eager as he said, "They say the corpse of the dry-aged demon king is in there." Suddenly a hand wrapped around Isaac and curiously asked, "Are you excited, young master?" A knight hugged him and gently announced, "The lady has opened the vault to all candidates." Hearing that, his head filled with bewilderment, all of them. Then he gleefully tossed Isaac up to encourage him. "All the descendants of the 5 noble houses will come. Even that damned Pope's house will show up, but I'm sure you'll win whatever happens." Young master, Whisper hovered nearby and observed, "Seems like they're making a big deal out of this." While being cheered, Isaac grew a bit more confident. "Good, more people means more distractions, so reclaiming my body will be easier." Just then another hand cradled his body, warning, "Be careful, Isaac." Riley smiled at his grandson and revealed, "The demons captured from the battlefield will guard it." Hearing that, he blinked in thought, "So there'll be danger because demons guard the place." Though it sounded scary, Isaac smirked confidently, thinking if they're caught like that they're probably only level 6. "I just need to overwhelm them." And while he was musing, Riley set him down on the bed and warned that level 8 demons aren't easy to deal with. Immediately Isaac turned to anger, fuming silently. "What the hell, why would level 8 demons be there?" The knight from before spoke up to discuss. "Even so, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst." Riley replied casually, "If we're only talking ranks, then yes." Whisper rolled its eyes beside him. "The whole Eshua family must be insane. A dragon where a bunch of kids will go." Then it asked, "But at least you know a lot about dragons, right, master?" Seeing his expression, it loudly asked, "What now?" Isaac bit his finger, trembling with panic. "Oh shite, dragons are on a totally different danger level." "Well, I've tricked them a few times," Whisper admitted helplessly, then asked, "How many exactly?" Suddenly visions of terrifying dragons and furious voices echoed. "That bastard duped even the little dragons. What the hell did he sell those kids? They're not even 3 yet. The elder dragons being fooled, let alone wormlings, you skeletal bitch of a mother." Thinking that, he answered softly, "About 70. Isaac grew more flustered. "Oh no, and they have good memories too. They'll notice their souls are missing." Yet Whisper cheerfully calculated, "Maybe it's time I change masters." Seeing that, he ground his teeth and snapped, "I can hear you, you know." After an internal struggle, Isaac pressed both hands to the mattress and concluded, "Looks like I'm out of options." Thinking of the treasure chest, his mind intensified with schemes. "So there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the relic vault, but my current self can barely handle level 6 demons." While pondering, Isaac's face turned more sinister. "To fight them, I need to steal all the monocores from the Eshua family to the annex rooms." The atmosphere returned to calm. The door remained firmly shut. Isaac sat outside the door. Seeing him so serious, Whisper whispered, Master, are you okay?" Seeing Isaac's sullen face and lips drier than the Sahara, Whisper mourned, "You look like you're about to be exorcised." Isaac regretted his actions a little. Damn, if I'd known how to control holy power, I'd have been able to learn all the holy arts by now. Someone summarize it for me, still not even weaned. He suddenly hatched an idea. What if I mind control them and force them to teach me? Whisper kept babbling beside him. "Master, are you planning to use dark magic in the center of the order? Do you want to be exposed as a demon and bring down the Eshua family?" Hearing that, Isaac stared at how wildly it was extrapolating. "What happened to your personality over the last 150 years? He returned with the book in hand. "Just theory like this and I understand nothing." Seeing him so tired, Riley picked him up. "You tired, kid?" Riley smiled, probably because so much happened today. Isaac tossed his chin. "Right, kids my age need 16 hours of sleep a day." Riley carried him off while the servants cleaned up nearby. Riley waved his hand across his forehead. Instantly all of Isaac's strength returned. He thought happily, a holy technique, nice. His eyes grew a bit mischievous. "Perfect, next, cast some magic attacks." Uncle Whisper sighed, "Please just lie still." It reminded him firmly, "Today you need to get to the annex. You have to find a way to drive these people out." Isaac suddenly realized, Right, the annex. Do whatever. Isaac flopped down. I need to get rid of all these people quickly. Whisper scored the performance. Who would fall for that awful act? And yet 2 oxen led him to sleep. He fell asleep so fast. What a wonderful child. The boy does everything quickly, leaving Whisper bewildered. Are you all insane? And you fell for it. Then they prepared to leave as he wanted. It's late, we should go, right? Yes, I need to train anyway. Whisper gave up. What an interesting bunch. Just as things were going well, Isaac pricked up his ears to listen. The talisman is dangerous. Hide it away quickly, which made him eavesdrop. What? Relay cautioned carefully. It's precious. It's Isaac's first talisman, so keep it safe. Yes, sir. Inside, Isaac screamed, I still need to resurrect that talisman, you can't take it. But protest was useless. I'll display it in a place where everyone can see. Isaac could only silently cry for his talisman. I need to absorb mana from it. Isaac had an idea. Then right now I'll go drain the mana cores in the annex. He climbed out immediately. Let's go. Whisper asked, are you really going to crawl all the way to the annex? Not sure you'll make it today. But Isaac was calm. I have a plan. Just open the door for me. Whisper obediently, yes, of course. I'll go ahead to lead the way. I'm not carrying you the whole trip. It regretfully reported your uncle locked the door and from the outside too with a holy seal on it. Like a thunderclap, that damn uncle. You decided to just break it down. Whisper tried to stop him. They'll think you're being attacked and rush here, leaving Isaac helpless. Damn it. He angrily pounded the door, furious. This is driving me insane. I can't ride on Whisper the whole way there. But if I use magic, everything gets more complicated. While Isaac was furious, Whisper seemed very relaxed. Not knowing what to do, the door suddenly swung open in his face. How am I supposed to get out? A little brat was slowly walking in. What the? The boy stared at Isaac on the floor in bewilderment. This kid was Gol Eshua's son, the saint candidate of the Eshua family. Shuri was 5 and the boy thought he's barely even walking. Isaac also stared. This brat is my rival. Whisper, seeing blood on his face, panicked. He dared harm my master. Shuri looked at him with a murderous gaze, grinding his teeth. This talisman even a genius like me couldn't make. He held the item in his hand, jealousy toward Isaac obvious. There's no way that brat can do it. But Isaac didn't care much. He was feeling very excited. Shuri swung his hand, about to do something nasty. I'm the one who will become the saint. He used magic to take out the talisman. Seeing this, Isaac quietly gave him a thumbs up. You dare snatch that from me. But before he could enjoy it, Isaac controlled the talisman and punched Shuri, splitting his head. That's the plan to get me out of that damned Eshua family. At the same time, Isaac suddenly realized I've found my means of transport. Shuri clutched his face in anger and glared down at Isaac. Do you know who I am? He thought. You look just like that thug uncle. You're probably his son. Isaac watched his every move and prepared a counter stance. Also, I see you're gathering holy mana to attack me, you bastard. He kept striking Shuri while the boy couldn't retaliate and could only take the hits, so you deserved it. Whisper approved too. Nice hit, master. Isaac, like a little devil, mocked Shuri. Brat, accept that you'll be my vehicle. So far, Shuri lay still taking the blows, looking a mess. Finally, he sprang up. Shuri shouted, you think you're so special. Isaac gave him an assessing look. The boy said, surprised. No one my age can use a level 3 defensive holy spell. Shuri tried to do something to show off, but it was still too early to be impressed. Shuri waved his hand and a beam of light covered the surroundings. Level 3 offensive holy spell, Radiance. He shouted and hurled the glowing orb at Isaac. Isaac remained calm, impressive using 2 radiances at once. But this little stunt only amused Isaac more. Thanks for the meal. Shuri's radiance was gently absorbed by Isaac. Shuri stared in astonishment. His eyes widened. How could a defensive spell be so large? Isaac controlled the radiance while smiling happily. He was even grateful to the brat since his uncle never taught him. He didn't know how to use it. Shuri was amazed to see this, and Isaac smiled, thankful for the lesson. Faced with this powerful radiance, Shuri found it hard to believe. Impossible. Before he could adapt, Isaac continued manipulating the radiance. The strong beam lunged at Shuri, leaving him frantic and helpless. Wait. Shuri's piteous screams rang out. Whisper, seeing this, asked curiously, master, though I enjoy the show, is killing someone from the Eshua family really okay? Isaac sighed and thought, who said I'm trying to kill him? Seeing him all messy and bruised, Isaac explained softly, the attack doesn't even hit him anymore. Only then did Shuri, both embarrassed and angry, shout, you little bastard, you can't even hit us, so why are you scaring me like that? Shuri ground his teeth and yelled, no matter how many holy attacks you use, you can't defeat a saint candidate like me. As he spoke, a voice suddenly rang out, you dare. He looked back in puzzlement to see who had spoken. Whisper transformed outright and coldly asked, attack my master. It continued, each sentence making Shuri tremble. Are you tired of living? Shuri was so terrified he forgot how to speak. He actually wanted to cry out for his mom and dad. Isaac was very pleased to see this. He smiled. Isaac sat on Whisper and spoke, what are we waiting for? He raised an eyebrow and ordered Shuri to carry him. "You miserable brat." The sky outside was pitch dark, everything was very quiet. "I am Shuri of the Eshua family. One day I'll become a saint." He frowned and looked ahead, his eyes full of unwillingness. The sound of footsteps echoed, but Shuri panted heavily while carrying Isaac, cursing inwardly, "Damn child." Isaac, the one being carried, was extremely excited. "Let's head to the annex." Shuri ground his teeth and glared. "Why are you doing this?" He was about to put on a threatening face when Whisper appeared beside him to discipline him. "Dare move and I'll tear you to pieces, you lowly insect." So Shuri was shoved back into a meek position. "Right, just focus on surviving and getting out of here first." Shuri trembled all over, his eyes watery. He whispered, "Someone please save me." The moon was very bright tonight, lighting the way for Isaac's mischief. From his perch, Isaac happily directed the one below to go left. "Left, you hear?" Not pleased, he bent down and nagged, "Want to die? Focus." Shuri, confused and panting, asked, "Where exactly are you taking me in the dead of night?" Then suddenly he stopped in his track. Looking at the scene before him, Shuri's face went pale. He hesitated and said, "This is." They'd finally arrived, the Eshua family mansion, the second annex. Shuri's mind filled with dread. The annex was haunted. He looked up at Isaac, full of thought. "Why did this crazy kid drag me here? People have died here before, the owners forbid entry." Whisper and Isaac were delighted. "Seems there's quite a lot in here." Looking at the house, Whisper marveled, "You'd have to train to death and be reborn for decades to amass this much mana." Isaac grabbed Shuri and demanded he step inside. "Let's go, kid," but Shuri resisted. "You want to go in?" "No, we can't. Adults said it's forbidden." At that moment, Whisper appeared to intimidate him. "Shut up and lift your feet." The lowly thing made Shuri break into a cold sweat. Shuri stepped inside. With no furnishings, every sound they made echoed loudly. Shuri was exhausted and out of breath, while Isaac was busy appraising the surroundings. Inside was worse than outside. Suddenly he noticed something unusual, a thin mist drifting about. Isaac thought in surprise, wait, that's..." Whisper explained beside him, "This whole place has been sealed, master. Every door has something like a protective barrier." Isaac frowned and said, "What a hassle." Shuri's head was sweaty. He tried suggesting, "Maybe we should go back, everything's locked anyway." But things didn't go his way. Isaac grabbed his hair, making Shuri cry out in pain. "What's wrong?" He begged in pain, both hands trying to stop Isaac's action. "Don't grab my hair, okay?" Seeing the portraits, Isaac was a bit surprised. He moved closer, the former heads of the family. As he looked at the painting, he asked, "So now you want to compete for the next head of the family too?" Saying that, he assumed he was right, pointless, since that next head position will be mine anyway. No sooner had he puffed himself up than the ancestor portrait he was proud of was destroyed with a snap from Isaac. Shuri was so stunned he felt his eyeballs might pop out. Isaac didn't stop. Shuri frantically shouted, "Our ancestors, are you insane? Why are you doing this to the family heads?" Isaac frowned and explained, "You really shouldn't put barriers on these portraits, should you?" Whisper breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "The barrier's broken, master." Isaac grinned widely, magnificent. He quickly jumped down. "Let's go." Shuri, curious at this move, asked him, "Hey, where are you going?" Isaac curled up like a little ball and rolled forward, leaving Shuri bewildered. "Hey, are you crazy? You've made this mess and now where do you think you're rolling off to?" The sealed door was flung wide open by Isaac. Seeing the scene outside, he felt very satisfied. The absolute peace. Isaac immediately crawled inside and ordered Whisper to lock the door, leaving Shuri in utter panic. He tried to chase after Isaac like someone chasing their crush. "Hey, stop, what on earth are you doing?" The door began to close and Isaac smiled at Shuri. "A brat like you doesn't need to know." Shuri's voice still echoed outside, "Damn kid." With everything settled, Isaac sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. A glow began to envelop his body. "Let's get started." Outside, Shuri was still pounding on the door. "Get out, hurry up. I'll tell the adults on you." As he tried to persuade Isaac to come out, a figure appeared behind him. "I'll tell them everything and you'll be kicked out of here, you'll see." Members of the family had appeared behind him. Relay called softly, "Shuri." He spoke coldly and asked, and Shuri finally turned around. "What are you doing here?" He hurriedly explained everything. "Uncle, you came at just the right time." Isaac, the monster, the old white-haired man, angrily snapped in his face. "What do you think you're doing? You knew this annex was forbidden. Why did you bring Isaac to this cursed place?" He hesitated and quietly asked again, "What?" Then he was scolded loudly by the woman. "Do you know how many people saw you running around carrying Isaac? And there are traces of offensive holy spells in Isaac's room too." She coldly questioned him, "Will you take responsibility for all of this?" Shuri was completely baffled. But how could he explain? "I didn't bring that brat here, and okay, some offensive holy spells there were mine, but..." Relay bent down and lectured him gently. "Shuri, you've gone too far this time. Whatever your reasons, causing trouble for a nursing child is still the fact." He asked sternly, "Where did you lock Isaac?" leaving Shuri so aggrieved he couldn't speak. "I didn't lock him anywhere." He said something no one believed. Isaac went in on his own. Relay stood up and knocked on the inner door. "Isaac, are you in there? Did Shuri lock you in?" Everyone was at a loss. Oh my. Relay was feeling very worried about the situation. The door opens and he sees Isaac sobbing uncontrollably. "Isaac." The old white-haired man also looked very concerned. Are you okay, Isaac? My goodness, the boy looks awful. Riley hurriedly picked him up and soothed him by rubbing his head. Thank goodness you're all right. Though the boy looked pretty frightened, it seemed nothing serious had happened. Having said that, he glanced at Shuri with an unfriendly look. He coldly admonished, you should reflect on yourself. Shuri was helpless now. He didn't know how to explain. No, it's not like that. Really, As for Isaac, he was feeling very pleased. He even gave a little thankful gesture. Isaac smiled teasingly at him, triumphant. Thanks to you, kid, I had a feast. Directly making Shuri furious. Damn brat. Seeing this, the old woman worried too. Does the kid's blood pressure just spike like that? Must be the cold here. Such a little child and already. A small blue glow flickered in Isaac's hand. He smiled inwardly. This far exceeds my expectations. I've absorbed mana equivalent to 100 years of hard training in one go. He squeezed it tighter in his hand. With this mana energy, he was utterly delighted, trembling with excitement that he could finally carry out that plan. But Riley mistook it for fear. Surely Isaac was terrified. At the Eshu family villa, Riley's voice rang out, Isaac, I'd like to introduce someone to you. Isaac looked up, full of curiosity. Then he turned to the person beside him. This is Asili. From now on, she'll be your caretaker. Asili introduced herself seriously and plainly. My name is Asili Lasher, a holy knight of the Eshua family. He glanced at Asili, who was respectfully half kneeling and bowing. I pledge to serve you until my last breath. He snorted inwardly. Are they appointing a babysitter because of what happened last time? Then he sat with his hands on his hips. Striking a pose, he said, Dada, translate this, it's you. Dada, you're fired, get out of my sight. He even tried to put on a scary face to intimidate them. Asili and Riley looked at the child on the table in surprise. She stepped closer to him and softly called, Master Riley. May I pinch his cheek once? Her face was full of excitement. Isaac thought to himself, why are there so many lunatics in this family? Riley took something from his pocket. All right, Isaac. Here, I have a gift for you. It turned out to be an old ring placed in a plain box. Isaac snorted in silent judgment. Did Uncle pick that up from the trash? Whisper's face beside him showed disdain too, chiming in. I thought I misheard, but apparently the Eshua family really is facing a crisis. How is this fit as a first birthday gift for the master? Asili was immediately surprised. Oh my god, isn't this the Holy Maiden's heirloom? He picked up the ring to inspect it. An heirloom of the Holy Maiden? Riley smiled and patted the boy's head. Your uncle received it from the council. It's for you alone. He widened his eyes in surprise. Huh, really? This was the ring the Holy Maidens used in battles against demons. A progenitor ring containing a bit of divine magic. The holy power contained within it was truly magnificent. Isaac's face grew more wicked, smiling dangerously as he schemed. It seems the ring can only be used once or twice before it breaks, but I've already got a workaround. Moreover, then he turned his gaze somewhere else. In the distance, Gol was leaning against a tree, face twisted with resentment, grinding his teeth. That look alone proved it was the real thing. He looked like he wanted to crush his grandson. Then he walked over with a smiling greeting. Aha, Isaac, my dear little grandson. Gol put on a fake friendly face. Oh, look how cute you are. Hope you feel comfortable here. Isaac reacted with instant revulsion, mocking, what the hell is that? Gross. Is he out of his mind? Gol mouth says one thing while his belly's full of knives, cursing silently. Damn, this just got complicated. I sabotaged the blessing device in the relic storage so this brat wouldn't receive a blessing. Yet surprised, they gave him the Holy Maiden's heirloom instead. Recall the old white-haired woman negotiated with Riley that Isaac couldn't get a blessing anymore, so to be fair, we'll give this to the boy. Gol was stunned and stammered, the Holy Maiden's heirloom. Please give it to my son. She turned and asked Shuri about it. But didn't the boy already receive a blessing from the cathedral? Don't be greedy, go back now. He clenched his jaw in frustration, thinking he had planned to sneak it away while pretending to donate it to the cathedral. The brat would never appreciate its true value. Then he pulled something from his coat and said solemnly, if you're giving a gift to the boy, at least pick something decent. That other thing is completely useless. Riley snapped back, useless? Are you saying the Holy Maiden's heirloom is useless, big brother? He opened a luxurious golden box and continued, Isaac is also my beloved grandson, how could I give him something useless? Inside the box was an extravagant sparkling ring, a piece that had directly absorbed many blessings from the cathedral. So keeping it would benefit the boy more when he enters the relic vault. It's such a precious item that Riley could never possess it. Oh really, nephew? Now hand over that old dirty ring. Isaac gave a benevolent smile and slapped his hand hard. Get lost. He tossed the fancy ring box aside. That ridiculous thing smelled like the Pope. And leave too. Gol shouted, what are you all standing there for? Go find that ring now. Riley, witnessing this, thought to himself that the ring looked thousands of times more valuable than the trinket he'd given the boy. Yet the boy still chose mine. He raised his hand and called out, Isaac, my beloved grandson. From now on, I'll give you all the best things in life. Asili chimed in, Master Isaac is the best. The two showered the boy with affection, praising him like a balloon. On the other side, a frantic group scrambled to find it. It's deep, Master, Gol shouted, find it at all costs. If it's lost, don't expect to keep your lives. While Isaac basked in praise, he crossed his arms, smirking. I've cast a gravity spell on it. Good luck finding it. Whisper flattered, indeed, my master, your decision to touch that filthy thing with one finger is truly admirable. The one who picked it up at dawn said, me, of course, why would it be me? It's worth a fortune, I'll sell it. Over there, he was still clutching his head and screaming in helplessness. Gol stormed back into the room, slammed his fist on the table and snarled at the guard opposite him, that damn brat. Does he even know how valuable that thing is? Whatever. I bet he doesn't even know how to use that ring properly. It's precisely an item for someone who can't use holy magic. It needs to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people to work, and of course that's impossible. I wonder if even 10 people showed up for his first birthday. The next day, at the Eshua Manor, every household had come with their children, bustling and chattering. Asili held Isaac and gaped, impressive. Over 148 saint candidates attended, and with nobles and attendants, it was about 4,000 people gathered today. It seemed all the ducal families plus dozens of viscount houses had come. The emperor even showed up, and other nations sent saint candidates too. Amazing, while you snoozed in her arms, babbling in your sleep. Then you woke up thinking, why are there so many saint candidates? Are those gods lazy so they scatter them everywhere? Whisper replied, that's exactly the sort who would do that. Riley stroked his chin thoughtfully. Surprising. I thought no one would come thinking this was a trap. A voice from the doorway cut in on the conversation. How could they think that, my friend? Long time no see, Riley. The visitor was the chairman of one of the Empire's 3 merchant guilds and Riley's close friend, Count Simon. Riley surprised, Simon, you came too. He chuckled and continued, rumors spread across the Empire, so of course I had to come. Everyone knows this isn't a trap and decided to attend. Besides, didn't those weak kids of House Eshua join too? Aha. Not to mention the rewards the head of House Eshua put up, so how could I miss it? Even the Pope's family will be there. Isaac perked up at that. What prize did she set? Riley, incredulous, asked, don't be ridiculous. How could the Pope's family participate? Simon shrugged innocently, just guessing. There's no way those pompous types would appear on Eshua territory. Except our Berith family, who else don't we consider filthy commoners? Simon, lower your voice. Why, my son Aeon is also a saint candidate, and this event is hosted by House Eshua. The Pope's family has no reason to come. You should think carefully before speaking. Someone outside just opened the door and stepped in. Regardless of that crew who always look like they've stepped on a thorn, the newcomer cut him off. There's an old saying, nothing is more dangerous than a crude friend. Oh my, indeed the wisdom of the elders is never wrong. Simon was startled out of his wits. Riley anxiously called the newcomer's name, Cardinal Berith. Berith smiled with dangerous arrogance and said, I didn't expect the weaklings of House Eshua to hold an event like this. I hope this inexperienced child will bring something back from the relic vault to save your family's face. I've been very curious to see the face of the child who dares claim to be House Eshua's saint candidate. Yet now I don't see that brat anywhere. Ah well, in any case, this is still an opportunity for you. I offer my sincerest prayers that this saint candidate may raise your family's reputation. Riley, stunned, wondered, could this be a scheme arranged by the cathedral? The fact that saint candidates jumped from 25 to 148 in just a week was already bizarre. The only plausible explanation was that the cathedral turned a blind eye to candidates appearing out of thin air. Everyone would try to get their child named a saint candidate, but once those kids were brought into the vault, they'd inevitably try to eliminate weaker rivals. They might very well harm the boy in the chaos, and at the thought his hand involuntarily clenched. Then he turned to look at Isaac. If that happened, Isaac would be in danger. At that moment, our protagonist, cradled by Asili, was picking his nose innocently with a puzzled face. The son of House Eshua is excellent in appearance, but apart from the family reputation, he's utterly useless. However, to those insanely jealous of House Eshua, or to those trying to curry favor with the Pope's family, those disgusting descendants of the Holy Maiden, the child of House Eshua would be a perfect prey. Let's give this to the Eshua brat as a little joke. He won't die, but he won't be able to do anything anymore. Mix this potion into his water with a holy toxin. Teach that brat a lesson about how cruel the world is. Humiliate him in front of everyone. And announce to the world that the child of House Eshua will never become a saint. At this moment, Isaac was downing bottle after bottle the kids had handed him. After drinking, he gleefully wiped his mouth, thrilled, awesome. The kids watching were stunned and scared, whispering to each other, oh my god, I'm terrified. How many bottles did he just finish alone? Isaac flung a bottle at a brown-haired kid's head and ordered, bring me more, this poison won't kill me. The kid who got hit was terrified and began to cry. Isaac waited while the boy shook out another bottle and waved it. Say more then, the children started to panic and dodge. Some screamed, I want to go home, it's scary. They murmured among themselves, what's wrong with that child? I thought you spiked it with laxative or he grabbed the demon bottle by mistake. I don't think so, let's go. Shuri covered his face in despair. Why does he keep drinking? This is humiliating. Don't sully the name Eshua. If you're a saint candidate, you should at least notice when something's wrong. He snatched the bottle Isaac was chugging and shouted, "Stop drinking, are you that thirsty?" Isaac looked puzzled at his action. Shuri held out another bottle to him. "Here, drink this if you want." Before the sentence finished, he shoved the whole bottle into Isaac's face. Isaac scolded in displeasure, but it contains poison. "Give it here, give me the deadliest bottle." The kid holding the poison bottle rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Why is he so hyperactive?" "But that bottle has holy poison," another kid intervened. "Are you crazy? If he drinks that he'll die instantly." Isaac gaped, "Holy poison." "Then give it here," and he jumped forward with eyes brighter than car headlights, delighted, making that kid scream in fright. The kids scrambled into a chaotic mess while other children watching clustered and whispered, "Looks like he has strong toxin resistance. I heard one can train holy power to break down toxins themselves." "What, are you saying the boy reached that level already?" "But then why is he hunting for poison bottles?" "Maybe he wants to make sure no one else accidentally drinks them because they're dangerous." Shuri sat in a corner hearing this and smirked to himself. Nonsense. Then a voice rang out, "Really? Are you implying that that kid is sacrificing himself?" Kina Barith sneered mockingly. Shuri blinked in surprise. "Why is this guy here, Kina Barith?" "I've never heard the Pope's family would participate." The white-haired youth standing there is the direct heir of the Pope's house, Kina Barith. The other kids buzzed. "Wait, isn't that Kina Barith? Why is the Pope's family in the Saintess's relic vault?" "Oh my, looks like we already know who's winning." After beating that kid, Isaac just sat on him and drained the bottle. "You also noticed the commotion over here, oh ho. So that's the brat guaranteed to become a saint. But can the Pope's Barith family really have hair that pure white? Did he bleach it? Everyone else in that family has different colored hair." Kina smiled faintly and replied, "What's strange about a member of the Pope's family being in the Saintess's relic vault? Our family leads all the clergy, so the Saintess's relic vault belongs to us too. I'm just here to take what's mine. Why are you all acting surprised?" Isaac smirked, judging inwardly. Judging by his arrogant tone, he's definitely from the Pope's family. But that brat is a monster too. His pure holy power even surpasses a bishop. Indeed, the #1 saint candidate. Are you lot planning to insult the host with such crude methods? And you still call yourselves saint candidates? Kina Barith continued, pathetic. What good comes from humiliating a child? How could a child possibly have toxin resistance? Surely it's the saintess's power trying to protect this child. Then he approached Isaac, half kneeling with a smile. Isaac sighed, thinking stupidity really is hereditary. Kina summoned holy power and said gently with a smile, pathetic, "It's fine, let me detoxify him." The kids around buzzed. At this age, able to use holy detox magic? Look at that holy power. It's got to be at least rank 5. You looked at him with contempt. "Oh, who is this kid trying to fool?" You looked at him with contempt. "Oh, who is this kid trying to fool?" Then you smiled and slapped Kina Barith loudly across the face. He stood dazed, and one boy shouted, "Did his holy power just vanish?" Kina Barith turned, his eyes full of shock. His holy power was nullified. Impossible by a child like that. Isaac, innocently mischievous. He stared at his hand, doubting his life. Could he be stronger than me? That Eshu vermin, huh? Isaac glared back when he was glowered at. "What are you looking at, brat? I'll smash your skull with this bottle." Then suddenly a figure lunged in, grabbed him tight and shouted, "No, don't do that." Onlookers craving drama gasped, "Oh my, he's caring for the child because they're of the same house." That boy just slapped the one trying to save him. How rude. Do they really think they can stand against the Pope's house? You really think you can protect that child? Shuri held struggling Isaac tight, thinking, idiots, if it weren't for me that bottle would have been in your heads already. Kina Barith regained his haughty composure and said loftily, "It's fine, perhaps I startled the boy a bit. After all, he's just a child. Anyway, good luck to you, heirs of House Eshua. At least try to do something to save your family's face." Shuri and Isaac ground their teeth in anger. "But of course the best treasure here will be mine. After all, House Eshua doesn't even dare approach the dried demon lord's corpse anymore." Shuri muttered, "What an annoying brat. What's he trying to do, show off or something?" Isaac leapt up and shouted, making him flinch, "What did that white-headed bastard just say? Did he just mention the dried demon lord's corpse?" He grabbed Isaac's arm, voice trembling. "Hey, you suddenly, what's wrong with you? Stop jerking my arm." The head of the family promised to grant the secret technique to whoever brings back the dried demon lord's corpse. Isaac went pale and whispered, his voice hoarse and breathless, "Melissa, how dare you toy with my corpse?" Isaac's face began to flash with anger. The children started to disperse into small groups. Isaac sat dazed. "I've been accumulating mana in my body for centuries. If I could get it, reaching level 10 wouldn't be an issue. But now these kids are all guarding it, so I have no way to sneak it out. Whatever, I'll trample anyone in my way," he thought, then tossed the bottle in his hand to the ground. An elder's voice rang out, "Everyone, gather round. You lot will soon have to leave, so from now on listen carefully to what I say. This relic vault is a sanctuary. It holds the relics of saintesses of old." Hearing that, he thought, here we go with the history lecture again. When will we ever get out of here? Ah, how boring. "I'll go ahead. Shuri, are you coming? Hey, where do you think you're going?" He took a running start with his foot and dashed off with a bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shuri turned his face away to avoid it. He quickly called for the elder Isaac had. The kid's face was grinning like he'd won the lottery as he raced off. It's finally time to use the holy spell I just learned. The elder shouted a warning, Isaac, that's a forbidden area. If you go that way, all the vault's traps will activate. At that, the children were all terrified. Shuri chased after him at the command, stop that boy. As she entered Great Hall, Asili anxiously told Riley standing beside her, I hope the young master is okay. The host announced we've established connection with the inside of the relic vault. My summoned beast is following the third place candidate, so I'll relay information. The first vault door has opened and candidates are passing through. Riley was equally worried, thinking to herself it's already starting. The current third place is Ammon, Simon shouted in delight. My second place is Shuri. Goal was a bit surprised and proudly boasted, that's my child. In first place goes to Isaac. Riley and Asili widened their eyes in surprise. The loudspeaker nearly exploded as it repeated, Isaac. The elder chasing after you is about to spit blood. Isaac, please, not that way. Then he accidentally stepped on some mechanism. If you keep running, more traps will trigger. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck the elder, making him scream. Shuri, terrified, screamed too. The scene descended into chaos. The kids scattered, some screaming as they ran. Mom, I'm sorry, save me. Shuri sobbed without sound, accusing, you crazy idiot. Why did you run there and cause this mess? The vault's trial itself was dangerous enough, and now we have to avoid intrusion prevention traps too. Isaac didn't care and kept charging forward. They reached a massive door. He stopped and asked, so this is the door to the second vault. The second trap door has been triggered. Use the side entrance to the second vault. Shuri shouted a warning. Isaac isn't there. Whisper suddenly appeared and said, wonderful master, thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I've ranked up. Isaac grinned more wickedly than a capitalist. Good, now I can make you work harder, damn it. Bring everything here, he ordered. Whisper darted off a bang. The kids outside were just coming to their senses and paused their chatter. I had no idea it was this tough. So that's why the scientists were so strong, huh? A boy pointed at Shuri hovering in midair. Isn't that the Ishua kid? Yeah, something like Sue. How can he fly? Did the family teach him beforehand? Not fair at all. Shuri sighed as if they'd taught him anything, you idiots. As if I wanted to float like that, put me down. Whisper dropped him. He fell face first to the ground, then reported, Master, I've secured the informant for us. Shuri scrambled up and said, stop this. I don't know how you passed the first vault's trial, the trial of choice, but from the second vault on, one small mistake can kill you. You have to fight your fears and choose the harder path to sharpen your senses. Isaac cut him off with a lightning bolt, talking too much. Whatever, hurry up and explain what's inside the second vault. Once you enter, remember, never attack the enemies, okay? Don't attack them. What nonsense is that? Why can't I attack my enemies? That's the only way to clear the second vault. Whatever appears, you must stand still for 3 minutes until they vanish. Say you understand or we'll both die. Isaac felt his patience wearing thin. Ridiculous, testing my patience, huh? People have actually died from that. Fine, how hard can it be? Just don't attack, right? 3 minutes is nothing for me. As the great door opened, a voice rang out, welcome to the corridor of calm. Patience is a virtue and cold reason. Remain calm and steadfast, and that patience will lead you to the light. Scene shift to another space. It's over with Kina Barith's group. The blue-haired underling anxiously asked, are you sure this is safe? We're at the end there. Kina turned and smiled confidently. There's no reason for us to go first on that dangerous path. Those meat shields will take the hits for us. Did you forget there's an 8-tier demon standing guard at the door of the second vault? I'm sure the ones up front are stuck in there. See that? Following where he pointed, the second door was ajar. The trial has begun. Inside the second vault, do not waver. A shadowy figure gradually appeared. It was a ridiculously handsome deity who continued, that patience will lead you to the light. If not, after only 3 seconds, Isaac unleashed holy power and tore that guy apart, damn it. Shuri saw it and his hope of survival died right then. Remembering Isaac's confident line, 3 minutes is nothing for me, oh boy. He couldn't help but shout, that crazy bastard. Isaac grit his teeth, how can I stand still seeing the face of a deity? Whisper chimed in, I think 3 seconds is already generous. A disembodied announcement rang out, you have failed. Those lacking patience will be punished by the deity. A monster appeared from who knows where. Oh shit, my soul left my body, he muttered, that's it, I'm dead for sure. Isaac grinned wickedly and summoned a powerful red holy surge. He threw a strike that knocked the monster flat as a pancake. Shuri gaped agape, stammering. The monster exploded in a spray of bits like fireworks. Shuri stared in disbelief, what the hell just happened? Its corpse collapsed into a pile of rubble and dirt. He thought to himself, this is supposed to be tier 8. Are you kidding me? The magic from my subordinate created that golem. The elite demons of the Dry Demon Lord, the 14 attendants, that's their unique magic. Have they now been turned into lapdogs for House Eshua, or does this place have something to do with my body? I need to go see for myself. Shuri saw Isaac start running again and hurriedly asked, hey, where are you going now? A smug laugh came from behind. Aha, who would have thought the descendants of House Eshua would help us like this? They stepped out from behind the bushes. Leading them was a red-haired brat pointing and saying, see, I told you those people knew how to pass the trial. He's the Scarlet Faith Zealot, one of the 5 faiths, the third son of Duke Sepet's house, Nizer. Nizer chuckled smugly. Thanks for taking out the gatekeeper for us. Now move aside. We'll be the first into the second vault. You don't know what we had to go through because of that damn kid. Yeah, if that brat had gone in first, he'd have triggered all the traps inside. Isaac didn't hear a word, only wondered how so many of them were still alive. Nizer continued to taunt. Who knew the Eshua descendants could be so vicious? Shuri, are you in league with him? He asked, bewildered. Who with him? No way, I told you I'm not. Did you hear me? Nizer stepped in front of Isaac and said, everyone saw this kid dodge all the traps, right? Do you think he could do it alone? See, it's an artifact. The ring must be imbued with some magic. He snatched the ring off Isaac's neck and held it up to show off. Everyone looked. With this we can dodge all the traps ahead. Shuri, sitting over there, sneered at the kids. You're mistaken, kid. But he still looked so calm that I'm scared. He's not the kind to let someone steal his stuff and walk away. Nizer and his gang pocketed the ring and marched off. Stay put, Eshua. Someone will bring back the dried demon lord's corpse, something no one has ever done before. It'll be me, no one else. The boy cheered like he'd won the lottery. Mid-celebration, he suddenly felt a mysterious power and froze, his grin fatting. Then in a flash, a terrifying explosion erupted amid screams. Shuri grit her teeth and dodged the blast remnants. What kind of trap is this? Isaac used them as bait. Inside the room it was all smoke and dust. In the second vault, Shuri carried Isaac on her shoulders, wadding through corpses strewn everywhere. He glanced at them with a sneer. All the mines here have detonated, thanks for the help, kids. But his eyes grew hazy as he began to ponder. Why did those kids follow me? The remaining kids watched in awe. That child must have some divine sense, right? After all, he's from the Saintess family. Nizer acted odd earlier. The ring looked like an antique. Besides, no way someone from House Eshua would cheat like that. Whisper covered his mouth, chuckling. It seems they've recognized your greatness, master. How wonderful. Isaac ground his teeth and scrawled a huge, scornful expression. I don't need their recognition. Shuri mocked the naive kids. You'd better run before it's too late. This kid's scarier than any demon. Another figure stepped forward and said, if there's truly a saint, that child is the most fitting. Isaac glanced toward him. The blonde boy smiled as he approached and introduced himself. Pleased to meet you, youngest scion of House Eshua. I'm Paris Julius, second prince of the Julius kingdom. The crowd murmured, it's a kingdom east of the holy state. They say the prince there received the god's blessing. Isaac heard and concluded, oh, this guy might be useful. Shuri called out, Isaac. Isaac answered with a single call in reply. He announced, we're here. This is the door to the third vault. Before them stood a massive gate adorned with ancient, intricate patterns. This is the door to the third vault. Before them stood a massive gate adorned with ancient, intricate patterns. This is the memory level. Show your courage and resolve. The kids behind cheered excitedly. Great, we've reached the next vault. Good thing we followed this child instead of Nizer. We'll secure the dried demon lord's corpse. The challenge is simple. Defeat us and claim the glory. The kids excitedly debated. Say, show us your courage so we should fight them. Just a trial. Isaac was still thinking whether that gatekeeper could be. Isaac's gaze turned dangerous. It's probably them. This will be entertaining, he thought with obvious delight. He signaled the kids to stop. Shuri sweated and calculated. Isaac always makes the right call, so that gatekeeper is lying. The first vault was about choice. Isaac just had to rush straight through it. The second vault was about composure. Isaac was anything but composed. And this third one is about memory. That's the clue, so we have to recall what happened in the first and second trials. We can't attack them. He waved his hands. Shuri, everyone fall back. This way. Shuri was surprised. Isaac is helping those people. No matter how nasty he is, he's still a descendant of the Saintess. Maybe the Saintess's kindness has awakened. Could I have misjudged Isaac all this time? This kid would sacrifice himself and guide everyone the right way. Isaac chuckled and flung a holy orb square into that deity's face. Shuri fell silent for a moment. The man snarled and gripped his weapon in anger. At the same time, he darted forward like a lightning bolt. Then he lunged and slashed toward the kid's spot, his voice full of warning. You've chosen poorly. The kid screamed wildly for help. Shuri trembled at the horrific scene before her. Oh mother. She stared frozen, unable to process what was happening. What is this? Contrary to Shuri's doubt, Isaac couldn't hide his amusement. Could this madman? Isaac grinned so hard his eyes squinted, all sly and wicked. It's been ages since I've seen them again. How foolish to believe others so easily. Aspiring saints. They are deceitful puppets created by the magic of the 14 attendants. The 2 demons were released, and explosions immediately erupted everywhere. The surviving kids cried out painfully for their parents. Where did the Eshua clan members go? They were just here. Go find them quickly. Shuri and Isaac were enveloped by a level 6 invisible holy spell. And there was also that prince. Seeing he was safe, he tentatively stepped forward. Isaac felt pleased inwardly. This is the blessing my uncle gave me for emergencies. It's the perfect time to use it. Little Paris spoke softly. Thank you for casting the holy spell on me, by the way. Isaac motioned to him to understand and tossed him a ring, signaling him to take it. Paris immediately raised the ring to inspect it, then turned excitedly to ask, you gave me this because I'm not used to fighting demons, right? Thank you so much, I will never forget this kindness. No sooner had he finished speaking than Paris poured holy power into the ring. Instantly, he was drained of holy power and screamed, I'll tell my father about this. Whisper and Isaac laughed gleefully. As expected, he's my owner. Grandpa, the prince has the most holy power after all. Shuri could no longer hold back and looked back at him, wondering, Uncle, what on earth did you bring back to the clan? After a moment, the children shouted in unison again. Does anyone here have defensive holy magic? Gather together. They arranged tactics, some to defend, some to attack, while the two demons continued slaughtering and shouting, accept your punishment. One kid blocked, another seized the chance to counterattack, holding a high-level light orb ready in his hand. But just as he was about to strike, he inexplicably tripped over a platform and fell. Immediately, the kid who had taken the blow recoiled in horror and looked back. And before he could understand what was happening, a ring flew to his side, and his spell suddenly lost all holy power and he fainted. The demon fighting him paused to look, then looked puzzled and said to its companion, Is there anyone else here we've tricked? Whisper reported back, the ring has absorbed all the holy power from the kids on this side. Isaac commanded, then go to the other side. Whisper responded and flew over there. One boy immediately lost all his holy power and collapsed. Isaac thought to himself, don't hate me, these deceitful things won't attack enemies who have been neutralized. So fainting after being drained is better than getting injured. After dealing with those two, Whisper returned and reported, Master, it's almost done. No sooner had it finished speaking than a gigantic fireball appeared, rushing straight at the two demons and incinerating them. Whisper couldn't prepare in time and hurriedly dove to the ground to dodge. Just then, another kid stepped in and shouted, found him Isaac. It was none other than the white-haired boy Kina. Those who saw him felt annoyed inwardly. I was wondering where this guy had gone, so he finally decided to show up. Shuri stared downward in panic, thinking, oh my, I know he's a genius. But beside Kina, a pair of wings slowly appeared, and then the complete body of a giant bird materialized. Shuri was horrified inwardly. At this age, he can already summon a holy spirit. Is this game hacked? Kina said again, you surprised me. I didn't expect anyone else here besides me could slay demons. Or did you also lure those kids into a trap like in the first trial? If so, then. While he was speaking, two other kids suddenly entered, supporting each other and shouting, no, that child tried to complete the trial for us. He even showed us the direction to go. He is our benefactor. Hearing them, Isaac sighed inwardly. These kids are totally crazy. Whisper sneered, is this what people call Stockholm Syndrome? Kina paid no mind and turned back, benefactor, aren't you ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates? I can't believe you need help from a child like that. One kid snapped back, hey, you've been hiding this whole time, why are you barking now? How have you helped while we were risking our necks to find the traps? More and more kids crawled out, shouting insults, that's right, Isaac is more like a saint than you. When we get out, we'll tell our parents about this. You're always avoiding danger. Who did all this for us? You didn't do anything. Let's tell our parents it's better to follow the Artichua clan. Shuri heard them and lamented inwardly. That's not true. The cruel child is trying to take advantage of those people. They were angrily cursing when the ground suddenly shook violently. The children turned toward the source of the sound and saw a light orb rising up there. The kids clustered around, curiously asking each other, is that the real gate leading to the third archive? It seems like it. I think so. So does that mean the second trial is over? The orb spoke, congratulations to the candidates for passing the second trial. I am the final gatekeeper of the Archive of Sacred Relics. Now choose, stop the trial here and select your treasure, or continue facing trials to reach the third archive. One kid said, of course we'll choose the latter. The voice immediately rang out. Choose carefully, stop the trial here and select your treasure, or continue facing the trial to the third repository. If you pass the trial, you can find treasures in the third repository, but if you fail, you will die. The kids trembled with fear at those words. Whisper reported, Master, judging from the aura in that voice. Isaac cut in to confirm, yes, it's a dragon. It's been a long time since I've met one. Then what it said about death must be true. Suddenly the kids found courage and shouted, even so, I'll choose the trial. We've put in so much effort to get here. That's right, if we can get treasure from the third archive, we'll surely become saints. Me too, I also want to reach the third archive. After a while of discussion among the kids, the voice rang out again. So you are willing to face danger and choose the trial. Very well, then accept the trial. As soon as it finished speaking, the ground trembled once more, and rocks began falling continuously. Isaac was thrilled like a maniac, and the voice said again, the final trial is simple, praise your God. No sooner had the words ended than a statue fell down. The kids asked each other in confusion, what is that? Another statue? Is that our God's statue? The statue moved and spoke, show reverence to your God. Only those who prove their faith may enter the third archive. The kids couldn't believe it and said, all we have to do is kneel and pray before that statue. But this is a trial, this is way too simple. Only Isaac muttered resentfully, no way, you bastard. There's no way I'm kneeling before that jerk, especially after he's toyed with me for hundreds of years and tricked me at the last moment. Suddenly a boy stepped forward and said, it's not that hard, right? I just need to pray to our God, correct? Then he dropped to one knee, raised both hands and prayed, O Most High, the Supreme One worthy of endless glory and honor. This servant bows in worship. The statue immediately spoke, you were taught properly, well done, approved. The boy jumped up cheering, the others crowded in to discuss, so we just need to pray, yeah really. Suddenly Isaac leapt down off Shuri. Shuri was about to tell him to go pray when he kicked and snarled, Grandpa, why should I do that? Then someone else walked past Isaac. Kina strode forward with solemnity, saying as he went, we were taught how to pray at the Holy Hall. Look, this is the proper posture for worshipping our God. The kids exclaimed in surprise, I want to be a servant too. Then, to Shuri's astonishment, the whole group rushed to kneel and the prayer echoed, O Most High, Supreme One worthy, we bow in worship. Seeing him standing there, the statue thundered, what are you still standing for? Do you intend to give up and accept death? Immediately, Shuri joined the others in continuous prayer. Suddenly, the statue turned its attention elsewhere, saw Isaac with his chin raised and asked, Child, why do you not kneel? Isaac replied angrily, Grandpa, are you crazy if you think I'll do that? Seeing him sit there acting old, the kids looked at each other and asked, what's wrong with that boy? Does this child have a problem with his faith? So the rumors that the Eshua clan lost their faith are true. Hearing them, Shuri clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, that vicious brat, don't sully our clan's reputation, just pray. Kina looked at Ijock with satisfaction, thinking, all of this will be recorded. Does that kid want to lose his chance to become a saint? No matter how talented, without faith he's worthless. I shouldn't have paid attention to him from the start. The statue shouted again, what a disrespectful act, child of the Saint Maiden's clan. Before the statue finished, Isaac retorted, Grandpa, so what, you pig? Gee, even if I die, I won't kneel before your pile of filth. The statue, as if understanding his words, fell silent. AI, who had been easily excited, suddenly felt an oppressive presence descend. The statue now radiated murderous intent as it stared at him. A cold voice rang out, insolent one, receive your punishment. AI, though crushed, still refused to yield and cursed, Grandpa, fuck off. If you dare come at me, I'm so angry I'll smash that statue. Whisper leapt forward to dissuade him, Master, that's very dangerous. But he had made up his mind, holy power quickly condensed in his palm. Suddenly the statue returned to its original pose and exclaimed, excellent. Isaac suppressed the holy power in his hand, sat up, and looked at the statue in puzzlement. The statue spoke again, you are approved, that child candidate may proceed to the third archive. Hearing this, Kina shouted in disbelief, huh, what? He rose in indignation and pointed at Isaac, demanding, you said we had to demonstrate faith to be approved. That kid didn't even pray. And yet he's approved, that's absurd. The statue replied, that child is the only one who meets the requirements to pass through this gate. Only he has shown his faith to the divine. Do you really not understand? You knelt before the statue, not before the god. Is your faith merely kneeling before a symbol? Hearing that, Shuri was a bit unsettled and thought, although it takes the form of a deity, a statue is still just a symbol. We've been deceived. The kids erupted in murmurs, how can that be? That statue looks like our god from the sacred painting. But indeed the scriptures say not to worship idols. Then the statue pointed at Isaac and said, look at that child. Even when facing the fear of death, he refuses to submit and keeps his faith. Therefore only that child is worthy to enter the third archive. Isaac, indignant, cursed back, shut your mouth. Kina glared at him, teeth clenched, I won't accept that. He rushed toward the statue and shouted, that child can't even speak yet. How do you know he doesn't kneel out of faith? Whisper jumped out and said, I think he's right. Clearly the boy didn't want to. Isaac nodded in agreement. And seeing no one object, Kina shouted even louder. Moreover, if he truly has that faith, then why doesn't he have a holy mark? At that, Isaac was slightly startled. The kids also murmured in shock, what? The boy doesn't have one? I'm right here. How can a saint candidate not have a holy mark? Seeing everyone focus their gaze on Isaac, Kina smiled smugly, thinking maliciously, he's the only candidate without a holy mark. Give up, kid, you don't deserve to be a saint without one. But the statue said, you speak of a saint candidate lacking a holy mark, that's because he's still young. At that answer, the whole group fell silent. The statue, unconcerned with their reactions, snorted and said, I mean he is simply too young. Kina, after a moment of stunned thought, flew into a rage and argued, that sounds ridiculous, wait, can you move? The statue replied indifferently, I mean the child is still a baby, believe me. The kids shouted, then let me in too. If someone without a holy mark can enter, why can't I, who has one, enter? Right, I have one too, that proves I'm a candidate. The statue exhaled and answered, you must understand that having a holy mark doesn't mean you're special. Do you really all think that? So you all want to enter the third archive, right? The kids answered in unison, yes. The statue pondered for a moment and then said, very well, enter, I allow it. Hearing this, the group erupted in joy. Wonderful, now we can enter the third archive. Only Shuri was a little surprised, wondering, something's off. would it let us in that easily? The statue continued, I mean, if you insist on flying into the fire like moths, go ahead, I'll certainly let you in. As soon as it finished speaking, the statue dimmed and its mouth twisted into a terrifying grin. The door to the third vault opened, and a wave of dark mana was unleashed, striking the group of kids in the face. Some of them struggled to breathe, others vomited from the force, when that voice sounded again. Do you feel it? That's the dark mana seeping from the corpse of the dried demon king. Know your place, you fools. I had intended to spare those who couldn't withstand the dark mana. Now most of the kids are collapsing, retching on the spot. Only Isaac's mouth curled into a smile. He looked inside excitedly and shouted, wonderful, my body, the dried demon king's body, my body lies in there. Isaac drooled in longing, thinking, I never thought we'd reunite after self-destructing in heaven. My God, look at how much dark mana is leaking out. His sinister posture immediately terrified the kids, but the voice said, look, that child has proven his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior. The kids went pale and muttered, sure, but his eyes are glazed like an addict's. What kind of freakish baby is that? The voice from the orb rang out again, it's not too late. Those who cannot smile in the face of death should turn back. If you give up now, I will allow you to choose a treasure from the second vault. Hearing that, the kids counseled themselves. Damn it, how can I survive this massive dark mana? I'm not going in means death. I'll just try to pick the best item from the second vault. Suddenly, a voice rang out. No, I don't need any treasures from the second vault. Kina stepped forward and shouted, we will enter the third vault, so activate all the traps inside. Hearing him, the kids cursed the madman under their breath. The voice asked in surprise, are you serious? Kina spread his arms and bellowed, no saint in history has ever taken the dried demon king's corpse. Not even the famed saintess Melissa managed it. The voice praised, it seems you know something about the third vault. Kina smugly thought, there's no way Saintess Melissa would let these kids die, this must be a method to thin out candidates. He added, I don't want to hear talk of us taking treasures without trouble anymore. So restore the third vault to its most dangerous original state. Only then will I be rated higher than the Saintess. AC glanced and muttered, this kid's really crazy. The orb lit up and responded, if you insist, fine, that will make it easier for me to determine who the true saint is. Seeing the blinding light, one kid couldn't help shouting, ah, if you want to go in alone. But the whole group was lifted off the ground, screaming in disbelief, why are you dragging us along? Deep within the third vault, a skeletal hand lay at the center. The kids who entered could no longer stand. A jock cried out in delight, oh, chaos indeed. Whisper pointed and shouted, Master, there. He meant the place where the bony hand was surrounded by flickering mana. Whisper exclaimed joyfully, your body is there. Isaac whispered in glee, well done. My baby, meaning my body, is absorbing the energy in the third archive. The kids now saw it too and asked in panic, is that the dried demon king's corpse? Just the hand gives off that much dark mana. Isaac thought differently, it's not the whole hand, it's only the thumb. Is that what's left of me? The others are all copies. Suddenly, the hand erupted with a huge surge of mana. From inside that column of mana, the shape of a demon appeared. The kids clutched their heads in terror. Ah, a demon, thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial. The voice rang out again, didn't you ask to disable all the safety devices? Isaac stared at the demon in astonishment. Wait, that's the demon stamped its foot on the ground, threw its head back and roared, you worms, how dare you covet the body of my lord? One kid pointed at Kina and cursed, it's all your fault, are you going to take responsibility for this? Kina waved indifferently and stepped forward. Trust me, I guarantee you can leave here safely with a treasure. He thought, the 14 retainers, elite subordinates trained by the dried demon king, are also fools captured by the Holy Pope's clan. I've prepared a holy spell capable of countering that one, the treasure will be mine. At that thought, Kina's eyes flashed, a vast pressure descended as he intoned, kneel. Seeing this scene, the kid stared and murmured, wow, that's the light of the Holy Pope's clan. Kina privately rejoiced, good, it's working, now I'll take it. Suddenly the demon shouted, so it's you, isn't it? It was no longer restrained and lunged at Kina, threatening, you worms dare covet the body of my lord. At the same time, outside the entrance to the relic vault, people gathered and murmured, what's going on in there? The connection was suddenly cut off. And shortly after, someone ran up shouting, big trouble, the demon seal in the third archive has been undone. Hearing this, Ryan Simon panicked and broke into a sweat. Simon bit his hand and muttered, Ryle, the sealed demon is one of the 14 retainers, right? Ryle wondered in alarm, how did this happen? If it really is one of the 14 retainers, then those inside are in danger. Those with children inside scrambled and asked, what about the elders sent as supervisors? They went missing trying to disable the traps. So the kids inside are in extreme danger. How can the children handle that monster? We must stop the trial and get them out. Just then, a huge teleportation gate appeared outside the entrance, its blinding light causing people to squint. Ryle stared in confusion. Is the relic vault opening? What is that dazzling light? Someone said, please stay away from the entrance. The leaked dark mana could be dangerous. Someone else said, no, wait a moment, I don't sense the presence of a demon. Has it been defeated? Hearing them, Hari hid among the crowd, quietly pleased. Well done, Kina. The crowd buzzed. You mean the demon guarding the dried demon king's corpse has been defeated? Then one of the saint candidates must have done it. probably Kina Baris, as expected of the Holy Pope's clan. Ryle, hearing this, could only bite his lip and endure. The others, unconcerned, stepped up to Hari to offer congratulations. Congratulations, Cardinal, this result is worthy of the strongest saint candidate. Hari smiled and replied, it seems Kina has completed the task excellently. Saying that, he glanced at Rai and thought smugly to himself, Family Eshua, this is the consequence of your foolish resistance to the authority of the Holy Pope's clan. Now that we have the dried Demon King's corpse, you will have to submit to us. It's time to end your arrogant displays of nobility. Suddenly someone shouted, look, the children are coming out. Everyone turned to look. Raul prayed anxiously, Isaac, Shuri, please be okay. After a while, most of the children came out, and as they reunited with their relatives, they burst into loud cries. Raul did a quick head count and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, though a few were injured, thankfully none are seriously hurt. Seeing no more emerge, the crowd muttered, the children who entered the third vault still haven't come back, do they? Could they be in danger? Raul grew more uneasy, staring fixedly at the gate without blinking. Someone else shouted, the final saint candidates are coming out. Shuri and Ammon, exhausted, led the group of children out. Gojal and Simon rushed over to ask, child, are you all right? Gol picked Shuri up and she wailed as if she'd never cried before. Go gently asked if the child was injured anywhere. Raul, pale-faced and unbelieving, screamed in his head, where is Isaac? Isn't the boy with them? Suddenly Hari shouted, Kina, Kina, step forward. Kina looked at him with an ugly expression. Hari demanded, Kina, what are you holding in your hand? Where is the dried Demon King's body? Kina stammered, horrified, unable to speak coherently. That. Hari flew into a rage and cursed. When did I tell you to bring this useless thing back? At that moment, another teleportation gate opened in the sky, and the crowd pointed and shouted, look, is that a wolf? In the sky, a wolf carrying Isaac in its mouth stood there. Ryle also turned in astonishment and exclaimed incredulously, wait, that's Isaac. The wolf landed. Ryle ran over calling for Isaac. Asili also called, young Master Isaac. She hesitated as she looked at the wolf and said, but young Master Lai, that wolf is a guardian drake, holding the role of protector for the relic vault. A holy drake? Ryle thought in shock. She's right, that's the little drake, the creature guarding the relic vault. Though it takes the form of a wolf, the energy it emits proves it's a holy drake. Mistress, you have a close bond with dragons and summoned it to guard the relic vault. Its mere presence is noble enough. He stepped forward to look at Jock, puzzled, wondering, what was that noise? All he saw was Isaac sucking on a small bone in his mouth. Seeing this, some people shouted, Elder, could what A is holding actually be the body of the dried Demon King? Why is the boy holding it? Isaac did it. That child brought back the dried Demon King's body. Hearing them, Hari barked, Kina, did you give it to that brat? I don't think that was a wise move, but it's the compassion of a saint helping the house save face. As he spoke, he glanced toward Lai. Suddenly, the wolf's voice rang out, what nonsense are you spouting? No one but this child could have taken the dried Demon King's body, you fool. Hearing that, Kina grew even more terrified. Hari couldn't believe it either. What? Kina recalled the scene and was still horrified. Why didn't my holy spell work? The demon lunged forward and shouted, you filthy vermin. It leapt right in front of the children, struck down with a loud roar, die. The children dared not look and fled. Kina stood frozen with fear. With a bang, smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Kina slowly opened her eyes, surprised to see the children protected by a barrier. Seeing Isaac's small arm still radiating holy power, they realized who had done it. The child of the Rasua family. The demon missed a strike and cursed in fury, you filthy cleric, how dare you covet the body of the great dried Demon King? Die. It threw another punch. Isaac, furious, swung back and scolded, old man, you stupid fool, old man. Don't you even recognize your master? Back in the present, people now looked at Hari with contempt and whispered, that dragon wouldn't lie, would it? So the Rasua child really brought it back. Then what did Kina do? Suddenly D'Isle stepped forward and said, but isn't this dragon extremely dangerous? The 14 retainers aren't demons kids can handle. Why did you remove its seal? The wolf replied smugly, oh, the 14 retainers. That white-headed brat asked me to lift the seal. The children calmed and pointed at Kina, accusing, yes, Kina ordered the dragon to activate all the traps in the third vault. He dragged us along and put us in danger. The people surrounded Hari and accused him. So our children almost died because of Kina. How could someone from the Holy Pope's clan do such a thing? If Isaac hadn't defeated the demon, things would have been worse. Wait, does that mean the Eshua child defeated the Holy Pope's clan child? Isn't that wonderful? A child who isn't even a saint yet is already that powerful. So the rumors that the Eshua family is about to return are true. The more Hari heard them, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth. Ryle was both relieved and worried, thinking, Jock, you really did a very good thing. Just then, some elders came over to coax him. Little one, that bone is dangerous. Could you be a little more obedient this time? But Isaac stubbornly refused and pushed their hands away. The old bones, elders exclaimed in disbelief, oh my, how strong is this child? Kim Isaac, someone privately thought, I have so much mana now, maybe it's from the will to survive, but I was able to absorb it almost instantly. Unable to extract anything from Isaac, one person went over to Ryle and said, ha, Isaac did very well, the mistress will be very pleased to hear this. Ryle forced a smile and replied, yes. She then added slyly, with that, we can finally track down the soul of the dried demon king using divination magic. From afar, Isaac heard and choked, huh, wait, is this why they wanted my body? He looked again at the elders in horror. Their voices sounded like soul-seeking demons. Bring it here, everyone. Go find the dried demon king and tear him apart. Isaac panicked and backed away. What the hell is going on? One old man, blushing, said, at last we can avenge the grievance of 150 years. Bring it here. But Isaac ordered the wolf to sit down, then took the opportunity to swallow the bone into his stomach. Quickly urged the wolf to fly off, cursing inwardly, you crazy lot, I hope I never have to see you again. The next day in the clan's great hall, a group of elders gathered to ask, have you found it yet? The old woman from before said, I don't think it's here. After a while, she collapsed again and lamented, why hasn't it appeared? Not far away, Isaac ground his teeth and muttered angrily, keep searching all day and see if you find it. Still, what happened in the relic vault weighed more on my mind. He recalled the fight with that demon. After Isaac sent it flying back, it panicked and in demon tongue cried out, Master, is this mana yours, Master? When I heard the news of your death, I thought my world had collapsed, but deep down I always knew you would return to us. Master, I need to serve you. Master has been captured. At that point, the demon vanished. Isaac tried desperately to get it to continue but failed, angrily cursing, damn it, if you're going to speak, at least say it clearly. I still have many questions for you. Back in the present, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. The ones who captured him were from the Holy Pope's clan, right? I need to investigate this. Just as he thought this, a bottle of milk was brought before him, making Isaac start awake. Ryle went berserk and shouted, hey, hurry, bring some laxative, something strong. Seeing this, Whisper laughed like it was harvest time, while Isaac grimaced and cursed, this damned clan, one day I'll wreak havoc on them. An old man worriedly cried out, if the mistress finds out about this, we're doomed. She might even gut the boy. Ryle calmed down and reassured him, calm down, elder, it'll be fine. Although she once dissected one of her own sons, after all the boy is still her grandson. Mentioning this made the two of them even more terrified. Even her son was. Over there, Whisper said, but didn't Melissa go on a pilgrimage with the mistress here? Aya replied, yes, they'll be gone for a while, so I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa returns, then I'll run. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened by Gull. He strode in and shouted, right, come out here immediately. The mistress is calling for you. That sentence made Ike start. What? Ryle was equally alarmed. My mother is back, but she's never returned early from a pilgrimage like this. Isaac was sweating, swearing under his breath. Damn it, did they come back early because of me? I haven't finished absorbing the mana yet. This is bad. Knowing Melissa's temperament, she'll certainly tear me apart. After a while, gold, silver, and jewels were displayed in the room. The elders asked in disbelief, are all these gifts for Ijak? Ryle sighed, I thought the mistress herself would come. Go joked back, are you scared? She isn't back. She only sent a voice message saying she'd return with the master. Besides, I never said she had arrived. Hearing his calm tone, Ijak ground his teeth and cursed, you damned bastard. Suddenly, a blonde soldier entered and reported, it seems the Holy Pope also sent gifts. Upon hearing that, two elders spat and swore, damn them. The blonde soldier was confused by the scene. The Pope's envoys will hear you. They're waiting just outside. No sooner had he finished than someone entered, smiling. The emperor is very concerned about this incident, so these gifts were prepared by the Pope's people as an apology and a token of thanks to the Jos Rosua family. But it seems the Rosua family doesn't much like the Pope's gift. However, everyone will surely like this one. The cardinal said it would be of great help to Ijak. Seeing the item inside, the elder stammered, is that the Tri-Army General? Ijak asked in confusion, what the hell is that? Whisper answered, it's a medal. Elsewhere, the old men crowded together and murmured, a medal from the Pope? Impossible. Suddenly the man cried out, Lord Ryle, please accept it. It's meant for Isaac. Isaac couldn't understand it, looking at the man thinking, it's mine. Why is he giving it to my uncle? Ryle, trembling with anger, shouted, he really said to give this to me and not Ijak. The man smiled and replied, yes, I was ordered to ensure it was handed to you. Hearing that, Ryle grew even angrier. One elder couldn't hold back and leapt out swearing, you're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another family member. Are you insane? Do you know that giving a medal to another member implies that the original recipient is dead? At that explanation, both Isaac and Whisper were startled. The man smiled again and said, what? Oh dear, please don't misunderstand the Pope's good intentions. I was instructed to do so simply because he's too young. The old man from earlier wouldn't give up and snarled, then what about the thing on the medal's ribbon? Don't the Pope's people know that a sunflower signifies the medal recipient is deceased? The more Ijak heard, the angrier he became. Do they want me dead or what? The Pope is insane. The old woman rushed in swearing, damn it, that Pope and his clan dare openly mock us over Jua's curse. Seeing the tension, Go stepped in to mediate. Calm down, elders, we can't be hasty like this. He was immediately shouted at, how are we supposed to calm down, Go? Go forced a smile and replied, that could be interpreted as the Rosua family publicly hostile toward the Pope's family. If this gets blown up, it won't be good for our clan. He left the rest unsaid in his heart. Frankly, we should know our place. This was surely arranged by the cardinal on purpose. Even though I'm allied to their family by marriage, this is still filthy. Anyway, this also means Galia and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. That's convenient for me. Thinking that Go ordered, "What are you standing around for? Ryle, go accept it and be grateful." Ryle shouted in irritation, but older brother, go cut him off, what's there to be angry about? Isaac disagreed too, waving his hand dismissively, thinking, this won't do. Immediately, the metal in the box suddenly burst into flames, the flames growing larger and drawing everyone's attention. The person holding the box couldn't stand the heat and threw it away. Go exclaimed in disbelief, that's holy fire. A blue flame enveloped the metal, lifting it up high. The Pope's men panicked. Who cast the holy fire? The metal. They looked over and saw one of Isaac's arms raised, a faint holy fire on it. His cocky face couldn't hide it. He grinned at the man. So they no longer cared who did it and pushed Isaac forward to perform the ritual. The Pope's men, terrified, clutched their arms and stood up, angrily shouting, what is the meaning of this? This is the medal personally bestowed by the Pope. Are you planning to defy him? The old men feigned regret and wailed, you mean we did this on purpose? The child is so young, what could he know? You'd punish Isaac, a child who wouldn't even accept the medal. Unfortunately, this happened before the boy received the medal, so just pretend we were never presented with it. Hearing that, the man shouted in disbelief, what, are you mad? The elders then united in threat, or do you want? Ryle held out the charred medal and asked him, we accepted the medal sent by the Pope himself. Despite the fact it was melted by a child's toy fire, the elders chimed in, lamenting, the metal really melted, oh my. Seeing they couldn't argue with the group, the Pope's man tried to reconcile. Please give it back to me, I must have handed over the wrong item. Ryle threw it back, but the metal suddenly burst into flames. The fire leapt onto the man as well, burning him, despite his screams as he was burned. The old men turned to tease Isaac affectionately, oh my, our little Ijak is so mischievous. Isaac, pinched on the cheek, cursed under his breath, get off me or I'll burn you right now. After a while, the man finally managed to put out the fire and stood up, fuming. He didn't dare stay any longer, running back while shouting, you damn schemers, remember this. Immediately, the mournful expressions of the old men vanished. They cheered and joked, well done, Isaac, thanks to you I feel much relieved. One even stepped forward to instruct Go, throw away that disgusting metal. Then he threw his head back and laughed. The mistress should have seen the look on that bootlicker of the Pope just now. The others chimed in, well done. Ryle, you were behind all this, weren't you? Using holy fire was a brilliant idea. Ryle looked bewildered. What? Another elder came up and whispered, don't play dumb, kid, you're the one who cast the holy fire, right? Ryle broke into a sweat and asked back, wasn't it you elders who did it? Hearing him, the elders were stunned and began turning on each other with questions. Didn't you also cast a holy spell on the boy when he entered the relic archive? I only cast an invisible magic. What about the speed Isaac used? How could the boy do that? After some talk, they all looked in one direction like facing a monster, murmuring, could it be that this child has cast all those holy spells? The ancient scripture, a legendary treasure that allows its user to instantly learn and cast the spells contained within. Isaac recalled, marveling, it was definitely the right move to take this book from the archive. Although it's weaker than the fire magic I used as the dried demon king, it's still quite useful. The elders, unable to find an answer, returned to discuss. Could the boy's mother have used holy magic? Is Isaac's mother a pyromancer? She's actually the opposite. Then he's beyond talented. It's like someone who can compose poetry without ever learning to write. Even the genius Saint Melissa had to learn to read before casting her first holy spell. Hearing the old men mutter, Jack joined in complaining, what's all the noise about? This is getting intolerable. Just then, Asili cried out, pardon me, elders, but isn't it even more surprising that he nullified the Pope's blessing? The elders rushed toward her, eyes brightening as they replied, that's right, you're sharp. The elder who had ordered the medal thrown yelled, hand over the medal, I must inspect it personally. Ryle replied, yes, elder. Before he finished, he couldn't find the medal and cried helplessly, it's not here. The elder flew into a rage and shouted, what? It was clearly just here. Go stood back and cleared his throat, I threw it away. The elder who told me to do that should not have said so. That elder helplessly ordered, gather people and search for it. Go didn't bother to go, standing there he thought slyly, I didn't expect that brat could melt the Pope's medal, an object made from an unmeltable metal. We can't let the master know about this. Let's see how they can prove anything without evidence. A few days later, in the western duchy of Rakshua, the head of the Rakshua family returned. He ordered his descendants, although the manor is not far now, do not let your guard down, understand. Looking at the layer of ice he himself had frozen, the head frowned and murmured something under his breath. At the same time, inside the family's manor, the elders turned ashen and murmured, why hasn't the body of the dried demon king appeared yet? Isaac was blissed out beside a pile of laxatives, smiling contentedly, thanks, feels like a tonic to me. The elders collapsed again, heads bowed as they lamented, 3 laxative pills and 500 fruits from the Julius clan as well. Hearing them, Isaac remarked, those fruits are tasty. I heard they increase affinity with sacred beasts. Sacred beasts, creatures that assist in battle, there's no reason not to befriend them. I'll need their help to defeat the Pope and the gods in the future. Surely the Rakshua clan must have one right. Thinking that, Isaac panicked in disbelief. Outside the window, a giant whale was rising into the sky. That was the Eshua clan's sacred beast, Terran Blom. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Please wait a moment, or would you prefer to dine first? The Lord ignored them and directly opened the door to enter. The elders saw him and bowed in salute. Hail, Master, hail, Master. Watching the man approach, Isaac took him in at a glance. Is that the head of the Eshua clan, my grandfather? Holy crap, look at the aura of survival radiating from him. I have a good feeling about this. Suddenly, Dial stepped forward to block him and reported, Father, please wait a moment. Cutting Isaac open won't solve anything. Isaac thought smugly, don't worry, my dear uncle, there's no way he'd cut me open, right? But the master paid no attention. Pointed directly at Isaac, his voice cold as ice, throw him into the sea of fire. Hearing that, Isaac froze, stunned. Ryle panicked and shouted, no, father. Isaac also cried out in fear, what's wrong with the survival aura? Why roast me? Are you insane? So only my uncle stood on my side. Ryle loudly defended, the boy is still too young to be thrown into the fire. Hearing that, Isaac snapped angrily, so if I grow a bit more I can be tossed into the flames? Sounds like I'm doomed either way. Ryle continued pleading, Father, please reconsider. Go ran over to add, yes, that's right, rewarding him like that is far too generous to the brat. Isaac lost it and cursed, how the hell is that a reward? Then Joe spoke up, indeed, if we throw Isaac into the fire we could reclaim the body of the dried demon king and the boy might grow stronger from the fire's blessing. But please give us a little more time. Ghost sneered again, or we could just cut his belly open. Ryle suggested instead, or dunk the boy in water. Hearing that suggestion, Isaac exploded in rage. You lunatics go to hell. Go kept offering his opinion, that can't happen. The fire and water of the shrine are Eshua clan's secret treasures used to nurture a saintess, and you suggest using them on a useless, snot-nosed kid. Ryle retorted, useless? How can you say that? Hearing this, Isaac realized a little. The way he objects like that, it seems those things would be good for me. Go babbled on, Shuri is the one worthy to receive them. Remember, Shuri defeated the demon in the relic archive. Ryle argued back, what are you saying? It was Isaac who defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon spoke up for the boy. Go replied, that dragon must be mistaken. How could a toddler who hasn't even learned to walk accomplish all that? Ryle snapped, don't get cocky, brother, this has gone too far. Isaac even used holy fire to scorch the metal sent by the Pope. We witnessed that ourselves. Are you going to deny it too? Go didn't care and argued stubbornly. Who knows whether you and the elders colluded beforehand? Besides, there's no evidence at all. Suddenly the master interrupted, a medal. He pulled that medal from his coat pocket and asked, is it this thing? The only one connected to the divine is the Pope, and an object blessed by that figure is called a blessing medal. Looking at the medal in the master's hand, Isaac was a bit puzzled. Even as the dried demon king, I couldn't melt it so easily. How could this happen? Is it because I'm born stronger in this life? At that moment, Ryle shouted in astonishment, how did you find it, father? The master replied casually, I picked it up on my way here. Seems like it was at the bottom of Lake Elisva. On hearing this, Rye exclaimed happily, look, father, the boy carries a flame capable of melting the Pope's emblem. Isaac smugly thought to himself, that's right, now you can prove that the Rakshua clan surpasses the Pope. Ryle added, he can even withstand the dried demon king's flame. An elder joined in, indeed, master, this child will surely become an excellent dried demon king hunter. Ryle continued, weren't many civilians hurt by the dried demon king who had been hiding until recently? The elder agreed, exactly, if we ignore this, the era of the dried demon king will rise. Hearing them, Whisper said dejectedly, whether now or in the past, it seems imposters of him still run rampant, master. Isaac sighed, I'm wondering who they could be, but never mind, the more attention they draw, the more it benefits us. Whisper agreed enthusiastically, that makes sense. Suddenly Joe's voice rang out, not just now, father, think about what happened 70 years ago. The dried demon king came to the Rakshua clan and cursed us. Hearing that, Isaac flinched in disbelief. What? Ryle ground his teeth and recounted. He came to us and declared he would destroy the Saintess's bloodline. Just thinking of that curse makes my blood boil. Whisper laughed, if that happened 70 years ago, then it couldn't have been you, master. You died 150 years ago. Isaac, ignoring the jab, mused, a curse on the bloodline, so that's why they keep saying I can't live long. But never mind, a curse from a common demon is child's play to me. I just need to suppress it with higher grade mana and it won't affect me. Suddenly the elders said, even if that curse doesn't kill us, it will suppress vitality, cause erectile dysfunction, or stunt development. That's why many people live their whole lives without growing a single hair. At the mention of hair, Isaac flew into a rage and vowed, I'll definitely kill that fake bastard. Whisper taunted, baldness can be hereditary, you know. Isaac snapped, can't you see the master and Rye have full heads of hair, damn you. Suddenly the master stepped before Isaac and said, a curse. With eyes so reddened, the boy must be cursed too. Fire and flowing water won't be enough. Hearing them, Isaac grew anxious. What's this, guys? You're making me a bit worried. The master paused a moment and said, I will grant the boy a holy spirit. The moment he said it, everyone was startled. What? Isaac was also astonished. A holy spirit? You mean those creatures that can only be possessed when bestowed? I really needed to reach the transcendent level, a rank even the gods can't touch me at. It's a wonderful gift. With a holy spirit, I'll become transcendent and punch those arrogant deities in the face. Gogo couldn't stand it and objected. A holy spirit? That's too much favoritism. Father, isn't that a reward reserved for those who have brought great glory to our clan? What has this child done for us? Even if it really did melt the metal, that's just a blatant provocation against the Pope. Do you think they'll easily let that slide? Hearing this, Isaac ground his teeth and cursed. Not you again, why don't you shut up and get cursed? Suddenly the master glanced at him and growled. So Go, when they sent that so-called gift, what did you do? Go flinched, too scared to answer. The master continued. Those heretics dared to insult us inside this very manor, yet you not only brought them back safely, but now you stand up to defend them. What exactly have you done besides bullying your little nephew? And now you intend to obstruct the boy. Even wild beasts protect their own. Don't you remember that the Rot-Shua clan was founded on protecting the weak? This little child should be sheltered and cared for, yet he could help us restore our honor. Isn't that an example of bringing glory to the Eshua clan? Call everyone to the main manor. I will bestow a blessing on Isaac. A few days later, inside the clan manor, Ryle let a few people in and asked confusedly, Father, you're not simply bestowing him, what do you mean? The master turned his back and said, you don't understand. If we push the boy into the fire or water to expel the dried demon king from him, the boy will be harmed. The shrine's fire and flowing water have strong anti-demon properties, so the boy wouldn't be able to learn any exorcism rites. Ryle, sweating, asked, so the boy can't advance beyond a level 5 cleric? The master replied, yes, the boy will forever be stuck at level 4. He produced 3 gems and said, I'll let Isaac choose between fire, water, or a holy spirit. That will be enough as a test. Go was secretly pleased at the suggestion. Is that so? I knew he wouldn't easily grant that boy a holy spirit. The master placed the 3 gems before Isaac and said, Isaac and Ryle, standing nearby, tensed, thinking to themselves, energy of fire, water, and holy spirit. Isaac, choose the white gem, boy. Please pick it, Isaac, but Isaac instead picked up the red gem. He raised it curiously to admire it. Ryle immediately froze. Go nudged him and mocked, don't be so disappointed. Even a last rank level 4 ward will bring some prestige. Before he finished speaking, a strong light burst forth. The red gem in his hand cracked and broke, releasing a gigantic flame. The onlookers cried out in shock, what, isn't that the shrine's fire? Within the flame, the spectral image of a person gradually formed. Ryle bloated in terror. It's an arrogant deity hovering in the air looking down. The elders stepped back and shouted, it's a holy spirit. Go couldn't believe it and ran over to demand, what's going on, father? Why is there a holy spirit in that gem? The master calmly looked and said, don't panic, Go said there was only one holy spirit. The roots of the Eshua clan are of water, but for a child who can create a fire hot enough to melt the Pope's gold. I planted a trap even within this test. It seems the boy chose correctly. Even so, this was beyond my expectations. The deity was now going berserk, erupting flames and bellowing, are you out of your mind? Ai la Jiaswa, you dare summon a royal tier being like me to the mortal realm. The more he roared, the angrier he became, continuously spitting flames everywhere. The elders dared not watch any longer and fled, urging one another, quickly use defensive holy magic. Go shouted in panic, Father, you summoned a royal tier. Do you intend to burn our whole land to ashes? The master tense pointed and replied, it wasn't me. It was this child who did it. That brat is really trying to turn this place into his own grave. Isaac heard him and could only lament his bad luck. The fire spread wider and pushed the people back to avoid it. Isaac muttered angrily, I only meant to add a bit of holy power to summon a mid-tier. Why did it call out a royal tier? Whisper threw up his hands and asked, what on earth were you made from? Isaac grew even more flustered. I wondered what I might summon if I pushed it a little. As he thought that, both he and Whisper were surprised to see the deity now losing control and charging into the fray, the released flames growing larger, prompting Whisper to cry out with joy. Anti-demon flames, that's it. A fire that can convert mana into holy power. It will be very useful to you, master. Isaac froze but agreed. True, but how can I make her submit to me? Watching the deity burn the crowd, Whisper suggested, do it the traditional way. AI frowned and analyzed. Moreover, royal tier holy spirits are connected to the celestial realm, and I still can't get too close to those damn gods. Whisper also helpless, right? After all holy spirits have close ties to the gods. Just then, a loud shout rang out. My god, master, drive her away. That holy spirit is so crazy even the gods would abandon her. The master remained calm, stroking his chin and murmuring, if I'm hated just for my hair color, then perhaps I've already broken with the gods. Maybe you can't trust anything with black hair. Isaac, surprised at this, said, so that's why this holy spirit was discarded. The holy spirit heard their words and angrily spat. Silence. You weak humans, what the hell are you thinking? You dare summon me with a subjugation ritual? The master, ignoring her tantrum, replied coldly, I did not call you. The Holy Spirit then bellowed, "Ridiculous, you must have used your authority as master to summon me." The master paid no mind and pointed at Isaac, "That boy over there." Hearing that, she fell silent and looked over, seeing the one he pointed to. She screamed louder, "Are you insane? You sacrificed a child to summon me." The master replied coldly, "I would never do such a thing." She pointed at Jack and said, "Even if your clan has fallen, it wouldn't have gone this far. What did you do to this infant?" But looking more closely, she hesitated and asked nervously, "What on earth is wrong with this brat?" Isaac greedily reached toward her, determined, not only powerful but hostile to the gods. "I must have her. I'll use you as my mana filter." Sensing something amiss, she condensed a fireball and hurled it, shouting, "Fine, I'll test this myself. If this child truly summoned me through a subjugation ritual, then he'll survive this attack." The fireball lunged at Isaac, but no one stepped forward to stop it. Only when it struck did Dulai startle and shout, "Isaac." The Holy Spirit, seeing this, was secretly pleased. "Let it be, I'll finish it off cleanly." Before she finished, she saw Isaac unharmed and greedily crawling toward her. The master said coldly, "Now do you believe? This nursing infant is the one who summoned you here. Now choose, make a pact with this child or refuse and accept punishment." Hearing that, she gritted her teeth, unwilling to choose. As she flew down to where Isaac was crawling and tried to explain, "Do you think a Holy Spirit of my rank cares about that punishment? This is even better. I'm already here. I'll burn down the Raswa clan and enjoy my freedom. Look at your lands burning, you stupid whale." While she was speaking, someone lunged forward, opened wide, and swallowed the woman in one bite. These words stunned the crowd. They hurried forward to stop it. "AC, you can't eat that," she screamed in fury, "you crazy brat." She couldn't break free and helplessly waited for those outside to rescue her, but no one did, only advising, "Don't swallow this time." That only made her angrier and she cursed loudly. "Have you all lost your minds? How have you been caring for this child? Just wait, you bastards, I'll withdraw now, but I will repay this debt." Hearing that, AIJSCK stopped licking and said, "Oh ho," planning to teleport. Inside its mouth, the Holy Spirit slammed its hand and shouted, "See you later, you sons of bitches." But nothing happened, leaving the crowd bewildered. Whisper beamed with satisfaction and teased, "Oh my." She didn't understand either and asked why couldn't it? Suddenly, a familiar surge of energy shot straight at her. To the onlookers, it looked like holy power, but the Holy Spirit screamed in rage, "Damn it, that's dark mana." The master forced a smile and explained, "Ah," the boy swallowed a thumb of the dried demon king. She went berserk and howled, "What the hell did you feed this child?" AI thought to himself with satisfaction, Holy Spirits are the purest beings in the holy realm, embodiments of holy power and extremely weak against dark mana. As he guessed, once a bit of dark mana surged over her, she couldn't withstand it and clamped her mouth, crying out, "Damn, I'm losing my power, I feel sick. Gag, stop it, please stop it." The master coldly said, "Oh, what a pity, the dried demon king's power is too great for us to approach." This only annoyed her more. "You all go berserk at the mention of the dried demon king, yet now you can say such nonsense." The master crouched to negotiate. "If you stay by my grandchild's side and purge all the dried demon king's dark mana, I'll take you home." She raged, "Where did you find such tasty playthings? Do you know who I am?" The master didn't care and replied, "Then feel free to stay there and be eaten." Waiting for no further response, the Holy Spirit grew a bit panicked and threatened, "You lunatics, this is why I hate all of you. If you weren't descendants of the Saintess, I would have cut ties with you long ago. Damn it, since it's come to this, I'll use this brat to destroy those damned people." Hearing that, AC kept licking and cursed, "Grandpa, those damned, what did you say?" After a while, she couldn't take it and cried out, 4 days, just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. 4 days is enough for one finger." The master pondered inwardly, only 4 days, how boring. But there was no other way. The master turned and ordered, "Open the east gate of the mansion and bring this child and the Holy Spirit inside. Allow no one to enter until the purification is complete, understood?" Hearing that, everyone panicked and tried to warn him. "The master, father, the east manor is..." Before they could finish, the master shouted to stop them. "Enough, I don't want to hear about it anymore." Isaac no longer wanted to make things difficult either. He took the sacred spirit out of his mouth, his face full of disappointment. But inside, he grinned wickedly. The East Manor sits next to the Annex, where there must be many mana cores. And so time passed quickly. At the East Manor, the Raswa family went on as usual, with an earth-shattering explosion taking place. The servants' board stood outside discussing calmly. "Isaac, it's exploded again. Is it Lord Isaac? It's more like the Lich King and his mana. Looks like the master has given up. Then the next successor will probably be Lord Go, someone of the Pope's line or his brother, right? It seems Lord Isaac has been cursed and is no longer on the succession list. But was Lord Isaac really cursed? To tell the truth, just yesterday a relative checked on him and ran out in fright. He even said he looked like an old bald man. Wasn't he supposed to be some kind of monster or a skeleton? Thinking back, he was locked inside there with a sacred spirit. For 10 years, right? I wonder if this manor can withstand any more ravaging." The next day at the Eshua estate, the East Manor, like always, erupted with a loud scream, and the servants were immediately frightened and ran away. But today Asili came to visit Isaac. She hesitated to approach the door, her hand on the knob for a long time, afraid to open it. Finally, she mustered her courage, opened the door, and called out, "Young Master Isaac, I'm here." Seeing the scene inside, she asked in confusion, "Young Master, are you all right?" Isaac had something in his mouth. Startled by Asili's call, he yanked the lollipop from his mouth. Asili exclaimed in confusion, "How strong is the Lich King's curse that you still haven't grown up?" Isaac smiled and thought to himself, "What are you talking about? I'm trying not to grow up. After all power is absorbed most efficiently as a newborn. There are innate abilities that can only be obtained at birth." Not far from there, the unlucky sacred spirit had just woken and groaned wearily. "Ugh, my whole body aches." Asili turned to greet him. "Did you sleep well?" But before she fully collected herself, she snapped, glaring at Jack and shouting, "Damn it, whatever happens today, I will cleanse all that mana. Yesterday, I nearly cleansed it all." Repeating the familiar line for almost 10 years, a surge of dark mana rose from his body again. The harmless face looked over, and the sacred spirit went mad and cursed as always. "Hey brat, why has your mana increased again?" Isaac pretended to turn away, chuckling. The sacred spirit angrily lunged forward, grabbing his collar and shouting, "You damned monster, how much of the Lich King's body did you swallow that even after 10 years of cleansing the mana hasn't decreased? Worse, it increases every time I wake up." Isaac grinned with satisfaction. "Well, that's because for 10 years I've been secretly absorbing the mana cores in the annex every night." Whisper added with a laugh, "I never expected there to be so many mana cores in the annex." "Wonderful, Master, I thought it would take 40 years, but I didn't expect you could complete it in just 10. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. The tiring mana collection was finally over. Self-taught, his knowledge was a bit limited, but he trained up to 6th level holy magic. Seeing Isaac sitting silently alone, Asili worried he was upset and comforted him. "It's okay, young master, the Holy See is about to act." Isaac, puzzled, thought to himself, "The Holy See." Asili added, "The Lich King's subordinates, the 14 retinue, will all be executed. Now we can completely purify the Lich King's mana, so don't worry too much." Hearing this, Isaac jumped up and shouted, "Grandfather, no, are you crazy? I still have a lot to ask them, and you're going to execute them." Asili ignored him, placed Isaac back in the cradle, smiling, "Now have some candy and rest." The young master held his head helplessly and muttered, "That damned imposter, I have to do something about him." At that moment, laughter sounded outside the door. "Ha ha ha, you did very well." Go took Shuri for a walk, praising, "Not only did you rank up, but you're also the youngest priest to be ordained. I heard the princess will also attend the ordination ceremony. Is that right? What a great honor that you, the valedictorian, have been assigned as her guard." Shuri smiled brightly in response. "Of course, after all, I'm your son, it's nothing." Go puffed up with pride and laughed, "That's right, and you're modest too. My son is becoming more reliable just like me, you're so clever." Before he finished laughing, he couldn't see Shuri anywhere and called out in confusion, "Huh, Shuri, Shuri." At that moment, Shuri was being teleported away, crying and screaming loudly, and landed face first on the ground right in front of Isaac's cradle. Still indignant and not understanding what happened, the familiar voice rang out, "Hey, Shuri." Isaac leapt up, stood on the edge of the cradle, looking down imperiously and shouted, "Do you want to die? Every time you open your mouth you make things up. Do you think your life will be over after you graduate the academy?" Shuri flushed with shame and cursed inwardly, "It's that crazy name again." Isaac lectured loudly, "Remember, it's thanks to my training that you could rank up and score high on the exam. And now you act like you're something special." Shuri protested, pounding his chest, "I worked hard too. Do you think becoming valedictorian is easy?" Isaac snapped, "With your level, that's impossible, you idiot." Shuri dared not argue and stammered in agreement, "Why yeah, that's true." Isaac rubbed his chin, thinking, maybe I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy spells require ordination before they can be used. Thinking that, Isaac jumped down and cried out, "Hey Shuri, I need your help." Shuri, startled, asked me, "What now?" But when he saw Isaac's grim face, he quickly put on a smile and asked, "What do you need help with?" Isaac curled his lips and said, "Hand over everything you have, your prize money from the quiz competition, and the allowance you get from Go." Shuri cried but could only scold inwardly, "He's really a demon." Isaac, as if reading Shuri's thoughts, said, "I thought so too." "Ah, what about the matter of the Lich King's subordinates being executed?" Isaac asked further. Shuri replied wearily that, after the incident at the Relic Archive, they stopped obeying orders. Since they looked like they were just waiting to die, they decided to eliminate them. Isaac, surprised, asked, "Really? No choice, I must get it this year." Shuri asked in astonishment, "Get what?" Isaac answered, "The priest ordination." Shuri nearly burst out laughing. But when he saw Isaac's fist raised, he stifled his laughter and explained, "You haven't even enrolled in the academy yet, and you want ordination." No sooner had he finished than he took a smack from Isaac, who said coldly, "Try laughing again." Shuri foolishly replied, "I wouldn't dare." A moment later, Shuri hesitated and said, "Actually, there is a recommendation system. Coincidentally, the academy professors will be here. If you receive a recommendation letter and pass the exam, you can be ordained as a priest. But you must perform a great deed to prove your virtue." Isaac immediately scoffed. Wow, a perfect system for backdoor deals. Before he could enjoy it, Shuri added, but your character is terrible. Isaac flared up, about to explode, when Whisper chimed in, at least this bastard can judge people. Isaac promptly shut it up, then heard Shuri continue. You have to save a life to be recommended. The higher the person's status, the greater the chance of selection. But what are the odds someone important will be in danger at the right moment for you to rush in and save them? Isaac didn't bother and muttered, counting time, so there's only 1 month left. He asked, the princess will attend this ordination ceremony too, right? Shuri sensed something was wrong but still replied, yes. Isaac grinned wickedly and said, isn't the princess an extremely important figure? The next day at the Eshu estate in the training grounds, Rai stood at the gate and shouted, hurry up, Isaac won't come to the capital. 2 family members began to persuade, your grace, this year is different from previous years. He absolutely must attend the founding festival. This is the year when saintly candidates will be ordained as priests. Raul heard this and fell silent, deep in thought. The 2, seeing this, elaborated. Over the past 10 years, while other candidates have achieved great feats, young Master Isaac hasn't even shown himself. Yes, he displayed extraordinary skills at the Relic Archive 10 years ago. I hear young Master Isaac lives in the East Manor. Like the Saintess is right, I'm really eager to see how much he has matured. As a lecturer at the Academy, teaching young Master Isaac is my lifelong dream. Also, this ordination coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope will personally preside over the ceremony. Hearing this, Rai calculated inwardly, the Pope. The other added, he will bestow the title of hero on those who are ordained. Rai fell into thought again. Receiving the hero title will significantly increase a person's power domain. That's a huge benefit. But Rai still disagreed, replying, Isaac is not old enough to be ordained. They were dissatisfied and said, if he is that talented, does age really matter? After saying this, the 2 looked at Doi Lai with sparkling eyes, awaiting his decision. Rai put his head in his hands and sighed, finally agreeing, all right then. Hearing that, the 2 brightened visibly. But Doi Lai sneered and said, but you will be held responsible. So the gang boss will be out causing chaos at the founding festival again. As usual, Isaac's manor will explode several times due to clashes with dark mana. An old man in the distance quietly observed the scene over there, and thought to himself, so it's there. Even the Pope can only summon the Spirit King once, yet that kid was able to summon one through a subjugation ritual, and it was an exorcising sacred spirit to boot. A fire spirit with black hair, chances are it's a guardian emissary of the celestial realm. A sacred spirit cannot become a spirit king because of its evil nature. The Pope and his family love collecting spirit creatures. Once they see one, they'll go crazy. If I manage to steal this sacred spirit and hand it over to them, I'll definitely be handsomely rewarded. I've also prepared something that can neutralize divine mana. If I can suppress that brat's divine mana, the Lich King's dark mana will certainly go berserk. Then I just need to slip the sacred spirit away during the chaos. A moment later, a voice sounded outside Isaac's room. This room, Professor. He was invited in. The servants cried out joyfully, finally we can meet the young master. Yes, indeed. Oh, young Master Isaac. Just as they said, he looked no different from 10 years ago. Hearing the sound, Ajax turned his head, broke into a radiant smile and cried out, Old Granddad, please come in. Here are my recommendation letters. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't contain themselves and exclaimed, ah, my heart, we must take him to the academy right now. Only the old man stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he looked at AI, thinking, does this little fox dare to charm people? I'll use all my power to drive the Lich King's dark mana mad. Ajax kept looking at him with gleaming eyes. The old man clenched him in his heart and shouted inwardly, now go crazy. But he waited and nothing happened. He looked down and saw Isaac mischievously winking at him, making a face. The old man's face went pale in confusion as he wondered, why did nothing happen? I released enough divine mana to make the dark mana lose control. At that moment, the sacred spirit leapt onto AI and shouted, hey, you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Kill that damned cleric already. Why release so much divine mana? The old man felt both hopeful and anxious. There it is, a royal grade sacred spirit. This is my chance. He pulled from his sleeve a cloth wrapped in dark mana, slowly wiped Ajax's face and said, it seems the weather is rather hot today. Ajax sniffed and was surprised. What's that smell? His face turned ugly as he cursed the bastard inwardly. On the other side, the sacred spirit suddenly clutched its throat and started coughing violently. Seeing that, the others exclaimed in surprise, Sacred spirit, what's wrong? She couldn't bear it and emitted a large amount of purified dark mana. She lost control, grew larger, and glared at the people. The old man immediately shouted, is the Lich King's dark mana going berserk? The others were also terrified. This is dangerous, Professor. Outwardly, the old man feigned fear, but inwardly he was pleased. Good, now I just need to smuggle this berserk sacred spirit out. He chose the moment and crushed the gem in his hand, condensed a fireball in his palm and silently spoke its name. soul-breaking flame. Immediately, a column of fire shot straight toward the struggling sacred spirit. But the flame that struck her automatically rebounded and returned to the old professor, leaving him astonished. Instantly, he was burned by the very fire he'd created and screamed in agony. AI Jax felt smug inwardly. What do you think you're doing using fire like that? The screams inside made Doe lie and a silly rush in, terrified, shouting, AI Jax, young master. Seeing that enough people had come in, Isaac rubbed his chest and thought, looks like this should do, right? Good, now there are enough witnesses. He sat cross-legged in a show of seriousness and drew the dark mana back into his body. The sight froze the panicking crowd in place with fright. They exclaimed in disbelief, is young Master Isaac absorbing the mana? Yes, he's calming the frenzy. After a while, Isaac looked at them with sparkling eyes, happily thinking to himself, so the mana issue is settled. He snapped his fingers and ordered the sacred spirit, you there, stop it now. The dark mana shrouding the sacred spirit dispersed at once. Seeing this, everyone gasped, Cyan holy power, oh my god. The sacred spirit isn't berserk anymore. The spirit slowly shrank back down and fell, and realizing she was unharmed, looked a bit surprised. But the others shouted, incredible, he's controlling the Lich King's dark mana, and he even soothed the berserk sacred spirit. And with the Rasua family's Cyan holy power to boot. The sacred spirit herself couldn't believe it and wondered, what is this? Shuddering, Asili stepped up to Isaac and blurted, it's a miracle. Aja, young master, you can finally speak. I'm so proud of you. Hearing this, Isaac clutched his head and groaned, hey, is that all you care about? No one paid any attention to the old man lying scorched on the floor. They all rushed over to cheer for Isaac. Seeing that, he became even more unwilling and muttered, what the hell just happened? No sooner had he finished than the sacred spirit flew up to his face and snarled, I should be the one asking you, you lackey of the yellow faith. Who's behind this? Challenged, the old man trembled and made excuses. You misunderstand, I only came here to see young Master Isaac. The sacred spirit growled, a misunderstanding. You're dressed in fireproof gear from head to toe, and you call it a misunderstanding. From this moment on, all fire spirits will sever ties with priests of the Pope's family. Hearing that, the old man collapsed to his knees. The sacred spirit covered her mouth with a laugh and said, I only said that because I was mad, so don't get the wrong idea. With that, she flew off and the old man pleaded in fright, what? Please wait a moment. How could a sacred spirit cut off relations with priests who are linked to the gods, especially those of the Pope's family? A sacred spirit doesn't have that power, does it? She ignored his wailing and barked coldly, get lost, I cut ties with the gods long ago. I'm no longer bound by their laws. AI heard that and couldn't hide his satisfaction. The old man was about to say more, but she cut him off, cursing, get out of my sight. Then she turned to Isaac and spoke gently, and you, Isaac, you saved me with divine mana, and even brought the Lich King's dark mana under control. Now that the Lich King's dark mana has been purified, our contract is considered fulfilled. However, I'll stay by your side to repay this favor. Hearing that, Isaac laughed inwardly. That's more like it. Truly a divine being, fools who refuse to owe anyone anything. The others cheered, we'll return to the Holy See to report this. Such a child must be ordained. Isaac's face grew sleazier and he laughed inwardly. Ha ha, thanks for all the recommendation letters, darlings. A few days later, inside the clan's meeting room, Rai came in to see the head of the family. Seeing him, the head held up a paper and read aloud, the Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination. They want the boy to attend the ceremony. Ryle, surprised that fast, was the boy recommended because he saved members of the Rasua family and the academy. The head interrupted, no, the boy was recommended for saving a royal-grade sacred spirit. At the mention of this, Du Lai recalled, right, after that who could object? Suddenly the head pointed to the paper and said, more importantly, ordination is like graduating from the academy. So I tested Isaac to see if he has the necessary knowledge. Unexpectedly, he scored a perfect result on all 1,600 questions. Seeing this result, Ryle was overjoyed, a perfect score. Nothing could be better, besides now the boy can walk and speak. But the head sighed in concern, lamenting that his attitude was somewhat poor. Now we only need to test Isaac's character. Most will pass, except for some pathological cases or criminals. Ryle beamed with excitement. Ah, I remember. It's a test using holy magic to force the person to tell the truth, right? The head flipped another sheet to see how the boy answered. The question read, what do you think of the family that gave you birth and raised you? Isaac answered, I will conquer it. All of it is mine. Ryle excitedly, oh, strong will, the head approved. At first I was taken aback, but such ambition befits someone of our clan. The second question was, what will you do after you're ordained? Isaac replied, I'll chew the heads off those damned gods, of course. This answer left the two speechless. Then the third question, what are your goals and aspirations as a priest of the holy nation of Helen? Isaac answered, I will destroy this nation. Seeing the answer, Ryle's eyes nearly popped out. He was still bewildered, pointing at the paper when the head cleared his throat. Ahem, only you and I know these results. If Isaac takes a similar test again, Ryle clutched his head and groaned, the boy would certainly be executed for heresy. Seeing Jia Lai grasp the seriousness of the situation, the head slapped the table and decided, I will go to the ordination in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house during that time, understood? That brat needs to be properly disciplined first. That night inside Isaac's room, Whisper shyly called, Master, have you decided? Isaac replied contentedly, of course. His tiny hand grabbed a cloth bundle, dramatically wrapped the package and crawled out the window with a smile. I'm off. The next day at the capital's Academy Roman. Inside the Holy Magic Department, someone said aloud, I hear this time a 10-year-old boy will be ordained. The children whispered in surprise, really? How did he get ordained so early? Looks like this year's graduation ceremony will be interesting. As soon as this was said, a red-haired kid burst out laughing. Nai sits arrogantly before the kids and sneers. A child who can't even walk, what kind of ordination is that? Another kid, not understanding, asked, What do you mean he can't walk? Nai replied casually, exactly that. That boy hasn't grown a bit in 10 years. He's cursed by the Lich King. How could he possibly grow up? Saying that, he turned his head to taunt, right, Shuri? A kid like that getting ordained, it's probably just an honorary title. The others laughed and chimed in, oh, is that so? Shuri took the hit while sitting there, having no choice, he sighed. What a nuisance. He was finally quiet for a bit and now this starts. But Nai wouldn't let it go and turned back to mock. Must be great being from the saintly family. Even a useless brat gets ordained. What a disgrace. Hearing this, Shuri couldn't hold it in any longer. His face darkened. He stood up and hissed inwardly. That bastard, how dare he? At that moment, another kid walked in and shouted, Do you think the Holy See is a joke, near Sepet? Besides, the recommendation Isaac accepted came from Duke Leon Cet, your father. I didn't think you'd be stupid enough to insult your own father. Caught by Kina's retort, Nai angrily snapped, Shut up, you aren't even a student anymore, what are you doing here? Kina replied nonchalantly, I didn't want to come either, I was just invited. After all, I was asked to guide you as an advisor and holy magic instructor. This left the other kids stunned. After saying that, Kina turned his attention to Shuri. Shuri, I'm really concerned about you. Shuri didn't understand a thing. Kina smiled and explained that cursed Isaac can never become a priest. If the Rasua family still stands by the time you become head, maybe. But if it falls, come find me and I'll give you a menial position in the Pope's family. Those words made Shuri, who had just calmed down, furious again. But he had to clench his fists and tell himself, No, stay calm, now is not the time, there's nothing I can do. Shuri turned his face away and said, I don't need your help, take care of yourself. With that, Shuri gloomily returned to the dormitory. A while later, inside the dormitory, Shuri had thrown furniture everywhere. He grabbed his head and screamed, Those damn dogs, why is this ridiculous shit happening to me? Our family didn't even bother to attend the ordination because that brat ran away. Why now, that useless bastard? I curse you to lose all your hair like the Lich King. No sooner had he finished speaking than a magic circle appeared, and a baby's arm reached out from within. Isaac's face turned dark and he growled, What did you just say? Shuri saw Unthian and screamed in terror. AJ continued to bluster and challenge, Lose all my hair, do you want to die? Shuri, terrified, yelled, Why did you crawl out of there? And how did you get here? Isaac sat with his legs crossed like a little old man and replied calmly, To be ordained, of course. The head and my uncle kept trying to stop me, so I ran away. Anyway, Shuri, look at the pulled-out feeding bottle. Shuri recoiled in horror. What now? Isaac barked, That weakling, did you dare go ask for a menial job from those Pope family nobles? Before Shuri could finish, he was struck in the gut, beaten Isaac while shouting curses. Shut up, how dare those bastards slander the name Yeshua? After all, it's mine, only I may insult it, only I may destroy it. Shuri sobbed, What the hell are you saying? After beating Shuri senseless, Isaac pointed the feeding bottle and declared, Remember this, Shuri. I will be the one to burn the Yeshua family to ashes. Shuri cried out helplessly, Gods of heaven and earth, please take this bastard away. Seeing Shuri still resigned, Isaac jumped off the bed and shouted, Don't be weak, lead the way for me. Shuri cried back in panic, Where are you going? Isaac cracked his fingers and replied menacingly, To smash those damn dogs who dared lay a hand on you, of course. A short while later, inside the kids' gathering area, some people saw Isaac arrive and whispered, What? Who brought that brat here? Look at his hair, it's so nice. Isaac paid no mind to anyone, clutching the feeding bottle and shouting, Who did it? How dare you cause trouble with a member of the Yeshua family? The kids, hearing this, immediately turned their heads away as if they saw nothing. Isaac rubbed his chin and murmured to himself, That red-haired girl, I think I met her in the relic archives 10 years ago. It must be her. Hearing that, Shuri rushed in and shouted, Wait. He thought to himself that he had to stop him. If he caused trouble here, they'd be in big trouble. Besides, that girl is Nur's sister. She's Naki Cet. Shuri leapt up hurriedly, trying to grab Isaac, but he had already darted over, landing directly in front of Naki and shouting, You there, redhead, did you cause trouble for Shuri? Naki didn't bother to care and calmly replied, I never touched Shuri Yeshua, the one who did it was Near. Isaac didn't care either. Folding his arms, he declared, Good, so you admit it. Shuri, hearing from afar, tore at his hair and shouted, I told you it wasn't near Cet. Do you even listen? Then Whisper chimed in, Master, I sense a familiar energy from this girl. Isaac confirmed with satisfaction, yes, it's indeed familiar. It's the energy of one of the 5 great patrons. Seeing Isaac keep targeting her, Naki pointed at him and challenged, you must be the Isaac from the rumors. One is a cursed child and the other a scion of the Pope's family. Looks like this year's pious pageantry won't amount to much. The Eshua family will soon be struck from the 5 faiths rolls. Hearing her, Isaac thought irritably, how rude, typical servants of the 5 patrons. Shuri couldn't hold back and slammed his hand down, shouting, Jack, don't start trouble with the rival family, go home. But his words had no effect. Isaac raised a hand to stop him. Shut up, why should I go back? Did I come here to receive my ordination? Naki cut him off, you'll never be ordained. Nir said he'll file an appeal to the Pope to cancel it. How could an unrecognized child be ordained? Hearing her, Shuri ground his teeth, that bastard. Naki kept jabbering, and with your attitude, you don't even need Nir's appeal. Sooner or later, you'll ruin yourself. At that, a servant quietly asked, Miss, should I call the inspection officials? Shuri panicked inwardly. No, 70% of the inspectors are from the rival family. With no other option, he leapt forward, grabbed Isaac, and shouted, Isaac, let's go now. Just then shouts rang out outside, and a foot filled with murderous intent stepped in. After that came the gigantic body of a wolf, causing the kids to scream in terror. Monster. While the kids were scrambling to run away, Isaac smugly thought, there it is, my insurance. Naki asked in confusion, a monster, did it get out from the training room? A servant rushed forward to block her and said, it's dangerous, miss, please step back. No sooner had he said that than a shockwave hit him, and he was sent flying by a wolf's paw. That paw swung again and struck Naki's face, terrifying the girl. At that moment, Isaac grabbed the feeding bottle and shouted, hey, it's not that easy. He hurled the bottle at the wolf, muttering angrily, damn it, I've been calling you and now you finally drag yourself here. Wounded by that blow, the wolf changed its target. It bared its teeth and growled at Isaac, who was standing there. Naki regained her composure, gathered her magic and shouted, you damn monster. But she glared at it and snarled, hey, get lost. Isaac's aura radiated outward toward the wolf. Recognizing the master behind that presence, the wolf was moved to tears, and finally behaved like a small dog, happily running back outside. Seeing this, Whisper smiled in satisfaction, that's my master. He drags a sleeping monster out, beats it to pieces, then kicks it away to show off. Isaac folded his arms and smiled, I only do what needs to be done. Just then the Pope's guards burst in, where's that monster? Stay away from that monster. It seems to have run that way. Contact the monster control team immediately. Someone concerned ran to Naki and asked, Miss, are you all right? Shuri saw they were inspectors. He hurriedly scooped up Isaac and tried to make a quiet exit. Ha ha, then we'll take our leave. But an inspector slapped his shoulder and held him back. Stop right there. No one may leave until the investigation is finished. Shuri grimaced and thought, we're doomed. He awkwardly turned back and forced a smile. Aha, we really don't know anything. Suddenly Naki shouted loudly, don't do pointless things anymore. She pointed at Isaac and said, that child saved me. That statement left Isaac and Shuri dumbfounded. Naki waved off the inspectors and stepped forward to ask, you're Isaac, right? I'm sorry for what I said earlier. But don't think I'm especially grateful to you, understand? Seeing the girl's flushed expression, Isaac inwardly wondered, what's up with this kid? Meanwhile, the kids who had fled began to gossip among themselves. So the boy really did get a recommendation letter for saving someone. Among the crowd of kids, a blonde girl was stunned. That child is the one my brother mentioned. She is a princess of the Holy Kingdom, Helen Slot Alex Freckhe. At the same time, at the Eshua Manor in Joe Lai's office, a voice rang out, oh my, why do you keep refusing, Cardinal of Thansak? Isn't it a good thing that your nephew is being ordained? Let the boy attend the ordination ceremony. The family head, displeased, replied, get lost. The voice didn't stop, continuing to persuade, but the Pope will be angry. The family head didn't care and replied, that's not my concern. My nephew will be raised at the Eshua Manor until he's grown. The other person protested, threatening, if you lock a child like that up, it will affect his character. Hearing that, the family head gritted his teeth. His character is already bad. There's no way to reason with him. The man changed the subject and announced, I don't know if you've heard this, but apparently there's a child with golden hair walking around the academy. At that description, the family head realized it was Isaac and angrily shouted, Ryle replied in alarm, yes, father. He hurried in and asked, what's the matter? But he saw the family head hastily put on his coat and growl in anger, prepare to go to the capital immediately. We must get there before tomorrow. Ryle, stunned, objected miserably. Even by the fastest route, it would still take at least a week. The family head's face darkened as he snarled, we have 23 hours and 48 minutes left, no more writing. We must run. The next day, in the academy dormitory in the capital, Shuri desperately pounded on the door and pleaded, hey Isaac, what are you doing? Are you going to cram that tiny body of yours into a priest's robe? Get out now, everyone's already here. They're just going to laugh at you anyway, so hurry up. Just put it on and go back home, please. While still crying, a voice called out, I'm done. Shuri startled and blurted, I beg you. Halfway through the sentence, he was met by Isaac's appearance, which made him widen his eyes. Then, unable to believe it, he stifled a laugh and chuckled, you, Isaac ordered, let's go. The last night of the founding festival, in the banquet hall for the ordination ceremony. The kids all sat properly in their places, awaiting the orders from above. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, everyone stand up. A foot stepped into the hall, followed by the heads of the 5 great houses entering in succession. Go saw this and stood up to applaud with the others there. But inwardly he sneered, those are the heads of the 5 great houses. The future headship of the Eshua family and the title of Cardinal of Than Sac will surely be mine. Just then Ryle, out of breath, came up beside him and asked, am I late? Go was surprised. Ryle, not caring, cut to the point, have you seen Isaac anywhere? Go showed irritation and replied, why would you look for him here? He's probably at home. And don't tell me you ran all the way here. Ryle replied miserably, yes, that's exactly what happened. Do you know where Shuri is? I thought Isaac was with the boy. Go said, I haven't seen him. No sooner had he spoken than someone shouted, His Holiness the Pope has arrived, begin the ceremony. An old man entered from outside, followed by a group of clergy. He was Pope Giulio Barret. Seeing him enter, everyone bowed. The herald cried out, may the blessings of the gods be with you always. As soon as the words ended, the Pope sat down on the central throne. The herald signaled, please be seated, my honored guests. The family head also sat down, puzzlement crossing his mind, I don't see Isaac anywhere. The herald announced, the ordination ceremony will begin now. Those called please step forward. The family head thought with relief, well, that's fine. The herald continued, Ai Rock Shua. This made the family head pause for a beat. No one answered, so the herald asked again, is Isaac Roswa here? Still no response. The family head happily raised his glass and drank, inwardly relieved. If he's not coming, don't call him. His name should have been removed earlier. He's not here. Move on quickly. Just as he was feeling pleased, a noise from outside echoed in, causing the family head to choke on his drink. Go scowled and hissed, what a brat, how dare that kid show his face here. At the doorway a youth entered, followed by Shuri looking utterly miserable. This was Isaac in his adolescent form. After unsealing the child, the family head's face darkened at his arrival. He smashed his goblet. The Eshua family patriarch ground his teeth and sprang to his feet. Isaac paid it no mind and stepped forward as directed. Isaac Roswa, please step up. Hearing his name, Isaac stepped forward. Ryle couldn't contain himself and leapt to his feet. Tears streaming as he sobbed, Isaac, is that Isaac? Since when did you grow so much? And you're even wearing the ceremonial robes I prepared for you. The crowd whispered curiously, I heard he was still a child. Can the Eshua family have such a strong child? Could he have broken the dry demon king's curse already? Wow, he's so handsome. Nier couldn't believe it and jumped up shouting, what the hell is happening? Why is he suddenly so tall? Isaac paid little heed to the chatter and simply smiled. But the family head couldn't hold back. He dug his nails into the chair back and hissed inwardly, you damned dry demon king, you monster from hell. What did you do to Isaac? My nephew never smiled like that. Have you possessed the boy? The crowd kept speculating. Has the Eshua family curse ended? If this isn't a saint, then what is? He looks blessed rather than curse it. With that, Isaac approached the Pope. The pontiff calmly spoke, Isaac Rot Shua. Isaac stared at him and assessed, is this guy the Pope? He looks over 70, but his aura is like a monster's. Also, his face reminds me of the popes I've faced before. Should I deal with him now? In the family heads and doughy lies minds, the preparatory question surfaced. As a newly ordained cleric, do you have anything to say to the Pope? Isaac replied, kneel down so I can behead you easily. Both remembered this and their faces turned ashen. They were terrified inwardly and cried out, Isaac. The family head clenched his fist, shouting inwardly, we must stop that boy. No sooner had he thought that than he punched the table, turning it gold, then calmly wondered, why are my hands so slippery? Ryle also overturned his table and screamed, look, there's a fry. Their antics left Go dumbfounded. He muttered, are you both crazy? Ryle replied as usual, I swear there really is a fry as big as your head. The herald, momentarily stunned, cleared his throat and continued, everyone please remain orderly. Next, Shuri Eshua, please step forward. Seeing the two behaving oddly, Isaac growled through his teeth, these bastards are trying to stop me. He turned and Shuri shyly stepped up beside him. The Pope remained seated calmly without saying a word. The herald continued to read. Next, those being ordained will offer their rites to the gods. The crowd buzzed on. At last it was time for the gods to choose. I wonder which deity will bless my child. Watching a cleric carry a basin of water past, the family head muttered angrily, most likely the patron saint of Than Sac. Ryle prayed in terror, I hope so, I mean, surely an evil god won't choose the boy right. The family head replied coldly, if that happens, I'll deal with it. This left Ryle stunned. Huh, deal with it? Isaac, the family head frowned and answered, I meant the holy chalice, what did you think I meant? Meanwhile below, it was Shuri's turn to step forward. He pricked the tip of his finger with a needle, and let a drop of blood fall into the chalice. The moment the drop fell, the surface of the water transformed. Streams of pure light rose continuously into the air. Go saw it and laughed aloud, that's my son. The patron saint of Than Sac has revealed himself. Shuri ran back excited, while Isaac was displeased, trailing behind and pondering. So the deity the Roswa clan worships is the god of light, humble but righteous. No matter which god it is, I'm annoyed. He sighed and let a drop of blood fall into the chalice. The Pope glanced at the drop of blood and was startled. A strange light shot from the chalice and shook him. The drop had barely fallen when dense dark chi began to emanate, the dark chi thickening until it engulfed the room. This forced the family head and doughy Lai to rush forward without restraint. The family head shouted in disbelief. Could it be? From within the dense dark chi, the face of the Dry Demon King appeared, and the crowd screamed in horror. The Dry Demon King. The Dry Demon King's form grew clearer and clearer. The family head could no longer contain himself and lunged forward, shouting, "The Dry Demon King." Dark mana suddenly coiled around Isaac's body. The family head turned into a fiend, his eyes blazing red as he swung his fist. He struck, but the Dry Demon King darted away to evade, and in the process dragged Isaac off like an object. A low voice reverberated, "I have long awaited the appearance of this so-called saint." Isaac flinched. What? The figure threw back his head and laughed. "I will destroy the holy nation piece by piece, starting with this brat." Isaac froze. What's going on? One must admit he looks exactly like me in my past life. It's terrifying. Suddenly Whisper leapt out, snickering. What's wrong with this imposter? My master should look more bewildered and defeated. Isaac cursed angrily, "You bastard." Meanwhile, the Pope and the other family heads were concentrating their power. Energy spheres flew in succession toward the Dry Demon King, causing an explosion that forced the Rasua Patriarch to step back. Rai urgently shouted, "Fall back." Family head, enraged, gathered his power. It turned out a giant white serpent lunged forward, its jaws wide as if to swallow the Dry Demon King's head whole. But the holy power was absorbed in an instant. The Dry Demon King emerged unscathed, standing there leisurely and laughing. "Patriarch of Thansak, because of my curse you probably can't use your full strength, can you? Wouldn't it be better if you just stayed obedient and still?" The Patriarch looked up to retort, "I had no intention of acting recklessly in case I destroyed this place." The formation at his feet flashed, his eyes glowing blood red. A colossal sacred whale manifested and roared, "But you sure talk too much." The Dry Demon King paid it no mind, casually using Isaac as a shield, and sneered mockingly, "Do you want to see this so-called saint boy die?" AI panicked. "I thought so too. Your grandson is being held hostage, yet you summon something so dangerous? Huh, why is its mouth opening?" The Patriarch growled grimly, "A saint won't die just from taking this hit." Isaac cursed in fury, "You lunatic, I will really die." With a boom, the whale bit down and then exploded. Isaac clutched his head in pain and collapsed. The Dry Demon King straightened and took the blow. His body then slowly dissolved, the force so great it shattered the entire hall. After a moment, Go finally looked up and asked, "Did we take him down?" Others trembled and whispered to one another, "My God, the Dry Demon King has returned. Didn't he vanish after cursing the Rasua family 70 years ago? Could he have grown strong enough to come back?" Only Isaac was irritated, slamming his hand down, thinking to himself, "No, that bastard is an imposter." Seeing Isaac sprawled like a fish, Ryle hurried over. "Isaac, are you alright?" People in the hall buzzed. Even if he's a member of the Eshua clan, he took that blow and wasn't harmed. Didn't the Dry Demon King just call someone a saint? Is he really dead? That must be it. The Patriarch of Thansak handled him with the sacred whale beast. Isaac, annoyed by their talk, said, "How could he be dead? That was only an illusion." Hearing that, everyone in the hall jumped. Whisper flew over anxiously and said, "It seems he created it as a projection and sent it here. But there's something odd." AI bowed his head and exchanged, "You felt it too. He used my mana. Could it be that my mana core has fallen somewhere? If a fragment of my bone is stored in the Saintess's relic vault, then it's not impossible. But if that imposter holds it, all the better, then I just need to kill him and take it back." The more he thought, the more sinister Isaac's expression became. The Patriarch sighed in relief at that expression and murmured to himself, "Just now for sure. If I hadn't attacked, he would have conveniently dealt with Isaac as well." He glanced warily at the friendly-looking Pope across the way. Puzzled, but why, the Pope was also painfully wondering. It's unbelievable. The supreme deity the Hong Sak family has desired for thousands of years. The god who stands above the 5 great patron deities wants to choose a Rasua brat. He also glanced over at the Rasua Patriarch and Isaac. At that moment, the Patriarch stepped up and called for him to turn. Yes. The Patriarch reached out and said, "Come here, let's go home. My grandson has broken the Dry Demon King's curse, and on top of that he's grown up handsome." Isaac shuddered. Why does he smile so creepily? The Patriarch soothed darkly, "This old man will buy you candy." Isaac screamed in horror, "No way, I'm going with you. Your face looks like you're about to drag me to the slaughterhouse." Suddenly Kina stepped forward and called out, "Duke." It's not time for Isaac to return yet. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dark mana flared up in the great hall. A horde of demonic creatures burst forth from who knew where. Kina looked at the scene and exclaimed, "There's still business to be settled here." The Patriarch folded his arms and watched. Isaac rose up helplessly. "Hey, it's hopeless now, sir. I don't think we should go back at this moment." His face brightened again, eager to rush in and fight the monsters. Isaac lunged out to block Kina. He blurted in confusion, "This arrogant kid grew up fast and now he's a saint." Isaac smiled inwardly. "I don't know what your scheme is, but I'll use you to the fullest." Without another word, the two of them stepped forward shoulder to shoulder, thinking, I'll show you who the real saint is. A holy orb condensed in the palm of his hand. Isaac raised it high and shouted, "Purify." A blinding light forced the demonic creatures to retreat in droves. The crowd cheered joyfully. What a magnificent purification miracle. It's been 100 years since I've seen such pure light. But someone wondered, why didn't the boy use an offensive holy spell and only use purification? Someone answered, because it cleanses mana. Maybe he's trying to stop them from being summoned. Unexpectedly, the demonic creatures became even more excited after being purified. Isaac smiled wryly in helplessness. Except for Xlac, I have nowhere else to learn holy magic. But if purification magic reaches level 6, it can deal area damage over time. Isaac's expression suddenly turned wicked, making even the rampaging demonic creatures cower. Isaac thought to himself, above all, the reason to use purification now is... Suddenly Kina cut in. "Step aside, your holy spell won't be enough to handle them." Isaac smiled and made a hand gesture. Kina, immune, thought, only being able to use level 5 holy magic and already showing off. You're hailed as a once-in-a-century talent. But with that skill level, you're no match for me. He condensed an energy sphere and shouted, "Watch closely, you must use a powerful holy spell and attack from multiple angles to take them down." Unexpectedly, the sphere that was condensing suddenly winked out without a trace. Isaac saw this and covered his mouth to stop himself laughing. Kina forced a comeback. "Haven't you learned about those monsters? They have extreme regenerative abilities, so you must kill them in one strike." Isaac couldn't help but burst out laughing at that, stepped forward grinning and said, "Looks like your dumb kid truly knows nothing, huh?" Kina tightened his fist in bitterness, thinking, I should have let the Patriarch of Thansak take him away. Looking at this jerk's face makes me furious. Isaac continued, "Those were only bait." Kina puzzled, "Bait?" Isaac moved to another corner and said, "Their true bodies are here, right?" He gathered energy into his palm. An invisible bug appeared. Isaac cried out, "Found it." Kina folded his arms and demanded, "What the hell are you doing with that bug?" Isaac said nothing and stabbed the bug to death. Immediately the dark mana exploded outward. Isaac twirled the wooden stick in his hand and explained, "It will silently poison anyone nearby. So it's very dangerous. If you're poisoned slowly, you won't notice you're dying." Just then a child couldn't stand it and clutched his head, crying, "Ah, what's happening?" Isaac repeated, "The Dry Demon King said earlier that he'd destroy all of us." Kina only then remembered. While Isaac grinned like a fiend, "If his target is this holy nation, he'll have to eliminate us first, the novice clerics." Immediately everyone understood and told one another, "If anyone is poisoned, use holy magic to cure them at once. Go find the hiding bugs." Isaac was pleased but suddenly lowered his gaze, seeing endless holy light shooting up from beneath the hall. He stammered in alarm, "Wait, if we deal with them all at once then? The dark mana will radiate in all directions and engulf the kids." Whisper happily jumped out to report, "Master, this is an opportunity. If you purify those who were poisoned, won't you gain recognition?" Isaac praised, "You truly are a genius." Aha, the opportunity has come. But before he could act, the cross struck down. The Pope used a level 9 purification spell, and all the dark mana was immediately absorbed. Isaac ground his teeth in irritation. The Pope said calmly, "Now no one will be poisoned." Isaac fumed silently, "That damned Pope." Suddenly a foot filled with dark mana stepped forward. A wolf sneakily approached behind Isaac, thinking, "That bastard dared to defy our great king. I won't forgive you. I will drag you down to hell with me." It swiftly dashed away, vanished, and reappeared behind Isaac. He noticed and turned his head to look back. The oppressive aura of the Demon King descended, causing the wolf to freeze. It was terrified, its strength and courage evaporating. The wolf tucked its tail and fled. Isaac felt smug inside. An insignificant nobody dares to try to harm me. At that moment, people ran back to report, "We've dealt with the rest. Take the wounded to the infirmary." Only Kina's face clouded as he watched what had just happened, unable to believe it. Could a monster really be driven off with just a look? Impossible, how could he do that? That's something only the Pope could do. Isaac paid it no mind, yawning as he left. The Dry Demon King's appearance at the investiture threw the entire holy nation into panic. The Dry Demon King returned, then fled after being defeated. "Who is the saint the Dry Demon King mentioned?" In the meeting room, the Pope said calmly, "It seems there's a problem with the holy chalice. There's an illusion summoning spell engraved on it. We're currently investigating the origin of that chalice. Please wait for the results." The blood-color patriarch immediately asked, "So the appearance of outsiders is the issue?" Hari replied, "Yes. That's one of the causes, but the main problem is the holy nation's barrier guarded by the holy dragon." The next day inside the Rasua household, Isaac held a newspaper and thought, the weakening barrier is why the demon race could infiltrate, and since the holy dragon is linked to the royal family, the Pope bears no responsibility. They really are slippery bastards. Suddenly a mocking voice came from behind, "My grandson, now you're even reading the paper." Go clapped, smiling, "Congratulations, my grandson, you've been invested." Isaac thought helplessly, what should I do about this bastard? It feels like the patriarch deliberately set him on me. Beside him, Rai cheered excitedly, "Oh Jack, since you can speak fluently now, recite the poem of the cursed Demon King, please." Isaac screamed in his head, "Stop using that." At that moment, the head of the household stepped out, his face darkening. He walked over and said, "Good, you two are here. Come outside so we can speak privately." Isaac stood and agreed, "Ah, yes." The room door was quickly closed. The head of the household gazed around thoughtfully, raising a third-tier absolute soundproofing sanctum that enveloped the three of them. He sat down and replied, "Just to be safe, this concerns Isaac." Ryle, sweating, asked, "Why use a soundproofing sanctum to talk?" Both of them sat down anxiously to listen. He propped his hand up, his face ugly, and said, "I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the recent anointing ceremony. The god who chose Isaac is certainly unusual. It seems this is a mark never before seen in the history of the anointing ceremonies. Only the Pope and the Cardinal of the Golden Rite saw that mark, and the Pope tried to eliminate Isaac." Ryle, hearing this, couldn't help exclaiming, "What? The Pope did that?" The head of the household sighed and confirmed, "Yes. Unless it was an evil god choosing him, he certainly wouldn't act like that." Go pondered for a moment and then said, "Could it be not an evil god but a god worshipped by their clan?" This made all three think of one answer, the Golden Rite faith. Seeing everyone silent, Go continued, "They hate anything impure. I mean, when someone else is touched by something that belongs to them. So if someone from Rasua were chosen by a god worshipped by the Golden Rite clan, they certainly wouldn't leave it be. If the Pope reacted like that, then the god who chose him must be related to the Golden Rite clan. Or it could even be a god they've never summoned before." Ryle hurriedly said, "If it's Isaac, the boy could absolutely do it." The head of the household frowned and growled, "You think that kid could summon a proper god?" The two of them trembled and answered, "Ah, certainly not." The head of the household then ordered, "Gol, contact the Pope's clan and investigate which god chose Jack." Go panicked, me. Why, the head of the household said, "If you succeed, I'll give Shuri a relic." Go immediately fell silent in thought. The head of the household continued, "And from now until Isaac begins his practicum, the boy will be under special supervision. If Isaac continues to have faith test results like last time, in the future he could become a dark priest." All three faces turned ashen as ash. Go painfully clutched his head. "If he really becomes a dark priest, the whole clan will be branded traitors. Treason will have everyone arrested and Shuri will get into trouble too." Ryle also went pale and covered his niece's mouth. The head of the household coldly ordered, "Stop that at all costs." After a while, Ryle approached and said, "Soon you'll begin your practicum. Those senior bastards who used to make life miserable were in the past now." Isaac frowned and muttered angrily, "Don't say that, it feels like I'm re-enlisting." Ryle kept explaining at length, "During the practicum, you'll work with seniors. You'll discover your abilities and learn the real duties of a priest that the academy doesn't teach. Based on evaluation results, you can change rank a ND Chinese letter, so do your best. When finished, you'll sign a contract with a god." While he was still speaking, Isaac raised his hand to ask, "Oh right, do you know when we can attend the sacrificial ceremony?" Ryle answered happily, "You're interested in the sacrificial ceremony?" Isaac answered enthusiastically, "Very interested, especially in executing the minions of the dried demon king." Ryle was even more pleased, "I'm glad to see your faith growing. Let me explain the sacrificial ceremony to you. A sacrificial ceremony is when we offer gifts to the gods and many people gather together to celebrate like a festival. Actually, everyone will come to attend, but the most important thing is their hearts and faith toward the divine. So in essence, it is a very personal ritual." Isaac slapped the table to cut him off. "Wait." But Rai kept talking nonstop. "This brings us back to the basic question. Do we really need a large gathering of people to perform this ritual? Think about it. A sacrificial ceremony is a ritual we perform to offer to the gods. And throughout history, rituals have always been communal acts. The core of this ritual is that we all serve the divine together. The clearest evidence of that is each person's personal faith in the gods." Isaac groaned in his head. "My uncle is taking this too seriously. And where did those glasses come from?" Raoul continued, "An interesting fact. So is kneeling alone a form of prayer? And is kneeling in a group a rite? You can't really put it that way. What matters most is the purpose people gather for and their attitude. I may have gone a bit far, but I think you get the idea right. This sacrificial ceremony has many similarities to a festival. And when you think of a festival, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Right? Having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't joy part of faith? Then the gods will bless this ceremony with great joy. That's the god's prerogative in the ceremony, isn't it?" Isaac curled his mouth, realizing, so lower gods or angels will attend the ceremony, right? If I catch them, I'll tear you to pieces. Ryle finished enthusiastically. Our AC surely wants to personally execute the dried demon king's minions, right? That righteous spirit is truly needed. Go stepped forward to add, the group that scores highest will have the honor of executing the dried demon king's minions. So make sure you do well. Shuri replied awkwardly, "Yes, father." Isaac covered his face in despair. Group work again. Ryle lowered his head and prayed, "I hope you achieve good results so you can do what you desire." Isaac agreed, "Yes, uncle." He sighed helplessly in his head, "No choice. I'll just eliminate a few groups and pretend to save the others." Then he brightened up, "I'll try my best." Ride breathed a sigh of relief without knowing his true nature. Yes, this lovely child certainly can't become a dark priest. What a relief. Suddenly Go standing nearby winced and hissed. But Isaac, which God chose you at the last anointing ceremony? Isaac went pale at the question and replied irritably, I don't remember clearly, but it was a rather strange and unsettling mark. In their minds, the two painted that scene, and their panic produced the conclusion, look, this is a sign of doom. That's definitely an evil god. Both of them stepped back slightly. It's okay, sometimes gods with strange marks look frightening. Yes, in the end, faith is what matters. Isaac paid it little mind. I'm not too worried. Suddenly Ryle said, oh right, the Cardinal of the Golden Rite will come to see you. Isaac dug at his ear in annoyance. That bastard. I mean that person. Why? Before anyone could answer, a shout came from the door. Hey Jack Roswa. Ryle and Go's faces turned gray as they looked toward the person outside and called out. Kina Burrit, he shouted arrogantly, I have business with you. The two of them complained miserably. Why is he here to see Isaac? Go raked his hair. Who knows, how could I understand its thoughts? Kina barged in without a word, guessing by his shoulders. Maybe he came to harm Isaac. Perhaps the Pope sent him. Go thought and agreed, if it's because of a god, that's very possible. Suddenly, Kina placed his hand on Isaac's hand and cried out, Isaac, I think you're worthless. I'm serious, Isaac. That disgusting line made Ike grimace. This bastard is crazy. You trying to pick a fight? Whisper laughed heartily. Kina said casually, but now I've realized you stayed out of the world for 10 years because of your training. You didn't want your skills defiled by the idiots at the academy. I knew it when you were anointed. You're outstanding and not comparable to those fools. It's such a waste for someone like you to be stuck doing practicum tasks. The more he praised, the more annoyed Isaac became. Creepy. Whisper added, I think this guy's a bit unhinged. Kina paid him no mind, reaching out and offering, train with me under his guidance. Then we'll move into the professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. We'll execute the dried demon king and lead the holy nation. The scene left Go gaping. Is this a new form of bullying from the Pope's clan? But he seems serious. The offer's terrifyingly good. If it were me, I'd definitely. Before he could finish thinking, Isaac's icy words rang out, get lost. Kina couldn't believe it. What? AI snapped angrily. Get lost, I'll go through the practicum like everyone else. Go blushed, realizing right, he's crazy. Kina wasn't satisfied and tried to persuade further. Don't worry about clerical status. I'm not only talking practice, I'll give you the standing of a priest with 10 years experience. But Isaac didn't want to hear it, showing no interest. Then pointed at Goal and said, if you want to take someone, take that one. Go couldn't believe it and pointed at himself, me. Kina insulted bluntly, that one and you aren't on the same level. AI would agree, but Go's face burned with shame. These horrible bastards. Kina shouted, you have the talent to drive away monsters with just a look. Whisper realized and snorted with laughter. He must have seen his master scare monsters off by intimidation. Aya glanced sideways, thinking, this bastard wants to learn that move from me, huh? The more he wants it, the more I dislike him. He turned his back and waved his hand. I'll say it again, get lost. Just the thought of learning from the Pope makes me want to puke. Kina scowled and repeated, did you just say my grandfather makes you nauseous? Isaac pointed at him and replied, of course, I even want to slit his throat. Before he could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth. In an instant, Isaac vanished from where he had been, and a voice strode in saying, our child is busy. The one who acted was the head of the household, who looked at Kina and said, don't come near this boy again. Kina protested, shouting, even if you are the head of the Azure clan, the head cut him off. If you keep associating with that kid, he'll turn you into garbage. Isaac grew even more mouthy, but the head forbade him sternly, forcing him to bite his hand. The room suddenly fell silent. Isaac went mad, veins bulging, swearing inwardly, you Roswa bastards, I will definitely destroy you. The 5 colors are the test every trainee priest must pass, consisting of white, yellow, blue, black, and red. This is the order in which they are examined, presided over by the cardinals of each faith. So to become an official priest, you must pass this test. Isaac went up to a door and muttered, our group's people will be here. According to Shuri, they group 30 people of the same background or faith into one team. Isaac heard the scolding. Do they want us to fight among factions or what? But Shuri said, our group is all my friends, so it's fine. AI, now fully informed, praised, seems sending you to study early was worth it, Shiria. Then he opened the door, smiling at his decision. I'll use these guys to pass the 5 colors test and save my subordinates. First, we need to make a good impression. While he was still grinning, someone shouted, he's here. The gloomy crowd stared at AI and said to each other, tie that bastard up. This made Isaac dumbfounded. A few guys jumped forward to question him. You're the one who bullied Shuri all these years, right? Let us teach your cousin some manners. Think you're just joking around with the big guys. If you dare tell Shuri, you're dead. AI watched this, closed his eyes and sighed. These guys are hopeless. The blonde-haired one, seeing Isaac submissive, stepped forward and said with a smile, yeah, treat this as a friendly get-together. While he was speaking, AI pulled out his baby bottle. They doubled over laughing, pointing, and teasing. Is that a rattle? Ha ha, the rumor that he was a baby not long ago must be true. just hang him up somewhere. Before the words finished, the bottle hit him straight in the face. Blood splattering everywhere, he was knocked unconscious and flew backward, silencing his companions. What the hell is happening? Is that bastard crazy or what? Isaac paid no mind and said, you only get high marks if you're close. So let's practice some team-building exercises. Get to know each other, my gentle friends, though this face is a bit too gentle. AI felt these guys were too degenerate and needed divine light to cleanse them. Seeing the baby bottle in his hand, the classmates screamed in horror, then proceeded with rounds of team activities so merrily that the noise echoed through the building. A moment later, Shuri pushed the door open irritably and shouted, Isaac, I don't get this place. Is this called team building? All she saw was Isaac having those guys form shapes for him to sit on, leaving Shuri speechless. Seeing Shuri enter, they begged miserably, Shuri, isn't this guy related to you? Shuri awkwardly shrank away. Thanks for playing with my cousin, they shouted, save us. Shuri acted as if she didn't see it and quietly asked Isaac, by the way, the first test will judge the group's harmony. What are you going to do? Isaac repeated in surprise, harmony? Are you blind not to see this pyramid? This is harmony already, isn't it? Shuri glared, speechless, scolding inwardly, because you forced them by violence, you lunatic. Suddenly, Isaac brought over a sheet of paper and said, here, take a look at this. Shuri asked in astonishment, what's this? Isaac answered offhandedly, it's the list of those freeloaders leeching off you. These bastards have been finding excuses to milk you for 7 years. Though the Raswa family doesn't seek repayment, there's a limit. One dissatisfied guy whined and argued, the Raswa clan doesn't need anything from us. Even if offerings were made, they probably wouldn't help anyway. Before he finished, Isaac, like a demon, cut in. Nothing much, you still have limbs intact and organs fresh. I don't need much, my friends, I only want a healthy relationship. Give what you give and receive what you receive. So in this group activity, work diligently and devotedly with a pure heart, okay? But that smiling face made the whole room fall utterly silent. Isaac snapped no answer. They hastily responded, yes sir. Isaac ignored them, jumped down and declared, good, then the team building ends here. Shuri helplessly shouted, what if we fail the test? AI paid it no mind, calling back as he walked off, follow me, there's something I want to show you. Shuri protested, hissing, one failed point and we're out. The first criterion is harmony. Isaac replied indifferently, don't worry, I've planned everything. First, look at this. Inside the cabinet was an unlucky guy locked up and crying. AI smiled like a devil, but Shuri saw it and stammered in horror. Rushed forward, grabbed his collar and screamed, you madman, what are you doing? That's someone from our group. What's more, he's the son of my friend's uncle. Don't you remember him from the relic storage? Isaac, eyes wet, answered, I know. Precisely because he's in our group, there's a problem. He kept a letter and said he'd stop spying. That made Shuri freeze, sweating profusely. Both of them glanced over at the unlucky fellow. Shuri lunged forward and tore the gag off his mouth, and not fully trusting him asked, Nier ordered you to do this, right? Aeon cried out, confessing, I'm sorry, I had no choice, I have my own reasons. Isaac casually inquired, so what did Nier tell you to do? Aeon panicked, hissing, he told me to completely sabotage Joshua's group. He said Shuri would give in because of the test and ordered me to demand outrageous things so the group would collapse. Even the hostile attitude toward Isaac at the welcome party was his doing. He wanted to personally execute a subordinate of the dried demon king. Isaac, hearing this, thought to himself, Nier now not only dares touch me, but you even want to execute my subordinate. Isaac's face grew sly as he declared, we must teach him a lesson. A few days later, inside a room, discontented voices rang out, why can't you do it anymore? Being a spy isn't hard, is it? How many of you have already given up? A boy hung his head awkwardly and answered, sorry, we've had several team building sessions, so they let me take the day off. Nier, hearing this, thought differently. Team building? Fine, let that one go. Alright then, get out of my sight. The others in the room comforted him. Let it be, there are still 3 loyal people in the Rot-Shua group. As long as they're in, victory is certain. Nier ground his teeth, thinking angrily, that bastard is really an eyesore, I need to deal with him soon. Even my father cares about him. Does he really want to invite him into the family? Forget it, just get through today. Anyway, those Rot-Shua will be eliminated today. Having decided, Nier led the way out. In the center of the building, the elder's voice sounded evenly. Welcome to the 5 Colors Harmony. The White Faith has performed the rite through speech, and the most important thing among teammates is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first topic of 5 Colors Harmony will be judged by vote. Isaac listened, yawning repeatedly. Nier now calculated confidently. If even one person objects to keeping the current lineup, the whole team will be disqualified and the objector will be moved to another group. That means even if you betray the blue faction, you can still continue the test. I've already planted spies, so your failure is certain. A moment later, the host read aloud, I will announce the results. The Azure team, the whole group unanimously agreed to keep the same members. This struck Nier like a bolt from the blue. The host continued, therefore the entire team has passed the 5 Colors Harmony. Isaac turned back smugly, grinning to taunt him. A short while later, outside the building, Shuri yelled yelled frantically, Isaac, wait for me. How did you do it? How did you get them to agree? Isaac stopped and replied, remember how the Scarlet White Cardinal kept trying to find me a few days ago? Shuri answered right away, of course I remember. He even dared refuse the Cardinal's summons. Isaac snapped, do you want to die? Shuri lowered her voice, sorry. Isaac continued, anyway, I told him that if he wanted to meet, he had to hand over the golden medicine. This terrified Shuri. Isn't that the secret drug only the lineage of the Golden Faith possesses? It's extremely precious, there's no way he'd give it to him. But Isaac walked on and said, he gave it to me too. That's why I used that pill to bargain with those guys. This left Shuri open-mouthed. What, he actually gave it to him? Then he grasped the situation and shouted, so you plan to give the golden medicine to them after the vote? Isaac, as usual, replied, no, I already made them take it before the vote. Shuri couldn't believe it and scolded, what if they rebelled? Isaac beamed and said, it's fine, I trust my teammates. Shuri listened and felt existentially doubtful. Strange, could he really have reformed? If so, she was relieved. Until he opened the room door. Inside were the kids screaming and begging, please, we did exactly what you told us, please give us the antidote. My stomach hurts so much. Shuri shouted, what antidote? Isaac suddenly perked up and added, I trusted they wouldn't dare betray. Shuri went pale with fear. What the hell did you do, you madman? Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the golden medicine. Isaac responded nonchalantly. It was the golden medicine. Kind of like candy, 93% flour, 5% mana essence of the dried demon king, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and a whopping 0% golden medicine. Shuri cried in despair. Even rinsing a real golden medicine pill with water would yield more than that. Isaac grinned and said, it's about time they paid for feeding on you all these years. Shuri heard this and clasped her head in despair. The kids turned pale, crying and begging, save me, I can't take it anymore. We've passed the 5 colors harmony, haven't we? Please give us the antidote. Feeling pity, Isaac softened. He rummaged through the next cabinet and said, all right, after all, I'm a man of my word. Now, where did I put the antidote? Tada found it. Shuri went pale and muttered angrily, you're insane, that's the diaper you used. Who would keep an antidote in a diaper? Isaac waved the diaper and asked, so who should I give it to first? The crowd lunged forward to grab it. Suddenly the door was flung open. Nier stormed in angrily and shouted, give me back my people, you bastard. I don't know what bribe you used to kill my men. But as he spoke, hateful eyes landed on Isaac. And the victims, fierce as berserkers, surged at Nier. Before Nier understood, he screamed, I won't let this go. That was his last sentence. After that came his and the others' anguished cries, don't touch AC, why are you suddenly rushing to defend him, what did you do to them? After letting them beat him to satisfaction, Isaac stepped forward to scold. I heard you told them this. In moments of crisis, people seek an overwhelming power. But you're wrong, the most important thing for them now is to save their own lives. No one can stand against death. Nier paled with each sentence, glanced at the trembling crowd and could no longer look at Isaac. He doubted humanity and wondered, is that what human eyes look like? A while later, inside the cathedral office, Hari was working when he heard a knock and calmly called, come in. Seeing a servant enter, Hari sighed. It took 7 days just to meet an apprentice priest. That's rude. Unexpectedly, the servant awkwardly reported, sorry sir, but Isaac said he won't be coming. Hari frowned and ground his teeth. He received the golden medicine and still won't come. The servant replied flustered, that's what he said, sir. He also asked me to deliver a message. Hari asked gloomily, what message? The servant answered, next time if you want me to come, send a big lump of gold. That remark made Hari so angry he snapped his pen. He hissed sharply, by any means, bring that brat before me. A short while later Nier strode down the corridor in a rage, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. A short while later Nier strode down the corridor in a rage, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. My people reported he has something he mustn't show inspectors. If I investigate, I'll find clues and expose his identity myself. While pondering this, Nier came upon a crowd gathered and angrily advanced, shouting to vent his fury. Who are you people? Why is the dormitory so noisy? The startled crowd turned and stammered, we have business with the young master here. The servant inwardly cursed, damn, why run into someone from the Crimson Clan? The Crimson are sworn enemies of the Golden Clan. Please get out of my way. That Crimson freak. If rumors spread that the Scarlet White Cardinal summoned someone from the Azure Clan, it would cause big trouble. Suddenly the room's door opened and a voice said, why are you late? I'm sure I told you to come early because I need something for the tea gathering. Seeing Isaac open the door, the servant silently rejoiced. This kid is definitely trying to help us. Given what he's received, he should at least do that. Eshua is always so predictable. They hurriedly responded, yes, we came because we have something to deliver to the young master. It's being prepared. Isaac instructed, exactly, a social gathering needs refreshments, so bring them before the day's end. The servants respectfully complied. But those words gave Nier a new idea. A social gathering, huh? That's the meeting where you enchanted my subordinates, isn't it? The servants hurriedly excused themselves, then we'll take our leave. Unexpectedly, Nier had prepared a fireball, and as soon as they left, they were hit by the 5th-tier holy spell, Hell's Repentance. After attacking, Nier stepped forward and said, I just gave your subordinates a little rest. I have business with you. So why don't we do an interesting faith test together? Shuri looked terrified. No, he'll surely be burned at the stake. If we do that test, the worst is the whole clan could be wiped out because of him. But now Nier produced a device and said, I have a convenient thing, just place your hand on it and it will react. We'll use this for now. Just then Hari appeared behind him and growled, Isaac Rasua, I didn't expect you to dare refuse my summons just because you're busy playing around. This sentence made Nier standing before him go pale with fear. Hari looked down and demanded, do you think I'm a joke? Nier awkwardly turned his head to look at Cardinal Burit. He glanced down and added reproachfully, you're close with the Crimson Clan. A brat from that clan dares lay a hand on my subordinates. Isaac stood silently as if watching a play, despite Nier turning deathly pale. He panicked inwardly and cursed, damn it, is this guy allied with the Burit clan? Then Isaac shouted up, I apologize, your eminence, but you see, young master Nier told me not to associate with people of the Golden Clan, so I couldn't respond to your summons in time. This sentence sent Nier into a panic. Hari, who had long targeted him, could no longer hold back and roared. When did I ever say that, you bastard? And what's this about the cardinal summoning you? I thought no bishop is allowed to contact apprentices during their probation. Could the cardinal really? He shouted and slipped up, prompting Hari to cut in irritated. Oh, really? Aya covered his mouth laughing. Wow, this is amusing. Hari glowered as he accused, third son of the Crimson Clan, I gave you time to bond with your teammates, but it seems you wasted that time, didn't you? I'll let you off this time because I know your father. Nier stammered in fear, no, it's not like that. Hari paid no attention and continued, but I will assign additional tasks from the cathedral to your group. Nier gritted his teeth helplessly, damn it, please no. After dealing with Nier, Hari turned and said, now come to my chamber. Suddenly Isaac changed his mind and smiled. Ah, sorry, your eminence Cardinal Golden, but Cardinal Crimson has called me first. This made Nier, who was holding his head and leaving, freeze in place. Isaac lounged at the door and said, what can I do? I just had an appointment. I'll see you if the conditions are better. Hari couldn't believe it and asked, Cardinal Crimson just called you? Isaac, as usual, replied, yes, Cardinal Crimson just summoned me. Nier stood beside him stunned, having not said a word. How did he know that? If this continues, Cardinal Paris will hate me. My evaluation points are basically ruined. I need to get out of here. So he stepped forward to explain for Isaac. That's right, I'm mainly here to fetch Isaac, so I'll take him with me. Hari frowned, Didn't my attempt to scare him work? He awkwardly tried to add, Cardinal, but was cut off by Hari. Fine, if you have a prior appointment, there's nothing I can do. Go, Nier breathed a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Buris wouldn't want to provoke his own clan. Suddenly Hari paused and added, however, the fact that you caused trouble for the Golden Clan remains true. Therefore, from tomorrow, I will assign additional tasks to you. Nier swore, goddammit, but reassured himself, it's fine, if I hand this guy to my father, cleaning up will just... Unexpectedly, AI was gone and the door shut tight. Nier lost his mind and shouted, where did that brat go? Shuri, sweating, pointed inside and said, Isaac is asleep. He said to grow taller you have to go to bed early. Nier gritted his teeth but could do nothing, screaming in his head, damn it, it's only 2 p.m. and that bastard. He rushed in shouting, hey, wake up, please wake up and use it. AI remained asleep as if dead. Seeing someone trying to rouse on Shen, the others in the room panicked and cried, damn it, drag that Nier out of here now. 3 days later, the tea house work still wouldn't let up. Nier worked gloomily, swearing, AI Rakshua, I'll kill you. Who could stand cleaning 18 hours a day? He remembered when he used the light orb to call his father and was scolded. An incompetent man who can't even bring a boy to me dares ask for my help? Nier was choked with anger, having no one to tell. His teammates complained constantly about low scores and even his father wouldn't help. If I want my father's help, I have to bring that brat back, so first I have to meet him. After all, he'll have to come to pray. So I'll wait for him in the chapel. Having decided that, Nier resolved to stick it out here, despite most of his days being drained by scrubbing floors. 6 hours later, Nier sat there like a soulless corpse, uncomfortable and sleepy. Then his friends burst in, banging on the door and yelling, what the hell are you doing? You damned fool, we still have work to do. If the score drops any further, I'll kill you right now. Nier refused to give in and begged, no, I have to meet Isaac first. No. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure standing in the doorway. Isaac smiled warmly and raised his hand in greeting. Nier went dumb in an instant and turned into a furious demon, roaring, let me go, but his friends refused to let go. Seeing this, Shuri sighed in exasperation, you're a demon coming now just to rile him up. Isaac grinned ear to ear and replied delightedly, it's nothing, just meeting for fun. Shuri asked confused, but wouldn't meeting Cardinal Crimson benefit us more? Isaac asked back, why is that? Shuri said, because Cardinal Buris will never help us become kings. AI didn't understand and repeated, kings? Why? Shuri, exasperated, said, please at least know the grading criteria. Isaac frowned and snapped, you should have said that sooner. Shuri had to explain, king is irreplaceable talent, queen is talent who can protect the nation, bishop is a model student, knight is a capable student, pawn is an ordinary student, Kalau is useless. Hearing the ranking, AI was annoyed. Seriously. Shuri sat down and explained, if the cardinal goes mad and ranks us as Kalau, we'll be exiled to the academy. Worse, Cardinal Buris might even want to kill people. Isaac objected. That sounds reasonable. Why would AI have a grudge so deep he'd kill a 10-year-old? He even gave me the golden medicine. Shuri darkened and said, don't you know, your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Barris. But your father stole her from him. That previous engagement was cancelled because your father turned it into a feud between the two clans. AI went pale hearing this. He was sure the cardinal wanted him dead, 100%. Suddenly, Whisper leapt out eating popcorn to watch the drama, making everyone jump back. You scared me. Shuri helplessly added, if you can pull Cardinal Crimson to our side, you can use him to restrain Cardinal Golden. Not to mention the Golden Clan's descendants must also pass the Crimson Clan's test, so just promising they won't be ranked Kalau in Golden's test would be enough. At that moment, a small formation lit up in the room, and a hand reached out behind Isaac. Unaware, he mumbled, that's right, let me go meet him once and see. No sooner had the words left his mouth than that hand clamped over his mouth. Shuri turned in surprise. What did you just say? But the empty room made Shuri scream out, Isaac. At the same time, inside Hari's study, a cataclysmic explosion occurred. Isaac snapped irritably, hey sir, you're kidnapping me. What the hell are you doing? Realizing where he was, AI awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. You always act so noble, yet you had your men kidnap me. Hari, annoyed, turned and scolded, you brat, I have something to tell you. AI quickly cut him off. Yes, of course there's something. Didn't you call me here because I've been ignoring you all this time? Suddenly Hari shouted, Isaac Rock Shua. Isaac froze, looked up, and immediately saw Hari's earnest face and sincere voice. I want to adopt you. Isaac was stunned, not expecting this. What did he just say? Adopted? Does that mean joining the Golden family? He wants me to join the Golden clan. What the hell? Is he mocking me? Or is this a new tactic to control the Eshua clan? When Hari said nothing, he had to explain clearly. There's no scheme here, I'm just proposing you leave Rakshua and become an adopted son of the Barris family. The more Isaac heard, the more suspicious he became. Why are you doing this? Is it just because that fake Kalau demon king called me a saint? Whatever your motives are, it doesn't matter. Thinking that, he hesitated and asked, but if I become your adopted son, what do I get? This question stunned Hari. Isaac boldly spread his hands demanding, if we're negotiating, at least state the terms clearly, right? Hari couldn't believe it and wondered, does he intend to negotiate with me at that age? He seriously laid it out, I'll give you everything the Rakshua clan cannot. The papal family can make up for all your shortcomings, before being cut off by loud laughter. But the Eshua family isn't lacking anything. Hari awkwardly stroked his chin. I heard Eshua is trying to lock you up in the mansion, right? The Azure faith requires patience and restraint of one's nature, so you'd face countless restrictions. As for our Golden family, we won't interfere in your affairs. Moreover, we'll support whatever you want to do. But Isaac was still dissatisfied. That still sounds insufficient unless you intend to back me as the next heir of the Barris family. Otherwise, it's not enough. Hari asked in surprise. I heard you're targeting the saint position and now you're aiming for the papacy too. If you truly want to become the pope, wouldn't switching to the Golden clan be more advantageous? Isaac answered nonchalantly, but I'm still with Eshua if you think I'd switch sides over things like that. Hari cut in, tempting, a land named after you, your own territory, a vault full of gold, a private army under your command, tax exemptions, and a mansion even larger than Eshua's. I'll even grant you rights for direct line descendants. AI hesitated, stroking his chin. I'll consider it. Hari, please, turned away. Good, then I'll begin the process of joining right now. But wait, tell the Eshua family. At that moment, he finally realized the issue. Isaac smugly repeated, yes, of course, I'll keep it secret. Immediately, a noise echoed from outside the room. Shuri hadn't time to run before he saw Hari burst out like a specter. He dropped to the floor in terror, trembling from being frightened by Hari, then ran off shouting, I didn't hear anything. Hari was at a loss and sighed reluctantly, then stepped back into the room and told Isaac, anyway, what matters is what you want. Even if that brat tells the Eshua family, it won't change anything. Unexpectedly, Isaac said, I only said I'd consider it. I never said I'd join. I'd rather die than join the papal family. This made Hari, who had been walking, frown. He couldn't believe it and repeated, rather die? Isaac answered firmly, yes, rather die. Hari snapped angrily, you really take after your mother. From appearance to the way you speak. With a single word from me, you'll be expelled and will never be allowed to become a priest. Don't dream of becoming pope. Even the title of saint will not be recognized for you. With the pope's authority, I can bar you from entering the holy realm. You know that, yet you still dare say such things. Isaac replied cheerfully, I'll found a country where priests and even the pope aren't needed. From the start, why would a nation need 2 leaders? Anyway, it will become my country. Hari, who had been threatening boldly, was frightened by these words. The man beside him could only smile wryly. I would need at least that much courage if I wanted to defeat the Kalau Demon King. Let's pretend I never heard the adoption offer. That would be better for you. Anyway, thanks to you, I'm more curious now. I wonder what happened at the investiture ceremony. What made the Golden family want to adopt direct descendants of a rival clan? The people of the Holy Realm must be dying to know too. At the same time, inside the Raswa mansion, the owner's voice echoed. Isaac passed the 5-color harmony test. How did he manage that? He should have failed. Damn it, it seems my faith wasn't strong enough. He fell to his knees before the holy chalice and prayed again with all his heart. Please, oh my God, sovereign power over heaven and earth, make him fail, that damn grandson of mine. This left Doi lying nearby speechless. People take exams and their elders pray for them to pass, and this household prays for them to fail. Benjamin Eshua, the Eshua family's second son, couldn't hold back and exclaimed, Ryle, what happened to the family while you were away? Since when did the Azure faith start cursing people? Ryle forced a smile while Benjamin grew more curious. Is AI really such a troublesome child? Ryle waved his hand awkwardly and replied, Troublesome? The boy is gentle, pure, polite, and very smart, brother. Benjamin, more puzzled, looked at the owner praying for his grandson to fail and asked, Then why are you acting like this, father? Vi wiped sweat, not knowing what to say, and whispered, I think he's just overly worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming tests from the Golden and Crimson families are very dangerous. Benjamin rubbed his chin and said, You can't inherit the family since you're a younger son, so the appearance of a child with potential to be heir should be good. But why do I feel so uneasy? Just then the master stepped forward, scratched his head, and wondered. Strange, anyone struck by this blessing would be so zealous they'd collapse and be unconscious for 3 days. Why doesn't it affect that brat? The two sons were left speechless. Isn't it more like a curse? I think it's better if it doesn't work. Suddenly a voice called out, Even so, I think that child still matters greatly to you right now. They turned and saw a young woman bowing. Greetings, master and uncle. I am Leah Eshua, a candidate for the Holy Maiden. R cheerfully called out, Oh Leah, you're back. Leah smiled and greeted, Is everyone well? But no one paid attention. The master muttered to himself, How did that brat pass the harmony test? He shouldn't have been able to pass. The papal family is showing excessive interest in Isaac. If they're truly targeting his life, he'd better accept it and return soon. If his investiture were delayed a year or two, it would be fine. But the boy is too outstanding to postpone the ceremony. As the mood darkened, Benjamin stepped to the table, curious, and looked at the letter on top and asked, Father, who sent that letter? The envelope looks too fancy. It's nothing like our usual correspondence. The master sighed, It's from your fourth brother. Raoul surprised, known he sent a letter. The master opened the letter and read, Hey, when will you finally stop being the head of the family? You're practically dying, why not pass on the position? That's what he wrote. Because of that, we must discipline him properly. In any case, we won't let your brother take over. Ryle immediately agreed, I agree. The master then decreed, if he's still unfit, Ryle, you will be the next head. But he passed the harmony test, so there may still be hope. At that moment, the fire Holy Spirit flew back, and as soon as it entered the room it cursed, Hope my ass. The master looked up and demanded, What's going on? X shook his head and annoyed recounted a long story. That bastard has been hitting others with his milk bottle. What kind of lunatic uses healing magic just to beat people more viciously? The master cleared his throat. Typical Isaac. Benjamin, skeptical about life, well. SIL letter 1EAF added, he even poisoned and threatened teammates to pass the test. Ryle frowned and groaned, good heavens. But the master remained fairly optimistic. It's fine as long as the papal family doesn't find out. Before he finished, Shuri burst into the room shouting, Father, father, it's bad. Cardinal Paris has offered to adopt Isaac. The whole room immediately went pale. The master restrained himself and asked, What did Isaac say? R, terrified, tried to reassure, Father, Isaac is a member of the Eshua family. He would never betray us. But Shuri extinguished both their hopes. He said yes. Ryle rushed over, grabbed him, and demanded, What do you mean? Shuri, what did he use to lure Isaac? Shuri answered miserably, A lot of money, enough that no one could refuse. R muttered angrily, Damn it. The servants murmured among themselves. As expected, money can buy even immortals. That's right. The master clenched his fists in anger, veins bulging, growling, Those damned dogs, that old bastard is still alive and grinning. And they dare to snatch my family member. Back with Isaac, piles of gold and jewels were being delivered. Seeing the treasure, the students gaped in amazement. All this gold is from the Paris family. I heard they're giving it all to Isaac. So the rumor that Isaac is close to the papal family is true? Isaac smirked. This is more like hush money for me. After all, gold is just gold. Suddenly Shuri jumped out from nowhere waving a flag and declared, Isaac is actually one of the Azure faith. Isaac was stunned. What the hell? Why did the master send him, that stingy old man? Isaac stepped forward and Shuri produced a crumpled letter. Isaac frowned, opened it, and read the contents, which contained only one line, You are of the same house as me. This made him even more baffled. What kind of trick is this? As he was about to crumple and tear the letter, a voice rang out. Why are they here? Shuri startled and turned. Shouting in surprise, Sister Leah. Isaac, gloomy, startled, looked back in disbelief. The lady head of the house has come too. The crowd looked toward the door and saw two women step in, prompting the noisy students to whisper. They are the holy maidens of the Rasua family. Look, it's Melissa. Aya scowled and cursed under her breath. Damn it, Melissa is here. Does she know how hard I've tried to avoid her? We must find a place to hide. Someone suddenly shouted, wow, that looks so real. That's the video from the contact sphere, right? Isaac poked his head out in surprise. What? Spotting the problem, he gave Shuri a shove and scolded. Damn it, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Stop overdoing it. I thought she had actually come. Shuri, not understanding, curled up hugging herself. Hey, what did I do wrong? But still couldn't avoid it. Melissa's voice rang out. You must be Isaac. It seems the rumor about you spread fast and is true. So you really broke the Dry Demon King's curse. I'm quite impressed. Isaac wiped sweat in secret relief. Good thing it's only through the contact sphere. Since we aren't meeting face to face, she probably won't recognize me as the Dry Demon King, right? Suddenly, Melissa added, I heard you were recently kidnapped by his followers. Is that true? You must have suffered, Isaac. Isaac jerked in surprise, breaking out in cold sweat in fear. No way. Can she sense me even through the contact sphere? Melissa growled fiercely. Why do I feel the power of the Dry Demon King on you? Isaac backed away in terror, thinking, damn, if I'm discovered, I'm done for. Melissa continued to demand, what the hell is going on? Isaac took a risk and shouted, maybe it's because I swallowed the Dry Demon King's finger 10 years ago. As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. Melissa punched her fist and laughed loudly. Ah, right, I heard that from V. I mean, there's no way he's here, is there? Everyone breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Good thing I swallowed that finger. Melissa added, if he were actually here, I'd skin him and hang him up. Isaac smugly thought to himself, but how would you skin a skeleton? A child suddenly asked, did those people really come all the way here just to meet the trainee clerics? Nai replied irritably, I heard holy maidens don't get involved in family matters, so what are they doing here? Leah turned and said, because I'm interested in you, the third child of the Crimson family. Nai startled me. Leah beamed and explained, I heard you were chosen to inherit the headship but lost everyone in the harmony test and were foolish enough to get your whole team punished. Hearing that, Nir felt as if he'd been struck by an invisible blow. The kids nearby hurried to support him. Nur, wake up. Damn, is this guy emotionally shattered? Melissa didn't care and only praised. Anyway, Jack, I've prepared a special gift to reward you for your recent efforts. Isaac was mildly intrigued, thinking a gift. Is it money? Melissa continued, the gift is my ultimate technique, the most powerful holy attack capable even of defeating the Dry Demon King. Isaac pulled a disgusted face, crying inside, I don't need that. But the kids were extremely excited. The Holy Maiden's ultimate move, that's a divine power technique, right? You can't buy that with money. Basically, it's an upgraded version of holy power. The kids following Nurse shouted in panic, I heard it, at this rate the Azure will surpass us. Nai ground his teeth and cursed, damn it, this will only make that brat more arrogant. Suddenly one kid stepped forward and shouted, no way. He thought smugly to himself, you think the Holy Maiden will overlook you poisoning your teammates? I'll tell her everything and strip you of the right to stay here. He was the son of Count 6 Moloch, Nur's #1 informant. Holy Maiden, I have something to report about Isaac. Isaac gave us poison to pass the harmony test. That statement stunned Melissa into silence. The kid kept whining as he recounted. A candidate for sainthood using poison. Can you believe it, Holy Maiden? Melissa stammered, what poison? Nai rejoiced inwardly, well done, finally you're useful. Deal with that brat and I'll take you into my team. Melissa shouted coldly, Isaac, do you think poison alone is enough? Poison is one of the least effective ways to train willpower. You're doing a terrible job. The kid panicked, rushed forward and shouted, wait, Holy Maiden, Isaac really beat us until we were bruised. Melissa, again surprised, what? She continued to instruct Isaac, listen carefully, Isaac, beating flesh and skin doesn't help training. From now on, remember to break bones, that's how you make them stronger. To atone, I'll personally break their bones in Isaac's place. The kid screamed, not knowing whom to beg, when Leah intervened. No, you can't. He would die if you did that. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Leah suggested, let me do it instead, don't worry. I'll be quick and efficient. Isaac felt sorry for him and stepped forward to take over. I'll handle it myself. Leah, slightly doubtful, really. Isaac grabbed the dumb kid and whispered, see, if you'd listened when I threatened you, you wouldn't be in this mess. From now on, you'll be my meat shield and subordinate. The unlucky kid could only scream inside. These family folk have all gone mad. A little while later, inside the private room, Isaac scratched his ear and heard Melissa ask, AI, would you like to become the head of a family? He mumbled in response, ah yes. Leah then asked, if you became the head, what would you do? Isaac didn't hesitate and said immediately, I'd definitely wipe out the Holy Maidens. Shuri panicked and screamed, you madman. But Leah patiently asked, why? Isaac replied casually, because Holy Maidens are unnecessary. Shuri begged miserably, please, I'm begging you. Isaac clamped his hand over Shuri's mouth, stood up and said, I'll personally deal with the Dry Demon King. So why don't you just give up being a holy maiden? That remark intimidated Leah into silence. She just stared at Melissa without daring to speak. Melissa not only wasn't angry but smiled. I couldn't do that. I committed a sin I should never have committed. Leah hesitated. There was one time in my life when I had the chance to destroy the Dry Demon King. A perfect opportunity to annihilate him forever. But I couldn't do it. I'm not even sure why. Perhaps the gods would never forgive that. I am the reason the Du family was cursed. Isaac was surprised to hear that. Melissa continued, to break the curse, we must defeat the dry demon king. That is the burden I must bear. Isaac didn't understand and repeated, a sin you should never have committed. Melissa only smiled silently and did not answer. Leah also strained to speculate. There must be a reason she couldn't kill the dry demon king. Suddenly, Melissa changed the subject, smiling as she said, that's why I wanted to meet you today. Looking at what Melissa produced, Shuri stammered, is that the Holy Maiden's emblem? Isaac propped his chin and tried to recall. The Holy Maiden's emblem is unique in the world. Its value is beyond measure. Why would Melissa give this to me? Melissa said again, I've heard your offensive holy spells are quite weak, so I infused some of my power into this. With it, you'll be able to use divine power at any time. You can't pass the remaining 5 color tests with purification spells alone, so use this. I'll stop by the Holy Kingdom soon, then I'll teach you how to deal with the dry demon king. See you later. As she finished, she vanished. Isaac cursed inwardly, get out and never come back. Leah also stood up and said, well, I must be going too. Isaac also rose to leave, but Leah paused and gently asked, Isaac, tell me you have a Makor, don't you? Isaac went pale and ugly-faced. This brat found out I created a Makor. Even Melissa didn't notice. How does she know? Should I kill her right here? But Leah rubbed her chin and murmured, or did I mistake her? The thing inside is the Makor from the annex, right? Isaac hurriedly went along. Ah yes, a Makor, that's right. Isaac touched his chest and muttered, oh God, I forgot I haven't absorbed it yet. I thought I could unseal it with holy magic, but I still can't. What the hell is it? Nothing works. Suddenly, Leah took off her necklace and said, that seal, you can break it with this necklace. Isaac beamed with joy, respectfully raising both hands to receive it. This kid not only knew about the Manhwa, but also gave me a way to break it. Jackpot. Leah hesitated and cautioned, still, I'm not sure you can actually use it. But it seems you're trying to restore the family's secret art, aren't you? Isaac couldn't understand what. Leah asked further. After you remove the holy maidens, what will you do? Isaac flamboyantly replied, become a rich freeloader. Leah snorted and left. All right, I'm off. Make sure we meet again after your apprenticeship is over. Isaac stared after her with wide eyes, thinking, this kid is definitely not normal. A moment later, an Azure soldier looked in startled. Leah stepped past and said, let's go. The soldier hesitated and asked, miss, that necklace could reveal the family's secret art. Leah lowered her eyes and sighed, I know. The soldier didn't understand. Leah added, it's a hereditary heirloom. It was passed directly by the head of the family, so other direct descendants are coveting it. Leah smiled and cut in, if it's taken, that only proves that's all the value he has. The soldier sighed, but if he protects the necklace, he'll become the successor. Leah, not very concerned, smiled brightly and said, that's still better than him going to the Holy See. Recalling Isaac's earlier words, definitely wipe out the Holy Maidens, personally deal with the dry demon king. She couldn't help but chuckle again, and peering out of the carriage murmured, make sure you do it, Isaac. Isaac, meanwhile, was already eyeing money with bright interest. That night, rain poured down over the Baris manor. Inside, a servant's voice rang out, my lord Gojal, it's been a long time. Go replied coldly, you're well, I hope. The servant replied respectfully, I'm well. How are the Eshua family affairs, my lord? Go said disdainfully, what do you think? They're still a bunch of trash as always. The servant agreed in chorus, indeed, Eshua are all hypocrites. This made Go hesitate somewhat. In truth, he feared he might soften toward them. But inwardly, Go thought differently. Something must have happened during the investiture ceremony. The cleric who officiated Isaac's investiture was found dead in the monster forest. Was the matter serious enough to require silencing? And now the Golden family wants to adopt Isaac as well. There's no way they'd do that unless they were insane. Too many strange things are happening here. Damn it. Even though my mother belongs to that family, if I dig too deep, I might end up dead. A moment later in the family's inner chamber, Go instructed, I want to rest a bit. Don't enter until I call. The servant replied respectfully, yes, my lord. Left alone, Go told himself, soft-hearted, me, the one who handed Rasua to Cardinal Baris. Sometimes I think I've grown too close to the Eshua family, but I don't feel that connection in this wretched family. Lost in thought, Go slowly entered the Baris office and moved deeper into the secret archives to check Isaac Eshua's investiture. There it was, the mark of the god who chose Isaac. Everything belongs to me. The more he read, the more unpleasant Go felt. The greatest god, really. So that's it. This is why the papal family engineered the whole thing. This wasn't for the Holy See, but for the survival of the Baris family. No, this is about the survival of the entire empire. Back with Isaac, a pile of items had been thrown onto the floor. Whisper asked excitedly, this amount of money should be enough to buy a weapon to break the binding sphere, right? Isaac wiped his sweat and nodded, yeah, I think it's enough for now. But the problem is the anti-demon stone, Whisper added. It not only drains mana but is immune to magic, aura, and even holy power. It's a real headache. Isaac grew more and more annoyed. They dared turn the binding sphere that belonged to my subordinate into an anti-demon stone? Those bastards. Whisper scoffed, probably because that's the only way to bring down a level 9 demon king. After a while, Isaac sighed and gave up. Forget it, I'll try unsealing the mana core first. Whisper immediately perked up, so you finally absorbed it. Isaac took it out and smiled. According to Lie, this should help me break the seal, right? I've never seen anything like this before. Saying that, he brought the pendant closer. His eyes lighting up, look its opening. The box completely lost its seal. The mana inside leaked out bit by bit. Isaac shouted, "Eat it quickly." Whisper excitedly yelled aloud. But there was too much mana. Whisper tried to bite the stopper but couldn't keep up with the leak. Isaac also reached out gleefully. "There's more mana than I thought. This alone is more than enough for me to advance my magic rank. Now I can freely cast high-level spells." The two of them kept whooping noisily over the pile of mana in the room. Whisper opened wide and tried to swallow as much as possible, and Isaac took the chance to stretch out his hand to absorb. While they were merrily at it, Jack's expression froze. He stared in shock as the hand absorbing mana turned dry and withered. "What the hell is this?" After a while longer, the room was completely free of mana, but the corner of the bed where Isaac sat was shrouded in darkness. He looked at his hand in confusion, muttering, "Damn these rotten bones again. Bloody hell, it's definitely a curse. A curse that turns a decayed demon lord into the strongest demon lord. A reversal between life and death." Whisper asked, puzzled, "Will that curse take over your body?" Isaac denied it. "My body has been heavily blessed. It won't be easily devoured." The curse only suddenly strengthened because the amount of mana absorbed spiked too quickly. Whisper realized, so the balance was disrupted. They began to argue. "I can increase holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to live like a devout follower again. It's such a hassle. Your body can automatically convert mana into divine mana. Or you could wait longer, but who knows how long that would take. Or you could siphon some mana from the Holy Maiden's emblem. That would be a waste. At worst, you'd be discovered and burned alive. There's no other way. I'll take advantage of the 5-colored test." This made Whisper startle innocently. Isaac analyzed, "If I cleverly exploit the Zich-Sak family's heresy test, I could greatly increase my holy power. For now, I'll seal my right hand." Before he could do that, someone called, "Isaac." Shuri opened the door and stepped in, asking, "What are you doing here?" Isaac panicked. Oh no, he hurriedly stood, hid his right hand, and forced a smile. "You're here too." But this behavior made Shuri suspicious. "Why are you smiling to yourself? You're scaring me. Why are you hiding your hand? Are you hurt?" Isaac denied it. "Hurt? Ah no, I'm fine." Shuri didn't believe him and grabbed his right hand. "Fine, let me see it." When she looked closely, he was frightened and jumped back. "What the hell bones are those bones?" Whisper flew over and suggested, "Master, quickly use memory erasing magic." Isaac grimly transmitted telepathically, "No, if I use it on someone else, I'll be discovered." Unexpectedly, Shuri trembled and pointed at him, saying, "I didn't expect you to be morally corrupt and physically like this too. Could it be that your rotten morals are because your body has decayed from within? You should have told me when this happened. Isaac thought you were wicked for no reason." This made Isaac startle. What? His mind immediately jumped to a conclusion. The Jua clan's curse is like that, either born useless or gifted but with severe defects. Shuri clutched her head and lamented. "An ancestor once suffered exactly like this. But how are you both disabled and morally corrupt?" Isaac gritted his teeth at the question, enduring and cursing inwardly. "Should I just kill him?" But Shuri was genuinely worried and said, "First, inform my father and treat you. Although you won't live long, there must be ways to extend your life." Isaac scowled, shouting in his head, "That would expose me as the decayed demon lord." So he put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Don't tell my father or the uncles. I don't want our family to worry. Besides, the 5-colored test is much more important right now. I want to personally eliminate the minions of the decayed demon lord before I die." His Hollywood-style performance immediately moved Shuri. Isaac turned away and said, "Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I have a plan." Shuri eagerly, "You have a plan? Tell me, I'll help you." Isaac curled a sly smile, his contemptuous face turning back as he said, "Then I need you to deliver something to the red robe of Zich-Sak." 20 days later, inside the dining hall, the trainee priests muttered, "Isaac, that bastard. Who in their right mind plants a bomb in the restroom? And that's not all. Yesterday, he laced the food with cyanide. He pumped poison gas into my pillow too." Isaac sat nearby, frowning as he asked, "You don't like my personal training plan?" The lot jumped up to argue, "Your training is assassination." One of them couldn't hold back and pulled out a paper to question, "What else is on the list? 1. Fall off a cliff and die. 2. Be killed by demons. 3. Beaten to death. 4. Die any way possible." Isaac answered innocently, "What else? You're the targets." Saying that, he turned to one side and said, "After you finish eating, put this on." It looks suspicious. "What's this, a sandbag? You intend to make us do physical training? We're clerics, not knights." Isaac didn't care and approached the pile of gear, replying, "The next 5-colored test is coming up. We need to train physically, right?" The kids protested, "What are you talking about? The next test is the golden test. Isn't their test supposed to require intellect?" Isaac said naively, "Oh, I changed the order of the exams. Next is the Zich-Sak physical fitness test." The kids were dubious. "You changed the order?" Isaac confirmed, "Yes, and I also changed the content of the test. The kids panicked. What the hell have you done? Isak didn't want to argue further. He clapped and shouted, enough nonsense, put on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the training ground. The lot were instantly furious. What nonsense are you spouting? You can't just change the exam order on a whim, and 50 laps, what the hell is that? Are you crazy? The legendary milk bottle was raised again. The kids fell silent with sullen faces. Isaac, like a demon, repeated, oh, my mistake, it's actually 100-meter laps. If we don't finish first this time, prepare to go down the golden stream. So hurry up and run, you bunch of dead dogs. The lot panicked, screamed, and took off running. After a while, one who had dropped his sandbag sighed, fine, I give up, I'm quitting. Why should we suffer so much? Isn't it enough to reach the king rank twice? We've already done it once, just wait for the blue test and we'll get it again. Before he finished, Isaac loomed up behind him and said, are you joking with me? We need to reach it all 5 times, remember? The man was so frightened he couldn't stand. 2 companions hurried to cover. The red and yellow definitely won't let us reach king rank, and the next one was supposed to be the yellow test. Why are we being dragged to do physical training? The 5-colored exam order is an imperial tradition. Who are you to change it? The proper sequence is white, yellow, blue, black, red. No sooner had he finished than someone suddenly shoved the door open and shouted, everyone listen, news, the next test is red. The red cardinal privately spoke with the yellow cardinal and they switched the order. The kids stood there frozen, holy crap. But red's test is one-on-one combat. Worse, if you lose you fail outright. Suddenly AI Jayek stepped forward, voice hard. So now have you figured out which test is next? Get moving and train like mad. A few days later, at the Empire's training center, a group of kids paced along the corridor, led by Neo with a scowl. Damn it, can't believe father agreed to Isaac's suggestion. He recalled his father's words. Isaac said he'd show me something interesting. Attack it and give it your all. Now he was resentful. What's worse, this time it's not one-on-one but team combat. Whatever Team Blue led by Shuri Joshua isn't anything to fear. Apart from Isaac, the others are easy to handle. There's no way the Red family, a clan specialized in combat, will lose. Thinking that, he strode out confidently, shouting, come on brothers, fight, take them down in no time. But when he arrived, his expression changed drastically. On the high platform 2 cardinals sat, but the red cardinal ignored them and looked elsewhere. On that side, Isaac's group stepped forward, and notably Kina had joined Isaac's team. Isaac smiled and explained to the overseer, about this, the servant who tasted my food had a stomachache since breakfast. Luckily, I found a replacement. She's an apprentice anyway, so it should be fine. Confidence quickly turned to extreme panic, and the crowd erupted. What? Kina Baris on Team Blue, she's on par with a high priest. The red cardinal was also reluctant. The yellow cardinal, this has gone too far. Why did you let Kina join Blue? While speaking, he saw the yellow cardinal's arrogant expression and was left speechless, not knowing what to say. You didn't know either. Down in the arena, Kina whispered, if I take care of those pests, will you agree to study together and teach me some powerful moves? AI smiled, of course. Kina, satisfied, then let's do it. But for Nur, this was nothing short of the end of the world. He couldn't accept it and shouted, that's cheating. She's not even an apprentice anymore. Why is someone of her caliber appearing in an apprentice's match? Before this could cause a fuss, Kina cut in. You're wrong, I refused promotion to high priest and gave up all privileges, so I can remain an apprentice longer, just like Isaac in the end. The audience gaped, sweating bullets. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Kina turned to the overseer and asked, has the referee made a decision? The overseer awkwardly held his head. Kina Baris is still officially recognized as a low-ranking priest and she hasn't participated in any 5-colored tests. So there's no rule forbidding her from joining. Isaac was pleased to hear this, while NHI couldn't stand it and yelled, damn it, nonsense. Even if we all rush in together, we might not win. If she joins, it's over for us, but if it's one-on-one between captains, we might still have a chance. Thinking that, his gaze shifted to Shuri. Jock noticed his odd attitude and stepped forward to tease, what's up, feeling nervous? See, I told you to go first. Shuri hesitantly asked quietly, after this is over your hand will recover, right? Isaac smiled reassuringly. Yes, once I gain more holy power it will be fine. But Shuri couldn't understand and said, you should be the team captain, really. Honestly, we've gotten this far because of you. From me becoming class leader, skipping grades, and topping the tests, and even passing the harmony test, it's all thanks to you. Hearing him expose that, AI Jayek scowled and growled, what is this? Well, it's true I'm a good teacher, but how many can keep up? Yet you managed it, that left Shuri stunned. And after a moment she protested. Still, Nur isn't someone to be underestimated, but Isaac frowned and warned, if you follow my instructions, even fighting that annoying redhead won't be a problem. Shuri regained confidence, joyful mixed with admiration. Isaac, who had just spoken, changed tone. and if you lose I'll personally humiliate you, understood? Shuri's mood dropped, speechless. A moment later, the overseer shouted, the match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams prepare to fight. Isili prayed anxiously, Lord Isaac. Although Kina is on their team, I still think the situation is unfavorable for both Isaac and Shuri. Those damn members of the Red family dared to use destructive holy magic on the kids. On the floor, Isaac's apprentice side looked rabid, needing to be leashed. Isaac nonchalantly held the lead and laughed. Now, not yet, don't be hasty. The scene embarrassed Rai. Isili hesitated. That looks more like the Blue family's holy magic, doesn't it? Lord Isaac asked me to teach him that spirit-boosting holy spell. Ryle couldn't believe his eyes. That is a spirit-boosting holy spell? Isili awkwardly, I think so. But it was supposed to only raise morale so people wouldn't fear the enemy. Ryle was shocked by the scene below. Why do they look like beasts? Isaac at the center thought with delight, this is a secret I've never revealed. Spirit boosting combined with stimulating herbs will create a berserker effect. I prepared their bodies for beast transformation. Now it's time to make full use of it. Just then, countless formation arrays appeared above the arena. AI Jayek looked up excitedly. Is it starting? One formation after another lit up, projecting phantasmal sacred trees that grew without end. The legions then knelt and bowed, and the crowd cheered enthusiastically. That's the guardian deity of the Red family, the god of justice. Shuri led his group in kneeling and shouted, pray quickly, whoever has the strongest faith will be blessed by the Red family's god, will gain the advantage. He clasped his hands respectfully and vowed, we must win. Unexpectedly, AI Jayek couldn't contain himself at the sight of the deity, and he hurled the legendary feeding bottle, which struck once and shattered the statue into 100 pieces. He even told himself, I didn't mean to do it. The statue's head hit the ground. Shuri couldn't believe it and lunged forward to scold. Isaac, you still haven't dropped that habit. Isaac pretended not to care. Don't make a fuss. NHI couldn't stand it and screamed. Isaac just destroyed the Red family's deity statue. Isaac chopped off the god's head. Kina's face also darkened. Isaac, did you just destroy a god statue? How on earth did you do that? Was it some holy magic? Can you teach me? Seeing him steal her moment, Shuri panicked. Why did you learn that? Besides destroying a god statue. Kina snapped back annoyed. So what? Apart from the Yellow family's god, the other gods mean nothing to me. Shuri was at a loss, smiling ruefully. May the gods also forgive this one. Suddenly Shuri leaped and grabbed Isaac by the collar, yelling, Isaac, you bastard, you were just testing the floor's durability, right? That's insane, you should apologize. Isaac looked plainly exasperated. Is that apology enough? After that, the group looked up at where the two cardinals sat. The Red Cardinal smiled quietly. This kid is truly an unpredictable troublemaker. Making him fall would be entertaining. Shuri panicked inwardly. Are they going to interrogate Isaac? Suddenly, the Yellow Cardinal intervened. Speaking of which, didn't the Red family itself allow the deity's statue to be destroyed? The host lord here allowed an apprentice priest to use magic to destroy the statue. Perhaps we should reconsider the Red family's faith. He thought to himself, I will not let you touch Isaac. Immediately, the two cardinals faced off fiercely, with no mercy. After a moment, the Red Cardinal had to yield. The venomous fellow forced a smile and said, shutting down a heresy trial over a few apprentice priests seems excessive. Let's continue the 5-colored tests. Shuri heard this and was overjoyed. Suddenly a voice whispered in Enhai's ear, that's an order. Enhai immediately looked up at his father. His face darkened as he glanced down, make Isaac Joshua a cripple. After a while, the overseer stepped forward to announce the rules. The red test rules are very simple. Find the real necklace among the fake ones. The team that finds the real necklace first wins. The person who holds the real necklace will be chosen by each team's captain, and once chosen the holder cannot be changed. Shuri calculated tensely. Choosing who holds the necklace is crucial. The overseer added there are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force a confession. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real necklace. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and seize all the necklaces. The 2 captains should now distribute the necklaces. As soon as he finished speaking, Naigio immediately commanded, everyone gather, don't worry, they're just the weak blue family. Meanwhile, Shuri stepped close to the overseer, his expression very serious, and said, I want to resign as captain. The overseer flustered. What? At that moment, AI Jayek went berserk and lunged over, grabbing him up. What the hell are you doing? Hurry and divide the necklaces. Shuri, furious, shouted, wait. On the other side, AJ and Naigio were secretly pleased. That Shuri is really weak, really stupid. He should have volunteered to be captain. What's there to worry about fighting the blues? Just watch out for Kina. Everything else will be fine. She knows how to hunt monsters, but that doesn't mean she knows how to handle people. What a bunch of idiots. A moment later, the overseer signaled to start the match, and Naigio's side proudly drew their weapons, everyone brimming with confidence. No reason to fear those weak blues. But the moment the sound began, the whole group's faces went ashen and dark as ash. What the hell? AI Jayek, as if possessed, charged forward alone with a roar. Because he was extremely excited, this was a legitimate test where he could really beat those hateful clerics. Yes, make full use of it. Shuri was also terrified of his teammate. Is that even a human face? The kids on the red side tried to encourage each other, so the blues plan to intimidate us with that look. Don't be afraid, they won't dare attack because of the code of honor. They can only defend. No sooner had he finished speaking than AI Jayek leaped into the air, happily unbuttoned his shirt and muttered, "Now those apprentice priests will learn my power." He pulled out an improved gold bracelet, transforming it into a spiked chain mace, and charged forward, swinging the mace with a loud shout. "Hand over your captain!" Boom! The floor dented into a deep crater. The kids weren't hit but were blown away by the shockwave. Everyone bewildered asked each other, "Is that really the blue team? What the hell is this? I thought they were supposed to keep their honor." Isaac didn't care. Like a death dealer, he stepped forward to threaten, "If you want to stay alive, hand over your captain now." Isaac charged like an earthquake, shouting, "Hand over your captain now." Naigeo panicked, waved to command, "One person over here to help quickly. Hold the formation, do not fall back." While he spoke, Kina bent her knee to spring forward and launch herself straight toward him. Moving so fast the kids stared after her in amazement. "Stop them quickly, feign an attack, near carefully." Watched Kina's hand about to touch him, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Just as I thought, you're truly talented, Kina, but it's still not enough." He curled his lips in a cold smile. "I've seen through everything you intended to do." The moment Kina touched him, Nai's figure vanished on the spot. Kina glanced back and saw Naigeo appear there, surprised, thinking, a holy magic clone. Naigeo didn't hesitate and shouted, "Seize her." The kids quickly surrounded and encircled Kina, and simultaneously used level 5 binding repentance holy magic. Kina was hit by the spell, helplessly gritting her teeth as she stood and watched. Naigeo took the opportunity to vanish, and reappeared right beside the blue family's kids. He shouted excitedly, "Capture them." Another group of kids received the order and rushed at the blue family. "Got them?" Naigeo seized the chance as the two sides fought chaotically to surge through, confidently thinking, "This is no different from the usual beast transformation spells. At worst, it only makes you a little stronger. Found you, Shuri. Let me take an arm or two as a souvenir." Thinking this, he gathered holy power into his palm. Above, Rai and Asili looked down anxiously. "Lord Ryle, isn't that holy magic? Be careful." Naigeo resolved to charge at Shuri. Shuri broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, Isaac's words keep ringing in my head." "He'll be fine, Shuri, just do as I say and we'll win. Nur will certainly try every way to duel you one-on-one. After all, he has always looked down on you." Thinking that, Shuri slowly raised his hand, assuming a stance to brace for the next attack. This sight excited Naigeo even more. "It's over for you, you idiot." Suddenly, Shuri's pupils emitted a cold light. Naigeo's extremely powerful attack collided with Shuri and was halted. Doi Lai gaped in disbelief. "Shuri." Isaac didn't care, looking that way and smiling. "That's right. Show us you're not weak." Shuri gritted his teeth and grabbed Naigeo's wrist, snarling, "You're the idiot here." Before Naigeo could comprehend, Shuri's other hand grabbed his collar and yanked him hard, throwing him backward. Shuri followed with a knee strike, knocking Naigeo into a heap on the floor. Naigeo's eyes rolled back, drained of strength and unable to resist. Shuri finally released him, thinking, "Do you know why we don't use our clan techniques on humans? Because they only work on demon tribes." "No, it's because humans can't withstand them." Shuri coldly stared at the unconscious Naigeo. The entire arena fell silent without a sound. Shuri, enraged, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Never underestimate the blues." Isaac's side kids cheered excitedly, while Nur's side panicked and didn't know what to do. Kina, trapped in the middle, frowned and analyzed. Shuri doesn't have such power. Someone must have secretly used holy magic to amplify his strength. Seeing traces of holy power still on Shuri's body, he immediately fixed his gaze on the mocking one here, certain it was Isaac's doing. Isaac, not yet satisfied, shouted at Shuri, "Finish it." Shuri broke into a sweat, stammering, "All right, then let me take the necklace." Hearing that trembling voice, Isaac snapped angrily, "Hey, bring Dang Hong in, finish him off." Shuri stepped forward and replied, Okay, I know." Coincidentally, Nai regained consciousness at that moment, clutching his head, and was immediately grabbed by the collar by Shuri, who shouted, "Near Sepet, tell me where the real necklace is." Near doubted his ears. "What, you think I, the future heir, will confess under this kind of interrogation?" Shuri, helpless, clasped his face and pleaded, "Confess it, you bastard, I'm begging you, only then will you leave here alive." Naigeo questioned existence. "Is this guy crazy?" He angrily shouted, "Shut up, you crazy bastard, I've learned every kind of torture to inherit my clan. How dare you?" While still shouting, Shuri coldly stood up, lifting his leg like a vengeful demon. Naigeo turned pale at the sight, stammering, unable to speak. "Wait." Immediately, a heart-piercing pain struck, making him jump. In the stands, the spectators trembled, sweating profusely. "What terrifying sound is that? A member of the blue family could do something like that. It's horrible." Shuri ground his teeth as he heard their talk, while Isaac showed obvious delight on his face. On the arena, Naigeo's wails of agony continued to ring out, his face mangled by the torment. Shuri coldly admonished, "I told you to confess quickly." Nier's kids immediately rushed over to assist. "Shuri, you bastard." Kina stepped in at once to stop them. "Stand back." He lightly planted the ball of his foot on the arena floor, and a wide area paralyzing holy spell was cast. The entire stands glowing with the radiance of the magic array. Naigeo cursed bitterly, "Damn it, did they pretend to be captured on purpose?" They even already knew where the necklace was hidden, but why did it hit? Shuri, also sweating, muttered, "All right, then let me take the necklace." Nier immediately shifted his gaze to another direction, looking at Isaac's sneer and thinking loudly, could he have planned everything? Nier's kid still refused to accept it, crawling forward to curse. "You did all this just to force Nier to talk? But no matter what, and I won't tell you anything." Isaac raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you talking about? Don't you all already know where the necklace is hidden?" Now he pulled out the ancestral ring, its unique effect absorbing holy power on his hand. The kid, seeing this, hurriedly begged, "Wait, I'll tell you where it's hidden." But Isaac didn't care, swung his mace and struck them, barking, "Stop talking and let's begin." After a moment, Isaac produced a ruby-set necklace, stepped on the bodies of Nier's kids and shouted, "Found it." The judges immediately declared the blue team the winners. Cheers kept ringing out, "Hail the blue faith," but Shuri couldn't hear it. He stared at his hand in disbelief as excited chatter rose. So the rumor that the blue faith has returned was true. They even managed to bring the Pope's grandson to their side. Raul tightened his fist in excitement. "Well done, Isaac Shuria." Suddenly, a kid stepped up behind him and called out, "Truly worthy of being the Empire's youngest priest. Give the winners, those who have blessed this arena with a magnificent performance, a fitting reward." The newcomer was the Crown Prince of the Holy Nation Helen Chapel Alex Frekhella. Seeing the Crown Prince, Raul hurriedly bowed, "I pay homage to the Holy Nation's second son." The prince casually praised, "Your grandchildren are truly outstanding. How would you feel if I gifted them priest uniforms?" Raul gladly agreed at once, "Of course, Your Highness. That will make the children shine even more in the upcoming exam. Garments bestowed by the royal family are like heirlooms." The prince cheerfully proposed, "Then may I stop by when the tailor arrives?" Raul hesitated a bit. "Yes, aren't you rather busy, Your Highness? You needn't." The prince smiled and cut him off, "I want to meet them personally." Raul wondered skeptically, "They're only 2 trainee priests, why would he meet them?" Suddenly the prince added, "Ah yes, consider it a small extra gift. You'd better advise your youngest grandson to skip the golden exam. The Pope intends to kill AI Jayak." As soon as that was said, Rai hurriedly looked down at the arena and saw Isaac standing unharmed on the field. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and whispered, "Thank you, Your Highness, but he'll be fine." A while later in the waiting room, the kids' joyful voices rose. "Hey, did you hear? The prince plans to gift us uniforms." "Really? And we ranked top this time too. Looks like we've made a real splash." Among the crowd, AI Jayak glowered and stared ahead, snarling, "Hey, aren't you going home? The exam's over, I don't need you anymore." Kina calmly continued sipping his tea, as if he hadn't heard. His servant anxiously advised, "He's right, you must go. The master is looking for you." Kina irritably set his teacup down and barked, "No, you told me to join the blue family, didn't you?" That threat made the servants blanch and fall silent. Isaac sneered in rebuttal, "When did I say that?" Kina replied nonchalantly, "Last night." AI Jayak scowled and snapped, "Don't make that up. That was only for the Crimson exam. Who authorized you to officially be a priest of the Blue family?" This left Kina momentarily at a loss. The servant exhaled in relief, then a moment later retorted, "Whatever, I've agreed to become a blue priest, so I'll stay here now." The servant relaxed, then immediately raised his guard again. "Master." Kina turned to instruct, "Tell my father I haven't returned yet." The Blue family's servant angrily snapped, "Get lost." The Golden family's servant worried, "Master." But Kina was resolved, thinking, he definitely used holy magic on Shuri yesterday. But what was that power? And moreover, the prince plans to gift them uniforms. Gifting uniforms is basically a declaration of ownership. All 5 faiths are under the Pope's control. Could the Crown Prince be opposing the Pope? Thinking that, Kina slammed the table and declared, "Anyway, I want my reward for helping you in the Crimson exam, but you seem busy, so I'll stay here with you." The servant secretly despaired, "But if Cardinal Y finds out, the whole family will be thrown into chaos." Kina didn't bother to elaborate. "If you want, I can help you win the remaining exams. I'll even deal with those golden priests for you and help the blue priests execute the Dry Demon King's subordinates. What do you think?" Isaac didn't care and turned away. "No need, just piss off and be gone." That attitude drove Kina mad. "What? You said you'd teach me. I won't move until you teach me. If you're so good, drag me outside then." With that, he flopped down and threw a tantrum in the middle of the room. Isaac was exasperated. "Hey, are you dumb? I'm just using you. Get out of here." But Kina stayed put, refusing to leave. "Say what you will, I fulfilled the deal and I'll take what you promised." Isaac snapped in annoyance. "I said later. I'm busy now. Get out before I change my mind." Kina also bristled and demanded, "You going to renege?" But he had no choice and cleared his throat in concession. "Fine, I'll wait. Once the apprenticeship is over." Before he could finish, Isaac cut in. "I'm out of patience. I'm canceling. Besides, I have disciples who obey me far better than you." Kina, displeased, sprang up. "Disciples who obey more than me? Who?" Isaac pointed behind him. "Who else would it be but Shuri? There." Kina immediately shot Shuri a bullet-like glare. "That guy, yeah, him." Kina, unconvinced, stamped his foot and asked, "You mean that guy is better than me? If I prove I'm better than him right now, will you teach me? Dragged into it, Shuri shrieked and protested. Why are you dragging me into this? Isaac continued to tease, propping himself up with his hand. Depends on how you perform. Hearing that, Kina ran up and glared straight into Shuri's face. The next day, in the cathedral's banquet hall, the kids sat eating, wide-eyed and whispering. What is that? The blue team's seating is really fancy. Looks like their food is different from ours. I heard their rooms were upgraded too, so placing first in the exam gets you special treatment like that. Rao was also present, holding a glass and musing. I didn't expect them to rank Isaac's team first. What criteria is the cathedral using to score? Suddenly someone stepped up behind him and said, you must be pleased the blue team won, right? Ryle started and turned, Your Eminence. Cardinal Paris stepped forward, smiling. Long time no see, Ryle. I heard you're about to reach rank 9, is that true? At your age, that's truly impressive. But the head of the Rockshua family must be having headaches, since the only person capable of succeeding him, young Doi, doesn't have much time left. Ah, forgive me, even if lifespan weren't an issue, the role of family head might still be too much for you. Besides, you can't have children. But all that said, your grandson is truly outstanding. The family head must be proud. Hearing Isaac's name, Ryle immediately grew alert. What is it? Cardinal Paris waved his hand. Please forgive my little teasing. Even though he's only the third son, our family's heir was utterly defeated in front of the royal family and the other nobles. Ryle was helpless, thinking, the family really can see through people. Perhaps they already know about the Joskshua family's curse. He wasn't wrong, and besides, I never intended to become the family head. As long as he doesn't harm Isaac. Just then Lie froze. Cardinal Paris abruptly stepped toward the kids, facing Isaac, and called out. Isaac, the kid beside him hurriedly shook him. Hey Isaac, he's calling you. Isaac, eating, grumbled irritably. Damn it, why do they have to interrupt me while I'm eating? But he still turned back to greet. Yes, your eminence. Cardinal Paris smiled lightly and asked, what is that interesting thing you said you'd show me? I still haven't seen anything. Isaac innocently asked back, you haven't seen it. It's the sight of me crushing your son. At those words, the entire room fell silent. Isaac didn't care and pointed at him, asking, well, do you find that amusing? Shuri screamed, stammering, why would you say that to the Crimson family? Isaac remained unconcerned and retorted, what? Why? Afraid I'll shut you up. Shuri quickly covered his mouth and warned, they always hunt the Dry Demon King's serpent spies, so don't provoke them. Isaac shrugged indifferently, so what? Cardinal Paris didn't take offense either and smiled. In any case, I have high hopes for the Blue family. It seems you've learned an interesting skill. I'm not sure why, but I sense dark mana within you. Isaac broke into a sweat, knowing that gaze was a holy detection spell, but outwardly he had to smile and reply, forgot. I ate part of the Dry Demon King's body when I was a child. If watching me crush your son isn't entertaining enough, would you like me to repeat the performance during the golden exam? At that remark, everyone stared at Kina, wondering if he intended to strike the cardinal's son as well. Kina, unaware, paused and looked at the group. What's wrong? Unexpectedly, Cardinal Paris became very intrigued. So what will you ask of me this time? Isaac, ignoring Shuri's helpless head clutching, laughed and replied, it's nothing difficult. I want to meet the demons that serve the Dry Demon King. So you just give me the keys to their prison cells. Cardinal Paris went pale at that and immediately turned to leave. I can give you the keys if you return safely, but whether that's possible, I do not know. You may not make it back from the golden exam. The kids grew frightened at that. Isaac didn't care and sneered. What nonsense is that bastard talking now? Just then, a kid ran and holding a paper and shouted, everyone, we've received our assignment for the golden exam. They asked curiously, what's it? The kid shouted, it's an expedition. Cardinal Paris clarified, in that exam, you'll have to retrieve items that the holy nation Hiola has lost in various regions. Aren't you curious where your blue team will be sent? It is Graciandia, the mysterious empire. At that announcement, the kids went pale. Shuri sprang up tense from his chair. Graciandia is the archenemy of Hiola. They want us to go to a country that always tries to kill priests. A few other kids also sprang up to complain. It's right next to the demon territory. Are they insane? Do they really want us to go there? Recently, many holy knights and guards have been kidnapped in that area. I heard the culprit is a high-ranking demon that ate priests during the golden exam 14 years ago. Obviously, that area is still sealed off for investigation. Hearing this, Isaac covered his face and sat silently. Cardinal Paris stepped forward to console. How pitiful. But you don't need to be that afraid. I can change the location by my authority. The kids hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, Isaac, please, beg him, just once. Isaac withdrew his hand and with an innocent look asked back, really? You'll change the location for us? At the same time, in the Blue family's mansion in the capital, Lai's voice echoed through the house. This is serious, insane. They're planning to send the kids to the land of the mages. On top of that, they'd have to rescue the kidnapped holy knights. This is clearly an S-rank mission. It's basically sending the kids to their deaths. If they don't cancel this now, I'll smash this mansion to pieces. Seeing Lai getting carried away, go cut in, calm down, father is just as angry as you were. He even threw, no, he's already gone there to make a scene. Saying that, he scowled and ground his teeth. Those bastards clearly want Isaac dead. Since our father has gone, they'll probably adjust the exam. Given the current situation, they can't assign apprentice priests to tasks with diplomatic implications. They probably just want to warn us not to be too arrogant. Ryle was somewhat surprised by that attitude. Go at it anyway, I don't want Shuri to die there, so don't worry too much. Even Isaac, if he's still lucid. Before he could finish, a servant burst in shouting, Sir, there's big news. Young Master Isaac is on the other side. Cardinal Paris happily praised, That's right, Isaac, just tell me you want to live. But Isaac cut in, his face darkening, and smugly retorted, I find that place very interesting. Why would I want to change the location? At the family's side, a servant shouted, He has accepted the mission, leaving Ryle and Go speechless, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, in the demon territory's black domain, a small demon entered to report. The demon seated above asked, So are you saying you failed to kill the Holy One? The small demon dared not raise his head and replied, I sincerely apologize, sir. The demon scowled, muttering, Never mind, it's fine. After all, the main goal was to cause chaos. Seeing the greatness of our revered king firsthand was already a major achievement. We even succeeded in smuggling magical devices into the Holy Nation's borders, once deemed inviolable. His Majesty is truly powerful. Even a small fraction of his strength is terrifying. Suddenly, the small demon trembled and reported, Sir, I sensed his power during the coronation. The demon repeated in surprise, his. The small demon confirmed, yes, it was the great dry demon king himself. On hearing this, the demon lost his composure and leapt from his seat. What? You sense the power of the great dry demon king from the boy who ate part of his body. The small demon, sweating, confirmed, Yes, I heard he has been anointed and is currently being trained. The demon couldn't contain himself and shouted, Heaven favors us. Although we can't do anything to him because he's always within his family's territory. So sooner or later he'll have to take part in the golden and blue exams anyway. A perfect opportunity for young priests and the demon clans to hunt each other. Just a small fraction of his power already makes us this strong. I wonder how powerful we'd become if we could eat part of his body directly. I want to know what that brat's flesh tastes like so badly, I can't hold myself back. Back where the apprentice priests gathered, they buzzed with talk. Have you heard about the mission assigned to the blue team? The mission to that mysterious empire. Not only that, I heard they also have to rescue a holy knight taken hostage. The Golden family really is trying to send them to their deaths. They'll surely be wiped out by those mages. Hearing the kids chatter, Shuri cursed inwardly, Damn it, everyone thinks we're going to die. Doesn't anyone believe we'll succeed? But the worst part is, the Holy Knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the moment we cross the border. Because both the demon clans and the bandits will definitely attack as soon as we step out of the empire. As he was thinking, Isaac's annoying voice rang out, Those bastards are really too much. Why won't anyone join our team? These words pushed Shuri over the edge and she snapped, It's because of you. This mission isn't just hard, they want to send us to our deaths. Can't you see everyone is already writing their wills? Do you know what happened 14 years ago? In the golden exam, Uncle Rai's blue team was entirely wiped out. Those words stuck in everyone's ears. Recalling Cardinal Golden's face, Shuri cursed inwardly. That filthy cardinal, he dares play such dirty tricks. If we refuse the mission, he'll persecute our team, and if we accept, we'll surely die. Whatever, if we succeed, no one will dare look down on us anymore. Besides, this mission involves the mysterious empire and the high demons, basically a literal monocore factory. While still feeling smug, Shuri lunged over and shook him. Even so, we can still choose the Holy Knight, there might be a chance. We must snatch the first team Holy Knight from the Royal Knights, absolutely. Just as hope rose, someone stepped forward to dash it. Too bad, the first team Holy Knights have already been chosen by the Golden team. The person who stepped forward was Count Mach. He added, And that's not all, my son and his friend have been moved over there too. I really shouldn't have entrusted the kids to the blue team just for past glory. Isaac, unbothered, retorted, You're very short-sighted. Count, you'll be ostracized once we succeed. Shuri persisted in pleading, If you can't get the first team Holy Knight, then take the second or third team, just not the fourth. But Isaac didn't listen, and analyzed aloud, Take a Holy Knight, where would we find such pretty ones? Immediately he darted off, causing Shuri to scream in panic. Great, Isaac, sign a contract with the second team Holy Knight. But Isaac walked past the exchange host, leaving her stunned. What? Isaac didn't care and turned his head back, then gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently. Shuri, confused, also gave a thumbs up, thinking to herself, Did he actually manage it? Unexpectedly, the host dashed that faint hope. The blue team chose the fourth Holy Knights. Isaac casually walked back, smiling. Hey, good news. I just signed a contract with the strongest team. The whole crowd couldn't help shouting, Are you out of your mind? The fourth Holy Knights are basically the odd jobs. They've never been accepted in the Holy Nation and are even forced to act as humiliating messengers. Although their skills surpass even the Royal Knights, they deeply despise the church. A while later, as soon as Isaac returned, he was questioned by Lord Lay. Explain yourself, what on earth were you thinking? Isaac didn't answer immediately but forced a smile, thinking, He looks genuinely angry. Whisper pumped in. Even if he tore the house down, he wouldn't be this mad. Realizing the point, Isaac smiled and decided, maybe I should give him the answer he wants to hear. Then he began to explain, if I asked to change the mission, it would disgrace the Eshua family honor. And of course I don't want that to happen. But before he finished, he was cut off by the patriarch. You talk about honor, he didn't believe it. Still unsure what to do when the patriarch added, you, who use dark mana, talking about honor. What kind of expression is that? Do you think I don't know? I tolerated you because I considered you special, but now I can no longer trust you. Isaac switched into performance mode and trembling said, I truly hate the Dry Demon King so much I want to kill him. Whisper was shocked. Wait, what kind of lie is that? Isaac then launched into a tirade. I lost my parents and was cursed, all because of that damned Dry Demon King. Moreover, our family is despised because we couldn't defeat him. I am so ashamed I can't sleep. I will definitely destroy that Dry Demon King. The reason I used the Dry Demon King's power was only to investigate him. I will kill him with my own hands and will do whatever it takes to achieve that. I must protect the Rasua family. If I abandon honor and live on in miserable shame, then the Rasua family will live in disgrace and eventually be only a thing of the past. He added inwardly, so later I can take this family for myself. After hearing this, the patriarch was gradually brainwashed, thinking, the boy truly isn't lying. He nodded in approval. I've always said you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this family. But it seems you really are one of us. You may fail this mission, as long as everyone returns alive. If you return safely, I will officially declare you my heir. Achieving his goal beyond expectation, Isaac's sullen face broke into a smile as he replied, I understand, thank you very much, sir. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac excitedly led the ragged kids, saying, it's almost time, we'll meet the knights in this village. Shuri and the kids followed behind in tears, resolved, damn it, now that it's come to this we must survive at all costs. Whisper returned from patrol and reported to Isaac, Sir, I've investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac immediately sent a mental query, have you found out who it is? Whisper reported back, it's a demon from the Western Legion. Although not one of the 14 retinue, it might be someone you know. It seems to be an extremely brutal demon that rips apart young priests and eats them alive. Isaac ground his teeth and hissed, that bastard dares to break the laws I set, I'll show him how ruthless I can be. Whisper trailed behind reminding him, but please be careful, you haven't fully recovered your strength yet. The kids trudged on with difficulty, unaware that A had already been hiding nearby. Chuckling with glee, found you, you little turtle brat. Meanwhile, in the royal palace in the crown prince's chamber, the prince's astonished voice rang out. Really? Isaac chose the Holy Knights odd job squad. A servant replied respectfully, it seems he doesn't care about the knights you assigned, sir. He doesn't have much eye for people, it seems. The prince fell silent, then after a moment objected, no, I think he actually has a keen eye. The servant surprised, really? The prince smiled with interest and explained, the knight commander I sent is a half-spirit, meaning he'll be fairly weak against demons. The servant trembled at this, Sir Cylon is a half-spirit, did you send him as a test? The prince rose to deny it. No, though Cylon is weak against demons, his abilities are still very reliable. But Isaac choosing the odd job squad is certainly interesting, because that entire Holy Knight squad are half demons. The servant puzzledly analyzed, the thing is they're hard to control, haven't they even thrown a priest to the demons before? At the same time, at the blue team's rendezvous point, someone angrily pounded the table and shouted, why aren't they here yet? It's been over 5 hours. Do they want to start trouble with us? The one shouting and radiating killing intent was Derek, commander of the 4th Holy Knights. The others in the squad agreed and grumbled, maybe they're making us wait on purpose because of our bad reputation. If the Blue family is late like this, there must be a reason. Those filthy priests can't be allowed to look down on us. Before they could finish cursing, Isaac loomed in, smiling. It's an honor to meet you, Commander Derek. Seems we're a bit late, huh? Suddenly someone stepped up close, startling Derek and making him jump back. He immediately struck with a preemptive tone. I've heard the Blue faith is strict about punctuality. Do you know what time it is? Isaac sighed helplessly. None of us wanted this. We were ambushed by bandits and my arm even got broken. As if someone hired them to attack us. But I came as fast as I could. It's rude to keep everyone waiting. As he spoke, he stared at Derek. Derek, twitchy, dodged and said, even so, you should still be on time, right? Isaac narrowed his eyes and snarled, what? Or do you think you're not good enough to accompany us? Derek scowled and retorted, what? Are you crazy? You planning to go without our protection? We have nothing to lose, so it's fine if we turn back. Not giving him a chance to withdraw, Isaac cut in again. If you had nothing to lose, you wouldn't have waited 5 hours. If that's really the case, then why are you still standing here? Besides, this is just a simple escort mission. Why are you so heavily armed? Are you planning to use us as bait to rescue missing comrades? If you don't need us, then let's part ways right here. Derek's plan was exposed. He snapped and lashed out. Shut up. Did that Night Ha tell you? That bastard dragged you in to sabotage our mission, didn't he? At the name, Shuri startled and wondered. Halak, that's the alias of my 4th uncle. Could he be involved in this? Derek completely revealed his true face, radiating killing intent as he growled. Without you lot, we couldn't enter Graciandia. So I'll drag you along even if I have to chop your legs off. But facing a half-demon brimming with killing intent, Jack stood still and murmured, "Hey." Beneath his calm expression, his pupils glowed red and he ordered, "Sheath your sword now." Derek, losing control, suddenly froze, looking at Isaac as if he saw the Dry Demon King staring at him. His body trembled in waves, ugly thoughts asking, "Can't I resist his command? But he's obviously just a kid." Whisper sneered, taunting, "With demon blood in him, he won't be able to resist you." Isaac smugly transmitted, "Submitting to the strong is a demon's instinct. That's partly why I chose them." As for Derek, after struggling to control himself, he had no choice but to relent and sheath his sword. Isaac pretended not to notice and turned to the kids with a smile. "All right, let's go." Shuri snapped angrily, "After all this, how can we trust each other?" Isaac didn't let it in, replying, "Either way, both sides need each other, so let's move." This answer drove Shuri mad. "What do you mean?" Isaac had to explain more carefully. "Hunting the demon from 14 years ago and rescuing all the kidnapped people is the goal of both sides. Even if some of them are your comrades, it doesn't really matter." But Derek caught the hint in that casual remark and asked at once, "Wait, you chose us because you know our comrades were captured?" Isaac dodged and feigned indifference. "What are you talking about? I don't know anything," they hurriedly said. "Then we'll come with you." Isaac smiled and replied, "Of course I knew." A worried kid stepped forward and asked, "So what's the plan? You have one, right?" But Isaac coldly repeated, "A plan? How can we trust demons? They will betray us. Do you know why they're only given courier duties?" While he was saying this, Derek's body suddenly brimmed with demonic aura, his hands swelling and growing clawed nails like a beast. He lost his mind and lunged at Isaac, just as he grabbed the collar of the kid beside him. The nearby kids backed away and shouted, "We knew something would happen. We can't trust them. Restrain them." Isaac, unsurprised, pulled out a baby bottle and smacked it once, yelling, "Snap out of it. You've lost control already." Derek immediately regained composure and, embarrassed, turned and apologized. "Sorry, I don't usually transform this quickly. It felt like something was pressing on my head." A few knights chimed in, "Maybe because we're close to Graciandia's territory we're affected. My body feels strange too." Suddenly Derek exclaimed excitedly, "But I've never reverted to humans so quickly. One strike and I was back to normal. You're truly amazing." Isaac praised, rubbed his nose and smiled to himself. "Of course, because I'm the one who caused it." Doesn't want to waste any more time. He slung his luggage over his shoulder and led the group. "If everyone's ready, let's go." Suddenly the pouch on his back emitted a pitch-black demonic aura. He slung his luggage over his shoulder and led the group. Isaac opened it and, seeing it was from a small bird, showed his displeasure. "What is this?" "Playing dead old lady." The bird kept its eyes tightly shut. Whisper slyly said, "This one acts pretty well, huh? If it doesn't have 30 million, it's not opening its eyes anytime soon." Isaac grew angrier, pulled out a baby bottle and lifted it. "Should we grant its wish?" The bird was startled and leapt up, scolding, "Damn it, the Blood Lord is truly ruthless. Why send me to find this damned priest?" Hearing that title, Isaac froze, surprised. "The Blood Lord? You mean one of the high demons sent you here?" After a moment, Whisper raised a barrier and reported, "The barrier is complete, my lord." Isaac held the bird in his hand, pensive. "The Blood Lord is one of my subordinates. He should currently be imprisoned beneath the holy seat. It seems he heard of me and sent this thing to make contact. Apparently he hid the fact I'm the Dry Demon King from this sparrow." Isaac lifted it and asked, "Do you have any information for me?" The bird defiantly replied, "I have no information for a priest." Then, after Isaac squeezed it a bit, changed tone, I'll tell you. About the demon you're about to face, I was the one who interfered with your consecration ceremony." Isaac frowned and asked, "You mean you sent a manifestation of the Dry Demon King?" The bird sweated and confirmed, "Yes, I secretly planted the magical device and ordered my minions to kill the priests." "That's right, it was me." After absorbing the Dry Demon King's power, she became strong enough to breach the holy nation Helen's barrier. The Blood Lord said he accepted execution, but absolutely refused to face the demon named Ash. Isaac heard that and cursed silently, "That damned Blood Lord." The bird shook its head again and complained, "Why would he give such valuable information to that damned priest? The Blood Lord believes the current Dry Demon King is an imposter. He was arrested after telling everyone that the current Dry Demon King is a pretender. How foolish was he? Anyway, I heard you absorbed part of the great Dry Demon King's body, right? Maybe he's waiting for you to enter her domain. If you value your life, turn back." Having gotten the information, Isaac released the bird and said, "Tell him I've received the message." The bird didn't dare look back, only called out, "Don't die or my master will be sad." Just then, Shuri brusquely walked up and shouted, "Hey, where have you been? We've been looking for you everywhere." "But I'm really proud of you. You ordered food from the local inn for us, right?" This left Isaac puzzled. "What food?" "No need to think hard," a girl stepped forward to explain. "We prepared it to serve everyone, please eat." This scene surprised Isaac a little, but he secretly smiled inwardly. "I thought she'd wait. Who would have guessed she'd come here on her own?" Moments later, the kids' chatter rose. "Hey Shuri, what's wrong with Isaac? He's overdoing it." But Shuri looked bored and said, "Leave him be." Isaac, on the other hand, kept issuing curt commands. "There's dust in my water. Quick, get me another glass. I don't like square plates, change them. The food is cold, it's too salty, I hate the sound of your breathing." "Stop breathing." Ash, having heard this bunch of unreasonable orders, could only begrudgingly comply. "Yes, yes, yes." But the knights sided with him and ganged up on her. "Our master told you to take the other one. How dare you make him repeat himself?" Ash was annoyed, muttering, "Are these lackeys crazy? Why are they taking his side?" But outwardly had to bow and comply. "I sincerely apologize." She carried over a bowl of soup, thinking to herself, "Fine, I'll deal with these nuisances first. Please eat. Holy knights, you must be tired." Unexpectedly, Derek intervened, saying, "We're hired by him. We won't eat from the same dishes as him." This left her momentarily embarrassed. "But the town is only safe if you are healthy. I made this for you. Please eat." Thinking impatiently, swearing, "Damn it, just eat it for me." Before she could handle it, Isaac butted in. "Why don't you eat first? How are we supposed to know you didn't poison it?" Ash looked ugly, turned her head, and glared at him. Before she could protest, the young holy warriors stepped forward to block her. "Hey, that's enough, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you bullying her? You have no right to bully her. We'll prove her innocence." As soon as they finished speaking, the group grabbed the bowls and shoved the soup into their mouths. And sure enough, they all collapsed unconscious on the spot. Isaac bared his teeth and stood up, smiling. "That makes it easier for me. I meant to knock them out anyway." Whisper flew over to check and asked, "Should I call a holy spirit to cleanse them?" Isaac, not particularly concerned, replied, "Leave them be, they need to learn a lesson." Suddenly Whisper's expression changed, and she reported excitedly, "Master, this poison converts holy mana into dark mana." Isaac turned back excitedly. "Are you sure? It will turn that vile holy mana into dark mana?" Whisper joyfully confirmed, "Absolutely, it's a parasitic toxin." Isaac went mad with capitalist thoughts. "This means I can build a dark mana farm inside the holy nation." Still elated, he laughed loudly. "Now you've lost for sure, you brat." Isaac restrained his excitement and sneered, "Me lose, any being with power will just become my meal." Ash stopped hiding, returned to her original form, and threatened, "If you want them to live, follow me. I will give you the antidote." This angered the knights, who ground their teeth. "You bastard." Isaac's body suddenly radiated holy light. Ash frowned, covered her eyes, and shouted, "Don't resist." Just as the holy light dimmed a bit, she saw Isaac pull out a baby bottle and rush forward, striking once to shake the ground, but she easily dodged it. Not wanting to stall any longer, Ash hopped along, shouting back, "That's right, follow me, kid." Derek immediately drew his sword and offered, "We'll go with you, ma'am." But Isaac stopped him. "No, I'll go alone. I can't leave them without protection. They only survive if you channel mana into them." This double-meaning remark caused the knights to misunderstand. Choking up, they promised, "Don't worry, we'll take care of the priests." No sooner had they spoken than Isaac was gone. He dashed off, thinking, "Thanks. Because of you, I'll be able to collect much more mana later." Isaac chased until nightfall before stopping. Ash stood waiting, and seeing him arrive, taunted, "What a brave fool. You dare come here alone without any guards." Isaac gritted his teeth and replied, "Yeah, real stupid. You talk about eating these humans without realizing who I am." This made Ash panic. What? His form shifted, demonic aura spreading over him, and Isaac commanded, "Kneel." An invisible pressure descended, making her unable to control her body, and forced her to kneel instantly. It felt like she was no longer facing a priest, but the dry demon king himself. "What is this mana? Does that brat have the demon king's aura? It's surely because he ingested part of him, my demon king's body. Wait for me, your majesty. I'll cut this brat open and free you." With that, she launched a full-force attack. Isaac didn't even bother to move a hand. The dark mana condensed bit by bit, and Ash's complexion slowly paled. The illusory dry demon king condensed and suppressed her down, and she was instantly crushed where she knelt. Isaac darkened, spat out, "You fool. Let me show you who your true lord is." After a while, the place returned to the quiet it had been before. Whisper cheered with delight, "Master, you're amazing. It's only level 5 magic, but its power rivals level 7. Indeed, merging dark mana and holy mana is the move of a genius." Isaac was also pleased, relieved to have reached a new realm. Perhaps this is why those gods didn't want to become human. Just then, a sound nearby caught both their attention. Ash trembled on the ground, stammering, Your majesty." Whisper hesitated. "How should we deal with her? Maybe you were a bit heavy-handed." Isaac asked indifferently. "Oh." He gave a clap in front of him. She was so frightened she wouldn't dare lift her head, begging, "Your majesty, I have committed a capital sin. Let me give you the antidote." Isaac coldly cut in, "We'll deal with that later. Now bring the holy knights you kidnapped back here. I'll give you 1 minute, and most importantly, I want full marks on the test. So besides rescuing the holy knights, I also need proof." Ash went cold and asked in confusion, "Proof of what?" Isaac replied slyly, "Proof that I killed a demon." 2 days later, inside a house. Shuri frowned and grumbled, "Damn it, what the hell happened to that Isaac?" Derek awkwardly reassured her, "We had someone tailing him, so don't worry too much. Lord Isaac isn't someone to be bullied. But Shuri wasn't comforted and grew more worried. Something must have happened, which is why the mages searched for him repeatedly and were so serious each time. You should know better, we're not like the others normally, are we? Derek frowned and analyzed. There are some bloodstains where we believe he passed, but that doesn't mean he's dead. While they were speaking, Isaac stepped in from the door and called out, "I'm back." Shuri, as usual, replied, "Oh, welcome." Once their brains reloaded, they both jumped up and shouted, "Hey, you bastard, are you all right?" Isaac produced a bloodstained cloth bag and said, "Here, this is the antidote." Shuri curiously asked, "What's in it?" Isaac answered mysteriously, "Ah, that's very important, so keep it safe." This only made Shuri more puzzled. Why is it so heavy? When they opened the bag, the demon's head made them scream. "What the hell is that?" Isaac shrugged and explained, "Oh, that. The kidnapper's head proof, so we can get maximum points on the test." Derek asked again, "What about the Holy Knights? What about my teammates?" Isaac stretched wearily and replied, "Ah, the Holy Knights, they were too heavy, so I hid them in the bushes out front. Quick, bring them inside." No sooner had he finished than someone pushed the door open. "Commander, our teammates have returned. A few minutes earlier they had found our people, Saul, Ken, and even Jen. They're back." Shuri went dark, "So did you?" Derek hesitated, the so-called head of the kidnapper. Isaac confirmed cheerfully, "Yes, I went there and cut his head off." They were both shocked and jumped. "You went alone into a land full of mages. How is that possible? That's absurd." Isaac curled a corner of his mouth and smirked. "Now I have to come up with a plausible story." He then said, "Actually, they must have heard we'd come here on a mission. So they planned to kidnap us and staged a rescue from the demon tribe to bargain with the Holy Nation." "Right, the bitch drugged us, we're basically mages. It looks like she planned to drug and sell us to the Arcane Empire. We're worth so much that they'd traffic people. Honestly, how could anyone treat others like that, right? I threatened to report this to the Holy See and she immediately backed down, even scared by a brat like me. The Pope really is frightening. Anyway, I asked about where the Holy Knights were imprisoned and everyone knew. Ah, I even know the secret path there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept as emergency rations. Since they hadn't been eaten yet, I brought them out. A demon was guarding them, but it was asleep, so I dealt with it." The two listened with dumbfounded faces. Isaac then pulled out the baby bottle and asked, "Well, don't believe it. Want me to reenact it?" The two flinched. "Ah, no, whatever actually happened isn't that important. We believe you." Shuri couldn't help but scold, but that was reckless. What if something had gone wrong? Isaac switched to acting mode, pounded his chest, and said, "There was no choice. It's better than confronting a bunch of mages. If we fought, there would certainly be casualties, and as a guardian of the faith, I couldn't allow that." Those words moved Derek to tears. "You truly are a saintly person." Shuri, seeing through him, shouted, "You're talking nonsense." Before she finished, he cut her off. "Watch your mouth." Shuri gave up, held her forehead and sighed. "Ah yes, anyway you're back safely. The mages came looking for you. They really seemed worried you had been kidnapped." Isaac snapped, "Bullshit, those bastards worried about a priest." No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out, "You're a bit harsh." A few mages entered from the door and placated. "We were worried you'd been killed by the demon tribe, so we came to look for you. We didn't expect this misunderstanding." Isaac slanted a look and muttered, "Quit the bullshit, you bastards. You came snooping because of the mana cores." A mage sneered and proposed, "Please cooperate with our investigation. There have been reports of Before he finished, he was cut off. "I don't see any." The mage objected unwillingly. "We clearly sensed recently that." Again interrupted, "You're mistaken. Say things properly. The demon tribe isn't like stray dogs and cats. Do you really think an acolyte priest like me could defeat a demon?" That made them waver a bit. True, an acolyte surviving an encounter with demons would be. But this is absurd. Halak clearly said there was one here. Shuri was terrified hearing them speak. She thought Halak must mean the fourth uncle, or maybe I'm mistaken. Anyway, it's a common name. While still thinking, Isaac jumped up and shouted, "Whatever. I'm going to rest now, you lot handle it yourselves." Left with the unnamed mess, Shuri protested angrily, "Hey, we haven't finished talking before you go." A moment later, Isaac went to a secluded farmhouse. Hailong pushed the room door open, looked inside and smiled. "All right. Now then, we should wrap this up here too, right?" 2 days earlier, Ash confused asked, "Proof that you killed a demon?" "Proof? You mean confirmation that the one who ate the acolyte priests of Than Sac 14 years ago wasn't you, right? How could someone as weak as you have done that? Even 14 years ago, you couldn't possibly have defeated Riley. Even if I took your head, they'd still suspect you weren't the real culprit. So go and bring me proof. I need a head to present to the cathedral." Back in the present, Isaac sat on a crate and praised, "I didn't expect you'd actually bring me the culprit's head. Seems you're not entirely stupid." "Good, I'll let it slide." Trembling, he asked again, "You knew who the culprit was from the start?" Isaac casually answered, "A woman and the monster she kept. Right? You think I wouldn't know at least that much?" Trembling replied, "No, my lord." Isaac leaned down and questioned, "But why did my intel indicate you were the demon 14 years ago?" Hastily recounted, "The truth is the culprit 14 years ago was my sister. She sent her monster to hunt down the priests and treated them as snacks." Hearing that, Isaac sighed, thinking it must be because of shared blood their energies are similar, causing the confusion. Still, she did bring back the killer who ate Riley's friend 14 years ago. He continued to probe, I need a bit more information. What's the current hierarchy system among the demons? Ash reported in terror. The fake Dry Demon King is currently commanding the level 9-foot demons. Since you lost power after the battle with the god, he ordered them to kill the saints and harvest your strength. Isaac wondered, and what are the gods doing? Ash hesitated and answered, I'm not sure either. But perhaps the heavens suffered heavy losses, hence their silence until now. Isaac frowned in thought, surprised. Could the impact of that self-destruct move be greater than I thought? With their nature, they'd never stay silent for 150 years. They're certainly scouring the worlds to reclaim their souls. They couldn't have failed to notice that the beetle sealing themselves is hollow inside. But it's impossible their highest holy seal would fail like that. Even if they missed sealing their souls, failing to notice the seal was empty is even more illogical. Could it be that the beetle contains someone else's soul instead of their own? Could it be a high-level entity wielding dark mana, another catastrophe like the Dry Demon King, or even a god? Just thinking about it is intriguing. I have to investigate. Thinking that, he asked again, You're Ash, right? Ash bowed his head respectfully and replied, Yes, your majesty. Isaac ordered, Go to the demons and be my eyes and ears. A while later, inside a house, voices kept sounding in gratitude. Thank you so much, young Master Isaac. We can never repay you. We never expected you'd be able to defeat that demon yourself, and even personally rescue each of us. Isaac modestly declined, Don't mention it, it's our duty. That only moved the knights more, truly the bearing of someone from the Than-Sak family. What can we do now to repay this favor? You even saved my comrades. Hearing them, Derek couldn't help but shout. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Sir Isaac, as a rank 7 knight, I Derek, and all my comrades will go wherever you command. Sir Isaac. Suddenly securing a band of knights left Isaac a bit surprised. I didn't expect this, so I even gained a group of skilled, free soldiers. They have networks across the continent, so their intelligence and mobility are excellent. Saving 11 people and getting this much benefit is a steal. Is there even a child here? Why is he staring at me like that? Seeing him staring at the child, Derek looked up and said, It seems you don't know who that child is, do you? You'll be shocked when you find out. The child beamed and came forward to greet. Hello, I'm Hyberius, youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire. Thank you for saving my life. Isaac was stunned, mouth agape. What the hell? So that's why the mages pretended to help, because the prince was kidnapped. Jackpot. Hyberius said admiringly, I thought the people of the Holy Nation were all trash, but it turns out there are people like you. I owe you my life. You're truly admirable, especially compared to the bastards at the cathedral who only send acolytes instead of real reinforcements to rescue a group of knights. Hearing how he spoke, Isaac privately praised, This kid has potential. Hyberius, unaware, continued to praise, Compared to them, you are a man of God. Please allow me to repay you. Isaac curled a corner of his mouth and smiled slyly. Oh, then do one thing for me. A while later, in the office of Pope Hongsak, a servant entered and respectfully reported, Your Grace, the Than-Sak team has entered Crasiandia. Because of the mages, we couldn't follow all the way, but they have definitely entered the mission area. Barit asked, slightly surprised, I thought they wouldn't get in because they chose those useless holy knights, yet they still managed it. The servant clarified, but it seems only Isaac Eshua went in alone. Barit couldn't help but take an interest. Alone, so that brat couldn't subdue those holy knights either. Understandable, if we couldn't do it, how could he? He certainly won't complete the mission nor return alive. The servant happily went along. Yes, I assure you he won't be able to return to Helen. Barit said nothing more, only thinking silently. The fourth son of the Eshua family said he'd entertain his spoiled nephews if they came to his territory. If it's him, he'll surely use the mages to deal with them. Suddenly the servant wondered, but won't the royal family help Isaac? After all, they seemed quite interested in that brat. Barit smiled and analyzed. They don't have the spare resources. Crasiandia is a disputed region between the Holy Nation and the Arcane Demon Empire. If something happens there that the Arcane Demon Empire can exploit, it would be a catastrophe. Even if by some miracle he succeeds, we must ensure he cannot return. Clear. The servant bowed, Yes, my lord. Everything went so conveniently that Barit couldn't help feeling pleased. I can already imagine the Than-Sak being ridiculed. Unbeknownst to them, Isaac was also smiling slyly. If that's what they're thinking, I'll teach them a painful lesson. Let me introduce my secret weapon to use against the cathedral, the youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire. The priests in the room fell silent and stared. Isaac, displeased, barked, Why are you all looking at me like that? Shuri angrily snapped, Are you insane? What did you just do? Who introduces an enemy prince like that? Unexpectedly, Hyberius was talented. Hearing the scolding, he scratched his head and laughed. That's why I hid my identity. Sorry for surprising you. The priests are idiots, Shuri suspected and asked. You didn't kidnap him, did you? Hyberius chuckled. Kidnap him? Never. Shuri muttered in disbelief. You're the one being kidnapped, you fool. But Isaac thoroughly enjoyed recruiting this new brother. With this move, the cathedral is finished. We didn't just save some holy knights. This will surely force them to honor us. Shuri was speechless. Aren't we the ones ruined here? Suddenly, a loud voice proclaimed, The basic rule of politics is to make the opponent owe you. Simply rescuing the prince means the arcane demon empire now owes us a great debt. Everyone looked alarmed. Why would you say that outright in front of the prince? You madman. Unexpectedly, Hiberius agreed. Indeed, you are a brilliant strategist. The group was exasperated. Is this kid crazy too? Shuri frowned and tried to press. So you intend to publicly claim you rescued the arcane demon empire's prince and return proudly? Isaac lowered his voice. Don't tell anyone yet. That's why I gathered everyone here. The Hongsak will certainly set traps to sabotage our mission. So what would you think if the arcane empire's prince walked into that trap? At the news, everyone turned pale while Hiberius grew extremely excited and cheered. You're so clever. If you want, I'll jump into the fire for you. Isaac couldn't hide his excitement, rubbing his hands. Let's slap those Hongsak with a truly painful blow. A while later, Isaac sat down and spoke seriously. It'd be fine if only we fell into that trap, but what if the Arcane Empire's youngest prince is captured too? Of course, there would be thorough investigations from both the Holy Nation and the Arcane Empire to find out who is behind this. So then those who set the trap. The Hongsak cult, how terrified will they be? Shuri still doubted and warned. I get your rough idea, but Cardinal Burit isn't the type to act so blatantly as to expose himself as the culprit. Isaac dismissed it at once. That's fine, he has accomplices. Shuri questioned, accomplices. Don't tell me you plan to use those mages. Isaac denied it. They're troublesome, so I only intend to sabotage their plans a little. But if we fight them openly, it could become a diplomatic issue. Shuri grew more frustrated. So what do you intend to do? Isaac bared his teeth in a crafty grin. Deceive them, of course. Before Shuri fully understood, Hiberius jumped up and yelled along, brothers right. The priests glared blankly. What nonsense is this? Are these people insane? Suddenly a violent tremor occurred. Everyone panicked and ran to the windows to look. What is that? What's happening? In the distance, a column of black smoke rose, making the priests puzzled and ask, did it happen at the mages' camp? Before anyone understood, Isaac's shout rang out. The first strike succeeded. Damn mages, how dare they try to take my mana core, kill them all. Saying that, he ran straight outside, leaving Shuri screaming in panic. That madman. At the mages' camp, people panicked and argued that bastards gone mad were under attack. All stored mana cores have been destroyed, the circle-making tools are shattered. Could it be the acolytes? Did they know our attack plan and strike first? We must attack those priests. Before they could move, Isaac ran up and shouted, wait, from now on I'll hand him over to you. Saying that, he dragged Tiberius up as a human shield. The kid even shouted along, you bastards, how dare you attack us? The mages went pale and didn't dare move. He's the youngest prince after all, your highness. Why are you with those priests? Please come this way, we'll escort you. But before they finished, Isaac cut them off. Bastards, if you value this boy's life, then hand everything over. Hiberius chimed in, can't you hear? Isaac ground his teeth and hissed each word, give it all up. Shuri watched from afar, speechless. Gods, please take this bastard away. Our letter 1ed1 Teak Shua was known as the Than Sak faith, one of the 5 great religions. Together with Bok Sak, they were the most righteous, despising injustice and always upholding knightly principles. Even with a sword at their throat, an heir of that faith would never raise a weapon. Yet now he held a sword to the Arcane Empire prince's throat, beginning a hostage situation. Isaac, like a demon, threatened, so you mean it's fine if this kid's head is cut off? Hiberius, unafraid, shot back, is that what you mean? The mages were utterly bewildered. Why is his highness there, and why is he being taken like this? He's strong enough to crush countless adults. There must be some weakness they exploited. We have to help him. As Shuri moved to stop the charade, the mages cried out, that man is an Eshua disciple. Calm down, resolve this by negotiation. Isaac still calmly pointed the sword at them. Negotiate my foot. Listen to me, hand everything over now. Suddenly Shuri was displaced, and a mage took her place. He reached out and murmured, your highness over here, take my hand, I'll save you. But Hiberius clearly didn't need help. He angrily shouted, you idiots, why haven't you saved me yet? Do you still call yourselves great mages? The mage could only lunge forward trying to grab Hiberius. I'm trying, your highness, I'm here. But Hiberius dodged them all and kept cursing, useless insolent brats. The mage complained miserably, come on, we're here to save you. But Hiberius flipped the script, enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire, I order you to hand everything over and withdraw. Isaac shouted with satisfaction, hear that? Withdraw, you bastards. The mages were bitter but had to kneel, inwardly resentful, crying out, that is the future of our empire. Not knowing what was happening, they had no choice but to obey his highness, placing their items down one by one and shouting, we obey, we will hand everything over. Release his highness. Isaac's eyes lit up, mana cores, whisper, sweating, reminded, master, please control your expression. Isaac still joked and shouted, all right, to honor your kindness, I'll let this slide this time. And I'll make sure to report to the empire that you tried to attack us. The mages frantically explained, you must be mistaken, we're just hunting demons. But Isaac wouldn't relent. If you're hunting demons, then why bring gear meant for capturing priests? If you don't like it, prepare to carry the prince's corpse back. The mage could only grit his teeth and curse silently. Damn. Isaac urged, what are you doing? Not withdrawing. Hiberius also commanded, get out of here now. A short while later, inside a civilian house, a pile of monochores was bouncing about. Isaac swam through the heap of monochores, laughing with delight. Monochores, monochores. Hiberius stood beside him, excitedly praising, indeed, Big Brother knows everything. The Arcane Empire's monochores are on a completely different level from the Holy Nation's trash. Can't you see? The color, the scent, even the stone grain is different. I thought the Holy Nation was full of beetles who couldn't safeguard monochores. But to find someone like you among the Than Sac faith, true sincere belief, unmatched. Hearing Hiberius's praise, Isaac could only doubt humanity, thinking he'd met another lunatic. Hiberius kept shouting carefree, Big Brother, just say the word, and when we return to the capital, I guarantee the Than Sac faith will receive a great reward. Isaac enthusiastically approved. Oh, sounds good. Hiberius added, Big Brother, have you ever considered joining the Arcane Empire? We wouldn't treat you badly. Shuri, exasperated, that's crazy enough already, you two lunatics. He couldn't help it and shouted, Isaac, I have something to tell you, first wipe your drool. Are you really going to tell the head of the family that the fourth uncle is a mage? Isaac didn't hesitate. Of course, I need to eliminate one rival for the headship of the family. Shuri panicked and argued, if you do that, you'll get into serious trouble. You've never met that fourth uncle. His temperament is not something to joke about. If you frame him without evidence, you will. Before she finished, Isaac cut her off. Innocent, he recalled what the leading mage had said and couldn't help smirking with satisfaction. Earlier, that damn mage clearly knew who we were and targeted us from the start. Shuri still tried to reason. The exile stands out by his appearance, so he probably recognized him. Before she could praise herself, Isaac chastised her harshly. What are you talking about? You're hideously ugly, your hair color is trash, anyone can tell you're one of Eshua's, right? I told you they must have known in advance. Shuri, resentful, sniffled, shut up, you bastard. Isaac affirmed, clearly that uncle is behind this. There's no way they would know there's a direct descendant of Eshua among the acolyte priests. Wake up, Shuri, the man you call uncle just tried to kill you. You think your father will sit idly by? He must have already caused a commotion. Shuri firmly denied. He probably doesn't know yet, but that uproar has likely. In the middle of saying that, he realized the problem. Don't tell me that bastard already has. Isaac affirmed, yes, I've turned everything upside down. Than Sac, Hong Sac, the royal family, even the Holy See, they're all in chaos by now. A few days later at the Holy See, Barit's horrified shout rang out. What did you just say? The priest beside him couldn't help repeating. The acolyte priests of Than Sac have returned safely. The attendant respectfully confirmed, yes, they are likely en route to the capital. We've checked. It seems their numbers are even greater than at departure. It appears they rescued those who were kidnapped. The priest, unable to accept it, demanded, what the hell are those mages doing? Barit said nothing, but his face was ugly as he cursed inwardly. That fourth son of the Eshua family and those mages, what on earth have they accomplished? Why did that brat return alive? The attendant hesitated. They said they couldn't attack. The priest, aghast, what? The attendant explained that it seems the prince of the Arcane Demon Empire was among those rescued. The priest staggered back. Who? The attendant bowed respectfully and read aloud. The youngest prince of Britannia, Hiberius Britannia. Isaac Eshua has also requested a thorough investigation into the mages. That brat insists he'll find whoever attempted to assassinate the prince. Barit understood and ground his teeth in anger. So that's how that brat planned to play me. The prince's appearance changed everything. They'll surely investigate thoroughly. If so, I'm not only powerless but could be framed for attempting to kill the prince. What terrible luck, the father and son are truly a disaster. While still seething, another man burst in and shouted, Your Eminence, there's bad news. The head of the Eshua family has arrived at Barit's and is causing an uproar. He demands to see his fourth son immediately. Barit's face darkened as he swore under his breath. Now even the grandfather's here, damn it, all three of them. At the same time, in the capital of the Holy Nation, Helen, the head of the Than Sac family received a letter from Isaac that read, Sir, I almost died. My fourth uncle tried to kill us with the help of those mages. The head erupted. That brat dares. Thinking of that, Isaac held his head and chuckled, typical of him. I knew he wasn't ordinary, but I didn't expect him to cause trouble right under the Pope's nose. Asili, who had been silent until now, spoke, Sir, I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother. He was murdered 14 years ago. Isaac was stunned. He had no idea, but outwardly feigned nonchalance. Oh, it's nothing. He then asked, what about the others? Asili happily replied, their reaction was similar, sir. Lord Goal seemed quite angry about another matter. That lunatic wasn't only trying to kill Isaac, but his other nephew as well. Rilai helplessly objected, Isaac is also his nephew. Goal tried to argue, their hair colors are different. Another said, their faces are different, let alone hair color. Goal couldn't counter and snapped, shut up. Suddenly both fell silent and looked to the side. Asili sighed, and Lord Benjamin, the treasurer, had already burned the entire inheritance portion for that fourth son. Benjamin coldly said, he will receive nothing. It will all return to society. Isaac felt regret on his behalf. No, give it to me instead. Asili summarized, all descendants of the Eshua family will gather at the new year. Honestly, that makes me uneasy. It seems that person is trying to kill you, Your Eminence. He seems determined to seize the headship and wants you out of the way early. Isaac didn't care and cut in, don't worry, I'm not going to die. But strangely, there must be somewhere else in chaos right now. Why are they still silent? They should have arrived. While he was still speaking, a piece of paper flew in. Isaac tore it open and shouted, they're here. Immediately, a blazing red summoning array appeared before him. Asili gasped, a holy summoning spell. Isaac stared at it and taunted, seems you're in quite a hurry, huh? Even resorting to a holy summoning. The Scarlet Cardinal stepped out of it, grabbed Isaac by the collar and threatened, you said you'd show me something interesting. Isaac, unfazed, replied, looks like my adorable prince of the arcane demon empire is doing well. I thought you'd like him. That remark made the Scarlet Cardinal grit his teeth in anger, and he reluctantly released Isaac's collar. What were you thinking bringing the prince of the arcane demon empire here? Isaac shrugged, what? I did it to help you. He repeated in a strange tone, help, huh? He suddenly remembered that at first he liked the idea too. This was a rare chance to squeeze money out of them. After reading Isaac's letter to the mages, perhaps someone tried to harm the prince. As the Scarlet family specializing in interrogation, please investigate who is behind this. He was ecstatic. It was obvious who did it. Most likely the Pope and that fourth son of Eshua planned to maim Isaac. Isaac Eshua, thanks to that foolish brat, I could make both the Hong Sak and Than Sak families kneel. That would be enough to earn the right to face the 14th Council. Even more besides. But when he met Hiberius, things didn't go as expected. The brat wasn't afraid in the interrogation room and fired back. Is this how Helen of the Holy Nation interrogates? You call yourselves the Holy Nation and act like savages. What, you ask my name? What about my rights? Are all priests like this? You dare ask about Big Brother Isaac? Aren't you ashamed? You lowly lot dare mention the Than Sak family? You bastards couldn't understand my big brother's vision even given another 10 years. After the interrogation, one priest couldn't contain himself. Let me go, I'll kill that bastard and go to the afterlife gladly. The man next to him, sweating, held him back. Calm down. The Scarlet Cardinal was speechless. That brat, did he order this interrogation just to scare the Hong Sak families? He didn't want the Eshua family to suffer because of the fourth son, so he brought the prince. You had no intention of cooperating by coming here, so the Hong Sak will be thrown into total chaos. You little bastard, you dare use us. Thinking this, the Scarlet Cardinal growled, you think you'll get away with this. Thinking that, the Scarlet Cardinal growled, you think you'll get away with this. Isaac was annoyed to see his people suffer such trouble. But he smiled brightly and replied, what, you don't look troubled at all. Don't you enjoy savoring your subordinate's pain? The Scarlet Cardinal froze for a moment, then broke into a mad smile. How strange, no one has ever noticed that before. An invisible pressure radiated outward. Asili couldn't bear it and fell to his knees, the Scarlet Cardinal's tone turning dark. Did the head of Than Sak tell you? What do you know? Making an acolyte priest disappear isn't that hard. I wonder who told you. But Isaac wasn't bothered by such threats and cut him off again. If you're pleased, then pay up. Scarlet Cardinal Leon Sepet. He curled the corner of his mouth and reached toward him threateningly. Looks like you haven't learned anything except how to get yourself killed faster, huh? Asili, frightened by the scene, shouted, run. But Isaac casually snatched the item from inside his sleeve and proudly displayed it. Thank you, sir. This is more than enough payment. The pressure finally dissipated. The Scarlet Cardinal bowed and asked, by the way, I'm curious, did you personally slay that monster? How could an acolyte priest do something like that? Isaac smiled, that's a family secret of mine, sir. Unlike Than Sak, your family seems rather poor at hunting monsters, so I'm not surprised you're curious. That's also why your son got beaten to a pulp. The Scarlet Cardinal was pricked but held it in, only smiling before turning away. He muttered in his mind, what an insolent brat. Isaac didn't bother to see him off, sitting and waving with a smile, travel safely. Only now did Asili rush forward in alarm and ask, are you all right, young master? She glared after the Scarlet Cardinal and scolded, why are people from the Scarlet family all so unpleasant? He sighed helplessly because their head is always a madman. Suddenly she noticed the item in his hand. Isaac asked, but what is that? His expression darkened as he looked at the card and said, a pass to the Holy See's prison. He thought to himself, with this I can see my subordinates. The next day at the Hong Sak Evaluation Council for the test, the participants curiously discussed which team will achieve the rank of king in this test. Of course, Hong Sak. There's never been a case where Hong Sak didn't take the top rank in their test. Zich Sak even lost to Than Sak. The Scarlet Cardinal heard this and clenched his glass until it cracked. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and everyone's attention turned. The acolyte priests are coming. What team is it? It's the Than Sak faith led by Isaac Eshua. Seeing Isaac enter, the Than Sak kids behind were furious, tearing at their hair. Why doesn't he just die? How many times have I nearly died because of that bastard? Isaac snapped angrily, I can see everything, you bastards, smile for me or else. Before he finished, they obediently grinned like dogs. Suddenly, chatter rose. Look, it's the Hongsak team. The Hongsak team entered, smirking slyly. You clueless Thansak lot, thanks to Kin's help, we recovered a lost relic of the holy nation Helen from the enemy. This is what benefits the holy nation. Merit in the arcane demon empire, huh? How ridiculous. You think rescuing a few survivors changes anything? Use your head, you foolish Thansak lot. At that moment, the host stepped forward with the list and read aloud, Greetings, acolyte priests and honored guests. Thank you all for attending the Hongsak test results evaluation. Please stand. The results of this test will be announced personally by the emperor. No sooner had he finished than the emperor and the prince walked out hand in hand, leaving the attendees agape in disbelief. The emperor personally came. This is rare. This means the evaluation is important enough for him to announce the results himself. The Hongsak kids glanced covertly and rejoiced inwardly. Of course, we recovered the holy nation's lost relic, so the emperor must come in person. Immediately after, the host's voice echoed across the square. Then now, the results evaluation will begin. The relic recovered by the White Sack team was an ancient lost tome. The Red Sack team brought back a holy sword forged 300 years ago by the genius artisan Ardega. Seeing the two items, some murmured, not bad, worth studying. Ah, his work still holds extremely high value. This year's acolytes are truly different. Last year there was nothing nearly this valuable. The host continued to announce, as for the Hongsak team, truly astonishing. They recovered a national treasure that Helen had lost hundreds of years ago. The crowd buzzed. That's the heirloom passed down through the royal line, the necklace stolen by the Manji, right? Shuri widened her eyes in amazement. A national treasure? No wonder the emperor came personally. The emperor acknowledged with pleasure. This is a ceremonial royal treasure stolen in my grandfather's time. I thought it would never be seen again, yet you recovered it. The Hongsak team's ability is truly outstanding. The praised kids leapt with excitement and deliberately glanced at those who despised them. This is a difference in class. Useless Thansak lot, if you can do something greater, step forward. Shuri couldn't face them and turned away in annoyance. The host flipped the report and read on, and finally the Thansak team. The Thansak team valiantly rescued all the holy knights who had been kidnapped by demons in Krasiandia. The spectators buzzed. The acolyte priests rescued them from the mage's territory. Each survivor's return is already a miracle. The Hongsak kids still sneered. Bringing people back alone is nothing to boast about. 14 years ago, they personally punished the monster that even the mages targeted and saved all the survivors. At last, Helen's 14 years of suffering have been eased. The Hongsak kids began to sweat, reassuring themselves, it's fine, I didn't think they'd defeat that monster, but the national treasure is far more valuable. But the host didn't stop. The Thansak team also rescued Hyberius Britannia, prince of the arcane demon empire. The Hongsak kids couldn't believe it, Isaac. The host tossed the stack of reports and shouted, the holy nation Helen has requested recompense from the arcane demon empire for saving Prince Hyberius, meaning the return of a formerly stolen treasure. And more importantly, the abolition of the unfair tax in the disputed region of Krasiandia. The arcane demon empire has agreed to this request. The entire square fell utterly silent. The emperor rose, hands on the table, and praised. This achievement is so great that I struggle to find worthy praise. What the acolyte priests accomplished today not only elevated Helen's honor but also brought real benefits to us. The national treasure and holy relics elevate the holy nation's prestige. But to me, the lives of our people are even more precious. The Thansak team not only saved the holy knights but also countless civilians, even the enemy nation's prince. One life is worth more than the universe. Saving that life is precisely why the holy nation Helen exists. Resolving trade issues that affect livelihoods is like saving thousands of lives. Regarding this unprecedented achievement, I believe the evaluation council will think the same as I do, won't they? The Hongsak clergy only cleared their throats, not daring to speak. The spectators buzzed again. The national treasure Hongsak brought back is truly astonishing, but what Thansak did is incomparable. That isn't something trainees could normally accomplish. Above all, Thansak reaffirmed the true purpose of the clergy. To protect the weak and serve the people, that is the essence of a cleric. While other teams only recovered items to restore past prestige, whether by accident or design, Thansak performed a great service for Helen. Kina, sitting above, clenched her teeth in anger. If it wasn't intentional, how could Isaac have accomplished all of this? Because they saved the people, Hongsak had no choice but to award the king rank to Thansak. Everything happened exactly as Isaac had planned. To let the discussion subside, the emperor stepped forward and announced, "Then I will declare the final results. This year the trainees have shown exceptional talent, especially the Thansak team. Despite the dangerous mission, they did not give up and risk themselves to save their comrades. That achievement will serve as a shining example not only for their peers, but for the elders as well. Therefore, the victory in this Hong Sak examination will go to the Than Sak team. The kids, hearing this, hugged each other in delight. A while later, in the Than Sak team's dormitory, the head of the Than Sak family walked quietly down the corridor. His face flushed with excitement. I only told you to return alive, but you did very well. Isaac, perhaps the boy truly can become a saint and bring glory to the family. His temperament is problematic, but with proper guidance he can surely be corrected. Thinking this, he gently pushed open the door. The sounds inside immediately spilled out. An air, it's nothing special. Just babble a few words about comrades, recite some doctrine, say what the patriarch likes to hear, and it will be as easy as pie. Don't worry about getting the king rank in the Than Sak exam. Just sit still and grandfather will hand it to you. So this is the feeling of invincibility? Indeed it is. The kids fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Only then did Isaac notice their strange expressions. He turned and asked, "What's wrong? Why is everyone suddenly silent?" The patriarch went mad, glaring at him and hissing, "Isaac, it seems the heir's seat is still too early for you. It looks like no amount of upbringing will fix you." Isaac broke into a cold sweat. "Shit, you bastards, if grandfather were here you'd tell me." After a while, belongings were thrown into disarray. Isaac grumbled and shouted, This is ridiculous." Isaac grumbled and shouted, This is ridiculous, making me bear all those grueling trainings, then using relics to tempt me into failure, forcing me to copy hundreds of pages of ancient texts too hard to understand. And that's supposed to be fair. What did I do wrong? Whisper, sweating, explained. You spat those ugly words in the patriarch's face. You had no choice. He said he'd give you the lowest scores if you didn't do all those things. Did you want to fail? You brought it on yourself. He glared at it in annoyance. Damn. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. There's a way. After all, the uncle is also going with the patriarch. He shouted loudly, "Uncle." Rilai, not understanding, was grabbed by him and hugged while he sobbed uncontrollably. Uncle, uncle. Rilai restrained himself until his face went pale. Tell me who made the child cry and I'll twist their neck and bring them to you. Isaac immediately slipped into character, sobbing as he said, I think grandfather hates me. Maybe I should leave this house. Rilai panicked, dropping to one knee and asked, Son, what's wrong? What happened? Isaac began to explain. He told me I should leave, actually to leave the dormitory and come live with him. He said I'm not worthy. Actually, when he was drinking, he said I'm still too young. Rilai only caught half of it anxiously. Why would he do that? Could it be he wants to discipline Isaac? My eldest brother and sister-in-law were like my parents after both died 10 years ago. My world almost collapsed. So when I learned my nephew was still alive, I was overwhelmed with joy. For this child, I'd be willing to sacrifice my life. Seeing Isaac force a pitiful expression, Whisper couldn't help asking, What are you doing? Isaac muttered miserably, I just want to pass the Than Sak exam and become an official priest, then join you to defeat the Dry Demon King. Whisper, exasperated, Are you crazy? Why are you referring to yourself in the third person? But Rilai was moved by those words, and brimming with confidence loudly said, Don't worry, Isaac, your uncle will take care of everything. Isaac stopped crying and looked up. Really? Rilai slapped his chest and assured him, Of course, I will help my beloved nephew pass that ridiculous exam as easily as turning my hand. It's a small thing, don't worry. No sooner had Isaac finished than Rilai bolted off. Whisper doubted, but the exam is tomorrow. Can Rilai really pull it off? Isaac was confident if it's uncle, no problem. Besides, there's something more urgent. I have to see my subordinates before they're executed. The next day, Isaac went to the Holy See's prison. A jailer, after checking the pass, returned it to him and said, Confirmed. This is indeed the pass issued by Cardinal Scarlet. You can see them after 14 days. Isaac, like a little devil, grinned and accepted it. You do have influence, that's enviable. But he wasn't satisfied and bargained. The executions are in less than a month. Are you going to let me look at the heads after they're off? Cut it down to 1 week. The jailer panicked. That's impossible. Security procedures require at least 10 days. Being allowed a visit at all is lucky. Before he finished, Isaac haggled again. 5 days. The jailer fumed. I said no. 3 days then, or better, I'll go in right now. The jailer flustered and tried to dissuade him. Tomorrow, no earlier than that. Only then was Isaac satisfied. He shoved the man aside. Fine, that's acceptable. The jailer was baffled. Why would the patriarch give his pass to this madman? Seeing Isaac turn to leave, Whisper asked curiously, Weren't you coming to see them right now? He smirked and replied, No, I need to fetch something after I achieve the king rank in today's exam. Going tomorrow is better. The Than Sak exam, Rilai said he'd easily get his beloved nephew through it. Whisper mocked, repeating, Beloved nephew. He was immediately scolded. Shut up. I wonder how easy the test will be. Whisper grew excited too. If it's Rilai, he'll probably turn it into child's play. And so the day before yesterday arrived. The host cheerfully announced, Welcome, acolyte priests taking the Than Sak exam and all honored guests attending. The final task of the Than Sak exam is to slay several monsters. Isaac's face had been sullenly green since he entered, whereas the acolyte priests cheered at the prompt. easy as pie. What? Why is the test so easy? Who did you plead with the family on our behalf? If you still can't pass, you might as well bite your tongue and die. Not to mention, the monsters we have to defeat are just those dries. The dries were still trembling in the middle of the arena. Seeing Isaac arrive, they excitedly told each other, "It's our king, our king. He's here to see us, he's here to see us. Where have you been all this time? He's come to save us." Whisper watched the scene and muttered wearily, "Looks like it's going to be brothers slaughtering brothers." Isaac was furious, cursing Riley silently. Riley, unaware, was extremely pleased with his feat. "It's all for my beloved nephew. Good luck." Isaac's dries, just hearing the name makes me want to cry. Weak as slugs, dumb as oxen, easy to ignore but also easy to exploit. They're basically the untouchable class in the demon world used for priests' tests. In noble lessons, even at children's festivals, they're often summoned only to be slaughtered by bone-rending spells. And if they die by bone-rending, it's straight to hell. When they die, they restart from zero. And then resurrect at level 1. When Isaac first came to this world, he repeated that process so many times the gods were exasperated. "You're dead again? This is the 43rd, 721st time already." Recalling this, he cursed bitterly inwardly. "Damn priests, how dare you summon these pitiful souls before me, the great dry demon king." The dries cheerfully clacked their bones to communicate. Where are we? Where are we? We don't know, but our liege is here, and our liege is here." The kids shouted excitedly. "Isaac, use the bone-rending spell that will send them to hell. Right, that holy magic makes them nothing, easy as pie." Isaac fumed inwardly. "Bone-rending?" Whisper advised. "Bone-rending is the most basic spell, just use it." He rolled his eyes and cursed in his head. "I've died millions of times because of that damn bone spell, and now you want me to use it on these kids? Are you insane?" "Rilla, you bastard!" The dries happily ran over. "It's his majesty. He's come for us. So happy, so happy." Soon, a thud rang out. The sight stunned the kids as several dries licked Isaac's body and checked on him. "Why did you disappear so long? Finally, you've come to see us." Isaac sighed helplessly. "I know you're happy, but you're heavy." The kids looked suspiciously. Are they attacking? Are they trying to pin him to death? But why do they look so glad to see him? Facing the eager dries, Isaac resorted to a last-ditch plan. "Damn it, if this goes wrong, my cover will be blown. I'll pull their mana cores so they can't fight. If I return their mana cores afterward, they'll be fine." At that moment, the host shouted, "The test begins. In this exam, you must not touch their mana cores. Priests must use bone-rending to turn them to ash." The plan collapsing at the last minute sent Isaac into a rage as he cursed silently. "You damned priests." The squad captain in the stands winked encouragingly. "Young Master Isaac, we've made everything this easy for you. Remember to take first place." Isaac grew even angrier. "Damn the Eshua family, I'll wipe you out." The spectators in the stands murmured, "Just using bone-rending will pass? This is truly the easiest test in history." Indeed, bone-rending alone is usually overpowered against undead creatures. They should have increased difficulty by forcing priests to extract their mana cores. Like this, even a newborn could pass. Isaac punched the dries away, cursing under his breath. "These dogs are worse. There's no way I'm using that damn bone spell. I'll handle them with regular holy magic." "Damn it. Sorry, kids. Even ordinary holy spells can be lethal to undead, but it's better than sending you to hell." The dries were knocked away but still eagerly looked at him, cheering. "Oh, His Majesty is looking at us. He's looking at us. Oh, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Tell us. Oh, just seeing you makes us happy, so happy." Isaac collapsed to his knees. "I can't do it." The kids gaped in disbelief. "What?" Shuri clutched her head and cried. "Even children can do it. Why can't you?" Isaac, drained of energy, insisted. "No, I can't." The dries worriedly ran over to ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right? Have you run out of mana? Or should we carry you to the dragon's fire to restore your mana?" Isaac snapped angrily. "I'm not a dry anymore. I'm a human thrown into the fire. It's painful." The soldiers above gaped and asked one another, "What did he just say? Not a dry but a human. Could it be he regards them as humans?" Isaac startled and looked up to the stands. People there stroked their chins and murmured, "Well, dries used to be human. The boy doesn't want to attack beings that were once human. Maybe he wants to save those who became monsters." Sure enough, Thansak is a creed that protects all creatures from demons. The son of the saint indeed has a noble heart. Suddenly, the public opinion shifted to praise. Shuri could only clutch her head in exasperation. "You people are crazy. There's no way that guy is thinking about anything noble." He had no choice and volunteered. "Move aside, Isaac. If you won't do it, I will." Before he finished, Isaac punched him in the mouth. "Stop." He glared around in fury, thinking, if someone else uses bone-rending, they'll send them to hell. I can't let that happen. No more joking. Isaac gathered mana into his palm, pressed it hard onto the floor and shouted, "Bone-rending." A circle of mana expanded outward. Isaac tensely told himself, "I must aim so I don't hit them." In the stands, people stared at the mana spreading before him and exclaimed, Is that bone-rending? I've never seen one this large. The dries enclosed within cheered with delight. What is that sparkling thing? We don't know, but it's so beautiful. Isaac's face darkened as he ordered, Dark Lick, hide them all within the shadows. The Dark Lick appeared and acknowledged, at your command. Immediately the dries were swallowed by darkness. Moments later the mana dispersed, leaving the scene looking ordinary. Those above wondered in confusion, what's going on? Those dries, they're all gone. He cleared them all in a single strike. Amazing. At this level he must at least rival the bishops. He truly has the makings of a saint. Hearing that, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. You rotten priests, I'll definitely wipe you out one by one. Meanwhile in the Thansak clan's meeting room, the patriarch agonized while analyzing. Cardinal Scarlet wants to seize Isaac. He is certain Isaac will summon a dark god during the sacrificial rite. If the boy can summon just a mid-ranked deity, I'd already be satisfied. Gol interjected grimly, if father knew which god had chosen Isaac, fainting would be the least of it. The patriarch jumped, worse than an evil god. Gol affirmed confidently, absolutely incomparable. The patriarch grew more despondent. Damn it, what kind of rotten god will appear? Riley was unsettled too. Could that god be at disaster level? After a few minutes thought, the patriarch sighed and decided, then bringing Isaac home and re-educating him is our top priority. I've already sent people to him. A report should come soon. No sooner had he finished than someone opened the door and announced, My lord, I have just returned from visiting young Master Isaac. Young Master Isaac is currently on his way to the Holy See prison. Those words hit the three in the room like a thunderclap. The patriarch lost his composure, bracing himself to stand. Why there? That's the Scarlet faction's territory. The boy doesn't even have the right to go there. The messenger explained further. Cardinal Scarlet gave the young master a travel pass. The patriarch tried to restrain himself, a vein bulging on his forehead. That bastard, does he intend to lure my nephew with cheap tricks? Riley and Gol panicked, not knowing what to advise. Father. The patriarch's eyes burned red as he roared. Does he think I can't see through his schemes? We will go to the Holy See prison right now. Meanwhile, Isaac walked as if in a daze. Seeing his master like that, Whisper could only comfort him. We're already at the Holy See prison. Why are you still so down? Isaac, still dejected, replied, I'm defiled. I didn't expect to use that filthy bone magic. Whisper changed the subject, but isn't everything okay now? Did you bring the reward from the test? Isaac sulkily reached into his pocket and produced it. I did all this for that. Of course I brought it. Seeing the item in his hand, Whisper asked, It's just a cord? Isaac explained, It's a cord that can remove demonic aura, a precious item that frees people from addiction to demonic energy. For me, it also helps hide dark mana. Whisper understood and beamed, so you plan to hide your mana before entering the prison. But Isaac was still cautious. Before we go in there's no one nearby, right? Whisper checked and confirmed, within my sensing range there's no one. Isaac snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Fine, let's go. The dries that had been imprisoned were immediately released, each joyfully cheering, Master, we thought we'd never see you again. We love you. Before they could finish, Isaac ordered, Darklick, take them home. The dries wailed and pleaded, Master, what did we do wrong? We'll do anything you say. Please don't abandon us. Can't we stay with you? Isaac snapped irritably, if you stay here you'll be erased. You fools, do you think I want to do this? Make sure they get home safely. The Darklick obediently accepted the order. Yes, master. Isaac turned away comfortably. All right, let's go in now. He suddenly halted, looking down to see a small dry clinging to his waist, and shouted, When did you crawl in there? The little dry clung and pouted. I don't want to be apart from you again. Whisper sighed in exasperation. Oh damn, its mana is so weak I can hardly sense it. Before he could deal with it, a soldier approached and called, It's time for your audience. Isaac's face darkened. How did they arrive so quickly? Do you know how hard I work to keep these dries alive? If they're captured, they'll be erased. There's no other way. He had to tuck it into his sleeve and ordered, Hold on tight, do not poke your head out. Seeing Isaac approach, the soldier stepped aside and bowed. Please come in. Isaac smiled arrogantly and strode forward. 50 years ago, the Holy Nation captured a 9th-level demon. The demon had infiltrated the Holy Nation alone to reclaim the Dry Demon King's corpse, but the clerics took that corpse as a hostage. In the end, the demon voluntarily knelt to protect its master's body. The capture of a pure-blood primeval fiend sent shockwaves across the continent. That's what the records say. Hearing Whisper's account, Isaac realized immediately, so it really was you. The Bloodlord's wax was crumbling. Suddenly Whisper peered forward and shouted. But everyone saw the scene and angrily scolded. You call this a visit? You bastards. Whisper got a thorough kicking. Even with a telescope you couldn't see him. A soldier stepped closer and taunted. You should be grateful we let you see this much. Isaac wasn't intimidated. He pulled out his travel pass and barked. Yeah, get lost. The soldier didn't know what to do and swore under his breath. Damn. The other soldier suggested, Then we have to search you. There's bound to be something suspicious. Please cooperate. But before they touched Isaac, his mana flared up and in a cold voice he said, Hey, if you lay a hand on him, you'll die. Both of them hastily withdrew their hands. Ash, what is this pressure? Damn, I can't move. Isaac gritted his teeth and lashed out. How dare you doubt a descendant of the Eshua family? If you touch him, I'll take it as a declaration of war against House Eshua. What are you going to do to a child? Want me to bite my tongue and die? Don't believe me? I'll do it for real. Both of them had no time to argue and frantically waved their hands. Sir, please don't say things that could be easily misunderstood. Isaac continued to threaten. Do you think my uncle will sit idly by? A cowardly guard turned to persuade his comrade. If it's Rilai, he'll surely start a war. Have you forgotten he once bragged about his grandson's first poop? The other stammered, but the patriarch told us to investigate this boy's motives. For now, just let him pass. After all, the patriarch issued the travel pass for him. After convincing each other, one cleared his throat and concluded, understood, come with me. Isaac still looked displeased. You should have done this sooner. A moment later, they led Isaac into a pitch-black cell. We've arrived. Behind this door is the demon's solitary confinement. I warn you, its demonic aura can trigger a heart attack. Isaac wasn't fazed and snapped back, shut up and open it. The prison door slowly opened. Dark demonic energy immediately filled the air. The face of a demon gradually emerged. Upon seeing Isaac's group, it roared in madness. The two soldiers puzzledly asked each other, why is it acting like this? It used to be very calm. The demon grew increasingly enraged. One worried soldier turned away. See that? That's the demon's power. Now hurry back. But Isaac wasn't worried. He rubbed his nose and smiled inwardly. He's still strong, huh? Seeing that, the two soldiers were furious and cursed under their breath. Is that kid smiling at that enormous demonic aura? Is he crazy? Isaac cheerfully observed, it seems he thinks we were captured by the clerics. Whisper jumped up to explain, this one has completely lost his mind. We weren't brought here by force of arrest, but by coercion. The Blood Lord paused for a second. Coerce. The two soldiers were speechless. He's getting crazier and crazier. Whisper blankly retorted, huh, you misunderstood. No, it's not like that. The master said he'd bite his tongue to commit suicide. Luckily, it ended with him bowing. But the more Whisper spoke, the angrier the Blood Lord became. They forced my master to bow and even made him say those words. The two soldiers, not hearing the exchange, grew more panicked. Why is he raging like this? Call for help. He mustn't die before execution. Whisper, exhausted, reassured, I mean they're the ones who should bow. Isaac remained silent, weighing plans in his head. The chance has come, but the guards are still watching me. I need a better opening. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the Blood Lord's shackles. Isaac panicked inwardly. Damn it, the Pope's power has triggered. He'll die before I can save him. Should I use magic to draw attention? But if I use it now, I'll surely be detected. Before he could decide, the small dry slipped out and offered, Master, let me help you. Isaac rejoiced, oh my beautiful little one, go, your size can slip through the bars easily. Give that stone to him, he'll break the shackles. You have too little mana to be detected. I'm counting on you, little dry. Now Isaac began to perform, clutching his chest. Truly admirable, the Scarlet family is indeed impressive. The two soldiers were baffled. Someone from Thansak is praising us. It doesn't sound very sarcastic. Whisper couldn't help scolding. Are you insane? But Isaac denied it at once. No, I'm stalling for time. More sentimental lines flowed from the mouth of the A-list actor. Meanwhile, the little dry, clutching a mana core, slipped inside. When I saw the 14 demons, I nearly died, but Scarlet's response was truly brilliant. The guard began to doubt, you're smiling, young master. Isaac immediately retorted, oh, I was laughing out of fear by instinct. The Scarlet family would actually leave people like you as jailers? What a noble clan. With your level, you'd easily be promoted to head of the knights at Thansak. Both guards were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. What nonsense is he spouting now? Isaac added, dear sirs, actually this is confidential. The reason I'm here is by the Patriarch's order. They hurriedly probed, the Patriarch's order. Isaac nodded in confirmation. It's a family mission. I'm actually in a succession war. My task is to injure the 14 demons. The two guards drew a cold breath. Oh my, that's harsh. A succession war that dangerous, you could die like this? Isaac pretended solemnly, that's right. The two guards swallowed and whispered, this is strange, like fighting for the next cardinal position. Who's crazy enough to task a child with injuring the 14 demons? But since it's the Holy Maiden's family, it's somewhat understandable. Still, assigning such a task to a child. The Thansak faith is notorious for its fanaticism. Finding the story no longer interesting, Isaac changed the subject. So do you guys plan to work for Thansak? One of them asked eagerly. To Thansak, is this a recruitment offer? As Isaac intended to say more, he felt the little dry returning. It immediately clutched its head and sighed. It seems the 14 demons are still beyond my capability. The other guard anxiously asked, are you all right? Why do you insist on meeting the 14 demons? We'll take you back. Inside the cell, the Blood Lord transmitted a voice telepathically. Thank you, your divine king. After a while, they helped Isaac out. It's almost time, please try to hold on a little longer. Isaac put on an act of gratitude. Thank you, sirs. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward to block Isaac. Wait, before you leave we need to check this. I need to inspect the card you're holding. Isaac glared and shot back. The Scarlet Cardinal's card was given to me. Nizer sneered ominously. That card also serves to gauge a person's faith. Do you think accepting something from the Patriarch is that simple? The less faith you have, the darker the card will grow. We want to test its color now. Whisper showed excitement. The card can change color. It slipped in to check and flew back confirming, completely black. Isaac felt a chill run down his spine. Riding the momentum, Nizer ordered. Hand over the card. Isaac broke into a sweat and refused. I'm not giving it. Nizer couldn't contain his sarcasm. What's the matter? Afraid it'll turn red-black? Whisper snapped angrily. Red-black my foot. My master's card should be as black as his conscience. Isaac hit it and barked, get lost, I'm not handing it over. Nizer grew more confident, as expected, jumpy little trait. Before he could accuse them, Isaac stepped ahead. You plan to steal the card, then blame Thansak for losing it, right? Nizer gaped, what did you say? Isaac affirmed as if it were true, of course. You'll steal it, then threaten Thansak to extort a huge compensation. The two soldiers were left speechless. How did this brat come up with such a naive idea? Isaac acted as if he had just realized and sighed with relief. In your land, everyone is one of your own. A few smooth words could easily make me look like a fool. How can I trust you then? Nizer lost his composure and growled. You madman, how dare you insult my family? Fine then, no card needed, I have something better. With that he punched the ground hard. Whisper grimly warned. Master is at the judgment altar. Behind Nizer, a statue of a goddess appeared, the secret scarlet blood court. Isaac also recognized its origin, the fate judgment altar, a statue that detects nobles disguised as humans or those without fate. This temple dares to use that on a noble. Nizer was visibly elated and laughed with glee. If you have faith, the goddess will weep in repentance. If you're a heretic, the goddess will wrathfully open her eyes in blasphemy. If it's uncertain whether the other has faith, it will recoil. Contrary to Isaac's worry, the two soldiers cheered him on. Don't worry, with the young master's courage and duty there'll be no problem. Take this chance to prove your innocence and make them pay for their disrespect. Isaac panicked inwardly. If I step up now, that statue will definitely open its eyes. Nizer continued to urge, if you're a martyr candidate, step up confidently. Isaac refused to argue. Why should I listen to you? Nizer threatened, if you don't want your name erased from Thansak's faith, then step up. That line surprised Isaac a little. Erased from what? Keep it brief. Do you think Thansak is easy to bully? Mid-sentence, Nizer's body began to dissolve. The next moment he reappeared behind Isaac, grabbing him and shouting, don't talk nonsense, get up. Isaac didn't have time to react before being teleported in front of the statue. When he steadied himself, he found he was standing right before the statue. Nizer behind him turned dark-faced and smiled. Don't worry, it'll be over in a second. Isaac muttered angrily, my body won't move, how am I supposed to run like this? Nizer grew more excited, raising both hands and shouting. Come on, goddess statue, open your eyes. With this I can get rid of Isaac and Than. No sooner had he thought that than the statue began to shed blood tears. The sight made the nearby guard unable to hold back a shout. The goddess statue is crying blood. Wasn't that something only a cardinal could make happen? Nizer couldn't believe it, eyes wide. Impossible, how could he possibly have faith? Isaac also couldn't believe it. Holy crap, it's crying. What are blood tears anyway? Whisper called out immediately. Master, pay attention to his expression. Then it glanced down and seeing the little dry, realized. It seems the statue can also measure the little bone's faith. That's right, the Demon King is also an object of worship. It measured the little bone's faith in his master. That's a perfect 100. Isaac happily praised, as expected of my subordinate. The soldiers grumbled uneasily. He used the judgment altar without being sure of the outcome. It seems even young Master Nizer couldn't make the statue shed blood tears. Ah, if Thansak wants to make this a big deal, we're done for. Isaac finally turned back and threatened. On what basis do you dare pull this stunt? So what's your plan now? Just wait, House Eshua won't let this go, understand. But when Isaac turned away, the little dry was covered and the statue immediately gaped. Whisper panicked and shouted, turn around now. Isaac turned around at once and the statue returned to its normal state. Isaac clutched his chest and exhaled. What was the point of suddenly opening wide like that? Whisper explained, don't you turn your back like that, you must face the statue with the little bone. Nizer seized the opportunity to accuse. Ha, I knew it. You all saw it clearly, right? The statue opened its eyes. The goddess statue opened its eyes. But the guards didn't see it and tentatively counseled, what are you talking about? The statue is clearly with its eyes closed. Are you all right? Young Master Nizer went mad, roaring, it definitely opened its eyes, I saw it with my own eyes. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief at narrowly escaping. Whisper showed obvious delight. It seems he's the only one who saw it. The murmuring among the guards grew louder, but didn't the statue shed blood tears? Oh my god, what do we do now? Nizer, furious, tried to justify himself. I'm certain the statue opened its eyes. I saw it clearly. The guards retorted angrily. Do you think our house has declined so much that our statue would arbitrarily change its judgment? You mean the judgment altar changed its ruling on its own? Isaac and Whisper enjoyed the spectacle. This is getting good. The guards took turns questioning. If the ruling can really change midway like that, then from now on we won't be able to hold any trials against heretics. I think you should watch your words. Young Master Nizer ground his teeth in anger but dared not speak further, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I can't win against the guards. He turned to Isaac and yelled, I really saw it. "Hey you, check it again," but Isaac just stood with arms crossed, sneering. "Why should I? So you can change the result. Or are you jealous because you'll never reach that level in your life?" As he spoke, he secretly slipped his hand into his shirt to pat the little dry's head and praise. "Well done, kid." Isaac added with emphasis, "Pathetic." Nizer trembled with rage. "You bastard, you'd better step up while I'm still speaking civilly." Suddenly a hand reached out. The head of House Than-sak grabbed his hand and pulled him back. "I had a feeling this would happen, so I came, and it seems I was right. Are you out of your mind? You brat." Nizer went pale and dared not speak. Riley rushed over in time to intervene. "If you hit him, it'll be a serious matter. Father, first let's go back and file a complaint." Before he finished, Isaac switched into performance mode and clutched at him. "Uncle, Nizer hit me, sob sob." Riley immediately flew into a rage, roaring, "That bastard must die." A moment later, the house head grumbled angrily. "It seems I need to speak with Cardinal Zich-sak." Riley wiped his hands and agreed. "I'll draft the complaint." Reluctantly, Shuri stepped forward to stop him. "Stop, uncle, he's about to die." Seeing Nizer beaten and lying motionless, Riley remained furious and judged. "He's just pretending. After a few light hits, he's acting like that. Kids are too weak these days." At a loss, he could only curse inwardly at that fake idiot attention seeker. "You bastard, what are you doing here? You clearly knew they'd pull something like this." After watching for a moment, he brusquely called, "Come on, let's go. Staying here any longer will cause big trouble." Still pretending to be stunned, the young man shot back, "What's the matter? Like I'm being tried for heresy or something?" Shuri reluctantly nodded, "Yeah, something like that." Before she finished, Isaac cut in, "But I already was. Nizer brought out that terrifying statue and forced me to step on it." The two others, having calmed down, exploded again. "What did that brat do?" Shuri worriedly covered her mouth. "So you're about to be burned alive?" He looked exasperated and threatened. "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, Riley noticed Nizer crawling to his feet and immediately flew into a rage, curling his finger. "I won't let this go." The Zich-sak guards had to step in to hold him back. "Listen, Riley, the trial is over and the result was excellent. I'm serious." Young Master Isaac passed brilliantly. "We've never seen blood tears that beautiful." The house head frowned, puzzled, repeating in his mind, "Blood tears." At that moment, Cardinal Zich-sak arrived. "I came because I heard there was a disturbance in the jail. But I didn't expect the head of House Than-sak to be here as well." Seeing him, the house head couldn't hold back and pointed, scolding. "You bastard, you arrived at just the right time. You should have just let my grandson meet that demon, so why did you dare test my grandson's faith?" Cardinal Zich-sak snapped back. "Coming to see a subordinate of the Dry Demon King is suspicious enough, and this was also a request from a member of House Than-sak. I thought running a check was reasonable." The house head grew angrier. "Your third son brought out the judgment statue to use on someone." He seemed stunned. "What?" The house head knitted his brow and emphasized, "Are you trying to start a war?" But Cardinal Zich-sak was calm. "My goodness, I didn't know the boy would bring the statue out. Can you return the travel pass I gave you now?" The house head irritatedly cracked his knuckles. "No need to remind me. I don't want to keep it another second." "How ridiculous that you gave something like that to Isaac." He smiled in reply. "Your grandson requested it." Approaching Isaac, the house head couldn't stop grumbling inwardly. "Damn it, even if the boy caused trouble, you shouldn't have brought out the judgment statue." But unexpectedly, the boy could make the statue shed blood tears, something only a cardinal could do. "Apologies for doubting your faith until now." Thinking that, he beamed and joked, "Isaac, hand over the card." Taking the card, he was still delighted inside. If there truly were blood tears, this would be blacker than a pot's bottom, which made the house head pause for a few seconds. Blacker than sewer water. The image of Isaac being tied to the stake sprang into his mind. Seeing the house head frozen and motionless, Cardinal Zich-sak slowly approached and asked, "Found it? Then please return it." No sooner had he spoken than the house head turned and smashed the card, the sudden scene leaving Cardinal Zich-sak stunned. "What did you just do?" "That card was a gift from the first pope." The house head, restraining his anger, blurted, "There's nothing to give you, you scoundrel." A moment later, inside the manor, the headquarters of the Zich-sak faith, murmurs rose. Not only was his faith unshakable, but the judgment goddess statue actually shed blood tears. Cardinal Zich-sak held his head, pressing his palm to his forehead, nearly convinced that the boy was leading the pack of saint candidates. "And yet you ask for a retrial after everyone has seen the result." Another person in the room shouted, "Do you want our house publicly humiliated? You could have become the future house head since your siblings are idiots, yet you can't even handle something this simple." This man was the vice house head of the Sepet family of the Zich-sak faith, Neon Sepet. Nizer could only grit his teeth and endure. "Don't you understand that only by becoming the Pope can you keep your life? If our family is to dominate the world, you must become a saint first, then the Pope." "Got it." Cardinal Zich-sak wearily intervened. "Enough, this is troublesome enough. The faith testing card is destroyed. You will have to accept it. It's not like there aren't other options. The upcoming god summoning ritual will be our chance. When the gods' emissaries descend, anyone with an issue will be exposed immediately. So from now until then, do nothing." Nizer bitterly recalled the statue's gaze and cried inwardly, "No, I definitely saw it." Suddenly he sprang up and shouted, Father, has the participant list for the god summoning ritual been finalized? Cardinal Zich Sak surprised. Why, most are from the Than Sak contingent. Isaac Eshua is on it. Since you topped the hack sack test earlier, you can also participate. Nizer pounded his chest and insisted, no, please list me as Isaac's servant. I'll accompany Isaac as his servant. By the rules, participants are allowed to bring servants. Neon Sepet's face immediately twitched. Are you insane? Why would the heir of Zich Sak do that humiliating thing? Don't you know that's for commoners? But he lowered his head, showing determination. Even so, I must do it. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to find it ourselves. Cardinal Zich Sak objected. No, Nizer shouted, Father, even if it's humiliating, I can do it. He explained, someone has already taken that servant position. Kina will be Isaac's servant. He helplessly clutched his head and lamented, damn it. Kina Barrett will be Isaac's servant. At the same time at the Than Sak household, the house head mumbled, propping his chin, it's pitch black. Gol hesitantly asked, so that's why you smashed it. Benjamin looked slightly puzzled, but I heard the statue cried blood. The house head helplessly said, I had Isaac take an additional faith test just in case there was an error. Isaac had met Melissa not long before, so that's probably why the statue cried. That faith-testing device was stolen from the Zich Sak, so it's definitely accurate. Riley sighed, then it must be true. Benjamin thought sharply to himself, the head of House Eshua is a thief. Gol clutched his head and lamented. At least we don't have to worry about an evil god choosing him anymore, since he's already an evil god himself. Suddenly Benjamin blurted out, isn't that terrible? Those who score high on the 5-color test will summon a god during the harmonious god summoning ritual. Riley quickly added, Cardinal Zich Sak is surely looking forward to that moment too. The house head grew even angrier. Not only that, he recalled the contents of Cardinal Hack Sak's letter. I'm too lazy, so the Hack Sak test will be judged based on the god the apprentices summon. His voice trembled. That bastard Cardinal Hack Sak has also played a part in destroying us. Gol told Shuri to become Isaac's servant. We can't let Isaac summon a god. Time passed and the day of the god summoning ritual arrived. In the arena, a loud voice shouted, hey, aren't you listening to me? Kina sneered, oh, you mean that bunch of nonsense you just said. But now pointing at himself, he yelled, I'm his servant, you bastard, I've already registered. Shuri was left speechless hearing them. Oh gods, please save these bastards. Isaac, the one involved, was calm and commented, just smash their heads and it's done. He added silently, because those god flatterers will come, everything's already complicated. Whisper asked with interest, god flatterers, they're coming. He thought to himself, the offerings will be carried by the servants of the gods. But this offering is a high demon, so it seems one of those flatterers will handle it. Suddenly the scuffle between the two cut in. I'm the servant, not him. He was provoked into anger. Damn it, do you want me to use force for real? Shuri hurriedly intervened. Hey, today's an auspicious day, calm down. Isaac muttered wearily, auspicious day? Yeah, maybe, he half thought to himself, because today is the day my servants will be freed. Shuri suffered inwardly. The elders made it clear, our house will be destroyed as soon as others see Isaac's true face. Maybe they're right, he really is an evil god. Suddenly he glanced over and asked, what about you and those two? Why is everyone so eager to be my servant? Shuri stammered, unable to answer, because priests are expected to serve the people from the lowest positions, but before she could make something up, near snapped. Nonsense. I have an obligation to belong to Isaac. Well, basically, I must. Kina, becoming his servant, protested but couldn't argue. Isaac had promised to train him if he stayed by his side. Isaac had to step in to stop it. Hey, stop arguing, I don't need both of you. The two startled and turned. What? He pointed directly and ordered, you be the horse, you be the servant, and you be the clothes rack. Shuri gaped, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why does it have to be me? Time shifted to midday. The crowd gathered around the stands shouted, I'm really looking forward to this year's ritual. Rumor has it the saint will be one of these children. Seeing them in person is even more anticipated than the execution of the high demon. The kids are about to enter. The reserve saint candidates slowly filed in. A steward respectfully approached Cardinal Hong Sak to report, soon you'll meet Lord Kina. This is the first time I've seen him in person. He will surely become the saint. Hearing that, the Zich Sak attendant scowled, become the saint. Someone from another house grumbled, haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the Zich Sak family. What kind of prophecy is that? Sounds totally unreliable. Do you know how rare Kina's holy mark is? Now everyone seems to have a holy mark. Hearing the attendants chatter, Cardinal Zich Sak smiled happily. Suddenly an announcement rang out, the priests have arrived. The doors opened and Isaac led the way in. Kina followed at his side holding a fan. Nizer had to act as the horse for him to ride. Shuri followed behind, holding up his robe. The scene was utterly absurd. Pale-faced and dead inside, he thought, that bastard will surely summon the vilest evil god. From the start, he was an evil god. The two cardinals from the other houses couldn't believe their eyes. The atmosphere grew grim. Voices of the attendants rose in uproar. What's going on? Isn't that the guy acting as the horse from the Zich Sak family? Why is Lord Kina there? Oh my, what on earth is happening? Cardinal Bok Sak couldn't help but clap a hand over her mouth to laugh. The house head hissed angrily, stop laughing, but she couldn't hold it in. How could I hold back? Was this plot prearranged? I didn't expect Nizer and Kina to act like this. Cardinal Hongsak looked exhausted. Do you think so? She smirked and said, you don't seem worried at all. Cardinal Hongsak, I heard you're rather strict with the boy. Cardinal Hongsak fell silent, brooding. He recalled Kina's words in his head. Being a servant is a crucial step toward becoming the Pope, and I don't intend to let that position fall to Isaac. He forced himself to be patient, thinking that it would be fine as long as what Kina said was true. Aja is strong enough to choose the most powerful gods. Kina being by his side is also good for our plan. Seeing no response, Cardinal Boksak burst out laughing. Why are you silent? What are you plotting? Cardinal Hongsak gritted his teeth and endured, nothing, just making sure Kina becomes the Pope. Then he stared downward, telling himself, anyway, today Isaac won't willingly return to his senses. Suddenly, Cardinal Zich-sak beamed. Oh right, there's no name on the summon list for part 2 of the ceremony, is there? Perhaps you forgot that, so I added his name back in. Cardinal Zich-sak and Than-sak immediately turned pale with anger. What? On the contrary, Cardinal Zich-sak, extremely excited, rolled his lips. I'm looking forward to seeing which god Isaac will summon. Both the Hong and Than houses were sweating profusely. This madman. Before he could say more, an announcement rang out. The official execution begins. A moment later, a pillar of fire shot down and pierced the arena. A host of black-clad figures continuously descended. Shabnak was escorted out to the center of the arena and murmurs rose. It's a high demon. He opened his golden eye, releasing dark mana around the arena. Anyone hit by it trembled all over. A high demon? Even bound like that he's this strong? How powerful must that dry demon king be to have someone like him as a subordinate? This strength is insane. He's even more tightly sealed and bound than in prison. Shabnak slowly rose to his feet. Isaac gripped the reins tightly, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, Shabnak, I will definitely save you. What did you do to him? Did those damned priests even shove torture instruments in there? You're insane, damn it, you hateful priests. But his expression read differently to the spectators. Murmurs rose in waves, just as predicted. When he looks at the demon clan, his eyes change completely. Who would have thought he'd show such fighting resolve before a level 9 demon? Indeed, Isaac is still who he is. Cardinal Zich-sak couldn't fathom the scene. Unexpected as it was, it filled him with hatred. If he were corrupted, he'd presumably relish seeing the demon clan. Isaac lowered his head, forcing himself to endure, better to suffer through it. As long as he got the chance to let him escape, it was fine. Thinking this, he looked up at Shabnak and analyzed inwardly. There are 5 shackles restraining Shabnak in total. Since he was given the tool, there's no need to worry about the hardest shackle. The others are even less concerned. I had placed dispelling magic on the priests performing the ritual, so once the ceremony began, everything would be released. Indeed, sparing that name was the right choice. Thanks to that, I can avoid suspicion. All right, it seems the ritual is about to begin. Seeing the priests ready, he pulled the reins and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Move as well. Nizer fumed, cursing that damned brat inwardly, but kept his face calm and said, Since we're here, get down and walk. Isaac raised an eyebrow and hissed, Huh, a horse that speaks human, don't want to be a servant anymore. Ah, whatever, if you don't want to be a servant, then go. For now, he had to grit his teeth and endure, constantly reminding himself to hold on until he obtained the evidence. But serving someone isn't that easy. He grabbed his hair, hauled him up and shouted, Why aren't you answering? He had to neigh like a horse in response, cursing the Eshua line in his mind once more. At that moment, an announcement rang out, Begin the execution. Immediately, the priests folded their hands and chanted. Isaac perked up and transmitted in the demon tongue. The rune is activated. Now just unlock the shackles. Shabnak broke free in one breath, and before he finished speaking, his voice carried out. Your Majesty, Shabnak would not regret dying now. May my king be granted everlasting strength. That he suddenly asked for death enraged Isaac, who yanked Nizer's hair and snapped. You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Shabnak spoke mournfully. The scene where you made the heirs of the faith kneel and subjugated them, Shabnak witnessed it. I no longer feel any regret. The more Isaac heard, the angrier he became, shaking Nizer's head repeatedly. Shut up, break free now or you'll really die. The chance is only now. But Shabnak remained stubborn. My king, you have succeeded in strengthening me. Simply your intention to rescue this low god is a debt I can never repay. As he said this, tears streamed down his face. Isaac restrained his emotion, lunged forward, grabbed Nizer's hair harder and roared in the human tongue. You bastard, what the hell are you saying? Nizer, sweating from the pain, replied, No, I'm not saying anything. He finally calmed and transmitted in the demon voice, What's wrong with that bastard? Whisper shrugged and flew out to say, Hard to tell, maybe there's some private reason. Look closely, what's on his chest seems to be another shackle. He suddenly woke, stared intently, and realized there was another shackle. Was it added when they led him out of the prison? He transmitted aloud, So this is the reason you gave up, Shabnak. He replied despondently, You just got a new life, there's no need to risk it. The Pope and the Cardinals are not to be trifled with. Instead, leave your subordinate be and gain more trust from them. But the more Isaac heard, the more enraged he became, grinding his teeth and insisting, Don't joke, you're telling me to abandon you over a shackle like a child's toy. Shabnak bowed his head and remained silent. Isaac stood motionless as he analyzed. It's not a high-grade binding device, so it can be dispelled immediately. But the key is you have to get close to remove it. What to do? It's a bit dangerous, but within this line of sight. As he looked left and right, someone from the Zich-Sak family approached and barked. Isaac, your position will swap with the executioner's attendant. That was the order from Cardinal Zich-Sak, demanding the chance be given to a future saint. No sooner had the words been spoken than whispers rose nonstop. What? Send an apprentice near the 14 entourage. Is this okay? Isn't that like what nearly killed us in the Hong Sak trial before? AJ already consumed part of the Dry Demon King's body. How could the Dry Demon King's followers let him off? Contrary to their worries, Isaac gave a crooked smile and replied, fine. He thought inwardly, Cardinal Zich-Sak, why would you hand him to me? He stomped hard on Izer's back, launching. Gleefully stood before the efficient, leaving him bewildered. Pathetic, he's going mad with fear. After being approved, he happily took the chain and thought, now I can publicly touch him. Game over, what are these stupid restraints good for? While still smug about the cheap gear, his expression suddenly changed. He straightened up abruptly. What was on his chest became clearer. He gasped, the laws of the divine realm. Which damn god had time to shove this thing in there? Removing it now will probably take months. Whisper flew over when his master looked gloomy and suggested, it seems removing this requires holy blood. Try the blood of a saint's spirit or the pope. The more he heard it, the more his head ached. Where would he get those things now? That damned lunatic. What to do? If he can't get them now, the man will be executed. The Pope, that bastard Pope, isn't coming today. Just then, an announcement. Everyone please stand. The god's envoy is about to descend. A massive ritual circle appeared above Isaac. From within, blinding light shot out. An arrogant divine voice boomed. The stench here is overwhelming. Are these the henchmen of that damned Dry Demon King? At the sight of the arrival, the crowd erupted. It's an angel. The god's punishing envoy has arrived. The surprise froze Isaac in place. It looked at him and ordered, show reverence and then deal with him yourself. Whisper turned sourly and said, now I understand why the sapped one gave up. If the executioner were an angel, surviving and escaping would be even harder. Do you hear me, master, master? But Isaac laughed madly inside. The thing needed to open the shackle just came to me. Whisper screamed in panic. Are you insane? Shuri over there saw him standing still and felt a strange familiarity. This scene seems like something I've seen before. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. As he thought this, he saw Isaac gathering holy power into a sphere in his palm. Old scenes flashed through Shuri's mind. Isaac pierced the divine being with a single strike during the 3-year trial, then smashed the divine effigy with a baby bottle. Immediately his face broke out in sweat, wordless. Oh fuck, Isaac. Hey Isaac, you bastard, stop. But it was too late. The blow from Isaac lunged forth, producing a massive explosion. Before the bastard could finish speaking, Shabnak put a hand up to stop him and loudly announced for everyone to hear. Thank you. Thanks to your plan, I escaped safely. Isaac smirked inwardly. Shabnak, turning into a spy snake really made you sly, huh? The stubborn brat finally used his brain. About time. He mouthed guidance, now just inflict a little damage. Then bury it. Shabnak complied, asking for a bit of the deity's blood. And then shouted loudly so everyone could hear, now I'll swallow your mana core whole to restore my energy. Isaac hadn't expected such theatrics and thought to himself, oh wow, you're quite the con artist. The deity was temporarily stunned and could only struggle to fend off. You demon, don't talk nonsense. Breaking free from Shabnak's grip, he immediately focused power into his palm, determined, I must kill him before he regains strength. I'll offer this arrogant fool as a sacrificial gift to the god. But Shabnak moved a step faster. One swipe, his claw plunged through the man's belly. The blow was swift, then the claw was withdrawn. The deity clutched the wound and staggered back, seeing Shabnak's mocking face and urgently calculating, this is bad, at this rate we'll lose. Before his allies could react, Shabnak surprisingly struck again, this time at the deity's neck, making him unable to stand, collapsing on the spot. Trying to make a sound but failing, it's ruined my voice. Shabnak finished the job, brazenly flew up and laughed, I've taken your mana core, I'm off. The deity wanted to argue but couldn't speak, screaming inwardly, I don't even have a mana core, damn it. Shabnak added, I already grafted the parasitic plant into you, same kind. The crowd in the stands covered their mouths in confusion, same kind. But before anyone could ask more, Shabnak dashed off, leaving the deity coughing and muttering angrily. What nonsense is that guy spouting? Whispers from the stands rose. What did he just say? I heard demons are the same species and they even use lethal magic on clerics. The deity was furious but didn't know what to do, glaring ferociously at Isaac and cursing inwardly. Damn it, it's all that bastard's fault. From the start, someone like him didn't deserve to be a saint. I won't spare him, but before he could act, light flashed from above. Several beams of blade light hurtled in from all directions, piercing through his body with precision. A moment later, someone landed from above. The deity looked around in panic. Rilai was ready. The family's envoy stepped forward, growling, how dare you lay a hand on my nephew? At that moment, the entire square was filled with a blue-gray haze. The deity hastily stepped back to avoid it, bewildered why they attacked a messenger instead of the enemy. About to lunge forward, he was shouted at by the patriarch. What are you doing? Stop beheading him, torture him to death instead. The dreadful deity cursed inwardly, and this madman too. Luckily, as Riley prepared to charge, some of the Crimson Clan rushed out to block him. Dare you strike the god's envoy? What are you playing at? Has Azure really lost its mind? Riley coldly spun around and glared. Who came up with the scheme to use sacrificial magic on the god's servant? He's already smeared with blood like this. That's real sacrificial magic. Whatever those other things were, what the heck were they? Isaac, hearing his name, tried to look pathetic and trembled. While the people from Red Shade still wouldn't relent, scolding, it was just acting. Remember what that guy did at the Pentagon? He's clearly an evil demon. Riley snapped, turning his head. A demon, you say? How dare you call my gentle child angel-like a demon? The two Red Shade men assumed fighting stances and ordered, move aside, quickly bring him to the heretic pyre. Riley drew his sword and charged. Do you think I'll stand by and watch? Let's go. Just then a fist slammed down with a shout. Stop right there. Cardinal Goldred stepped forward angrily and demanded, is now the time for fighting? Cardinal Red Scarlet immediately waved his hand and ordered, all forces, capture the 14 attendants who escaped. Cardinal White Scarlet also commanded his people. Seeing many people disperse, Cardinal Goldred stared at Isaac and smirked inwardly. Even if the 14 attendants get away, this is fine. He's so badly wounded, he won't be able to summon a god. When he saw Riley rushing to Isaac, the host huffed and turned away, instructing, the 14 attendants have fled. All high clergy pursue the 14 attendants. Down into the courtyard, Riley anxiously asked, Aya, are you all right? Damn, I should have been at your side. Suddenly, the family head's voice rang out. Take care of Isaac. Riley will chase the 14 attendants. I'll personally capture that guy and clear your name. Isaac panicked, shouting inside. Don't you dare go, that's against the rules. If you get involved too, he'll definitely be captured. Damn it, I worked so hard to rescue him. He whispered, Uncle, please don't go, okay? It hurt so much, that disgusting voice made everyone want to puke. But the two men froze for a moment. Then, as if tamed, sat back down beside him. All right, we won't go. No need to join the chase anyway, let me treat you first. Seeing this, Isaac chuckled wickedly in his heart. Good, everything is going according to plan. But a few minutes later, he was immediately baffled. What the hell are these ridiculous pants? Seeing a crowd from all the clans surrounding the sickbed, he couldn't make sense of it. What are you people doing in someone else's sick room? Not far away, Vi pounded the table and cursed. Get out, how dare you cause trouble in someone else's room? The Red Shade clan's people immediately retorted. Why? Do you act like the Holy Infirmary belongs only to you? Why let a damned demon into the Holy Infirmary sick room? The family head couldn't stand it and growled, damned demon. The man gaped, trying to explain, Your Eminence, what do you mean? Why prevent an investigation? The family head didn't bother to answer and directly ordered, I relay, command the entire Azure clan to cut ties with Red Shade. From now on, strike, refuse all tasks assigned by the Holy See. The two became frantic and tried to reconcile. No, Your Eminence, it's not like that, please calm down. We're trying to resolve this peacefully. Whisper immediately checked the records. The Azure clan usually does all the dirty work nobody wants but everyone needs. This is their first strike, the cause of the tension. But the more the family head heard counsel, the angrier he grew. Resolve it peacefully. When a holy messenger appeared right before the execution and attacked my grandson. Do you people think this can be settled peacefully? And didn't the 14 attendants call the divine envoy one of their own? The Red Shade man pleaded miserably. That could just be the 14 attendants' lie. The family head cut him off, barking, a lie that can break a seal, really. Cardinal Gold Scarlet was sweating, stammering, it's not that. The Red Shade man glanced over and saw Isaac wrapped in bandages from head to toe, furious. How can you investigate with him wrapped up like that? The family head was still dissatisfied, warning, what if his wounds are worse, what then? The important thing is who opened the locked gate for the 14 attendants. The execution magistrate in black is investigating. The results will come soon. The two Red Shade men exchanged looks. Right, just find traces of the culprit and that's it. There must be traces of him. Drag him away and be done with it. No sooner had they thought that than someone burst in at the door shouting, Your Eminence, Cardinal Red Scarlet, there's big trouble. Everyone in the room turned to look. The evidence is gone. Isaac lay on the bed, grinning with delight. Even Whisper beside him looked equally pleased, while the other man was still utterly flustered. Just as I was about to start the investigation, the chains suddenly exploded. The smile on his face grew wider, he thought to himself. Shabnak is always so thoughtful. The man continued, also right before it blew, I felt that person's power. At that moment, Nizer turned and clamped a hand over his mouth, snapping, shut up. The family head, losing patience, ground his teeth and said, You heard it, investigate, then get out. He told himself that, and with that his grandfather closed the matter. While Isaac was resting, someone approached and knocked on the room door. "May I come in?" After seeing who had come, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Nizer hesitated and stammered, "Isaac, how are you feeling?" Seeing Nizer's appearance, he sighed inwardly. "I feel worse just looking at your face. I'm about to puke." Receiving no answer from Isaac, he awkwardly continued, "I brought the clan's secret potion to help you recover faster." Nizer worried inwardly. Isaac is so badly hurt, won't he be unable to participate in the god selection ceremony? He recalled what Cardinal Red Scarlet had told him. The Gold Scarlet followers must be overjoyed. "But I won't let that happen. Bring it over and make him drink the clan's secret potion so he recovers quickly." Seeing something good brought over, Isaac immediately tilted his head back and downed it, praising, "Delicious as hell." Nizer looked on, tears failing to come from regret. "I can't believe I had to give the clan's secret potion to this bastard. Do you know how expensive it is? One drop would have been enough, and you drank the whole bottle. You're crazy." He drank the entire vial of potion. Isaac felt his body strengthen. He happily thought, "I even suspected he poisoned it, but it's real potion. I can feel my stamina rising already. It even tastes a bit like wine." Whisper watched Isaac's greedy expression and made a look of disdain. Apparently it has some disgusting blessing effects too, might be useful in the god selection ceremony. Seeing him drink every drop, Nizer awkwardly tried to stop him. "Wait, I didn't say you could finish it all." Isaac ground his teeth. "What the hell did you just say?" He stammered. "The family head said he'll give you more if you come to the main manor." Isaac frowned, weighing it. That bottle was more than enough, but would they really give more for free at the main manor? This seemed suspicious. In the end, he pretended to lie back on the bed, clutching his leg and groaning. "I want to go, but my leg still hurts." Nizer immediately took out a treasure and placed it before Isaac. "Then I'll let you use my gear. These shoes will help you move. Put them on and come with me to the manor." He smirked helplessly, thinking the guy must have prepared this beforehand. Whisper beside him clicked his tongue. His ambition is as dark as ever. Knowing he couldn't find another excuse to refuse, Isaac sat up, put on his shoes, and said to Nizer, "Change your clothes and wait outside." Nizer eagerly agreed. "Fine." As soon as his back was turned, Nizer gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "What a greedy bastard. I can't believe he fell for the trap so easily. You'll be finished the moment you step into the manor. I'll plaster this all over the front page." But Nizer could never have imagined he'd be played by Isaac. Isaac walked to the window, opened it, and smirked triumphantly. "Thanks, idiot." At the same time elsewhere, Cardinal Gold Scarlet slammed his hand on the table and roared in fury. "Those red shade bastards, how dare they bring the secret potion into the infirmary? I gave him a VIP room so he wouldn't run off, and yet they dared to heal him and even bless him. I have to make the ritual fail. The Black Shade and Red Shade clans are completely out of control. We must stop Isaac at all costs. We can't let him summon a god." Turning back to Isaac, he saw Gol and slurred in a syrupy voice, "Oh, my dear uncle, I have something to ask you." He thought in fear he's gone mad, then hurriedly spun away, stammering, "I'm very busy, ask later." Gol had only taken a few steps when a strange sensation shot through him, and he screamed in alarm. Isaac chuckled. "I think you know the answer, uncle." Gol snapped, "No what?" Isaac teased, "Which god do you think I'll summon?" He swallowed and immediately realized Isaac's intention. That little schemer, asking because he can squeeze information out of the Pope. If I tell him and the news leaks, what then? The Azure clan can't stand against the Pope. But everything would change if he summoned the Supreme God. Then no one would dare look down on the Eshua clan. Lost in that thought, Isaac's voice snapped Gol back to reality. "I'll give up summoning a god." Gol gasped, "What did you just say?" Isaac crossed his arms and pouted. "I thought you'd refuse to tell because you'd assume I'd summon a malevolent god. Besides, what if an evil god actually shows up?" Gol tore at his hair in anger. "Are you insane? Why give up, evil god, my ass, the supreme god?" At the slip of Gol's tongue, Isaac's smile immediately turned inhuman. He took deliberate steps toward Gol and asked in a low voice, "The supreme god?" Gol backed away and stammered a denial. "You misheard me." Isaac clung to Gol's leg and pleaded in a whining voice, "My dear uncle, tell me again, what god will I summon?" Gol shivered and yelled, "Let me go." Isaac's face grew hungrier. "I love you so much, uncle. Don't toy with me. Do you want to die?" Gol could only muster all his strength to shove him off, thinking in horror, he's gone mad. Isaac clung like a leech and wouldn't let go even when shaken. Gol ground his teeth and barked, "Let me go. The family head just called me. I have to go. That demon is hiding somewhere in the city." Hearing that, he froze. Shabnak is in the city. Outside the city gates, the family head crossed his arms and ordered his soldiers. One of the 14 attendants is hiding nearby. Stay alert, understood? They split up and answered in unison, understood. Just then Gol approached and announced, "I'm here, father. This is the complete map of the underground water veins." The family head glanced at him and frowned. "Why is Isaac clinging to you?" Gol ground his teeth in displeasure. "He wants to come along, sir." The family head turned away coldly and said, "It's dangerous, go home." Isaac pouted and refused. "No, I must get revenge. He disrupted the execution and endangered everyone. So as soon as I find him, I'll take revenge." Whisper beside him couldn't help mocking, your acting is a bit over the top. Seeing his stubbornness, the family head could only sigh helplessly and said, suit yourself. That's all I'm waiting for. Isaac inwardly cheered with joy. Fantastic. The surrounding scene grew increasingly lively. A soldier who spotted him from afar showed surprise. So that's Lord Isaac. The man beside him nodded. I thought they were on strike so no one came. Turns out they sent the direct heir. That soldier laughed. Then it's probably almost over. The Eshua clan is the best at hunting demons. Isaac merely stretched and the people behind him were thrilled. Is he starting now? He turned to them and grinned wickedly. Those henchmen of the Demon King have been idle too long. Finding them won't be easy. This one's probably going to take a while. A while later, as Isaac lounged, an angry shout rang out. Isaac, are you being serious? He clicked his tongue and shrugged. Calm down, he's a high demon after all. Good at hiding is expected. I feel he's still nearby. That answer only angered the man more. Are you mocking us? That's beyond acceptable, your eminence. The long-haired man beside him agreed. This brat does nothing all day. And this only makes us more suspicious of your grandson. Those words successfully provoked the family head, who crushed his cup in his hand and let the glass shard fall. The family head ground his teeth and asked, you mean I'm wrong? The long-haired man flinched and stammered, no, not at all. He called in a low voice, Isaac. Isaac obediently replied, yes, sir. The family head pointed at the two men and ordered, make them pay. Isaac said gleefully, loudly, I sense the demon over there. The two were so scared they fled, pathetic. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the family head. I thought you were on strike. What's going on here? Are you trying to hide your grandson's crime? He frowned and asked coldly. What? Cardinal Red Scarlet calmly explained. Doing that only makes someone's guilt look worse. His mocking tone made the family head uneasy. Do you have proof that he released that high demon? Cardinal Red Scarlet arrogantly curled his lip. It will all become clear. He already had a plan. If we find the Pope's power inside the sealed orb, he'll be finished. I can't accuse the Pope, so the ideal scenario is to find traces linking Isaac. If that happens, I'll witness these arrogant Azure folks crumble. The more he thought about it, the more pleased Cardinal Red Scarlet became. He turned to leave and kindly reminded, I don't want to ruin the summoning ceremony, so for now cooperate. At least I'll help hide the handcuffs when your grandson is arrested. Goal hurried to the family head and whispered in his ear, Father, don't listen to him. He's scared. That's why he's acting. The family head ground his teeth coldly. I won't hold it against him. I'll have Isaac put them to work. One man blurted in panic. You're holding a grudge over this, aren't you? Hey, Isaac, we heard. Investigate properly. Isaac, where did he disappear to? While they were busy baiting each other, Isaac and Whisper had slipped away. Watching his hand on a raised inscription, Whisper explained, this mark is Shabnak's. Haven't seen this cipher in ages. Isaac nodded as if he understood. Whisper snorted in annoyance. I didn't expect the foot skeletons to take your place. He shrugged calmly as if it were obvious. Not surprising, they're proper demons. They always look down on serving a plated skeleton. He pondered aloud, maybe breaking my ward is too hard, so they set up a fake desiccated demon king to control the demonfolk, exploiting a loophole in the magic rather than openly disobeying orders. Whisper grasped his idea but wondered, even so, it's odd. The sealed orb, the Pope, the Crown Prince. Isaac frowned thoughtfully. The mana of both the Pope and the Prince is stored in Shabnak's sealed orb. The Pope makes sense, but why the Crown Prince? Why would the Prince care about a high demon? Whisper stepped closer and asked, anyway, how long do you plan to pretend not to care, Master? He glanced back and whispered, you mean those guys? Isaac boldly looked up at the ceiling. A group of masked men lay in ambush there, but he showed no fear. He even cleared his throat loudly. Didn't expect assassins to join the party. The masked men panicked. We've been spotted, but priests are usually so lax. Then they widened their eyes, as the aura pouring from his body began to spread fiercely. With no choice left, the masked men jumped down from the roof. Each of them was shocked. What the? I didn't even see this kid cast a single holy spell. Watching them land, Isaac frowned and sighed. You guys are mages too. The leader, not wanting to parley, charged at him. Take him out. The priests can't stand against our magic. Hearing that, Whisper burst out laughing. What exactly do they think? Are we that weak? Can't believe they're using third-tier magic on you. Isaac felt deeply insulted, rolled up his sleeve and cursed, you bastards, I'll deal with you. At that moment, something pierced straight into the neck of the masked men, who immediately laughed triumphantly. You're dead. Get ready to taste the Holy Slayer. Whisper inspected it and judged, this Holy Slayer is pretty high quality. Isaac nodded in agreement. If I could absorb all the mana in it, even better. His nonchalant look stunned the leader. He's fine, he asked, voice trembling. You should have collapsed. Did you drink an antidote to the Holy Slayer beforehand? Suddenly, Isaac's flair for performance kicked in. He clutched his head and wailed, my head. But this won't bring me down. I'm a proud member of the Azure clan. The masked men, pleased with the response, laughed in unison, while only Whisper, who'd watched it all, couldn't help shouting, what on earth am I watching? Regaining seriousness, one masked man shouted, it's still a turtle anyway. Give him another shot. The leader brought the barrel to his mouth and fired 2 Holy Slayer shots at Isaac. He didn't even bother to dodge, mocking, 2 shots aren't going to do squat. "You bastards, do you think Eshua clan folk go down that easily from poison?" Seeing it didn't faze him, the leader immediately ordered his men, "He's still talking, everyone, unload everything you've got on him." The Holy Slayer bolt shot out, embedding in Isaac's arms and legs, yet he stood there unscathed. Seeing the intruders exhausted, Isaac curled a triumphant smirk. And Eshua doesn't fall from that, need at least 50 more to stand a chance. The masked men got goosebumps at his grin. God, he looks terrifying. The leader stammered, "We're out of poison needles." Isaac clicked his tongue, thinking, what a pity. For now, I'll just absorb the mana and pull back. When he suddenly collapsed to the ground, they rejoiced. "Finally taken down. Serves you right, slowpoke Isaac." Isaac half opened his eyes and looked down on the masked men with contempt, when he suddenly jolted as if recognizing someone. "Isn't that Count Molex?" He grinned with glee, thinking he'd defeated him. "Die, Eshua. Your clan was ruined because of you. Today I finally get my vengeance." Count Molex stepped forward, sensing Isaac was still breathing. He frowned and asked coldly, "He's not dead. Didn't we fire tons of poison needles into him?" The underlings looked confused. "How is this kid so hard to kill? Maybe we should finish him off now." Count Molex ordered, "Erase all traces. Make it look like a demon did it." Pretending to be dead, Isaac thought, "Now what? If I stand up, they'll spot me." Whisper kindly reassured, "It's fine. You've caused enough shady business already. What's a bit more?" As if he'd been a priest all along, Isaac angrily grabbed his throat, grit his teeth, and asked, "You want to die?" Even that small move drew the masked men's attention. They cried out, "He's still moving." Count Molex barked coldly, "Hold him, make it bloody so we can blame a demon. I'll slit his throat." The gleaming knife in the masked men's hands made Isaac uneasy. "Oh mother, I haven't absorbed all the mana yet." At the critical moment, at that hair's breadth instant, a keen sword was drawn. One clean stroke sliced through the masked men's bodies, leaving them no chance to fight back. Their painful screams echoed in the suddenly silent space. Count Molex stared in shock. "What? A swordsman? Why is a swordsman here?" The crown prince stood in mysterious garb, face icy and expressionless. The blade in his hand pointed directly at Count Molex. A pressure radiated from him, pushing Molex back until he screamed in terror. Recognizing that aura, Isaac immediately grinned. "Magic, huh?" Whisper flattered from the side. "Compared to Master, it's still raw, but fairly strong." Count Molex dropped to his knees, coughing, and yelled in rage. "You bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on nobility?" Though bold-mouthed, faced with the prince's icy gaze, he knew he was outmatched. Count Molex thought angrily, "Damn it, Black gave no warning about this. What's going on?" The door in front of Count Molex opened, and he was overjoyed at the sight of who entered. Lord Kina, please save me." Before the plea finished, flames materialized and wrapped around his body. Kina warned coldly, "Count Molex, take one more step and you'll be dead. I told you to train with me, so why do you keep causing trouble?" Count Molex trembled and pleaded, What are you going to do? Stay calm, I'm here to help you. If that fellow can summon a god, the Pope will be at a disadvantage." Kina stepped forward, voice low and full of hatred. "I don't care about any of that." "Who ordered it?" The black side. Count Molex stammered and trembled. "Since when?" Isaac had appeared behind Kina. Knowing he had backup, his face turned sly. "Count, you seem to know which god I'll summon, don't you? If it harms the Pope, maybe it's the Gold Clan, the Fortune God." Count Molex went pale and shouted, I don't know, get away." But Isaac, of course, didn't miss his chance. He grabbed his throat and pressed, "Seems like you know, you definitely know, Fortune God, Wealth Fairy, or the Gold Clan." Ignoring the commotion, Kina turned back to the Crown Prince. "Since you're on patrol, I won't give you a formal greeting. Your servant must be irritated with you, Master." The prince replied coldly, "First priority is taking the injured young master back to the palace." Kina frowned in objection. "Not the palace, we'll go to the papal hall." The prince stood firm. "No, we'll go to Than S. Letter 1 EAFC. At that moment, a heavy footstep sounded. The family head stepped toward the group and asked coldly, "Which bastard dared touch my nephew?" Count Molex was tormented until he squealed like a slaughtered pig. Kina forced a smile. "He says he'll go home." The prince beside him immediately agreed. "Home's best, indeed." Back in the bedchamber, as the prince waited, a low voice suddenly spoke. "Please, don't worry about it, Your Highness." He frowned in puzzlement. "What?" The man said coldly. "Someone suspicious like you deliberately came to the scene to read demon script. I didn't expect you to lack such basic knowledge. This masked man is Cardinal of Darkness Ian Balag." The prince folded his arms and asked, "Did you think when you told Count Molex to send assassins to kill young Master Isaac?" Ian Balag replied respectfully, "It was because Your Highness wanted to get close to Isaac Eshua." The prince frowned in shock. "What did you say?" Ian Balag, unfazed, continued, "Saving him from assassins would win favor. Then an Eshua who'd rather smash his head than feel indebted would voluntarily swear loyalty to the royal family, wouldn't he?" Hearing this, the prince couldn't help but smile faintly. He thought it ridiculous, is this black side logic? The northern demons stop at nothing, cold enough to use demon corpses to exterminate demonkind. He sat on a nearby wooden chair. The prince sighed softly. "Now you're saying you're no longer interested. Still, as a scholar, you're curious about young Master Isaac's answer, aren't you? I mean the method to destroy the Bone King." Ian Balag replied calmly, "If he really wrote it himself, then yes. Anyway, don't worry about that brat anymore. Right after the Black Pentagram incident, the heresy trial will begin, unless there's a way to prove your innocence during the summoning rite. At this rate, Than S1EAFC will be annihilated. Later, at the Eshua mansion in the capital, after hearing everything, Riley couldn't help shouting, "Can people hear about this?" Even if Isaac summoned a demon, how could he stage a kidnapping? No matter how rotten the kid's faith is, he wouldn't do that. I never expected the Cardinal of Darkness to go this far. The family head's face drained of blood. He decided in a low voice, Isaac will not participate in tomorrow's summoning rite. The two others froze in shock. What? Why? The boy has to take part. The family head frowned. Do we have to stir up this mess over that useless thing? Gol scratched his head and stammered, that's true. But he cursed silently, damn it. Gol sprang up, slammed the table and declared, no, he must participate. The family head snapped angrily. Are you mad? Didn't you say he's weak and needs protection? Do you want the whole world to know the boy summoned demons? Gol shot back, not a demon, the supreme being. The boy will summon the supreme being. Regardless of faith or whatever, just let him go. After unloading everything, Gol slumped, frustrated, smacking his forehead. Damn it, I shouldn't have said that, but better out than dying of rage. Riley sat stunned for a long moment before murmuring, the supreme being. Gol nodded at once, yes. The family head folded his arms and asked, Isaac? Gol shouted, who else but Isaac? During the sanctification, the boy was chosen by the supreme being, so he must be allowed to summon the god. The family head sneered in disbelief, if you're drunk, go sleep it off, don't make a scene. Gol immediately recounted everything. It's true, I saw it at the Barrett house. Do you wonder why they wanted to adopt the boy? Because he refused, they tried to kill him at the pentagram. Now they've failed and are desperately trying to stop the summoning rite. Don't you know why the Barretts did that? Riley found Gol's words too absurd and warned, brother, writing novels like that gets you mocked. If you're unwell, go rest. Gol, livid and trembling, turned to leave, tossing back, if you don't want to believe it, fine. You've already got the Pope by the throat, let go if you wish. If you want, I'll take Isaac out of this house. Seeing Gol so determined, Riley's faith wavered slightly. Could it really be true? Gol had barely taken a few steps when the family head called, is everything you said true? Gol spun around and yelled, I already told you. The family head gripped his teacup and said seriously, the supreme being is a pervert. Gol was so offended he nearly swooned. How did you jump to that conclusion? The family head pondered. Isaac was in danger in another sense. An entity like the supreme being couldn't be opposed. But at least they could avoid the heresy trial. Faith was meaningless. The chooser was an entity above even patron gods. No one could defy the will of the supreme being. At that moment, a servant burst in panicked. Master, there's big trouble. Followers of the rival sect have requested a heresy trial against young Master Isaac. On the day of the Black Pentagram contest, the crowd arrived early, the announcer's voice ringing across the stands. From now, the second round of the sacrificial ceremony will begin. The full god rite will be performed before honored guests. To avoid mistakes, Shuri nervously bit her nails, screaming inside, this is insane. The heresy judges are all lined up. Isaac, what did you do to deserve interrogation by those damn sect fanatics? A few days earlier, Isaac had been dragged into a closed room by the rival sect's investigators. They slammed the table and shouted, confess, do you worship the Bone King? Your name showed up in the cipher, the 14 lustful demons of rank 9 left behind. He perched on the chair, casually asked, what's so boring? The investigators then used vague hints. Although the Bone King had knelt to atone before the gods, that great feat was so profound that he fell into the trap and went berserk, roaring, kneel, kneel. Those bastards didn't write any line like that, did they? Want to die? Suddenly Isaac froze for a beat. But it was too late. Two rival sect members grinned slyly. Could he really read the Demon Clan's cipher? Kid, you're caught red-handed. He instantly pulled back his aggressive act and felt his stomach drop. We're dead. He leaned in, voice low and grim. Wait for the Black Pentagram day, just remember Shuri and I'll want to roar. How did even a child get mixed into this trap? Why not arrest him now instead of waiting for the Black Pentagram? Isn't it so they can catch you drawing out a demon god? The punishing god, the one who punishes demon gods, will surely be drawn. He'll be summoned the moment he's drawn to deal with Isaac and frame Than S1EAFC as heresy. What on earth is that guy thinking? Isaac wasn't tense like them. He wandered about, eyes shining with greed. Mention the gold god and it's like fortune itself, gold, silver, gems. Nizer looked at him with contempt and inner glee. Just keep smiling. I don't know how you fooled the interrogation, but I'll crush you in front of everyone. Because here I will draw the punishing god and summon him. If you pull out an evil god, you'll suffer divine punishment. Every murmured comment from the onlookers reached Nizer's ears. Is Than S1EAFC truly corrupted? Today they say they'll show evidence. He was exhilarated, yes, compared to a normal heresy inquest, this would certainly send him to hell. At that moment the officiant announced, then let the deity selection ceremony begin. Channel your holy power into the distributed gem to call the god. Shuri looked at the gem in his hand with anxious, devout eyes. "O patron god of Than S letter 1 EAFC, I entrust everything to you." If he draws an evil god, Than S letter 1 EAFC will be wiped out. But someone's delighted laughter made him lose his patience. He stood in a daze, babbling non-stop, "God of wealth, god of money, god of plenty." Seeing this, he couldn't help but beg more earnestly, "Please, please don't let Isaac draw an evil god." But the orb in his hand still lit up. Isaac's eyes widened and drool streamed down. "The golden color, that's the gold god." "Speaking of gold, it's coin gold. Money come quick, O god of fortune." "Amazing, it's out. The god of wealth has appeared." Suddenly the orb in his hand snapped to a silvery light. He rolled his eyes in disbelief, while a whisper next to him took the chance to mock him. Isaac clutched the gem and wailed in torment. "No, it can't be like this isn't it." Nizer, who'd been tense and excited watching, confirmed smugly that he'd indeed drawn an evil god. "Now I'll expose you in front of everyone." But who suddenly went mad, screaming and hurled the orb away. "No way!" Nizer and Shuri went pale. They couldn't believe he dared toss it. Seeing the gem vanish, Shuri shouted, "You bastard." Nizer hurried after it, turning to jeer at him. "You idiot, you really thought throwing it away would make it unrecoverable. Even better, Isaac won't be able to pull his tricks anymore. We'll publicly reveal his evil god ourselves." Seeing some soldiers rush to pick it up, he casually ordered, "Bring it here." The sex henchman approached him, a grim voice ringing out, "Young Master Isaac Eshua, wait, we'll reclaim the gem and must check which god you drew. If it's an evil god, you will be forcibly taken to the interrogation table." Isaac couldn't stand it and flopped on the floor, thrashing. "No way, let me draw again, this one is invalid, I want to redo it." At that moment, others had already retrieved the gem and presented it to Nizer. Finding the gem, he snatched it anxiously and said, "Hand it here quick." He rushed excitedly toward him, a crooked smile widening to his ear. "You're done for, open your eyes and look at the god you just drew." But some henchmen had spotted it first and cried out in surprise, "Look, that's the emblem, the symbol of the Supreme Being." Nizer slowly looked down, his face went ashen and horribly ugly. "It's the emblem of the Supreme Being." The spectators quickly grasped the situation and opposing opinions rose up. "No one has ever drawn that before. Weren't they saying Than S letter 1 EAFC was corrupted? Drawing the Supreme Being and calling it corruption is absurd." The cardinal in imperial robes was furious on the dais. Finally, Shuri bent down to ask him, "You mean you knew you drew the Supreme Being and still threw the gem away?" The pitiable reply, "The Supreme Being doesn't spit out money, so what's the point?" Even he had to give up against Isaac's logic. "Lord help, save this bastard." Lying there with eyes rolled back, he suddenly heard someone shout, "The god of wealth has appeared." A girl and a worshipper held up the golden gem, a little delighted. She didn't notice a shadow appear behind her. When she turned and saw him, she jumped and asked, "What's wrong?" He didn't answer, only kept demanding she hand it over. Damn him. Isaac didn't hesitate and made a deal on the spot. Trade with me now before I kill you." "That quack fellow won't give it." While he was goofing off fighting under the stands unaware, Nizer had been standing stunned the whole time. He trembled with rage and resentment. Damn it. Back at the tower, a few elders of the sect sat together. The white-robed cardinal spoke gently, "So this matter will ultimately fall to the family." The family head finally couldn't help a quiet laugh. She awkwardly reminded, "Sir, you must try to suppress your laughter. I can only patch things up with reason. You seem in good spirits." The emperor looked at him and said, "Lord Eshua must be very pleased about his grandson drawing the Supreme Being." He, paying no mind to the emperor's implication, proudly answered, "Yes. Perhaps this is an omen of good fortune for the empire." Every word of his made the cardinal grind his teeth. Such matters only become possible after a true summoning. He gloomily looked up and said, "Isn't drawing something anyone can do? You must summon and form a covenant for it to mean anything." Duke Eshua didn't hesitate to retort, "If everyone can do it, then why has the Metal Clan never drawn one even once?" Neither would yield. They glared at each other until the emperor awkwardly broke the tension. "Even just drawing it has significance. It's rare good news, so I too am pleased." Hearing this, the cardinal quietly calculated, "I used the god Kina drew to boost my power, yet things turned into such a mess. I backed that man with all my might because the god of wealth favored him, but what can I do against the Supreme Being? Alright, he was only chosen for his talent. The guy doesn't have the chops to summon anything. At all costs, we must stop the covenant from being formed, even if it means using holy rites to seal the Supreme Being." Isaac slammed the pile of papers down in frustration and shouted, "Let me try again." Staring at this, he was astonished. "You hate studying so much and now you want to learn?" But Isaac replied firmly, "I have to learn. Why is there no line here about canceling the god's selection?" He watched and muttered, "This guy's crazy." He set his glass down and rambled, "I don't get why you hate this so much. Isn't this supposed to be a happy thing?" Isaac crushed the book in his hands, glaring at him in anger. "You want to know?" Suri flinched and quickly shook his head. No, don't say anything. You've already received a gift from the Supreme Being, which means you've been officially chosen." He said calmly, "I threw it away." The other cried in surprise, "Why did you throw it? With that gift there's nothing to worry about when summoning him." He replied blandly, "I don't need it." The man sighed, exasperated and helpless. "I respect your choice, but even if you hate it, a high-ranking god is still better." I grew impatient, demanding an explanation. Why? Suri gravely warned that the Red Shade clansmen plan to summon their god and seize you. The moment their god tests your faith, you'll be punished. If the Supreme Being doesn't intervene, you'll die. A hint of amusement crossed his face as he quickly spread his hands and asked him, then hand over the Than S letter 1EAFC god you're going to summon to me. Wouldn't that be enough to block it? A light god, he must be good at spotting shiny things like gold, right? Shuri finally lost patience and shouted, the light god isn't like that. He didn't bother to ask, no high god will listen to him for real. Whisper advised him, are you sure about that? Better prepare a plan to carry it away. 1 week later, the summoning ritual. At the tower's dais, a few early arrivals whispered to each other, are we really going to see the Supreme Being? Come on, being chosen and actually summoning are two different things. How could that brat possibly summon him? Haven't you heard the rumors about Isaac Eshua's faith? If the Red Shade god is summoned, won't Isaac be executed? Nizer remained arrogantly smug. I don't know what tricks you used before, but it's over now. The Red Shade god will wipe you out. Isaac, today you'll surely die. He looked at him with disgust, thinking the same again. Suddenly, Cardinal Hawing S letter 1EAFC appeared and added, catching his attention. Nizer is right, your body won't withstand a summoning. He almost couldn't help wondering why so many troublemakers showed up today. He proactively proposed the deal as if he were magnanimous. I'll help you summon the Supreme Being, but after the summoning, you must hand him over to the Hawing S letter 1EAFC family. Rilai rushed forward to stand in front of him and declared firmly, even if that offer is made, it's useless. Seeing Cardinal Hawing S letter 1EAFC about to say more, right? We'll switch to the God of Wealth. Isaac didn't hesitate to nod. Deal. Which made Rilai hurry to clamp his mouth shut. Even with his mouth covered, he tried to answer but couldn't. Rilai held him tight and thought to himself that the proposal wasn't bad at all. The God of Wealth is also a high-ranking god, so he could block the Red Shade's attack. More importantly, without their help, Isaac might truly die when they try to summon the Supreme Being. To let this beloved grandson die, I can't accept that. Thinking that, he bent down and whispered to him, Isaac, do what I want, will you? With Rilai's permission, he got so excited he practically drooled into the man's hand. His eyes lit up as he urgently told Cardinal Hawing S letter 1EAFC, deal. Getting his nod, the cardinal replied with satisfaction, a wise choice. Just then a hurried soldier burst in with news. Your Grace, it's serious, the summoning order has been changed. Nizer has been scheduled just before Isaac. The cardinal's newly lifted mood immediately sank. What? When the family head turned back, his eyes were full of rage. It seems that damned Red Shade has bribed the Black Shade cardinal. Rilai flinched at his anger and stammered, Father. His face clouding as he curtly announced, I'll go deal with it. Many leaned toward the tower's stands to eavesdrop, whispering, Nizer will summon first. That's basically a public declaration he'll be executed. Look, it's the Cardinal of Than S letter 1EAFC. Is he going to betray the Black Shade Cardinal? Red Shade and Than S letter 1EAFC are always at odds, you know. I wonder how the righteous Than S letter 1EAFC family will react to this. The family head strode up holding a hefty gold coin and loudly demanded, money here, swap the order. Rilai and Shuri nearly jumped out of their skins. My lord, while outsiders argue, is Cardinal Than S letter 1EAFC taking bribes? They wouldn't accept something so blatant, would they? The Black Shade Cardinal glanced and wavered. It's worth considering, that's a lot of money. But Isaac immediately objected, what, no sir. Our Eshua family can't do that, sir. Please stop, my lord. Hearing his earnest, level-headed words moved the onlookers. Indeed, the boy seemed fit to be the future pope. But his next line left them speechless. With so much money, give it to my grandson first, of course. A henchman sneered as he glanced over. Never thought Than S letter 1EAFC would stoop to such dirty tricks. Could the Than S letter 1EAFC patriarch really abandon his clan's creed? He remained patient under the provocation and calmly replied, Than S letter 1EAFC faith exists to protect the small and weak. And we're protecting the smallest, weakest in our own family. Isn't that following our creed? Yet he inwardly wondered, can it really be interpreted that way? The Black Shade Cardinal smirked slightly. That side of you is admirable. But we've already accepted goods from Red Shade. Hearing that, the family head ground his teeth in anger. You bastard. Do you know what will happen if that Red Shade brat actually summons his god? The other took the chance to sneer a few taunts. So you too find Isaac Eshua suspicious now. Cardinal Than S letter 1EAFC, please stop. It's decided, you can't change it now. The Black Shade Cardinal nodded. Indeed, once decided it cannot be changed. Then both of you summon at the same time. The smug man froze and protested, Sir, how can you allow that after taking so much money? He shot the man a dark look and warned, then hurry up and find a way to summon faster. Are you scared? He bit his lip, tears streaming as he thought to himself. Damn it, arguing won't help now after all. The cardinal decides the order. He clenched his fist, his tone colder. Fine, but we will remember this. Then S1EAFC and Black Shade will regret this. Isaac looked a bit embarrassed at the family head. Sir. He patted his shoulder to reassure him, don't worry, if I can't summon him it's fine. Even if those bastards manage to summon their god, we'll still protect you. For the first time a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes, his voice choking. Oh sir. But a second later his voice trembled as he pointed elsewhere. Not that. The family head, thinking he meant to say more, asked kindly, isn't that so? His tone turned greedy as he hinted. Give me those spare bribe boxes. If there are any left, give them all to me. He immediately took a beating but still managed to pocket a few boxes and leave. Suri kept nagging, what are you doing? Isaac, Nizer will summon the form god, their patron. He replied nonchalantly, all the better. I was planning to strike a deal with the Hang S1EAFC family and wreck the ritual. He froze, unbelieving. What? He turned back and calmly told him, those things they gave me must be warded. I'll wait for them to activate, fake collapsing, then pin it all on them. For a moment he was baffled, you knew and still accepted them. Isaac's gaze hardened as he thought, if a high god is summoned, it'll surely recognize my soul. So the original plan was to feign illness to be carried out before anyone could summon a high god. There was also the option to use a superior god to smash everything, but I don't know what the superior god would think. But if Nizer summons the form god, the whole situation will change completely. If it's that god though, fine, I'll use this chance to make the red shade leave me alone. Unbeknownst to him, Nizer glared at him with murderous intent. If he summons that lord, Nizer is finished. They both stepped into the center of the dais at once. The announcer's voice rang out, begin. Nizer arrogantly shot his hand up, I'll go first. Immediately a stream of red magic burst from him, and after a few seconds, it flared violently from his body. Everyone watching there exclaimed that it was the red god's form. He roared in triumph, success. Only then did Isaac move slowly, a gentle light emanating from his heart. The light grew brighter and brighter, then blazed like the sun with an explosive force. The whole dais was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. The spectators panicked. What is that? Did Isaac actually summon a superior god? The sight froze Nizer in place. Summoning alone isn't enough. He still needs to sign a pact to complete it, which means there's still time. He clasped his hands and pleaded, oh God, please examine that bastard's soul and punish him. He is an existence that violates the laws of this world. Magic erupted everywhere and a divine voice echoed from somewhere. Fine, which child dares call himself a saint? Whisper screamed in terror, he's really appeared, we're about to be wiped out. Isaac, startled, tried to calm him, it's okay. Urgently urging, you should sign the pact quickly too. Someone nearby asked in shock, did that brat really summon a superior god? The henchman earlier reassured them, it's fine, young master, you're faster now. If he signs the pact first, it's over. After a while magic turned in chaos, and the god appeared above him. The being opened its eyes and intoned sternly, is that the one who ate the bone of the Dry Lord demon? Nizer hurriedly stoked the flames. Yes, he is a heretic, please examine him, he cried. The voice remained clear and golden. No need to investigate, that brat has no faith at all. And he reeks of the foul, corrupt aura of that Dry Lord demon. No, he has been using that power already. Nizer froze, inwardly dumbstruck. What? The god grew furious. How disappointing, for a creature like that to dare enter the god's domain. You will be executed immediately. Riley dropped to his knees, his chest burning. No, Isaac's lack of faith is exposed. I must act now, knock the kid out and sever his link to the god. But his plan was spotted by two cult henchmen who immediately stepped before him. Have you forgotten the Pope's decree? No one but the summoner may approach the ritual circle. Everything has its reasons. If that brat is executed, there must be just cause. His arrogant, provocative smirk drove Riley mad. Whisper panicked first, wailing, damn, I chose the wrong master, I'm really going to die this time. Isaac lost patience. I told you, it's fine, calm down. Seeing the god's punishment about to descend, it screamed again, fine, what's fine supposed to mean? Unfazed, he immediately cast a spell. Trust me, you idiot. As the god's punishment began to fall, Riley could only cry out in helpless terror. Smoke cleared to reveal Isaac's face, calm as ever, though a moment later disbelief flickered across it. Seeing Isaac still holding his head high after the divine blow, the god wondered. He blocked it. He only curled his lips in a cold smile. A cruel light in his eyes, this ends here. A stronger wave of dark magic pulsed from Isaac. Some nearby clamped their noses, exclaiming, dark mana, it's dark mana. That brat is using dark mana, so he really did consume part of the Dry Lord demon's body. Is the Than S1EAFC clan using the Dry Lord demon's power? That kid is a heretic. Riley moved to call Isaac, but Gol stopped him. Step back or you'll be treated as a heretic too, he shouted. That doesn't matter, are we just going to watch Isaac die? As Riley prepared to lunge with eyes shut. The earlier henchman was ecstatic, thinking it's over, no more denials, the Dry Lord demon's dark mana is exposed, that kid will certainly be punished, and will attack in concert with the god. The two of them excitedly conferred as the god moved. Yes, once he strikes, attack now, attack, 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 they chanted. Mid-chant they suddenly froze, even Rilai wondered in shock, why hasn't the god attacked yet? Why hasn't that god attacked? Is Nizer's summoning flawed? Cold sweat ran down the god's face. His eyes wide and tense, impossible, this can't be happening. Isaac let out a dry laugh and declared, that's right. I'll take care of that gaze thoroughly. Long time no see, old friend. The law god was aghast. This can't be. No way. This is impossible. A barrier. He had to stare as Isaac stood smugly inside the shield. The crimson clergy were equally stunned. A barrier so that brat can't be punished. Seeing magic fire flying at him, Isaac sneered, you bastard, you haven't changed a bit, have you? So you still insist on doing everything yourself, huh? The law god was furious, only thinking how to strike Isaac. He muttered, soul judgment. But an invisible force pushed him back. What? Isaac's true form appeared, the Dry Lord demon in full, long time no see form god. The law god was thrown into panic, repeating an incantation. Soul judgment, soul judgment, soul judge. Giving him a headache, he cried out, tone it down, will you? He was frantic, screaming in his head, wasn't that supposed to be sealed inside a beetle? Why is it here? Did the seal fail? No way, it's probably just a clone. Maybe he sent a clone through a minion. Watching the law god stand there self-soothing, Isaac sighed. This guy's lost his mind. The law god snapped, you'll die in that child's body. I'll return this body to its true master. But he was disappointed because Isaac replied, you can't kill me. A high god like you picking a quarrel with the overgod. Can't you see these vials? The law god felt threatened. The overgod has chosen him, the Dry Lord demon. What the hell is this? This is beyond me. I must report to my superiors. Isaac heard that and stepped closer to the superior. Come on, I'm the Dry Lord demon, right? He answered as if hypnotized. Isaac pressed on, so the sealing failed, yes, the law god stammered, confused. Seeing his slow wits, Isaac blurted it out. Wasn't that seal created by your son? He flinched. Yes. He's not afraid at all, then go report it. But won't you be punished by association? You'll be penalized too, you know. Wouldn't it be fun if they heard this? Our little red god is so desperate for a promotion. Oh no, if this reaches them, you'll never get promoted. Your superiors might even kill you outright. At that point, opposing Isaac would be admitting you're an idiot, so the law god had to back down. Forget that for now, what do you want? Isaac replied. Oh, nothing much. While they spoke, sounds inside were muffled by the barrier, so those outside couldn't hear anything. What's happening? I can't hear a thing. Suddenly, a voice demanded, sign the pact with me. Before the law god could relay the info, his mind blurted out, yeah, fine, sign the pact. He couldn't believe his ears. What? The demon lord signed a pact with a god? No, now he's a priest, actually a clergyman. Damn it, is he the demon lord or a priest? Thinking that, the law god lunged forward and asked, what's your current name? Isaac replied, Isaac. The law god pressed for a full name, and the answer he received was Isaac Eshua. Hearing that made his head throb. Holy crap, how is he part of one of the 5 great houses? Isaac's face was smug as ever, practically broadcasting, you're done for, you can't kill me and you can't go back to report this, you can't do a damn thing, so sign the pact with me. The law god was utterly helpless. What are you up to? When he heard Isaac say, I just want to live a normal life, he sneered. You expect me to buy that? Isaac explained, I've been cursed my whole life, but now I finally have a normal body. You think I'd give it up? Oh, you're worried that without faith I can't sign a pact. I'm genuinely grateful. Grateful as hell, thanks to you I have this body now. Oh, and thanks for making mistakes too. Isn't that a kind of respect? So we can still sign the pact, right? Hearing him, the law god was tempted. Should I just kill him? Isaac ignored that and babbled on. Now you can't live without me. You know human bodies are weak before gods. Do you think I'll go around announcing I'm the Dry Lord demon? I plan to quietly live in this human body. Whisper muttered quietly, you're really terrible at stopping lying. Isaac told it, I'm not lying. I will quietly assassinate gods and take back what's mine. I'll reach the summit peacefully. And once I reach it, I'll destroy everything. To do that, I need a rat who can tell me what's going on in the god's world. Whisper asked, what about the overgod? Isaac replied, I'll use him too, use him to blackmail the other gods. The law god stood there pondering as he observed Isaac. Come to think of it, the Dry Lord demon always wanted a body he could die in. Is that why he's so obsessed with this body? Thinking that, he spoke up. But still, no, the Red God can only pact with those of the Red Shade clan, not allowed. Which surprised Isaac. What? Think carefully. Do you know what I might do if I get angry? Want me to blow myself up again? The Law God, enraged at Isaac's shamelessness, yelled, Bastard, you threaten me by self-destructing? I'm still nursing a headache from what you did last time. For now, better placate him, but why Eshua? He stepped closer and asked, will you really live quietly? Isaac answered very firmly. Of course, and then the shield suddenly shattered. The crimson clergy outside rejoiced. The god is back. He removed the Dry Lord demon's dark mana so we can easily seize him. Arrest the heretic. Hey, you heretic, stop right there. Suddenly they froze. When they saw Isaac had no intention of fleeing and was instead walking toward them. Abruptly, he raised his palm with the glowing red seal and laughed loudly. I've stolen your god. What are you going to do about it? The crimson clergy stood frozen for 5 seconds. The red god just made a pact with an azure priest. Wasn't Isaac supposed to summon the overgod? Why did he he pact with our god instead of the overgod? Is that brat trying to claim both the red god and the overgod? So they reckon he'll siphon the red god's power before making a pact with the overgod. He'll definitely use the red god as a hostage to blackmail us. That's crazy. Hearing that, Isaac immediately entertained the idea. It's not such a bad plan. They murmured, the red god chose a child of the azure, not the red shade. If the god punished heretics by choosing Isaac, that means his faith hasn't wavered. But that means the red god values an azure child over the current red shade heir. They didn't notice Nizer's furious, enraged face across the way and kept talking. Didn't they call Isaac a heretic? If there really was a problem, their god would have killed him. Look how rotten the red shade has become. Their reaction made Isaac extremely satisfied. Fucking marvelous. The Crimson Cardinal suddenly wore a mysterious smile. You intend to steal our god, the red god in the azure faith. There must be some mistake. Surely you'll annul this pact, right? But the patriarch immediately cut him off. Why would we? Isn't the condition to become pope to reconcile all 5 faiths? Now my beloved grandson has been chosen by your god. The Crimson Cardinal grit his teeth, cursing inwardly. That bastard. The clerics hurriedly protested. Absurd. How could you steal another family's god? Yes, how could an Eshua take Sepet's god? Rilai, unfazed, whispered to the patriarch. Let's go, patriarch. We have no reason to listen to them. The clerics were about to press further. This is ridiculous. Return it, when my uncle's cold glare stopped them. Everything happens for a reason, didn't you tell me that? The clerics were about to press further. This is ridiculous. Return it, when my uncle's cold glare stopped them. Everything happens for a reason, didn't you tell me that? At the Eshua estate, Shuri was furious. What the hell did you do? Do you see how they're glaring at you? We're short on manpower, don't go making more enemies. But you didn't even notice him. That bastard. You were lost in thought over the law god's last words. You were lost in thought over the law god's last words. Careful, if your superiors find out, this will be a huge mess. Isaac replied offhandedly. The law god, uneasy, continued to warn him not to be complacent. That body was crafted very meticulously, but in return it has a very short lifespan. That's why we created many different saint candidates. Seeing him startled and intrigued, the law god went on, if you want, I can transfer you into a new body. How about the body of a child from the Red Shade clan? If you want to pact with me, that would be better. Isaac seemed to have an epiphany. Turns out this body is even better than I thought. If it weren't exceptional, you wouldn't have asked me to switch bodies. The law god conceded. What a crafty fellow. Still, I'm not lying. Isaac smiled, but no matter how strong this body is, it'll wear out quickly. Other saint candidates are as strong as I am, right? Finally, the law god closed his eyes and cast the right. Because I once tried to trick you, as repayment I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't put too much trust in the Eshua family. Isaac was still lost in thought. Why did he say that? Shuri was furious. Hey, are you even listening? You couldn't summon the overgod because you lacked mana, right? So you made a pact with the red god instead. Just as Isaac was about to deny it, someone stepped in. Here you are. The Crimson Cardinal grinned with a syrupy smile. I offer my deepest congratulations to the priests who tied for first place along with my Kina in the dark color exam. Though I dislike ties, since you belong to the Azure faith, I'll allow it. Isaac grimaced. Geez, just hearing that gave him the chills. Shuri wasn't any better. How could that man even smile? Suddenly he asked Isaac, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? I'll pay more than we originally discussed. Hand over the overgod to us. Surprised, no way Ike would agree to that, yet Isaac suddenly spoke up. Really? Fine, which made him nearly bite his tongue. Are you out of your mind? Isaac stepped toward the Crimson Cardinal and leaned in. I'll hand him over, but the money comes first. You said you'd give me the god treasure, right? Regardless of Shuri fuming behind that cursed patron. The Crimson House understood. Each person has a limit to how many pacts they can form with gods. The Pope can form many pacts, but for you it's much harder. So I'll give you this summoning stone, then no pact is needed. Seeing the priceless item on the table, Isaac admired it. Fucking perfect. Shuri nearly popped an eye out. That was the Yellow House's pillar stone. He stared at Isaac in disbelief, thinking inwardly that the stone alone held more divine mana than most shrines. He's even offering something that could bless a whole kingdom. Isaac only glanced and snapped the lid shut. So all I need to do is summon the overgod for you, right? Shuri was terrified again. Does this guy really not care about the overgod? Whisper quietly communicated with Isaac. Are you really going to hand over the overgod? He kept his smile. No, I just want to know what the overgod desires. I can't fully trust gods. The Crimson Cardinal bowed and nodded. I've given you the stone. Now hand over the overgod. But he suddenly froze when he saw a silhouette clinging to Isaac's body. The silhouette lifted a hand and touched the back of Isaac's palm. A symbol appeared that amazed everyone. That's the pact mark of the overgod. It's definitely that. Wait, doesn't this mean he already has 2 pacts? What the hell is going on? Even Isaac, the one in question, couldn't hide his panic. What the hell is this? Why did I suddenly pact with myself? They jumped to the worst conclusion. So you planned this from the start. You secretly intended to pact with the overgod beforehand, right? Classic you, a sly backstabber. The situation was bad enough, and Shuri's words poured fuel on the fire, which Isaac could only deny in his head. It's not like that, you bastard. He saw the clerics were furious. They must be thinking things like accepting a handover first and then making a pact with the overgod. How shameless are these people? Those damn Azures plan to screw over not only the Red Shade but us too from the start. I won't let this slide. So he immediately started rolling around on the ground. No way, cancel the pact for me. Everyone froze. Huh, Isaac pretended to shout loudly. Cardinal, tell me how to reverse this. The Crimson Cardinal had a pounding headache. I understand you don't want this. So give me your hand and I'll annul the pact for you. He added, you can't force a god to break a pact. A pact is only broken when you yourself decide you no longer want it. Isaac showed absolute determination. I want to cancel it at any cost. So Cardinal Crimson immediately nullified his contract, burning the link. In this way, your contract has been disabled and the contract mark will be erased. Seeing his oddly strange expression, the Cardinal was displeased. Don't mess around, focus, cancel the contract properly. Isaac hurriedly replied, I'm focusing. As Cardinal Crimson recited the unlinking chant, Isaac muttered a long prayer in his mind. I don't need a high god, get lost. I want the deity gone, don't block me, get lost, damn higher god, disappear. I'm begging you, go away, cancel the contract using me, that should be enough. Thinking that, he immediately opened his eyes to check if the mark was gone and received Cardinal Crimson's extremely impatient glare. Are you kidding me? Isaac protested unjustly. Not at all. Whisper had to comfort him, forget it, anyway this is good for you, but he wouldn't accept it. Even so, I still prefer the deity and something about this feels off. Cardinal Crimson now looked as black as his boots. If this really was a mistake, give the stone back, I can't take it anymore. Shuri also felt sorry, it's a pity, but he should do it. Isaac closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Since it had come to this, Cardinal Crimson and he turned and ran like the wind. Just stealing it, I won't forget what you did to me. The priest still couldn't make sense of the situation. What is that brat saying? The things we did for him, but wasn't he told to return the stone? Is he really going to? Meanwhile, Shuri quietly backed away, and they saw Isaac leap straight out the window. He's running, Your Eminence. In the banquet hall. During the feast, the priests were buzzing. Hey, did you hear? Isaac has 2 contracts. Can someone actually sign oaths with 2 gods? Kina contracted with a pair of twin deities, but they're counted as one. Signing with 2 gods from different faiths is another matter. Not to mention one of them is a higher god. Amid the commotion, the enforcer stepped forward and loudly said, Quiet, we have an announcement. After discussion, the top scorer of the dark color test is Isaac Eshua. For a moment, everyone fell utterly silent in surprise, then they all cried out in joy. Isaac Eshua, please go to the Cardinal's office to receive your reward. Someone ran up and shook Shuri. Our crimson might go down in the history of the 5-color exams, and he still couldn't believe it. Is this a dream or real? The priest excitedly asked, Where's Isaac? Shuri immediately replied, I don't know where that eager priest ran off to. He'll be very happy to know we won. Suddenly, the enforcer cleared his throat and announced that the 5-color test was officially concluded. You will step into the world with what you've learned here. Graduation will be held alongside the New Year celebration. We'll meet again in 3 months. Oh, and you'd best build good relationships with your seniors before graduation. When people saw the 3 of them, they immediately felt it. Just by their faces you could tell they were about to discipline us. I heard the greeting will be brutal. Isn't that the senior of the second-rank clerics? Why is he here? He must be eyeing Isaac. Shuri breathed a sigh of relief internally. Good thing Isaac isn't here. Leaving a bad impression on the senior would be a huge problem. I have to warn Isaac not to do anything stupid. And of course, exactly what I worried about happened. Isaac burst in through the front door just then, and behind him were Cardinal Crimson's men in hot pursuit. Catch him and make him return the stone. The senior looked on, impressed. Could that kid really be the famed Isaac Eshua? He really has no dignity at all. Just like the rumors say, a complete mad dog. He really has no dignity at all. Just like the rumors say, a complete mad dog. He got a boot to the face. As he cast a haste holy spell to flee, the clerics watching were terrified, the senior. Shuri couldn't stand it either. What a raging maniac. Isaac didn't have time to listen to him shout, I'm busy, move. Everyone hurried around the senior, asking if he was all right. Is that kid insane? Yet the senior remained remarkably tolerant. Don't be hasty, we must discipline him. I will handle it. Just then a bouquet smashed straight into his face. And Isaac's high-pitched voice rang out, damn it, how long are you going to chase me? Turns out he'd been hurling the vase on the windowsill. What the hell is that brat throwing? Give it back over there. Seeing the chaos, Shuri wore a face of utter resignation. Screw it. The men beside the senior went ballistic. What the hell is wrong with him? That damn apprentice, he used the senior's face as a stepping stone. Does he think he can get away with that? Everyone treats him like a saint candidate, so now he's lost all manners. Yet this senior remained endlessly tolerant and gentle. Don't say that, he's only a kid, this is normal for an elder. What we need to do is teach him. Hearing that and seeing the senior's actions left the clerics frozen. We're totally screwed. The senior stood and began to organize. For now, the apprentices will go with the royal family. They will receive missions directly from the queen. Soon they'll get a request related to the Dry Lick King. Final graduation scores will include results from that. current rankings aren't final. Do you think that Brat would score high without our help? Once he gets a low mark, he'll wake up. He became a monster because people coddled him as a senior. Guiding him right is obvious. Shuri held his head at a loss how to fix it. God, they really have it in for him. He needs to taste failure. Before anyone could finish, he was once again kissed on the sole of Isaac's foot. What are you muttering? Cardinal Crimson's men are still chasing behind. Why are you helping Isaac over there? You're on his side. After kicking up a cloud of dust, Isaac left without a care, merrily heading off. Screw it. See you at graduation. The sky peaked blue between the rustling treetops. Amid the swaying reeds, a soft call rang out, breaking the silence. Isaac stood with arms crossed, face skeptical. Beside him, the spirit Justice hovered, looking equally displeased. Shabnak knelt in submission. Justice flew around barking at him, scolding him for stealing divine power from his master. On the ceiling of a lavish room, a great chandelier hung silently, witnessing the hush. A woman stood with her mouth agape, eyes wide as if she'd seen something beyond comprehension. The scene erupted into chaos with screams as the clerics of the Sancta Seeds Church were suddenly attacked by mysterious blue energy blasts. Back in the forest, Isaac stood silently, pondering with a pensive look. Shabnak bowed his head low and apologized to his young master. He explained he couldn't help himself when he heard those clerics insult Isaac. Isaac listened and responded indifferently. Isaac stared at his subordinate, his eyes glowing red with scrutiny. Shabnak knew the end had come. His undead body began to exude a faint, black mist. Isaac realized the wound on Shabnak was a mortal one inflicted by the cardinals, beyond saving. With his last breath, Shabnak shamefully apologized for making his master see him in such a pitiful state. He extended his blackened hand and offered a memory stone as his final apology gift. It contained all the Empire's secrets he had quietly gathered over decades. He declared he'd die here with no way back. Isaac looked at his subordinate and a different idea formed. Shabnak urged him to use his severed head to gain merit with the church, but Isaac told him to wait a moment. Isaac summoned Justice close, still staring at the sigil on his hand. He smiled slyly and advised Justice not to get too worked up over a faulty seal. Suddenly Isaac made a demand. Forced Justice to change Shabnak's fundamental nature. With a mischievous grin, Isaac wanted to turn the dying undead into a flesh-and-blood human. Justice, shocked, shouted asking if Isaac had gone mad, but Isaac remained calmly defiant. He argued that if gods could grant punishments, they could also bend the laws of creation. Isaac's eyes flashed cruelty as he explained that making someone who never knew pain taste it is the harshest punishment. Justice began to waver before Isaac's manipulative, yet eerily logical words. The spirit of Justice recalled Skeleton King's past, a cold-blooded killer who had taken countless servants of the Lord. Using holy power to save a great villain made the spirit feel deeply conflicted. Justice adamantly refused. Isaac immediately threatened that if it didn't comply, both of them would be captured by the church. He put a finger to his lips, daring Justice to risk its existence. Isaac threatened to go straight to the Pope and expose everything, which genuinely terrified Justice. Let's die together. Isaac's face twisted insanely. He stuck out his tongue like a true demon. Justice hurriedly flew to intervene when he saw Isaac truly resolved to gamble with his life. It realized this madman wasn't bluffing. He was willing to destroy everything to get his way. To preserve its own existence, the spirit of Justice bowed and submitted. Isaac relaxed his terrifying expression and smiled triumphantly when his subordinate finally obeyed. He didn't forget to warn that he'd use holy punishment if Justice dared resist again. Isaac extended his power-marked hand, his eyes glowing red with anticipation. Divine punishment, humanization. A crimson light streamed from his hand directly into Shabnak's body. Pain screams echoed through the forest as Shabnak's undead body began to be torn apart by sanctifying power. The black shell gradually dissolved, and Justice declared the conditions under which Shabnak could exist in human form. Red strands of energy wrapped tightly around Shabnak, beginning the mysterious physical transformation. Isaac rubbed his hands in delight, thinking he could now easily fool the church with such a capable subordinate. Justice hovered nearby in agreement. Suddenly, his face drained of color in astonishment when he saw the actual result of the humanization ritual. The black mist faded, revealing a delicate face with vibrant reddish-brown hair full of life. You're a girl this whole time." Isaac couldn't hide his shock at Shabnak's true sex. Shabnak stared in disbelief at her new body. Isaac was left speechless. Her voice and build had seemed so masculine before. He asked if she felt uncomfortable. Shabnak raised a hand, feeling the warmth and texture of flesh after centuries as undead. She warned about the danger of the cardinals, and Isaac instructed her to hide her identity carefully to avoid the church discovering her. At that moment, a panicked shout from a member of the Eshua group rang through the forest, putting Isaac on alert. The fellow burst in, asking where Isaac had been. Isaac quickly threw out a lie that he'd gone to protect the church's foundation stone. He reported the area was in chaos from a terrorist attack and eyed the strange girl standing next to Isaac with suspicion. Clutching his head and complaining, he added that the church intended to send Isaac on a solo mission. Isaac crossed his arms and refused, saying he'd already found a teammate. The man was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The mission was to find a spy of the Skeleton King. At that, both Isaac and Justice found it laughable. He even revealed someone was performing a summoning ritual for the Skeleton King inside the palace, raising tensions. The Eshua cleric went on about the enemy's danger, someone who had defeated even the strongest royal knights. Seeing Isaac indifferent, he arrogantly said he'd form a team if Isaac begged, but Isaac casually replied he'd already partnered up. Oh my god, he jumped when he finally took a good look at the woman standing behind Isaac. His face flushed at Shabnak's beauty as he turned to demand who she was. Isaac nonchalantly lied that he'd rescued her from Demonkin while hunting souls. He added that out of gratitude she insisted on following to serve him. The man found this utterly absurd. He began wild speculation, fearing the beautiful girl approached Isaac to kidnap a member of the Eshua family. Shabnak suddenly bowed in submission, declaring she was here only to be a servant to her master. The Eshua cleric immediately grew wary and demanded she state her background at once. I am a slave of my master. Shabnak's blunt declaration froze the air in place. A slave, he screamed in horror, while Isaac kept an expression of utter nonchalance as if he heard nothing. Shabnak added that day or night she would serve devotedly. The Eshua man went mad, shouting at Isaac what the hell he was doing. He worried this would damage Isaac's reputation, but Shabnak reassured him she had no intention of competing for a fiancé's role. The more he heard, the more the poor man felt his worldview crumble under the vague words of the strange girl. Shabnak wore a melancholic yet resolute expression, pleading earnestly to stay by Isaac's side to repay his kindness. Seeing his teammates' tearful display, Isaac coldly asked what on earth was wrong with him. The cleric was so distraught he couldn't speak, tears streaming down his face from the shock. He shouted through the forest, calling for his grandfather because this grandson had just caused yet another irredeemable scandal. The scene opens at the grand mansion of the Eshua family in the capital. At the sight of Isaac, an uncle in the family began screaming loudly. The uncle rushed over to grab Isaac, scolding him that he was too young to be demanding a girlfriend, while a maid behind him panicked and ran after them. Everyone started wildly speculating about a master-slave relationship, leaving the uncle clutching his head in despair and Isaac speechless at their overactive imaginations. The uncle adamantly opposed any marriage talk, even though Isaac hadn't said a word about it. Isaac kept a calm face and gently explained to the overexcited uncle that things weren't like that. He said the internship was almost over and that he'd soon be heading into dangerous areas on missions. Isaac pointed to Shab, introducing her as his new bodyguard with excellent skills to protect him. Shab stood rigidly behind with a stern, expressionless face. The girl bowed politely and asked to be called Shab, but the uncle still couldn't shake the obsession with the word girlfriend. Shab firmly declared she would dedicate her heart, body, and soul to serving her master. The words body sent the uncle and the maid's minds spinning, both froze in shock. Not stopping there, Shab added she was willing to serve Isaac through the night for the sake of his soul, making the atmosphere even more unbearable. She casually mentioned mysterious magical methods unknown to the clergy, causing the uncle to collapse into a catastrophic misunderstanding. Ashamed, Isaac covered his face, ordered everyone to calm down, and threatened to run away if they didn't accept Shab as his guard. Justice could only snicker above his head. At that moment, a deep, steady voice rose in objection to letting someone of unclear origin serve as a personal attendant. The uncle turned around startled to see who had arrived, and Isaac and Shab were also curious about the sudden appearance. It was a silver-haired young man wearing glasses, looking very refined. He remarked that a bodyguard for a trickster like Isaac must be capable. He casually ruffled Isaac's hair, saying he was cuter than expected. Isaac looked puzzled. He'd never met this man before. The maid hurriedly introduced him as Sir Benjamin, the family's financial advisor. Isaac was still grumbling about being treated like a child. But the moment he heard financial advisor, Isaac's eyes lit up like gleaming gold coins. His attitude flipped 180 degrees. Isaac dropped to his knees and kowtowed, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. He put on the most innocent, sparkling face he could muster, expressing supreme honor at meeting Benjamin and begging for his help. Benjamin laughed at the boy's sudden change and suggested they first test the bodyguard's abilities. Isaac clung to his hand without letting go. He told Isaac to go inside first, as the clan leader was waiting in the study to speak with him. The scene shifted to the Sepet mansion, where the atmosphere was darker and far more serious. Nizer stood silently with a worried look, while a voice full of disappointment rang out from behind. A red-haired man sat behind a desk, scolding Nizer for forgetting the true nature of the God of Justice. Nizer hurriedly denied it. The man retorted, then how could Isaac make a pact with the very deity Shuri summoned? The kid shouted that everything happened too fast. The deity vanished and chose Isaac. He had no other choice. The man pondered, feeling the deity must have chosen Isaac for some special reason they didn't yet know. He wondered whether Isaac might actually be a saint, since the God of Justice acted in a way tied to the soul. Images of Isaac's bright smile flashed in their minds, gods, making them consider allying with the Eshua rather than fighting them. However, without the god of justice, their plan to hunt the ancient treasure would collapse. They couldn't let the Eshua possess something even the Pope coveted. Nizer gritted his teeth in annoyance. He hated Isaac but understood how crucial this mission was. He decided he'd take the god back from Isaac, but the man warned him he had to act fast. Because the eldest son who wields the god of punishment was about to return, Nizer broke into a cold sweat at the news. He trembled imagining that genius returning. Surely he'd sort both him and Isaac out if he found out. The man ordered Nizer to befriend Isaac before that guy could get back. He explained that the god of punishment dotes on his brother, the god of justice, so that fellow wouldn't overlook this. Nizer was grabbed by the shoulder and told to stick close to Isaac and extract information from the god of justice at all costs. The boy stared back bewildered. Become his servant. Nizer heard this ridiculous task and wanted to curse at the irony. Shuri's pitiful wails echoed through the mansion. He couldn't fathom how he'd picked up such troublesome skills. Isaac proudly introduced to his grandfather that this was his personal guard. Justice hovered beside him with a mischievous grin. The clan chief fell silent and pensive, while Isaac added that he'd rather choose who he liked than accept low-ranking attendants assigned by the family. Grandfather mumbled, wondering why a child like Isaac worried about marriage so early, prompting Isaac to blink and ask, "What?" Shab stepped forward confidently, asserting she trusted her abilities completely and wouldn't lose to anyone present. Rilai moved to volunteer for the test, but the clan chief immediately waved him off and declared he'd do it himself. The old chief asserted that if she passed his test, he would formally recognize her as a member of the Eshua family. He even promised to grant her a level 1 knight certificate if she succeeded. Rilai, standing nearby, nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Rilai protested that the reward was excessive for a 10-year-old, but the chief said it was fitting recompense for the glory Isaac had brought. He joked they might strip Rilai's title and give it to Isaac instead, causing him to cry out for his father in terror. Isaac was delighted to see things go according to plan. He thought his grandfather was truly thoughtful and understanding. The chief began preparing the test. Rilai and the maid behind him turned pale at the thought of his terrifying power. A thunderous stomp echoed across the floor, signaling the official start of the confrontation. The chief cracked his knuckles, radiating murderous intent so thick the air felt viscous. Isaac began to panic. He knew his grandfather was as powerful as a cardinal, and this felt unfair. He tried to persuade him to let another uncle test instead. But the chief roared that if she couldn't withstand the pressure of a cardinal, she wasn't fit to guard his grandson. Rilai and Isaac froze under that force. Contrary to his master's worry, Shab calmly turned and reassured Isaac that he needn't fret about her. The clan chief's eyes glowed red with authority as he launched the first testing blow. A horrific blast of magical energy erupted the moment his fist landed, sending blue lightning arcing through the entire room. Isaac cried out Shabnak's name in terror, fearing her current human body couldn't withstand that death blow. As the smoke cleared, the chief's weathered face registered utter astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Shab had stopped the heavy attack barehanded. Shab's gaze remained sharp and soulless. She stood unmoved as everyone watched. A terrifying impact detonated, blue magic bursting violently and ripping the hall apart. Rilai stood beside them, stunned to see his father's powerful strike so easily halted. Ilai Eshua lunged forward, furious, barking at Isaac what kind of monstrous guard he'd brought home. Ilai observed calmly while Shab assumed a ready stance. The chief thought it a waste for someone this strong to be serving his grandson. The clash was swift amid the rubble. Ilai realized that although he held back, the opponent hadn't been using full force to resist. A deep suspicion began to kindle in the head of the Eshua family. His eyes hardened with murderous intent. He was certain the girl before him was a dark entity. Ilai's fist flared with greenish-blue magic as he delivered a powerful, direct punch at Shab. Rilai screamed in panic to stop him when he saw his father preparing to use a dangerously purifying grand spell. Shab gritted her teeth and endured. She knew she absolutely must not use dark magic now to protect Isaac's secret. A colossal pillar of holy light descended from the ceiling, enveloping the target in pure purifying energy. Everyone around fell silent. Ilai Eshua coldly ordered immediate expulsion, declaring this was a demon. Rilai and Benjamin stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his father would act so ruthlessly inside the mansion. The old man casually brushed dust from his shoulder and scolded them as fools for showing no vigilance toward a stranger. Just as they were about to discuss the investigation, Rilai suddenly rushed to call his father, and another explosion erupted. A dark red aura seeped forth. Isaac flashed a knowing smile while the tiny spirit of justice perched on his shoulder beamed with pride. When the smoke cleared, Shab still stood firm as if nothing had happened. Isaac declared bluntly that she was now truly human. Aftershocks from the earlier impacts still shook the room violently, dust raining down everywhere. Shab lunged to counter with lightning speed, forcing Eli Eshua to dodge the slicing punch. The battle heated up, Eli's eyes burned red with killing intent, and Shab was pouring all her strength into her fists. Their fists met, producing a shockwave of contrasting red and blue that flung everything aside. The entire main hall trembled, as if about to collapse under this earth-shattering duel. Eli frantically covered his face against the gale, repeatedly yelling at his father to stop. Eli stood amid the wreckage with a skeptical expression, muttering that everything was very strange. Shab remained on guard, sweat streaming down her face. Eli couldn't believe she was unharmed after a direct purification strike. Eli finally lost it, raging at his father for using an assassination-level spell on an ordinary person. He thought such an over-the-top move was wrong, even if the other party were the worst enemy imaginable. As he scolded, Benjamin angrily pushed up his glasses, insisting this couldn't be settled with a mere apology. Eli stood silent as his son lectured him about turning the family mansion into a ruined battlefield. Surveying the scattered rubble, Benjamin winced at the thought of the massive bill they'd have to pay for repairs. The punishment was immediate. Eli Eshua's official stipend was suspended for 6 months to cover the repair costs. Returning to the main issue, the name Shab still gave everyone headaches. In his study, father and son sat down to discuss after reviewing the investigation reports. Benjamin said they still hadn't found anything unusual. Eli flipped through the stack of forged documents Isaac had prepared, asking if his son really intended to grant her a top-tier certificate. Benjamin admitted he'd already promised it. Benjamin adjusted his glasses and asked again why his father had used a massive purification spell. He still suspected she might be a demon. The clan chief set the papers down, asserting firmly that he sensed no trace of dark magic from the girl. Eli Eshua's gaze grew pensive. He thought she was human, yet somehow not entirely. Benjamin froze when his father insisted that even gods, looking into her soul, would only see an ordinary human. A chill wrapped Benjamin's mind. He knew his father's senses, one of the greatest cardinals in history, had never been wrong. An enigmatic image of Shab formed in his head. Benjamin suggested expelling her to avoid future trouble, but Eli shook his head, saying it was better to keep her close and observe every move so they could learn her true intentions. He emphasized that Isaac being the one who brought her home was a crucial detail not to be overlooked. Benjamin could only gasp Isaac's name in shock. Eli mused that Isaac's ability to control a demon wasn't necessarily bad. It was proof of the boy's terrifying potential. The chief mentioned long-buried forbidden techniques. Benjamin jumped, wondering if his father was referring to the family's ancient band arts. Eli suddenly stood and declared it was time to choose a successor at this year's family gathering. Benjamin was so stunned his legs went weak. While Benjamin worried this would spark public uproar, the chief quietly stared out the window, plotting for the future. He still didn't fully trust the current Eshua clan's strength to succeed, but if that person were Isaac, everything would change. Eli hoped the child would break the curse that had plagued the Eshua for generations. Cut to the royal palace. A church official, sweating nervously, asked Isaac if he wanted the mission briefing repeated. Isaac grinned, shamelessly practical, not caring about mission details and asking straight how much he'd get if he caught Skeleton King's spy. The official was left speechless at the boy's greed. Even though it was a direct royal order, Isaac brazenly demanded payment, making the accompanying official tremble in fear. Shuri quickly leaned in to whisper into Isaac's ear, "Hey, are you crazy? Can't you read the room before you speak? Why do you have to say such loud things here in public? Can't you see they're trying to use us, no matter how dangerous it is? They want us to handle things ourselves, even if we die on the mission. I trust the royal family will compensate properly, right, or am I wrong?" "That may be so." Isaac, bored, put on a pseudo-mature air and explained to the two guests. "I believe the Skeleton King's spy is right inside the palace, though I don't know who yet. They've downed 6th and even 7th rank knights, so this threat is at least high level. Isn't it obvious you should get a hazard allowance when you're literally betting your life? Expecting anything else is against common decency." The Empress snorted with laughter and replied, "So you must be the famed youngest cleric of House Eshua." Whisper idly looked at her, then at Shablis, remarking that although she's the Empress, the Crown Prince doesn't look like her at all. Isaac casually explained, after all, she's not his birth mother. Upon hearing juicy drama, Whisper gleefully quipped, "So he's the son of a consort who became crown prince? Well, if I were her, I'd want him dead too. Or we could flatter the Empress and take care of that crown prince for her. She seems quite taken with you, master." When Isaac nonchalantly blurted out that the Empress sided with the papacy, Whisper flipped out and snapped, "Then why haven't they eliminated her yet?" Suddenly the Empress smiled and engaged him, seeming to have made a small mistake. "Although we've sent a request to the Holy See, of course, given the danger the compensation is indeed inadequate, I will ensure you are fairly compensated." "Is that enough to satisfy you, House Eshua's youngest cleric?" Isaac, unable to ask for more, politely responded with pleasure. "Oh my, I respectfully accept this mission, Your Majesty." Afterwards he and Whisper recalled Shab's reminder. Now that you've sworn a pact with the greatest deity, the Empress is taking special interest in you, master, and the two happily celebrated. Shab's intel proved very useful. Besides, she's been imprisoned for a long time anyway. Isaac eagerly scanned the woman before him and silently mocked inwardly. Aren't her moves a bit too obvious? Clearly she's trying to use me to bring the crown prince down. Whisper leaned in to add the obvious. This woman seems to harbor ambitions to strip the crown prince's position. Isaac rolled his eyes in agreement, of course. If the Empress backs the papacy, once the prince ascends, he'll purge all her faction. He unconsciously glanced at the crown prince sitting statue, then mused that if the prince hadn't reached swordsman level, she'd likely have made a move already. Just then Chablis unexpectedly joined the conversation, saying dragging an apprentice cleric into this web of intrigue is cruel. This isn't something the clergy should meddle in. The Empress calmly lifted her teacup, looking contemplative. A sardonic thought crossed her mind, so mature for his age. I suppose he just can't bear that I summoned Isaac. Yet her words remained measured. Nonetheless, the fact that the Skeleton King's minions target the royal family is undeniable. They could even pose a direct threat to your life, Prince. The aide behind the Empress immediately chimed in. Surely there are minions of the Skeleton King hiding within the palace and nearby. We've discovered cursed artifacts of the Skeleton King and numerous items used for summoning. The Empress waited for him to finish and then delivered a dramatic conclusion that left Isaac momentarily stunned. It seems the Skeleton King intends to wipe out Helen Palace, the heart of the sanctuary. Internally, he wanted to shout that he couldn't care less. I'm only here to grab the loot and live comfortably. But the Empress, reading Isaac's thoughts, continued to chatter on. Anyway, even the Skeleton King couldn't breach the Holy Dragon's barrier. He silently cursed, "That's not my problem. Those dragons are a pain to deal with." Whisper sneered that removing the royal line would indeed be an effective way to destroy the Holy Dragon's barrier. Just then, the Empress pushed a stack of papers toward Isaac with an explanation. This is a list of servants and retainers with suspicious movements in the palace. She finally cut through all the roundabout talk and got to the point. I want you to use this to flush the suspect out. After all, you're the genius who made a pact with the supreme god. You will be duly rewarded, so arrest whoever is plotting against the royal family. Isaac still insisted on asking, why don't we discuss what that reward will be? But before he could finish, Shuri jumped in to seal his mouth with a booming promise. At your command, your highness. Even restrained, Isaac mumbled, this idiot, about to get us swindled. But Shuri, intent on dragging this traitorous brat away, snapped curtly, I know, now move it. The Empress watched their backs and called after them kindly, I'll await good news from you. Once outside, Shuri finally unleashed her mouth to scold. My god, this guy, I thought we were done for, I can't believe you act like that in front of royalty. Isaac, not one to be outdone, shot back, who even cares about that now? He ignored his stunned teammate and kept babbling about his brilliant plan. The Empress, think how much cash you could squeeze from her. Only a total idiot would pass up this once-in-a-millennium chance. Isaac drooled at the thought of the fortune behind her and plotted to cozy up and pick her pockets clean. Shuri was left speechless at his shamelessness. Why would the supreme god choose this damn brat? But at that moment, a familiar warning rang in their ears. Don't trust the Empress too much. It turned out Chablis had slipped out of the room to wake these two money-obsessed beasts. She simply wants to use your title. Startled, Shuri could only blurt, that's the crown prince, your highness. Chablis continued in her sternest tone, you could lose your life like that, so I advise you to act with caution. She added somewhat oddly that she still hoped the Skeleton King's spy would be rounded up. Shuri, a little thrown, replied off-key, yes, you need not worry, we will certainly catch them. He blushed with excitement and vowed, we can't let that cruel Skeleton King return. Isaac, standing behind, wanted to smack the speaker's confident proclamation and muttered, I'm back, you garbage. That night the palace looked normal from the outside, as on any other day. Yet whispers and gossip swirled around. I'm certain followers of the Skeleton King are lurking nearby. There were cursed items and summoning tools, and that warehouse was full of things linked to the Skeleton King. Isaac impatiently demanded, why are we standing around? Shuri, cautious but firm, said wait and see. The culprit will definitely go into that warehouse. No sooner had he finished than Isaac exposed the lie. The true summoning site is elsewhere, you can tell just by glancing at what's inside that warehouse. Shuri, startled for a few seconds, immediately interrogated loudly, how do you know so much about the Skeleton King? But before he could answer, Isaac thumped him hard on the head and reminded him to bow down. When Shuri lifted his head, he whispered in shock, they really? Isaac had lowered his voice but couldn't hide his contempt as he replied, I told you they'd come. Then he suddenly grew more serious, it's obvious who the culprit is. Shuri immediately fired back, what, who is it? Isaac didn't hesitate to drop the heavy bomb, obviously the Empress. The answer was beyond Shuri's grasp and he instinctively shouted, what? Then Shuri denied it, but wasn't she the one who asked us to find the Skeleton King's follower? Isaac didn't hesitate to enlighten his comrade. She's trying to sever all ties to that spy. This woman clearly thinks she's clever enough to fool the clergy. He suddenly brightened, eyes glittering with gold. We'll catch that lackey and win favor with the crown prince or the emperor, and then we'll pick their pockets clean. Shuri, money mad, almost dropped his jaw. Why are you so obsessed with cash? Whisper, who'd been silent until now, suddenly stuck his head out with a killer question. Are you really okay? If that's a summoning circle, your soul could be drained. Isaac scratched his head sheepishly and replied, I'm fine, really. Humans couldn't pull it off anyway. He said that, but his actions didn't quite match, just chase after her. Shuri saw him spring up and weakly called after him, wait for me. He was busy looking around and warning others, not noticing the eerie shift around Isaac. It's really dark, be careful. When he turned back, Shuri's eyes widened like brass bells in shock. Staring at the empty yard, he screamed the name of his comrade into the night. Isaac. The man Shuri missed was vanishing into another dimension in a blink. Isaac felt the mana swirl around him and his heart raced. Damn it, I'm done for. This is the Skeleton King's real summoning circle. Someone can actually cast it. While still in a daze, a voice rang out and pulled him back to the present. Son of House Eshua. Isaac had just met the other's gaze when his normally confident face went pale. After a few seconds to collect himself, he found his voice and shouted, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Though one stood and one knelt, both kept silent in an awkward standoff. With no one speaking, Isaac seized a moment to question himself. How could he trigger a real summoning circle? He'd only released a bunch of fakes. Halfway through his thoughts, Isaac suddenly realized, right, this is my original summoning spell. Whisper bitterly asked, didn't you teach the bone brutes to use it in emergencies? He admitted gloomily, they're stupid enough to memorize it. Isaac shoved the strategist aside to focus on the bigger problem. Could this mean the Crown Prince is actually the Skeleton King's spy? Terrified by the implication, he nonetheless forced himself to ask more. Your Highness, what are you doing here? Are you patrolling this area? Before the prince could answer, Isaac awkwardly supplied an excuse for him. Oh, I see, you're on patrol. Whisper rolled his eyes contemptuously and shattered that illusion. Clearly, the prince performed the summoning ritual. Seeing the angle was bad, Isaac tried to bow out. Very well, Your Highness, I'll go finish my remaining tasks. I saw nothing. Before he could finish, Chablis interjected. Why did you appear from the Skeleton King's summoning circle? Is the Crown Prince truly naive or acting? Isaac reflexively spat inwardly. Why are you asking that now? You were caught red-handed summoning the Skeleton King. You know your head could roll off any second. In the heat of the moment, Whisper kept adding obvious commentary. Master, you're supposed to be a saintly candidate, yet you were summoned by the Skeleton King's magic. This question is too obvious. The Imperial fellow's clever too. Isaac cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, why? I tuned that spell for undead. Humans should have a hard time using it. Whisper suddenly hatched a bold idea. To use the Master's summoning magic, you must speak the bone language and, more importantly, show absolute reverence and loyalty to him. Saying that, he lunged at Chablis and loudly declared, this one is definitely a follower of the Skeleton King. He's not bad. Isaac angrily shook off that nonsense. The Crown Prince of the Holy Empire couldn't possibly do this. Chablis, unable to overhear the duo's private talk, pressed on. I'll ask you again, why were you summoned here? Isaac, with the attitude of a pig that's already dead and unafraid of boiling water, shut his eyes and began to speak. I wasn't summoned, I just fell off a tree, Chablis flatly denied. There aren't any trees here. He rolled his eyes and tossed out another excuse. Then maybe I just crawled up from underground. Chablis lost patience and threatened, at least make up a more believable story. Isaac sighed theatrically and flipped the script. Could it really be that the Crown Prince is a follower of the Skeleton King? After that question, the two fell into a silent standoff again. Staring each other out grew tiring, so one of them finally suggested moving somewhere else to talk. Outside it was still pitch black. The quarrelsome pair had now shifted their stubborn duel to the Crown Prince's palace. Isaac sat with arms crossed like a host, quietly sizing up Chablis opposite him. What a joke, his power radiates so brightly and purely. It turned out in his eyes, a dazzling halo like the sun glowed around the prince. After taking it all in, Isaac suddenly rubbed the back of his neck and muttered, maybe it's better if I just pretend I didn't see any of this. Though they'd moved, Chablis's question stayed the same. Why did you appear here? That persistent nosiness made Isaac speechlessly desert-like. You fool, is that all you care about? He ignored answering and instead scanned the room. What kind of place is this anyway? Isaac's gaze was immediately drawn to a row of Skeleton King models on the shelf. In the most prominent spot there hung a painting of him riding a warhorse in full glory. The past suddenly excavated itself and slammed into Isaac, making him feel on the verge of exploding. Where did he get this stuff? He decided to be blunt for once and said solemnly, aren't you basically a hanger-on, Your Highness? A cleric from the cathedral caught you at the scene. I think you don't fully understand the situation yet. But no matter who says what, Chablis clenched the question like a charm and wouldn't let go. Why did you appear here? That simple question unintentionally awakened the demon in Isaac. Oh my god. Chablis looked at his grimacing face and suddenly felt a spark of clarity. Wait a minute. The Crown Prince felt clever for the first time and switched to a new question. Could you possibly be the Skeleton King? Isaac snapped angrily, eyes wide, shouting, how could that be? Surely I was summoned because I once ate a finger of the Skeleton King. That's why I reacted to that summoning. Hearing that, Chablis deflated a bit. Oh, is that so? Noticing his odd expression, Isaac wondered silently why he looked disappointed. After a moment he frowned and asked, Your Highness, are you interested in the Skeleton King? Chablis looked down and confessed, This is my sister's room. The princess is obsessed with the Skeleton King, so I intended to summon the one she loves to see if he's worthy of her affection. Well, Isaac gritted his teeth, took another look, and silently rebutted. He's a terrible liar. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly a boy's room. After a while, he scratched his nose and proposed, Here's the deal. I'll pretend I don't know your secret, so I want you to keep my summoning a secret. There's no point for either of us to cross the cathedral, right? Chablis nodded in agreement, yes. They aren't the type to easily forgive those who use dark magic, especially you and me. Isaac suddenly blurted out, Dark magic. Chablis, as if understanding, asked again, Aren't you a dark mage? The next thing he said made Isaac's face go ashen. I remember 10 years ago you used dark flame on the bishop. He couldn't meet his eyes, glancing aside to guess. 10 years ago, wasn't it? Memories surged like a small wave as pale morning light washed over the solemn, ornate architecture of the grand palace. Chablis gently pushed the door and held his breath to observe inside. At that time, Isaac had completely lost control, repeatedly unleashing furious blows on the man opposite. He remembered the day he beat that old bishop to a pulp with the bell. The other suffered bone-deep blows, eyes rolled and mouth hung open, utterly unable to fight back. Isaac wondered secretly how that man knew he'd used dark mana then. When he caught that expression on Chablis's face, Isaac flinched for a moment. And studied him, Isaac judged that the holy dragon's bloodline could detect demon kinds with yellow pupils. He concluded, Imperial gaze. Whisper beside him also momentarily paused, Wasn't that the power you sought in the past, master? Isaac admitted silently, Yeah, if I had those eyes, I'd be able to complete the magic I once failed at. He snapped back to himself and then asked, You said you could sense my dark mana and my mana core. Chablis shook his head and honestly shared, Actually, I couldn't sense anything from you at all. It's been hidden too well, probably because you're a saint, Isaac mused. Then why did you say I used dark flame? Chablis reiterated his demand, I told you, admit that you are the Skeleton King. Isaac clutched his head, wanting to leave. Fine, I take my leave, I'm going now. Just as he was about to go, Chablis suddenly spoke from behind. Fine, if you want to know why I knew you used dark mana, because the dragon blood in me is extremely strong, I can partly understand the language of monsters or things that cannot speak. For example, a baby's babble. Isaac stopped, his face flushing and paling, thinking to himself, babble, babble. His whole body went rigid as if he'd realized something. He stared at Chablis and guessed, Don't tell me this guy means that as an infant he understood all my babbling back then. Seeing Isaac had worked it out, he bowed his head and continued, Though I couldn't fully understand, I knew back then you hated that bishop intensely. Actually, to my father and me, you were like salvation. Surely you know the meaning behind our hair colors. Platinum hair brings blessing and black hair is cursed. Everyone despised it, called it filth. They kept humiliating my mother until they finally drove her to death. That old bishop had a hand in that incident too. Isaac was stunned, eyes wide. Was the Empress's death linked to the clergy? Whisper beside him couldn't contain himself and angrily spat. He really wanted to wipe them all out. Isaac recalled how as a child he repeatedly beat the bishop. He cursed inwardly, that bastard dared try to murder me, disappear from my sight. If some scum like you accuses me of being a demon, I won't be able to approach the emperor anymore. Then I couldn't steal the royal treasury. You bastard, that emperor is my pawn, understand? Contrary to that agitation, Chablis casually rested a hand on his chin and replied, I thought you were possessed or simply gone mad, but demons can't take over the body of a saint blessed by the gods. Even gods make mistakes. This time the gods were wrong, thinking that comforts me, especially when a platinum-haired, God's representative turned his back on the cathedral. For the first time, I felt the fault wasn't mine, and it felt like the gods were consoling me. So I like that. He asked once more as if to be sure, You really aren't the Skeleton King, are you? Isaac retorted, Do you want me to be the Skeleton King, Your Highness? Chablis asked again, Are you the Skeleton King? He shook his head and denied it, no. Isaac rolled his eyes, helplessly thinking, How long has this guy lived? Does he think I'll fall for that? Unaware of these thoughts, Chablis seriously offered, If you truly are the Skeleton King, I'm willing to give you the whole kingdom. Sweat streamed down Isaac's face as he pointed at himself. I could be the Skeleton King, right? Actually, I'm that Skeleton King. Chablis repeated something he'd said many times before, So you just claimed you're the Skeleton King? Isaac held in his composure until he finally snapped. Just kidding, how much do you like the Skeleton King, huh? Willing to hand over the whole kingdom? Chablis's expression never changed. He nodded in agreement. Yes, the Skeleton King's goal is this entire kingdom. Isaac scolded the lunatic. He only listens to what he wants to hear, right? In the end, he didn't linger. Before leaving, Isaac grimaced and blurted, I'll pretend I heard nothing today. My family will get suspicious. Now if you'll excuse me. Chablis didn't forget a parting warning. Tonight's moonless sky is perfect for summoning you. Be careful. Isaac ground his teeth and hissed, "I've told you I'm not the Skeleton King." Leaving the castle, he walked slowly across the communal grounds. Whisper noticed something odd and spoke up, "You seem pleased." Isaac admitted nonchalantly, "Of course, why wouldn't I be? I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be a follower of the Skeleton King. Well, I get it now. The Skeleton King is pretty cool after all. I deserve some respect. Anyway, putting the Crown Prince on the throne would make things much easier. I can't reveal my identity, but maybe I can exploit him by pretending it's the Skeleton King's words," Whisper mused. "I'm not sure though, the prince seems sharp. Besides, being summoned is a bit dangerous." Isaac countered, "No, it's actually not bad. Because I found that a saint's body and soul are tightly linked. Thanks to that, soul separation holy rites won't work. The saint's body clings too strongly to its soul, so you're out of luck." It agreed, seeming like it would take deeper root as your mana grows stronger, Master. Isaac had no idea someone stood right behind him. He chatted comfortably about how being summoned anytime was troublesome and that he should fortify the Skeleton King's summoning ritual on his end, when someone suddenly cut in. "Hey, where are you going?" Shuri, breathless, hurried up to him and questioned. "You gave me a start. I thought your lackeys had dragged you off." Isaac didn't answer, glancing sideways. "Okay, fine, they did drag me off." Then Isaac put a hand on his hip and asked, "What's this? Did you bring him just to come look for me?" Shuri blurted in surprise, "Just a bit." Kina charged up and blocked his path, adding fiercely, "Because you ate the Skeleton King's body, you've become the ultimate catalyst for summoning him. If you get kidnapped, it's a huge problem." Shuri agreed, showing the marked hand to Isaac. "Yeah, that. Moreover, the Holy said the royal palace is dangerous." He drew Isaac's attention downward, the radiance of the holy light. Shuri placed a hand on his chest, speaking seriously. "He said he's trapped because of the Skeleton King. I don't understand what you're saying, but we must catch the Skeleton King's followers and support the holy light." Hearing this, Isaac pressed his lips together. Did the holy light suddenly warn and get trapped? Before he could steady himself, the surrounding space suddenly shook violently. Shuri spun to one side. Kina guessed the energy was a demon summoning ritual nearby. At that moment, he couldn't help but tremble and shout, "What, are they really summoning the Skeleton King?" Isaac was equally stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. No. A bare skeletal hand suddenly rose up from the earth. Trailing behind was a figure made entirely of jagged bones, not much different from the hand. The skeleton bared a mouth that still puffed out black smoke. Then wildly, it appeared right before everyone's eyes. On noticing, everyone screamed in panic. "It's the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King has been summoned." Isaac's group didn't know how to react, only able to gape in shock. That idiot has finally set foot on this land. How dare the demons storm into the holy realm? Isaac's group didn't know how to react, only able to gape in shock. That idiot has finally set foot on this land. How dare the demons storm into the holy realm? It's just a gigantic skeleton, a mutated giant skeleton. Whisper leaned in to comment, "That's a summoning array for the Skeleton King. But isn't that the kind of array that requires knowledge of holy rites?" Isaac buried his face in his hands in frustration. "Damn it, so the culprit must be a cleric." Whisper leaned in to comment, "That's a summoning array for the Skeleton King. But isn't that the kind of array that requires knowledge of holy rites?" Isaac buried his face in his hands in frustration. "Damn it, so the culprit must be a cleric." At this moment, the giant skeleton, its eyes blazing red, was frantically charging forward, accompanied by shouts of His Majesty the Emperor. On this side, 3 figures behind the giant skeleton were controlling it. One thrust a hand forward, grinning with excitement. "Summon, obey your summoner's command, kill the Emperor quickly and unleash your magic." As he finished, the giant skeleton reacted wildly, calling out, "Master, is it you, Master?" One of the group was taken aback by this situation. "Master," even the leader wasn't exempt. Sweating cold, he said, "I don't remember telling you to call the summoner Master." Then suddenly, something caught the giant skeleton's attention. Without hesitation, it raced toward the castle. They and the others cried out in shock. "Where are you going, hey?" However, the giant skeleton paid them no mind. Its eyes glittered as it exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to summon me after 150 years. Your servant is truly moved. I might just weep a river." Isaac gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "You fool, don't come near me." Shuri, unaware of all this, could only scream in terror as the giant skeleton drew nearer. "It's coming this way. It's going to attack us, right?" Seeing everyone panicking, Isaac made a decision. "There's no other choice. We'll have to pretend to exorcise it and drive it off like last time." Shuri's hand at his side showed no change. He anxiously inspected his hand. "What the hell? Why isn't it working?" Isaac was the same. "I can't use holy power." Whisper glanced off into the distance and reported, "A holy power nullification array has been deployed across the area." Suddenly, the giant skeleton's eyes flared brightly. It clenched its hands and unleashed power with a shout. "That's the strength of high-level control magic. Someone is directly manipulating it. We have to use our magic to suppress it and break their control." Isaac sighed helplessly. Let me leave in peace already. He raised his hand, resolved to a risky move, but it had to be done. Immediately a flicker of light streaked across, then erupted into a fierce torrent of flame, engulfing the entire giant skeleton and leaving the crowd aghast. Amid that blazing, chaotic radiance, the deathly figure stood dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Then it suddenly dissolved into the illusory streak of light. The space returned to its original calm. Contrasting with Shuri's shock, Whisper exclaimed excitedly, "The giant skeleton's gone. Was that teleportation magic just now?" Footsteps drew closer on this side. The one who appeared was none other than Shablis. He held a sword and spoke slowly, just as I thought. "The Skeleton King's goal is to destroy this kingdom." Isaac shouted in alarm. "Oh, come on, stop the theatrics." After Shablis sheathed his sword, the crowd shouted in unison, "Long live the Crown Prince, your highness saved us all." Kina, who'd been quiet, suddenly reminded him, "If we leave it like this, the threat isn't fully dealt with. Why not just destroy its mana core?" Shablis's face didn't change. He wondered aloud, "Wouldn't that be something we shouldn't discard?" Isaac replied sullenly, "Why are you asking me?" Shablis explained, "Because it's a loyal servant of the Skeleton King, your servant." Isaac hissed, "I've told you I'm not." Finally, he lost patience and turned to leave, not forgetting to call back, "I'm going after the cultists. You check that skeleton and keep an eye on it. I'll handle Kina." Folded arms and opinionated, "Wouldn't hunting them down and dealing with them be better?" Isaac stopped and barked at Kina, "Touch it and you're dead to me. That thing's mine. If you dare mess with it, don't pretend to be with me anymore." Kina, startled by the sudden scolding, blinked. "What?" He didn't explain much, just continued fiercely, "They dared control that skeleton to falsely accuse the Crown Prince. We can't forgive that." With that, he took off at a run, reminding them, "I'll be back." Kina glanced at Shablis admiringly, watching Isaac's retreating back, thinking to herself, "Isaac, is he really siding with the Crown Prince?" Over here, Isaac was furious, cursing nonstop, "How dare you summon and command my followers? You're all dead meat." Among the wild woods came the sound of hurried footsteps. Enb led the group, running for their lives, swearing, "Damn it, what just happened? Do you know how hard it was to summon that skeleton? That damned Crown Prince, they blew it away somewhere else. The Holy Dragon's power is real, but I didn't expect that level." The woman beside him wore the same look, running and venting rage, and it even ignored all our commands. A summoned creature should obey its summoner, right? Could there be something stronger than the summoning circle? Enb refused to believe it. Absurd. That circle was created personally by a devoted retainer of the Skeleton King. Whatever, go find that skeleton quickly and continue our plan. We'll replace the Crown Prince and cast the Eshua family into the abyss. Suddenly, Enb stopped when he collided with Isaac's proud silhouette above. He, radiating killing intent, demanded, "What's going on now?" He looked around but saw no comrades and grew a bit scared. Damn it, where did the others suddenly go? Before he could react, a thunderous kick flew straight into Enb's face in an instant. Unable to react, Enb's back slammed hard onto the ground. Isaac landed calmly and said, "Looking for your buddies? My men took them away already." He went rigid for a moment, thoughts racing, penetrating a level 7 protective spell. Could he be using a weapon comparable to the Inquisition's? If it's just that weapon, I can still handle it. After all, he's only a clumsy priest. His eyes dropped. The weapon in Isaac's hand was stained red in one pat, and froze as he recognized it. Bells. Seeing the other's expression, Isaac grew more excited. "Now you're all alone, you idiot. Don't bother running anymore. I've got a heist to finish. I need to sort this out before Grandpa finds out or my air seat is toast." Seeing Isaac closing in on him, Enb panicked, thinking, "What nonsense is this madman babbling?" Isaac paid no mind to their stares. He bared his teeth and smiled. "The doctrines of the Azure Order forbid harming people, so I'll quietly eliminate you instead." Enb cursed inwardly. He doesn't even bother hiding his identity, bastard. As soon as the weapon touched Enb, Isaac asked coldly, "Before I kill you, I've got a few questions. Answer nicely or it'll hurt." Enb trembled and warned, "Where are you gonna stick that?" In the urgent moment, Enb started calculating. He's just a cleric, which means almost no physical defense. Distract him and finish him with a spell. Summoning his courage, Enb shouted, "The Eshua family says once we handle you, the great Skeleton King will be pleased." But those words didn't faze Isaac. He only curled his lips in a cold smile. Isaac raised the weapon, crackling with fire, and asked, "Who did you say would be pleased?" Enb froze in horror, utterly shocked by the violent reaction. "What a priest." Isaac didn't hesitate. He swung, and the flames burst forth, engulfing Enb in astonishment. The burning heat made Enb's breaths ragged, yet he tried to steady himself through the pain. "It's fine, as long as I smother the burn with dark flame, I can take it." Isaac, pleased with the result, said with relish, "They say if you don't want to be roasted to death, confess. Who's backing you?" Despite the pain, Enb insisted, "I don't know." Not getting the answer he wanted, Isaac slammed the weapon down on Enb's head. Magic spilled forth. Enb's eyes bulged, and unable to hide it, he blurted out, "We plan to frame the Crown Prince for treason." Isaac bent and struck again. "What about your plot to ruin the Eshua family?" Enb confessed everything honestly. Isaac had shaken the entire cathedral, so the Eshua family's standing is now completely altered. We can't let Isaac and the Eshua family be canonized. But if he used the skeleton to kill the emperor, he'd be blamed for failing to deal with the skeleton king. Isaac tilted Enb's face and interrogated, so who gave the orders? Enb winced, trying to stifle the pain, then spat out a name. A man named Ranchi ordered us. Hearing the name, Whisper shared his thought, must be a demon. Isaac kept hammering. Oh really, so that Ranchi told you to control other people's precious skeletons? Enb covered his head, thinking, precious skeletons of others, what's that about? Pushed to his limit, he finally couldn't take it and shouted, I don't know the details, I only know he's connected to the Black Seraph. That Ranchi gave me the artifact to control the skeletons, and Ranchi is a subordinate of the Black Seraph. Whisper, hiding behind Isaac, agreed, sounds about right. As if sensing something, he hurried to stop. Wait, Isaac clenched his fist, grinding his teeth in rage. The Black Seraph. Isaac stroked his chin, pondering the Black Seraph. He slightly frowned, silently assessing. It seems one of the demon lieutenants serves the Black Seraph. Whisper added immediately that it's highly possible the Black Seraph colluded with someone in the royal family to assassinate the emperor. Isaac sighed once. The most likely candidate is the empress. He finished and glanced at Enb struggling on the ground, a flicker of doubt arising. But why does the name Black Seraph sound familiar? I'm sure I've heard it somewhere before. Before he could place it, Enb sprang up, filled with murderous intent, charging and shouting, You brat, die, you little rat. Isaac stood motionless, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. After a moment, Isaac curled a smile. Told you lands change easily, nature not so much. Just as Enb closed in, a giant skeletal hand appeared from behind. No one knew when the skeleton had shown up. It stamped down decisively, crushing Enb beneath its foot. Isaac planted his hands on his hips, looked up and scolded, I told you to stay with Shuri. What are you doing here? The giant skeleton panted and answered, I feared you might get hurt, my lord. Then suddenly it dropped to its knees and wailed. Isaac cried out in alarm, What's wrong with you? The giant skeleton sobbed and poured out its heart. I can't believe my almighty master has turned into a fluffy creature like this. It slammed its skull to the ground and lamented, What a tragedy, wait here, I'll tear that disgusting hide off for you soon. Angry at the giant skeleton's antics, Isaac gritted his teeth. I should really snap its neck. Suddenly a shout came from afar, It's around here, I sense a large amount of dark mana in this area. Isaac placed his hand on the giant's skull, calling forth a surge of spirit energy as if to gather it in. We can't get caught here. Then he calmly summoned power, divine punishment, attribute conversion. Isaac's face remained utterly composed from start to finish. After a while, the giant skull transformed into a small, adorable doll. Whisper got excited at the sight and quipped that hiding her was clever. She's a high-ranking demon, so sending her straight to the shadow realm would be tricky. No sooner had he finished speaking than Isaac decisively flung the doll into the air. The giant skeleton wailed, My lord. We've just reunited, why part so soon? Whisper asked helplessly, Didn't you tell us to keep her? Isaac bluntly admitted, caught red-handed and you're done for. It got another faceplint thrown into the holy pool. Will that do? Isaac confidently reassured, It's fine, I've already changed her attributes. The crowd led by Shuri reached Isaac. He worriedly asked, Are you okay? Observing the scene from the nearby bushes with Shab, the group murmured, Looks like you're fine. They rushed over cheering, Well done, you captured this spy. A companion added, You've done a great deed. Isaac didn't reply, he cut to the chase. I heard this criminal name drop the Black Seraph. Does anyone know who that is? A friend cried out in shock, The Black Seraph is that vicious criminal. Everyone shared the expression, he's targeting the holy nation. A friend shouted in astonishment, The Black Seraph is that vicious criminal. Benjamin had the same look, he's aiming at the holy nation. Upon hearing it, he froze like stone. What the hell, did I really sign a pact with someone like that? Whisper leaned in and muttered, Those con artists are rampant, huh? The blue-haired friend scanned the fallen foes and breathed out, He seems unstable. How did you control him? Isaac glanced away, not revealing the truth. His artifact went out of control and he collapsed on his own. While they chatted, Shabli's arrived. He walked up behind Isaac and praised him, You truly did not disappoint me. Isaac jolted, astonished at the sudden appearance. Where did this guy pop out from? Ignoring Isaac's look, Shabli's continued, You've worked hard, young Master Eshua. Shall we return to the palace? The royal family will reward you generously. Scene shift to the magnificent castle, standing solemn under the sunlight. The next day, royal banquet hall. Isaac focused on eating from a lavish spread as whispers rose around him. Word has it young Master Isaac caught the cultist, and his family gets credit again. Seeing the weapon on the table, Shuri winced and complained, Could you put that blood-stained bell somewhere else? Isaac replied nonchalantly, The emperor requested it. He wants me to precisely explain how I caught that guy, the fellow shouted helplessly. You can just explain it with words. But how did you get that thing in here? Weapons aren't allowed in the royal palace. Isaac innocently answered honestly, What do you mean? How so? The bell's always in my underwear. While they argued, a deep, warm voice cut in, How delightful. Alexander entered, smiling kindly and praising, I'm very pleased you put my gift to good use. Recognizing who had appeared, Shuri sprang up, Your Majesty. Alexander smiled and nodded. How could I not be grateful? Not only did you cherish the gift I gave 10 years ago, you used it to catch the criminal who tried to assassinate me. Chablis, standing beside Alexander, curled a proud smile. Another voice chimed in, drawing Isaac and the Emperor's attention. Truly worthy of being a contract holder of the greatest god. The Empress approached and spoke graciously. Indeed, I asked you to handle that, but I didn't expect you'd actually catch the spy. Isaac stared at her angry yet forced smiling face. A thought crossed his mind. You must have planned to pin treason on the crown prince, so you're pretty bitter it didn't go your way. Whisper hid in his cloak and excitedly added. She must be furious. Her plot to frame the prince collapsed the moment the Black Seraph was revealed as the real culprit. The Empress wasn't done, she continued. I assume young master requested a reward. May I, as Empress, personally bestow one for protecting his majesty? A young priest so praiseworthy must be rewarded. Hearing the Empress, Chablis paused for a moment. Unlike him, Isaac remained utterly calm. Placing a hand on his chest, he expressed, "It is my honor. However, the crown prince has already promised to personally reward me. Receiving anything more would be too lavish for one who serves the divine. So please allow me to accept only your gracious sentiment." Understanding Isaac's intent, the Empress's face turned cold as she replied, "The priest of the greatest god seems quite close to the crown prince. You'll be fine." Isaac answered briefly, "Yes. I quite admire the crown prince because he is a follower of the Skeleton King." After the tense exchange, standing outside the grounds, Shuri worriedly asked, "You just crossed the Empress. Are you sure about that?" Isaac didn't care much. He casually replied, "Do you want me to side with the Pope or something?" He continued, "Remember what you said, His Highness the Crown Prince was deeply moved." Isaac put a hand behind his head as he walked and added, "Yeah, so it." Before he could finish, two people cut in. "Finally found you, you shameless jerk," one youth demanded angrily. "Hand over the local guardian spirit." The leader spat insults, "You rotten brat." Isaac sighed at them. "You still care about that? Really nothing better to do?" The leader couldn't help shouting, "Kid, we've been searching for you day and night for days. Whatever, today we must take it back at all costs. We're in the royal garden. You can't use holy magic here. Go ahead and try. We'll report you for disrespecting the royal family." Whisper took out a pen and scribbled diligently. Note, except for the royal family, no one may use holy magic in the royal garden. Seeing Isaac still standing there like a dumpling, the guy urged again, "Hand it over, you bastard." Isaac leaned back and answered, "No way. I've already decided to give it to the royal family, you idiots." A new note was scribbled, "Touching royal property will be framed as treason." After hearing this, the blonde pointed at Isaac and demanded, "Don't be ridiculous. So the royal family would accept a god from the papal faction? Enough with your lies," someone cut in. "Young Master Isaac is right." Chablis stood there proudly and declared loudly, "I've decided to place that item in the Emperor's palace garden." Those who recognized him shouted in unison, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chablis said nothing, walked step by step to where the group stood and continued, "I didn't expect you'd covet something in the Imperial Palace. Truly no manners at all." Seeing him take their side, Isaac regained confidence and grew more cocky. "See, he said he'd place the guardian spirit in the Crown Prince's garden." Chablis nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I believe we've agreed to put it in the Crown Prince's palace garden." The leader, face draining, cursed inwardly. He just said the Emperor's palace, damn it. His face was soaked. Chablis turned serious and warned, "If you take it, I'll treat it as you attempting to steal my property." Isaac tightened his grip and added, "Got it? Don't loiter around me and just give it up, you dumb jerks." With the crowd dealt with, Isaac asked, "Excuse me, Your Highness, why are you soaking wet?" Chablis wiped her hair and answered, "I soaked myself in that pond." Shuri nearby blurted in confusion, "Soaked in the pond?" Isaac scratched his head, looking bewildered. Did I forget something or what?" Isaac Fashuri Dang Thong Th letter 1EA3, D letter 1EA1, O Trern Han Lang. C letter 1EA3 N Hom D letter 1B0 letter 1EDD, NG N Hu CHU letter 1EA9, N B letter 1ECB Cho M letter 1ED9 T CHUY letter 1EBF, and Daiza. Shuri Do H letter 1ECF, IL letter 1EA1, I Cho CH letter 1EFC, Zem C letter 1EADU, and Hawk Co TH letter 1EADT, S letter 1EF1, MU letter 1ED1, MV letter 1EC1, and Hachin Kong. Isaac CH letter 1ED1, and GT Saudi Stroke letter 1EA7U. Novinam M letter 1EDB, I Naren PH letter 1EA3, IV letter 1EC1, Tham Jiadin. Isaac L letter 1ED9, V letter 1EBB Side 2. C letter 1EADU, Dang B letter 1EADN, Tam CHUY letter 1EC7, and Cock V letter 1ECB, TH letter 1EA7N, B letter 1ECB, GMJ letter 1EF, VAMU letter 1ED1, and Tim Koch H letter 1ECF, IYQKI letter 1EBF, and TH letter 1EA7N, Kong La. Shuri Therm R letter 1EB1NG, Ko Thu T letter 1EB, C letter 1EE7, a TI letter 1EC3, U Thu Melissa G letter 1EED, I Distroke letter 1EBFN. Engi Tern Ko Ta, Isaac B letter 1ED7NG, KH letter 1EF1NG, L letter 1EA1I. V letter 1EEB, A Engi Melissa, MU letter 1ED1, and G letter 1EB7P. M letter 1EB7T, Isaac Time Mate. M letter 1ED3, Hoi CH letter 1EA3, Y Wrong. C letter 1EAD, UL letter 1EA7M, B letter 1EA7M, T letter 1EF1, and H letter 1E7, Hey Lathoi. Kong V letter 1 EC1 and letter 1 EF, a Cho lamp. Trong Kai Do T letter 1 EA1 I TR letter 1 E5 S letter 1 EDF Jio H letter 1 ED9 I Kong Kai Kong H letter 1 EC1 Yern Bin Enhu V letter 1 EBB Bernanga V letter 1 ECB H letter 1 ED3 and G Y and G letter 1 ED3 ICH letter 1 C5 MCH letter 1 C7 Tran G H letter 1 EBF V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Co CH letter 1 ECB Yukayangi Bao Kaur letter 1 EB1 and G Tai T letter 1 ED Denkin TH letter 1 EC7 Piqua Sao Vao CHU Y letter 1 EC7 and C letter 1 E7 A Cock Linum letter 1 E5C H letter 1 EFN T letter 1 ENC T letter 1 ED1 ID stroke letter 1 ED PT XU letter 1 ED1 and GGH letter 1 EBF V letter 1 EC7 C Hung Jian Hung Te Vao and letter 1 ED9 IB letter 1 ED9 Jio H letter 1 ED9 Iro Rang W letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 T Quas letter 1 ENC CH letter 1 ECB U stroke letter 1 EF1 and G C letter 1 E7 Allow Via Sao Kina Barit D stroke letter 1 E9 and G L letter 1 EF and G Engi B letter 1 ECB H letter 1 ED3 and GY L letter 1 E9 M B letter 1 E9 M C H letter 1 ED I R letter 1 E7 Agatai T letter 1 ED Dom Lam LO letter 1 EA1 and K letter 1 EBF H O letter 1 EA1 C H C letter 1 E7 Amit H letter 1 EFN and letter 1 EDF M letter 1 ED9 T and letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I and Hem H L letter 1 EC3M T letter 1 EF1 distroke letter 1 EFC Cho R letter 1 EB1 and G Kanji letter 1 EAD and IS letter 1 EBD Laben distroke letter 1 E1 P distroke letter 1 EC3 H letter 1 EFN Leo learn CH letter 1 EBF CGH letter 1 EBF Jio Han Hina Barit T letter 1 E and CGI letter 1 EAD and distroke letter 1 ED PM letter 1 E1 and H TXU letter 1 ED1 and G ban Kokong TH letter 1 EC3 Tin Isaac L letter 1 EA1 I distroke letter 1 E9 and GV letter 1 EC1 Fiat Tai T letter 1 ED CH letter 1 EC9 Viam letter 1 ED9 T Lai Dulang X letter 1 EB9 T and Hukai Kuvi letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDDN Kina Vo distroke letter 1 EA7 U B letter 1 E9 T Tai T letter 1 E9 C distroke letter 1 EBFN and letter 1 ED5 M letter 1 EAFT Kocho R letter 1 EB1 and G and Gai Kia TH I letter 1 EBF Ujai V letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and Ma Isaac L letter 1 EA1 I CH letter 1 ECDN Phi distroke letter 1 ED1 I distroke letter 1 EA7 UV letter 1 EDB I Jio H letter 1 ED9 I N Hu V letter 1 EADY V letter 1 ECB H letter 1 ED3 and G Y TR letter 1 ES7 M and Gam Sai Tin H letter 1 EFN BI letter 1 EBF T Isaac Kong Don GI letter 1 EA3N Fasich letter 1 EFC CH letter 1 EFN TH letter 1 EB1 and G and Hawk Dangamu distroke I letter 1 EC1 Ujai Dosi letter 1 EF1 C K letter 1 EF3 to L letter 1 EDBN Trong distroke letter 1 EA7 U Lao H I letter 1 EC7 N Laren Hin letter 1 EA3 and H Isaac C letter 1 EA7 M K I letter 1 EBF M distroke letter 1 EA7 YQ U Y letter 1 EC1 N I H letter 1 EFN to letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ECF ITH letter 1 EB1 NG N Hawk Dong Mao R letter 1 ED3 and G M letter 1 EA1 and H M letter 1 EBD Nai distroke letter 1 ECB and HD I letter 1 EC5 and Troj IT I letter 1 EBF PC H letter 1 EFN Duate Laren C letter 1 EB1 M and H letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 I R letter 1 EB1 and G Isaac Lake I letter 1 EBF M Su TR letter 1 EBB and H letter 1 EA5 T L letter 1 ECBCH S letter 1 ED M letter 1 ECD, I hand distroke letter 1 ED9 and G K letter 1 EF3, QU letter 1 EB7, CG letter 1 E7N, Day C letter 1 EE7, a C letter 1 EAD, U distroke letter 1 EC1, UKH, I letter 1 EBF, and Lao PH letter 1 EA3, I to CH letter 1 EB and G. And Hung R letter 1 ED3, I Lao J letter 1 E1T die. ZI letter 1 EBFT, L letter 1 ED9, Jio, Hung Dako K letter 1 EBF, H letter 1 EO and CH 3 H letter 1 ED3, IS letter 1 E and C, M letter 1 E1 and H, C letter 1 E7, a T letter 1 ED1, I cow, TH letter 1 E7 N and Gay, Trong BU letter 1 ED5, I letter 1 EC5, T letter 1 ED1 T. And GH letter 1 EC7 P S letter 1 EFP T letter 1 EDB V letter 1 ECB H letter 1 ED3 and GY and H letter 1 EBFCH MAPE C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IK H letter 1 EA9Y Lao BI letter 1 EBFT N Han Blue C letter 1 E7 N Ha Isaac H I letter 1 EC7 and Dang TH I letter 1 EBF Udias letter 1 EF1 B letter 1 EA3 OH letter 1 ED9 TH letter 1 EA7 N Thon Fadola distroke I letter 1 EC3 MY letter 1 EBF U Chiam letter 1 E1 and G N letter 1 EBF U Kong Ko TH letter 1 A7N L letter 1 EF1 C B letter 1 EA3 OV letter 1 EC7 N Ha Ashu S letter 1 EBD CH letter 1 EB3 and G TH letter 1 EC3 Dung distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 C by THU letter 1 EAD T N letter 1 EF Kai Do H letter 1 ECD S letter 1 EBD B U letter 1 ED9 CPH letter 1 EA3 I Jio and letter 1 ED9 P L letter 1 EA1 IQ U Y letter 1 EC1 and Nang Cho Jio H letter 1 ED9 On M letter 1 EFT Lao Tier letter 1 EDF Nairn S letter 1 EFCL letter 1 E1 and H Lao KH letter 1 EB3 and G stroke letter 1 ECB and H and Han Blue S letter 1 EBD Konkana letter 1 EF1 a CH letter 1 ECDN now Kakangai VI letter 1 EC7 CCH letter 1 EFP and H letter 1 EDN distroke letter 1 EC1 and GH letter 1 ECB C letter 1 E7 a min Lauki Sang D letter 1 EB7N Kina distroke letter 1 EB and G Phi TH letter 1 EDD I Giant letter 1 E3 and G V letter 1 E3 and G Quan Isaac and letter 1 EF a Mahati letter 1 EDP Trung Ren LUY letter 1 EC7 and S letter 1 E9 C M letter 1 E1 and H C letter 1 E7 a Chin Min Kina Tavat M letter 1 ED3 Hoi Kai Engi Lao Bao Tin Isaac Da R letter 1 EDD I Dive letter 1 EC1 N Ha Chin Chuk T letter 1 EBFT Kong Kai B letter 1 ED7 and G TR letter 1 EDF Naren U L letter 1 EA1 TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G CHUY letter 1 EC3 and C letter 1 E3 and H Distroke letter 1 EBFN and TH letter 1 F1 and Ha Ashua M letter 1 ED92 KI letter 1 EBF and Truck Distroke letter 1 ED3 S letter 1 ED9 Fatranga letter 1 E7 HI letter 1 EC7 and Radi letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB IB letter 1 EA7 UTR letter 1 EDD I Trong Zan D letter 1 EBC letter 1 EED S letter 1 ED5 and Hin XU letter 1 ED1 NG Isaac TH letter 1 EA5 Y San and Hammond letter 1 ED3 and Alm letter 1 ED9 T Koch B letter 1 E5 TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG C letter 1 EAD Utomo Kong BI letter 1 EBF TCHUY letter 1 EC7 and Jai Dang X letter 1 EA3 Y Ra Isaac and Go and Gok H letter 1 ECF I Kai Kwai Jai TH letter 1 EBF Nai Shabnak Bay Lo L letter 1 ED and G Baron C letter 1 E1 and H T letter 1 EC9 and H Bo Noi La Koch Distroke letter 1 EBFN Choi CH letter 1 E9 Sao and letter 1 EF D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I San Hang Tati I letter 1 EC3 Uthuquiti letter 1 ED C Vaozung Zin Dang C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Noi Ram or letter 1 EA3 Isaac N Hin Mat Autumn letter 1 ED3 Hoi Lin C letter 1 EA3 M Co CHUY letter 1 EC7 and CH letter 1 EB3 and G Lan Ju Relay Distroke letter 1 E9 and G C letter 1 E1 and H Kung TH letter 1 EA5 Y Sai Sai and Hin C letter 1 EA3 and H T letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 and G Nai Chu TH letter 1 ED1 T Laren R letter 1 EB1 and G Trong CH letter 1 EB3 and G Kok Jai M letter 1 ED9 T BU letter 1 ED5 I Zem M letter 1 EFT Quimo L letter 1 EDB V letter 1 EEB A Engi High CH letter 1 EF Zem M letter 1 EAFT M letter 1 EB7 T Shuri Tai Mate M letter 1 ED3 Hoi CH letter 1 EA3 Y N Hu T letter 1 EAFM and D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G N Hu Lo Cho M letter 1 EA1 and G Min Shuri J letter 1 E5 C X U letter 1 ED1 and G San Gao Thate Vi Dasi letter 1 ED1 Natron CHUY letter 1 EC7 and Nay B letter 1 EA5 Y Lao Masi U letter 1 ED1 I Kung V letter 1 EABN Kung Thought Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C Isaac Distroke letter 1 E9 NG C letter 1 EA1 and H N Hin V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Kong B I letter 1 EBF T Noi Jai Han Isaac Con Cham CH letter 1 ECDC Therm B letter 1 EA3 Oshuri 16 T U letter 1 ED5 I R letter 1 ED3 L letter 1 EA5 Y V letter 1 E3 Levy letter 1 EB a Distroke letter 1 EB9P Shuri to letter 1 ENC Diern Ki L letter 1 EA1 I M letter 1 EF and G C letter 1 EAD U la Distroke letter 1 ED3 and G letter 1 ED1 C Shuri G I letter 1 EA3 I Thich Lavai and Ha Ashuti H I letter 1 EBF U Kong Gai Naren and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Tom letter 1 EDB I Apen Di L letter 1 EA5 Y V letter 1 E3 Di Tri Noi G I letter 1 ED1 and G letter 1 EDF CH letter 1 ED7 Cock Kai S letter 1 ED1 KH letter 1 ED5 Shabnak Cham CH letter 1 ECDC R letter 1 EB1 and G Du Shuri Vo D letter 1 E5 and G and Hung and Geo letter 1 EA1 I Hin Venang L letter 1 EF1 C Kung letter 1 ED5N Naren B letter 1 ECB Dem Di Lam and G letter 1 EF1 a G letter 1 ED1 and G Kung PH letter 1 EA3 I Isaac and Gimam U letter 1 ED1 and X letter 1 EC9 Relay TI letter 1 EBF and Distroke letter 1 EBFN V letter 1 ED7 Vine letter 1 E7 I Shuri Dang Kok Lock TH letter 1 E3 MTH I letter 1 EBFT B letter 1 EA3 or letter 1 EB1 and G Chukung T letter 1 EB and G T letter 1 EB CH letter 1 ED1 I am letter 1 EA5 Y V letter 1 E5 NISU letter 1 ED1 T Naren Distroke letter 1 EB and G Lo Qua Isaac CH letter 1 E3 T TH letter 1 EFC M letter 1 EFC H letter 1 ECF I Sao Distroke letter 1 EBFN G letter 1 EDD Chu Relay V letter 1 EBN Chu CH letter 1 ECB UL letter 1 EA5 Y V letter 1 E3 How H letter 1 ECF I Don TH letter 1 EB3 and G Vout Tim Den KH I letter 1 EBF and Ang Chu G I letter 1 EADT Thought Relay letter 1 EA5P Ang Noi Lai Dula PH letter 1 EA3 I Dai San View as Yuang B letter 1 EDN C letter 1 E9 UTH letter 1 EBF G letter 1 EDB I Naren Kung Ko TH letter 1 EDD I Giant Shuri Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Sao U letter 1 ED1 and G Triangi Mam U letter 1 ED1 and Fun C letter 1 E3 Ra M letter 1 ED9 T and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Dan Ong Kok T letter 1 ED9 C T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Joshua XU letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 N B letter 1 ED3 I Therm Kuchai M letter 1 E1 and G Dolav I Chu C letter 1 E7 a Chao Kong TH letter 1 EC3 Di Tri Noi G I letter 1 ED1 NG Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CN letter 1 EF Oi Kai Twist Nai Lao Tasi letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IH letter 1 ED1 H letter 1 ED1 No Relay Din L letter 1 EDD INGUY letter 1 EC1 and C letter 1 E7 A View as Yuang Naren G I letter 1 EDD Davo Sin Luan Relay Ngizong CH letter 1 EC9 BI letter 1 EBF T Gao Thate Trong TUY letter 1 EC7 T V letter 1 ECD Isaac S letter 1 ED1 C T letter 1 EADN Ok M letter 1 EB7 T and Go and Gok T letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ECF I Chu Min B letter 1 ECB L I letter 1 EC7 T TH letter 1 EADT Relay H O letter 1 EA3 NG L O letter 1 EA1 NG I letter 1 EA3 I Thich Slam May Mach V letter 1 EBN H O letter 1 EA1 T Distroke letter 1 ED9 NG Bin TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG Distroke letter 1 EB NG Ko Engi Lao Kia Noi B letter 1 EADY Relay CH letter 1 EA1 Y Theo GI letter 1 EA3 I Thich and Hung Isaac D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG N Hu CH letter 1 EB3 NG Con Engi L letter 1 ECDT Tai CH letter 1 EF Now C letter 1 E A D U Bay Deng B letter 1 E A D N Tiro Hoa, Tin D letter 1 E F, V letter 1 E C 1 Ang Chu Min. Isaac N Hin Rong Gai, TH letter 1 E A 5 Y Koch Distroke letter 1 E B F N and Gai Kang Dong. Chu Relay Thai NG letter 1 E D 3 I Thur Min letter 1 E D F Gok Fong Vi B letter 1 E C B Zuck PH letter 1 E 1 M N Han PH letter 1 E 9 M N Gierm TR letter 1 E C D N G. Distroke letter 1 E D 9 T and here and Con C letter 1 E D. A B letter 1 E D T M letter 1 E D F. M letter 1 E D 9 T G L letter 1 E C D N G Noi Vangler and CH letter 1 E D I Isaac La. Distroke letter 1 E D 3 PH letter 1 E 3 and B letter 1 E D 9 I. C letter 1 E A D U and Hawk and Go and Gok Kung H letter 1 E C 3 U C H U Y letter 1 E C 7 and Jai X letter 1 E A 3 Y Raw. Hina Barit Song Vout V letter 1 E D B I V letter 1 E B B M letter 1 E B 7 T. H letter 1 E B 1 M H letter 1 E B 1 M Sok Kai. Ko M letter 1 E F and G Isaac Dom H letter 1 E 9. Aren L U Y letter 1 E C 7 and Cho Min Magia letter 1 E D D L letter 1 E A 1 I Distroke letter 1 E C B and H. Dir letter 1 E D 1 N Di L letter 1 E A 5 Y V letter 1 E. Isaac H letter 1 E D 1 T H O letter 1 E A 3 N G B letter 1 E A 3 O De La B U letter 1 E D 5 I Zem M letter 1 E A F T C letter 1 E 7 Ashuri CH letter 1 E 9 Kong P H letter 1 E A 3 I C letter 1 E 7 Amin. N Hung Kina Da K I letter 1 E C 3 M Tra K letter 1 E F 9 M letter 1 E 5 C Tier TH letter 1 E F 1 C S letter 1 E F 1 C letter 1 E 7 Adam T I letter 1 E C 3 Uthu Kia Chin La Isaac. Hina Barit Hate Laren B letter 1 E N C Zuck. KH letter 1 E B 3 and G Distroke letter 1 E C B and H. Dom Kong Gai and Gai Kia Dong and Hu Quan and Gai and CH letter 1 E C 9 Viam U letter 1 E D 1 and Tier letter 1 E D F. Then Han Ther C letter 1 E 7 Isaac. Thier and Tay and H letter 1 E C F. T U letter 1 E D 5 I and H letter 1 E 5 T and Hat Ashu. Shuri Engi Zong S letter 1 E B 7 C N letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D B C B letter 1 E C D T. M letter 1 E B 7 T B I letter 1 E B F and S letter 1 E A F C Vikong Tin N letter 1 E D 5 I Vow Taimin. And Chang B letter 1 E D 7 N G C letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I Fa Laren Diern C U letter 1 E D 3 N G N Hu V letter 1 E B A Trung S letter 1 E D 1 Distroke letter 1 E D 9 C Distroke letter 1 E A F C. Ha 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 ha. Ho Ra De Kong PH letter 1 E A 3 IBU letter 1 E D 5 I Zem M letter 1 E F T C letter 1 E 7 Ashuri. Malasi letter 1 E 7 Isaac. Shuri Distroke letter 1 E F C Chai Truro CH letter 1 C D C. Trong Kai Isaac Distroke letter 1 E 9 and G Bernam letter 1 E B 7 T letter 1 E D 1 IS letter 1 E 7 M. Tot M letter 1 E D 3 Hoi Vi B letter 1 E F 1 C B letter 1 E D 9. Shuri V letter 1 E B N Chua B I letter 1 E B F T S letter 1 E 3. Com V letter 1 E D 7 and G letter 1 E F 1 C B letter 1 E A 3 O N G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D. And Try 9 CH letter 1 E C D and J up Isaac M letter 1 E D 9 T Ko Down Y Q. Deng La Chua TH letter 1 E A 5 Y Quan Tai Chua Distroke letter 1 E D 5 L letter 1 E C 7. Isaac Kong CH letter 1 E C B U and letter 1 E D 5 I. C letter 1 E 7 M and Gay Chan and letter 1 E B F N Ving Jil Laren. C letter 1 E A D U J letter 1 E B 1 N J letter 1 E C D and G letter 1 E C F I T H letter 1 E B 1 N G and Zem Co MU letter 1 E D 1 and XU letter 1 E D 1 and GL letter 1 E D 7 and Gay Bay G I letter 1 E D D Kong. K letter 1 E B F T Q U letter 1 E A 3 La Shuri and No Don. T I letter 1 E B F and G and letter 1 E 7 N Vang Engi Fought KH I letter 1 E B F P. Kina Barit Distroke letter 1 E 9 and G C letter 1 E 1 and H Konte and Hin V letter 1 E D B I V letter 1 E B B Kin B letter 1 E C 9. Shuri Q U letter 1 E F 3 R letter 1 E 1 P XU letter 1 E D 1 and G San Zin Thom letter 1 E 1 and G. H letter 1 E 9 S letter 1 E B D Kong Bao G I letter 1 E D D C letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I N H letter 1 E A 1 O N letter 1 E D 7 I Dao C letter 1 E 7 Ajia Din N letter 1 E F. Isaac V letter 1 E A B N H letter 1 E A D M H letter 1 E F 1 C C letter 1 E A 7 M Chan N letter 1 E B F N Distroke letter 1 E 9 N G Jiam Sa. Ina Barit Noi Thermum letter 1 E D 9 T Kao C letter 1 E F 1 C G letter 1 E F T. B letter 1 E A 3 O A I R letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D B C Chow Tri Jio. Hong Vao and Hathai Deng Lam U letter 1 E D 1 and T letter 1 E F 1 Sot. Shuri L letter 1 E 7 M B letter 1 E 7 M Thamin Lemon Kong H letter 1 E C 1 G letter 1 E C D. Adam and G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I Do T letter 1 E D B I. Gay Luke Do, Ko T I letter 1 E B F and G A I Do G letter 1 E C D I Terran Isaac K H I letter 1 E B F and C letter 1 E A D U and Hawk G I letter 1 E A D T Min Ki L letter 1 E A 1 I. CH letter 1 E F C L letter 1 E A 1 I Co R letter 1 E F C R letter 1 E D 1 I M letter 1 E D B I R letter 1 E D 3. Kina Barit B letter 1 E A 5 T Angel letter 1 E D D Distroke letter 1 E C 1 N G H letter 1 E C B Isaac Hay K letter 1 E B F T Han V letter 1 E D B I N Ha Barit Fat T R letter 1 E D F Than M letter 1 E D 9 T PH letter 1 E A 7 N C letter 1 E 7 Ajia Din Co. L letter 1 E D D I C letter 1 E A 7 U Han T R letter 1 E F 1 C D I letter 1 E C 7 N K H I letter 1 E B F N M letter 1 E C D I N G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I Distroke letter 1 E 9 N G Hin. Shabnak Bay Low L letter 1 E D and G Baron C letter 1 E A 1 and H Trero V letter 1 E 5 C letter 1 E A 7 U Han K H I letter 1 E B F N Isaac M letter 1 E B 7 T Distroke letter 1 E C F B letter 1 E B and G X letter 1 E A 5 U H letter 1 E D 5. C letter 1 E A D U J letter 1 E A F T J letter 1 E C F N G B letter 1 E A 3 Okon Q U letter 1 E F 7 N H letter 1 E C F Cam M I letter 1 E C 7 N G L letter 1 E A 1 I. The letter 1 ED1, I C letter 1 E3 and H, CHUY letter 1 EC3 and distroke letter 1 EBFN, Fong H letter 1 ECDP, Chin C letter 1 EE7, Adin TH letter 1 F1 Ashua. Noikok B letter 1 EADCT, I letter 1 EC1, and B letter 1 ED1, I Dang Ban B letter 1 E1C, Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and G. Letter 1 ED9T, Lao Trong JT letter 1 ED9C, Hate Learn Distroke letter 1 EA7, YGI letter 1 EAD, and D letter 1 EF, Kyangitin Isaac Dizem letter 1 EFT. On KH letter 1 EB3 and G distroke letter 1 ECB and H, CHUY letter 1 EC7, and Nelak on TH letter 1 EC3, CH letter 1 E5P, and H letter 1 EDN distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C. Chu relay Kung PH letter 1 E3N distroke letter 1 ED1, IK letter 1 ECBCH, LI letter 1 EC7, TCHUY letter 1 EC7, NC letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB, Aizen Nai. Trong Kai Do, Shuri distroke letter 1 E9 and G, Fia Sao Lo L letter 1 EF and G, Nhin Isaac J letter 1 E5C distroke letter 1 EA7 U Vi Quam letter 1 EC7T M letter 1 ECF, IV letter 1 EDB, I distroke letter 1 ED1 and G, R letter 1 EAFC, R letter 1 ED1, I, and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, I cock lower letter 1 EB1 and GV letter 1 EDB, I tin koch quite cheer C letter 1 E7 Isaac. C letter 1 EADU and Hawkes letter 1 EBD, Lamo circumflex U letter 1 EBF, Thandan J letter 1 ED and C H O letter 1 EB7 C Fanat and Ha, and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Ta. And Gima TH letter 1 EA5 YT letter 1 ED9 I Cho Eyes. Relay Gao Laren and H letter 1 EFC M letter 1 ECD, I NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IR letter 1 EB1 and G Isaac M letter 1 EDB, I Co 11 TU letter 1 ED5. Ben CHUY letter 1 EC7 and Han and Han Luke Nai Laqua S letter 1 EDBM Va H letter 1 EBFT S letter 1 ENC Volai. Patriarch Joshua distroke letter 1 E9NG, Baron C letter 1 EED, S letter 1 ED5, TR letter 1 EA7M and GAM. Ang H letter 1 EDN, TH letter 1 EA5, Y Koch KH letter 1 E9. A distroke letter 1 EBFN, Dong B letter 1 E5 TTH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. And G Vaco NH I letter 1 EC1 U NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. IL letter 1 E1 Kong M letter 1 EDD. I Mati letter 1 EDB. Ong Lao NH letter 1 EADN Rocco AI Do Dang distroke letter 1 E9 and G Sao G I letter 1 EAD T Day. C letter 1 ED1 Tin M letter 1 EDD. I Dom and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. I Nai distroke letter 1 EBFN distroke letter 1 EC3 Gay R letter 1 ED1. I. On M letter 1 EFT Ong TR letter 1 EDF Nairn S letter 1 EAFC L letter 1 EA1 and H Fed distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Ngai Angel letter 1 EDD C letter 1 EDN C letter 1 E3 and H On M letter 1 EFT distroke letter 1 EA7 Y L letter 1 EF1 C C letter 1 E7 a Patriarch Joshua Ong BL letter 1 EBF Tiro Coke letter 1 EBB Amuti letter 1 ED1 and G KH letter 1 E9 Isaac Rock KH letter 1 ECF Ijidin Thong Quam letter 1 ED9 T CU letter 1 ED9 Si Han and Han Chin TR letter 1 EC Ong Lao Sai LU letter 1 EAD NR letter 1 EB1 and G VI letter 1 EC7 C Isaac R letter 1 EDD I Die S letter 1 EBD Co L letter 1 E3 I Cho M letter 1 ED9 T S letter 1 ED1 TH letter 1 EBF L letter 1 EF1 C M letter 1 ED9 T B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Chan D letter 1 E9 T Kot Veng D letter 1 ECDC Henlang Bao H I letter 1 EC7 U S letter 1 EF1 XU letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 and C letter 1 EE7 I N Han V letter 1 EADT Quan TR letter 1 ECD and Relay distroke letter 1 EA9 YM letter 1 EA1 and H C letter 1 EED A Fong Hung H letter 1 ED5 CH letter 1 EA5 T V letter 1 EA5N and Tri Min Zem Ko Dung La Dang distroke letter 1 ECB and H Bond distroke letter 1 E9NG Isaac Cho Jia T letter 1 ED9C Kok Hei Kong Isaac distroke letter 1 E9NG Trong Fong M letter 1 EB7T and Go and Gok N Hin Chu Relay B letter 1 EB and G B letter 1 EB and G Sot Kai Zong Vao Shabnek Kung To Mo Kong Came On M letter 1 EFT Isaac B letter 1 ED7 and G Dan L letter 1 EA1 I C letter 1 EADU and H letter 1 EDN Rocco M letter 1 ED9T S letter 1 EF1 H I letter 1 EC7 and DI letter 1 EC7 and Kong M letter 1 EA5 YT H I letter 1 EC7 and C letter 1 E3M Dang and G letter 1 ED3 I Gay Trong Fong Min Patriarch Joshua TH letter 1 EA3N N here and H letter 1 ECF I Relay Kosi HUY letter 1 EC7 N Jai Mappy H letter 1 EA3 I letter 1 EA7M I tilde Laren N Hu TH letter 1 EBF Via Sao La Kok Than Viern Kok Deng Quan Sot Tin Hin. V letter 1 ECB H letter 1 ED3 and G Y X U letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 NV letter 1 EDB I N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I G I letter 1 EA3 T letter 1 EA1 O Traren Moy. H letter 1 EAFN Thong TH letter 1 EA3 NG letter 1 ED3 I Traren Sofa. G I letter 1 EA3 I Thich R letter 1 EB1 and G Min CH letter 1 EC9 M letter 1 EDD I Koch Vi H letter 1 ECD Quantam distroke letter 1 EBFN Isaac Mathoy V letter 1 ECB Koch L letter 1 EA1 M letter 1 EB7T and G letter 1 ED3 I V letter 1 EFT Chan distroke letter 1 EA7 YQU Y letter 1 EC1 and Qui T letter 1 ECF Arakai CH letter 1 E5T Op distroke letter 1 EA30 Kong Giant Trong Fong B letter 1 ED7 and G TR letter 1 EDF Nairn and G letter 1 ED9T and G letter 1 E1 Shabnek distroke letter 1 ED9T and G letter 1 ED9T B I letter 1 EBF and distroke letter 1 ED5 I T letter 1 ECF Aralan Koi Den distroke letter 1 EA7 YG I letter 1 EAD and D letter 1 EF No NH letter 1 EADN, Ra K letter 1 EBB, NG letter 1 ED3, IKEA Chin, Latern, KH letter 1 ED1N, T letter 1 EBNG, C letter 1 ED1, G I letter 1 EBF, T Isaac, Trong Qua KH letter 1 E9, V letter 1 ECB, H letter 1 ED3 and G, YV letter 1 EBNG, I letter 1 EF, N letter 1 E5, C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I by H I letter 1 EC3M. And Hung Trong letter 1 EF, T Shabnak, H letter 1 EF, N K letter 1 EBB, Thukon Stroke letter 1 ED9, IT R letter 1 EDD, I Chung. Hong Kai CHL letter 1 EBF, and Tran Dasi letter 1 EDN K letter 1 EC1. A wide shot of the Joshua Mansion's main hall, where the uncles are gathered, chattering excitedly. Uncle Benjamin pounds the table in protest at arranging a marriage for a child not yet 16. The elder uncle next to him waves it off, saying age matters less than talent and a covenant with the divine. Benjamin turns and scolds Noel for overstepping by deciding everything on his own. Noel fires back, mocking Benjamin as useless and incapable of continuing the family line. The atmosphere in the hall grows intensely tense, the two sides arguing fiercely while Isaac stands calmly observing. Isaac suddenly speaks up, flatly declaring that the future head of the family can only be him. The uncles are stunned, some even say they'd rather let the Skeleton King take the house than hand it to this child. Noel approaches with a false smile, greeting the young nephew he meets for the first time. He strolls forward, his polished appearance concealing the contempt inside. A close-up of Noel's meaning-laden smile as he faces Isaac directly. Noel spits out bitter words, criticizing Isaac for looking nothing like his supposed elder brother. He even openly doubts that Joshua's blood runs in the boy. Benjamin grits his teeth in anger as Noel keeps rubbing salt into the wounds of an orphaned child. In response to the insult, Isaac breaks into a bright smile and greets Uncle Noel with utmost politeness. He immediately strikes back, recounting how Noel was once beaten bloody by their grandfather and had to run and hide. Isaac finishes with a sarcastic question about his uncle's failure to keep his word. Noel's face goes pale as he snarls Isaac's name in an uncontrollable fury. Other family members panic, scolding Isaac for daring to speak disrespectfully to his elders. Noel's face darkens, a murderous intent spreading to fill the space. Isaac repeats the question, hasn't Noel been beaten enough that he still dares to act up? Noel's eyes bloodshot, his patience finally snap. He turns and yells at Shuri Joshua, accusing her of failing to properly discipline this younger sibling. Shuri is so terrified she breaks into a cold sweat, unsure how to explain it away. Those nearby start worrying for Isaac's fate after angering the family's most feared instructor. Isaac calmly steps forward to take full responsibility, saying he was the one who taught Shuri. Noel stares at Isaac, his gaze razor-sharp as if to pierce the small body. The boy is bolder still, pointing straight at Noel's chest and calling him trash for attacking his family. Isaac tells Noel he should feel ashamed instead of blaming others, prompting the uncles to beg him to stop. Immediately, the system activates the survival prayer, identifying Noel as the obstructing threat to be eliminated. Shabnak recognizes this death mark and thinks to himself it's the first time he's seen it appear on a person since the Pope. Isaac realizes this family contains more than one marked individual, truly a decaying household. Shabnak suggests quietly eliminating them, but Isaac prefers to wait for a justified pretext from the law of cause and effect. Noel looks down at Isaac as the darkness and pressure of his magic begin to surge. In Noel's mind, there's only contempt for the half-blood he sees as causing chaos. He curled his lip in a cold smile, incredulous that a child would dare show such open hostility toward him. Noel begins to boast about his gifted status, claiming he's the only one carrying the Joshua family. A dense black energy gathers in his hand, asserting magic power at level 9 and a status that could rise to cardinal. He insults Isaac as an undisciplined child who needs to know his place. A blast of light erupts, flinging everyone nearby backward. The uncles cry out in desperation, demanding Isaac apologize at once because Noel is no one he can confront. Noel's magic-ignited hand is only inches from Isaac's face, but the boy stands perfectly still and calm. Isaac smirks and replies, "Apologize." Boom, a sudden explosion throws Noel backward as he reaches to touch Isaac. Noel's face darkens as he gathers an unpleasant, pitch-black aura in his hand. Isaac casually summons blazing red chains that wrap around his uncle. Noel is stunned as those chains bind him tight, leaving him unable to move. His face twists in terror, unable to believe he's been subdued so easily. Isaac lashes the chains, slamming Noel onto the main hall floor. The uncles and Shuri gape in astonishment at the boy's tremendous power. Isaac stands over the defeated man, mocking Noel as a loser pretending to be dangerous. He leisurely turns his back and walks away, murmuring about the power of the law-shaping god. Isaac says that although this god is difficult, he handles it quite smoothly. Seeing the loudmouth uncle collapse, the boy waves an extremely polite farewell. Noel seethes, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he plots to kill Isaac on the spot. He grits his teeth and mutters an extremely wicked dark curse. A close-up of Isaac's glowing red eyes shows he sensed the malevolent aura aimed at him. Suddenly, a black mark appears on Isaac's chest, causing him to pause slightly. Noel is triumphant, convinced he successfully used dark magic on the child. He even intends to trigger the Skeleton King's curse within Isaac to torment him thoroughly. But Isaac breaks into a mysterious smile, as if everything was premeditated. The skill curse rebound activates and a purple light envelops him. Noel is baffled to see his vile attack have no effect on Isaac. He begins to feel something wrong in his body, cold sweat pouring down his face. Noel suddenly spits up a mouthful of blood, collapsing in excruciating pain. He is shocked to realize he is the one suffering from that damnable curse. Noel grits his teeth in hatred, unable to accept this humiliating truth. He reaches out, trying to use his last strength to take a suicide swing at Isaac. People scream in alarm as Noel refuses to give up despite his grave injuries. Bang! A tall figure in a black cloak appears, mercilessly slamming Noel into the ground. Benjamin stares at the emerging savior with a stunned expression. It is Kalia Joshua, the head of the family, whose cold, overwhelming presence dominates the space. Isaac stepped into Joshua's manor, looking small in a spotless white cleric's robe. Blocking his way was Kalia Joshua, a silver-haired man radiating deadly intent, staring intently at the boy. Isaac thought to himself that this uncle looked like the male version of Melissa. It turned out he was the family's #1 genius. The boy trotted forward, planning to greet him and try to befriend him. But Kalia suddenly froze, his sharp gaze drilling into Isaac. He growled that Isaac reeked of the Skeleton King. Without a word, he flashed his sword out of its sheath. Kalia lunged forward like a gale, vowing to kill the nephew he'd just met. Isaac panicked and leaned back to dodge the killing stroke. He tumbled across the stone floor several times, fortunate to have escaped with his life. Isaac hugged his head and sat on the ground, shaken from barely surviving. Kalia stood there with bloodshot eyes, murderous intent surrounding him like a true demon. Isaac realized the man had truly gone mad. Riley rushed over and grabbed Kalia, shouting for his brother to stop. Kalia still wouldn't let go, his hateful gaze fixed on Isaac. Riley explained this was his eldest son, but Kalia insisted the Skeleton King's scent couldn't be wrong. Kalia frowned at the small nephew sitting on the ground in the distance, still full of doubt. Despite Riley's assurances, Kalia stubbornly maintained he wasn't mistaken. He drew a dagger and demanded Isaac's belly be cut open to see if the Skeleton King's bones were hidden inside. Riley desperately tried to stop his brother's madness, while Isaac turned pale at the grisly threat. Suddenly, Kalia vomited a gush of black blood onto the floor. He collapsed completely, breathing in ragged gasps as Riley frantically caught him. Riley explained it was the result of trying to use holy power while being tormented by a curse, then muttered curses at Noel. As Kalia was carried away, Isaac sat and watched, quietly confirming that his uncle didn't have long to live. The spirit Shabnak revealed it was the Skeleton King's curse. Those afflicted rarely lived past 35. Shabnak laughed with glee at the thought of Noel's arrogant face when he saw his brother in such a sorry state. Isaac smiled schemingly. He planned to help lift the curse to more easily take control of the family. Later, Riley came to Isaac to apologize for the earlier incident, the bespectacled uncle looking full of remorse. Riley mocked Noel while the latter lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Noel ground his teeth in hatred, his face smeared with mud and wounds. Isaac inwardly sneered at his weakness. Noel still tried to argue loudly, but Riley bawled him out mercilessly. Riley scolded Noel for having no shame, picking a fight with a child and then getting beaten to a pulp. Noel pointed at Isaac, shouting that the kid must have used dark magic. Isaac could only feign ignorance innocently. He angrily screamed about vomiting blood, insisting Isaac had cursed him. Isaac thought to himself, I did do something, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. The boy feigned an explanation that he always carried a counter-strike spell against the Skeleton King, so that must be why Noel was injured. Isaac looked at Noel with a sardonic smile and retorted, asking if it was actually his uncle who had first cast the dangerous curse on him. Riley turned to interrogate Noel with a stern expression, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shabnak hovered behind Isaac, delighted to see Noel backed into a corner. Isaac quietly mocked his stupidity. Isaac thought to himself that this was how those who stood in his way should be punished. Noel stood there trembling with fury. Noel ground his teeth but could do nothing except clutch his aching arm. He turned away in a huff, leaving behind hollow threats. Isaac found it utterly boring. Noel shouted that when he became head of the family, he would chase everyone out. Riley merely sighed, watching the fools retreating back. Riley clicked his tongue, thinking that if the eldest were still around, Noel wouldn't have the nerve to be so arrogant. Isaac flinched inwardly when he heard Riley worry that Noel was currently the frontrunner for the headship. The spirit Shabnak added information about the mysterious death of the eldest's firstborn, which cast severe suspicion on the church faction. Isaac silently sighed. This family was a tangled mess. The more he learned, the more rotten it seemed. The next day, Joshua Manor bustled with preparations for a major event. The patriarch Joshua sat heavily on the high dais, his face cold and expressionless as he looked down at the members. In the meeting hall, everyone was silent. The patriarch glanced at Noel, wondering about his bandaged arm. Noel was pale, the arm Isaac had broken still wore a sling, making him look utterly pitiable. Contrasting with the adult's tension, Isaac perched casually, face bright as if at a party. The boy snickered that the atmosphere was wonderful today, prompting Shabnak to quip that it was wonderful because Isaac had just given Noel a beating. The elders whispered incredulously that a child like Isaac could break the hand of a genius like Noel. Noel broke into a sweat and tried to speak, but the patriarch cut him off in a cold voice. The patriarch casually said that a broken arm was nothing serious, leaving the old men beside him stunned. The old man shut his eyes and announced that the reason for today's assembly was a matter of utmost importance. Shocking news was revealed. The patriarch had decided to choose the official successor right now. The hall erupted in astonishment and excitement. Everyone felt that the moment had finally come. Noel inwardly reveled, thinking his father's hesitation had been because no one was worthy. Now it was surely him. He wore a smug smile, convinced the patriarchal seat was securely in his pocket. Voices buzzed, with Kalia falling ill. The candidates were down to Rilai or Noel. Kalia bowed his head to the table in pain, while Rilai looked embarrassed as all eyes turned to him. Although Rilai was very capable, his switch to becoming a paladin rather than a cleric caused him to be rated lower than Noel. A brief note explained the difference. Clerics specialize in magic, while paladins learn only a bit to focus on swordsmanship. The elders worried Rilai lacked the proficiency to master the cardinal's secrets. Rilai could only bow his head in silence. Noel grinned triumphantly and flattered his father that he had made the right decision because the followers had long been restless. The elders lamented that if Isaac were a few years older, he would undoubtedly be the perfect choice. Noel arrogantly declared that once he took power he would tighten discipline, his gaze threatening Isaac. Before he could relish it, the patriarch doused him with cold water. "Since when did I say I'd give it to you?" Noel froze as if struck by lightning, the smile on his face extinguished at once. He slammed the table, jumped up, and shouted, asking if his father intended to hand the family to the useless Rilai. Noel lunged forward and insulted Rilai as infertile, saying he couldn't carry on the bloodline and thus had no right to succeed. Rilai turned pale with shame. Noel lost control, viciously berating his younger brother before the elders. He stood arrogantly in the hall, openly contemptuous of Rilai, leaving everyone dismayed. Rilai could only remain silent and endure it. At that moment, Isaac sprang to his feet, wearing an indignant expression on behalf of his uncle. The boy shouted, "How dare you look down on my uncle?" He yelled at the top of his lungs, "You despise Uncle Rilai just because he's a eunuch." The remark stunned the entire meeting into silence. Isaac continued his ill-fated defense. "What's wrong with Uncle being a eunuch? He didn't choose it." Rilai nearly fainted from embarrassment. Rilai desperately denied it as sweat poured down his face, while Isaac remained fully immersed in his childish performance of defending a family member. Isaac's shout echoed through the manor, "So what if he's a eunuch?" instantly turning his uncle's long-hidden secret into a laughingstock across the realm. Ti letter 1 EBF and G hate L letter 1 EDBN Veng D letter 1 ED9 IKH letter 1 EFP Fong H letter 1 ECDP CH letter 1 E5 TV letter 1 E5 N Zem AI Doko TH letter 1 EF1C S letter 1 EF1 MU letter 1 ED1 NTR letter 1 EDF Nairn Vo D letter 1 E5 and G Hey Kong Noel Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Do V letter 1 EDB Icante V letter 1 EB and Bangbo Li letter 1 EBF CN Hin Shuri Lo L letter 1 EFNG Vabuong L letter 1 EDD IM letter 1 EC9 Amiv letter 1 EC1 NH letter 1 EFNG R letter 1 EFC R letter 1 ED1 IV letter 1 EEB X letter 1 EA3 Y Ra GSCH letter 1 E7 Benjamin Ashua V letter 1 EABN NH letter 1 EAFM NGH I letter 1 EC1 NM letter 1 EAFT TR letter 1 EA7M G I letter 1 ECD and GG letter 1 ECD I Terran Isaac Chu C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I R letter 1 E1 and G R letter 1 E1 and Han NH letter 1 EA3 Uvang L letter 1 EDD Ivan G letter 1 ED3 IXU letter 1 ED1 and GGH letter 1 EBF Trong Kai Shuri Fia Sao Distroke letter 1 ED5 M letter 1 ED3 Hoi Vi Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and Rilai Ashua NG letter 1 E1 and Gang CH letter 1 EC9 Te Vao Min C letter 1 E9 and G letter 1 E1 V letter 1 ECB Tri K letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB S letter 1 EBD Roy Vao Te Min H O letter 1 EB7 C Noel and Hung Benjamin D letter 1 EADP T letter 1 EFT High V letter 1 ECD and G Do and Gay L letter 1 EADP T letter 1 E9C KH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECBNH Rilai Kong Kong PH letter 1 EA3 ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 CCH letter 1 ECDN Kok Than Viern Kok B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Zai Zhao Kin Angel letter 1 E1C V letter 1 ECB Gia CH letter 1 E7 Tyern B letter 1 ED1 Thay Distroke letter 1 ED5 ICH letter 1 EA5N Distroke letter 1 ED9 NG T letter 1 EB Homne QUY letter 1 EC1 NK letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB S letter 1 EBD Kong Kon B letter 1 ECB GI letter 1 EDB IH letter 1 EO1N letter 1 EDF TH letter 1 EBF H letter 1 EC7 TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CN letter 1 E C letter 1 E3 Con Fong and letter 1 ED5 Tung Trong S letter 1 EF1 Kin Ninja letter 1 E1C And gay C letter 1 E3 chow C H letter 1 E F T G I letter 1 E D D day con coco H letter 1 E D9 I tier letter 1 E D F. Than NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 E D D I distroke letter 1 E9 NG distroke letter 1 E A7 U G to letter 1 E D9 C. No C letter 1 E D1 V letter 1 E D B T VOT. H letter 1 ECF, ILI letter 1 EC7, UV letter 1 ECB, trido coam letter 1 EB7C, distroke letter 1 ECB and H, diquat TH letter 1 EBF, H letter 1 EC7, C letter 1 E7, H letter 1 ECDT, R letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDBC, Hey Kong. And hung Benjamin Lear T letter 1 E5C, PH letter 1 E7, and H letter 1 ADN. On letter 1 EFT, Noel distroke letter 1 EA7, Y to letter 1 E9C, T letter 1 ED1, I chi distroke letter 1 ED1, IDI letter 1 EC7, and in letter 1 E5, C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I letter 1 EA9 N, Y cute, C letter 1 E7, a C letter 1 EAD, U Bay Isaac. Benjamin QUY letter 1 EBF T distroke letter 1 ECB and H, Noi TH letter 1 EB3 and G, V letter 1 EA5N distroke letter 1 EC1. Distroke I letter 1 EC1, U Doko and Gia Isaac Han Ton Co TH letter 1 EC3, and H letter 1 EA3, Y V letter 1 ECDT Laren and letter 1 EFM QUY letter 1 EC1, and Kai TR letter 1 ECB Gia to letter 1 E9C, SUM letter 1 E9T, Koch TR letter 1 F1CT, I letter 1 EBFP. Isaac PH letter 1 EA5N, Kitch distroke letter 1 EBFN, M letter 1 E9C, C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I Kong Angel letter 1 EDBT. CH letter 1 E7M, Ngai V I letter 1 EC7, CL letter 1 EADP, KH letter 1 EBF, letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, CV letter 1 EDB, ITH letter 1 E7N, Lin QU letter 1 EA3, La N letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Dai Dung distroke letter 1 EFN, Z letter 1 EAD, U Bay distroke letter 1 EFCY, Q V letter 1 EDB, IK letter 1 EBF, HO letter 1 EA1, CHC letter 1 E7 Amin. Tronkalin H letter 1 ED3 N, Shabnak Baron C letter 1 E1 and H, CH letter 1 EC9 BI letter 1 EBF, Tiangan Angel letter 1 E9M, TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB, CS letter 1 EF1 DR and R letter 1 ED3 Do. Noel distroke letter 1 EADP Ban G I letter 1 EAD and D letter 1 EF. Kong CH letter 1 EFFP and H letter 1 EDN VI letter 1 EC7 CM letter 1 ED9T, distroke letter 1 E9, a TR letter 1 EBB, M letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IM letter 1 ED9T, TU letter 1 ED5, IV letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3T, M letter 1 EB7T, Kok Chu Min. Nhung Benjamin Cho, R letter 1 EB1 NG, Isaac Han Tian Co KH letter 1 EA3, Nang Do. GSH letter 1 E7, Thong TH letter 1 EA3, NH letter 1 EFFP Tra. NH letter 1 EFC, L letter 1 EA1, IL letter 1 ECBCH, S letter 1 ED, T letter 1 EB and G, Co M letter 1 ED9T, H letter 1 ED3 and G, Y Laren and Goi Kai M letter 1 EDB, I M letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I South TU letter 1 ED5, I M letter 1 EB7C, Cho No L Bao B, I letter 1 EC7, N R letter 1 EB1 NG, Do La Du TH letter 1 EBF, H letter 1 EC7, T R letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C DOS CH letter 1 EBFT, S letter 1 EA1CH. Benjamin V letter 1 EABN, KH letter 1 EB3 NG, distroke letter 1 ECB and H, De La Co H letter 1 ED9, Icong B letter 1 EB1 NG, Cho B letter 1 EA5T, K letter 1 EF3, AI, distroke letter 1 E7 2 Koch. Distroke I letter 1 EC1, UK I letter 1 EC7, and La PH letter 1 EA3, I Lam CH letter 1 E7, by THU letter 1 EAD, T B letter 1 EADC 9 Va distroke letter 1 B0, letter 1 E3, C Blue God Kong NH letter 1 EADN, distroke letter 1 EA7 UTRN. Kok TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG Lao Fia D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB IB letter 1 EAFT distroke letter 1 EA7 U Ben Ton Zon Zao. Noel SI letter 1 EBF TCH letter 1 EB7T and letter 1 EFMT. Kong TH letter 1 EC3 Tin N letter 1 ED5 IVI letter 1 EC7 CM letter 1 ED9T distroke letter 1 E9 a TR letter 1 EBB. Ran L letter 1 EA1 ICO TH letter 1 EC3 distroke letter 1 E1T T letter 1 EDB IB letter 1 EAC9. Benjamin PH letter 1 EA3N Foul B letter 1 EB1 NG Koch NH letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 IVI letter 1 EC7 CT letter 1 EBNG Co M letter 1 ED9T Thon N letter 1 EF M letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I M letter 1 ED9T TU letter 1 ED5 I. Naren CH letter 1 EB3 and G, Co Lai Du Jai M letter 1 ED9T, H letter 1 ED3 and G, Y letter 1 EDF, distroke letter 1 ED9, TU letter 1 ED5, I Do Kong TH letter 1 EC3, XU letter 1 EA5, TH, I letter 1 EC7N. On KH letter 1 EB3 and G, distroke letter 1 ECB and H, CH letter 1 EFC and letter 1 ECBCH, R letter 1 EB1 and G, Isaac CH letter 1 EFC, CH letter 1 EFN. S letter 1 EBD, distroke letter 1 E1T, T letter 1 EDB, I Trin distroke letter 1 ED9, Do TR letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Chi TR letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDF, and G Than. Noel C letter 1 E9 and G, H letter 1 ECD and G, T R letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C N, I letter 1 EC1, M Tin, C letter 1 E7, a Chaman. GSEH letter 1 E7, T letter 1 EF1, Tin, R letter 1 EB1 and G Min, Co TH letter 1 EC3, G I letter 1 EF, V letter 1 EF and G, V letter 1 ECB, Tri Nai, Therm It, NH letter 1 E5T, Nam Nam, N letter 1 EAF. A distroke letter 1 EC3, CH letter 1 EDD, distroke letter 1 E3, I. Baron and Gai Din TH letter 1 EF1, Ashua, B letter 1 EA7, U Kong Kai Yern Bin, Chuang PH letter 1 EA3N, Han Tan V letter 1 EDB, I NH letter 1 EFNG, and Mu Deng S letter 1 E5C, Soy Baron Trong. Din T letter 1 E9C, Lan TRUY letter 1 EC1, N and Han Chong. M letter 1 E C D I N G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I distroke letter 1 E C 1 U N H letter 1 E D N Raja CH letter 1 E 7 Deng D letter 1 E C D N distroke letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D and G Cho Isaac Laren and letter 1 E F M Q U Y letter 1 E C 1 H letter 1 E C D Psi L U letter 1 E A D and R letter 1 E B 1 and G T H letter 1 E D D I H letter 1 E 1 N Nam Nam La K H O letter 1 E A 3 and G T H letter 1 E D D I Giant distroke letter 1 E C 3 Kwansat Isaac Tron Quatrin T I letter 1 E B F P third by T H U letter 1 E A D T C letter 1 E 7 Ajia to letter 1 E 9 Relite distroke letter 1 E 9 and G Baron Han Lang and H letter 1 E5P, Travi letter 1 EDB, IV letter 1 EBB, M letter 1 EB7T, TR letter 1 E7M2. NBI letter 1 EBF, T row, Chamin Dahan Tan, Ngiang V letter 1 EC1, Fia distroke letter 1 E9, A Chow, NH letter 1 ECF. Rely NH letter 1 EDB, L letter 1 EA1, Ihin letter 1 EA3 and H, Isaac VTH letter 1 E7M, Ngai CU letter 1 ED9, Sidun IS letter 1 EBD, Kong H letter 1 EC1, D letter 1 EC5 Dang. And H letter 1 E5 T Lakai Kong Ko LU letter 1 E80 L letter 1 E7 now, C letter 1 E5M Thon and letter 1 EF, TR letter 1 EDF, then GSCH letter 1 E7. And then Hin Theo Bong Lung C letter 1 E7 A Isaac. Hi V letter 1 ECD and GM letter 1 ED9 T stroke letter 1 E9, A TR letter 1 EBB Tai Nang and Huvi letter 1 EAD, YS letter 1 EBD, Kong Dai L letter 1 E7M stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. NGL letter 1 E1C, L letter 1 ED1. And Hung Isaac Luke Nai Dang and letter 1 EDF, M letter 1 ED9T, and letter 1 E5, C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD. IC letter 1 EF1C, K letter 1 EF3, Giant X letter 1 EA3, O. CH letter 1 EB3 and G, M letter 1 EA3, Y May Quantam, distroke letter 1 EBFN, and H letter 1 EF and G low, L letter 1 EF and G do. Isaac C letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, I Koi Chai, V letter 1 EC1, distroke, I letter 1 EC1, UK, I letter 1 EC7, NPH letter 1 EA3, I distroke, letter 1 B0, letter 1 EE3, C blue God, Kong NH letter 1 EADN. M letter 1 ED9 T Chuthich H, I letter 1 EC7, N Laren Zoc, and H letter 1 EADN, C letter 1 EAD, U Bay V letter 1 ED1N, Da Die Side Distroke, letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, and G to letter 1 EB Lao. Shabnak TH letter 1 EB3 and G, TH letter 1 EB and G, Chair by Isaac Led Distroke letter 1 ED3, Vo V letter 1 ECD and G. KH I letter 1 EBF, NC letter 1 EAD, UN Hawk Ki L letter 1 EA1, IL letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, M Ngite Distroke letter 1 EA7, Y Thoch TH letter 1 ENS. Lin H letter 1 ED3N, Okma G I letter 1 EA3. NGR letter 1 EB1 and G, TH letter 1 E7 N, Lin CH letter 1 EC9, TR letter 1 E3, L letter 1 EDD, INH letter 1 EF and G, K letter 1 EBB, Thantam. Va Isaac Nairn B letter 1 EFT distroke letter 1 EA7 U H letter 1 ECDC Jio Li Di Lavi letter 1 E. Isaac Xi M letter 1 ED9 T T I letter 1 EBF and G. Kin B letter 1 EC9 Y Q T letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and GPH letter 1 EA3 ING letter 1 ED3 I T letter 1 E5 and G Kin N I letter 1 EC7 MPH letter 1 EADT C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk and letter 1 EA3 Y Raw Y Q distroke letter 1 ECBNH S letter 1 EBD Dung Shuri distroke letter 1 EC3 TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 E7N Lin R letter 1 ED3 I8BU letter 1 ED9 C no PH letter 1 EA3 IPH letter 1 E5C Tungmin. CHI letter 1 EBF, CGH letter 1 EBF, GIA, CH letter 1 E7, CH letter 1 EFC, CH letter 1 EFN, PH letter 1 EA3, ILA C letter 1 E7, A C letter 1 EADU. Isaac B letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, C Dying Garen Gang. Tyron B letter 1 ED1, S letter 1 EBD, T letter 1 ED1 and GT, I letter 1 EC1, and TH letter 1 E7 and Lin N letter 1 EBF, U no Kong CH letter 1 ECB, U Kong NH letter 1 ED and Min. Shabnak CH letter 1 EC9 B, I letter 1 EBF T, C letter 1 E1 N, L letter 1 EDD, I. V letter 1 EEB, A distroke letter 1 EBFN, Han Lang. Isaac Da N Hin TH letter 1 EA5 Y Shuri Dang distroke letter 1 E9 and G Kungam letter 1 ED9 T and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I cock. C letter 1 EADU N Hawk Real Laren Thich Thu. Isaac CH letter 1 EA1 Y UAT letter 1 EDB IV letter 1 EAB Y Te Chow Shuri. Trong distroke letter 1 EA7 UV letter 1 EBN Dang Tin Ton VI letter 1 EC7 CB letter 1 EFT V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 E7N PH letter 1 EA3 ITR letter 1 EA3 and letter 1 E3 Chomin. C letter 1 EAD U Bei Chu C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IH letter 1 ECF ICH letter 1 EC9 C letter 1 EA7N distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 C blue God Kong and H letter 1 EDN La Zong Dung Kong. V letter 1 EBB, M letter 1 EB7T, Vo Kung H letter 1 ED3N, N here. Letter 1 ED90 Than near and Cowl letter 1 EDB and V letter 1 EDB. Amai Talk B letter 1 E1C, XU letter 1 EA5TH, L letter 1 EC7N. And Hin XU letter 1 ED1 and G Isaac B letter 1 EB1 and G V letter 1 EBB, King KH letter 1 C9 and H. Veg letter 1 ECD, IC letter 1 EADU last, C letter 1 E5C and letter 1 E3 Jai Day. Dola Joseph Esh. Joseph C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, I hip M letter 1 EFT, Ken Shuri .TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Than Han. Trong Kai Shuri runs C letter 1 EA7M, C letter 1 EADP. CH letter 1 EC9, Dom L letter 1 EAFP, B letter 1 EAFP, Dop L letter 1 EA1. H letter 1 EFN, Ravi letter 1 EBB, Than TH, I letter 1 EC7, and in H letter 1 EFC, V letter 1 EC1, VI letter 1 EC7, Siang and letter 1 ED9, I Dom letter 1 EDF, R letter 1 ED9 and G, QUY letter 1 EC1, and K letter 1 EBF, V letter 1 ECB, and Hung Isaac, L letter 1 E1 and H, Lung Quan Sa. NH letter 1 EADN raw S letter 1 EF1 S letter 1 E3 high T letter 1 ED9T distroke letter 1 ED9 C letter 1 E7 Ashuri Shabnak Diokin B letter 1 EFT distroke letter 1 EA7 Ufantich Lai L letter 1 ECBCH Joseph Eshua Contri TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and GC letter 1 E7 a Benjamin M letter 1 ED9T K letter 1 EBB and Choi Trok Tong Vasi letter 1 EF1C K letter 1 EF3 Gate Gia to letter 1 ED9C Nat then H letter 1 ED3 and K letter 1 EBFT LU letter 1 E80 and Joseph CH letter 1 EC9, IM letter 1 ED9 Fear and B letter 1 E3 and L letter 1 ED7, IVY letter 1 EBF, UKM C letter 1 E7 Isaac. Isaac Ingizang L letter 1 EC1 and T letter 1 ECF Asat Kai. Ace letter 1 ECF Izem H letter 1 EFN Komu letter 1 ED1 and CH letter 1 EBFT Luan Ka. Joseph Eshutum L letter 1 EA5 Y Shuri. Ape C letter 1 EAD UN Hawk PH letter 1 EA3 ITR I letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 EA7N on Song Cho Min Zem. Joseph to letter 1 ECF, Rossi letter 1 EF1C, K letter 1 EF3, H letter 1 ED1 and G hot. Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G, N Hin V letter 1 EDB, IV letter 1 EBB, Kong Hai Long. Joseph Kisang M letter 1 EC9 Amai, Nor R letter 1 EB1 and G, Isaac H letter 1 ECDC, M letter 1 EA5, Y Chiru Tro, B letter 1 EA9N, distroke letter 1 EC3, G and GH letter 1 EBF, GSCH letter 1 E7. Shuri run R letter 1 EA9, Y PH letter 1 EA3N, distroke letter 1 ED1, I. NH letter 1 EAFC L letter 1 EA1 I L letter 1 EDD I Ong N letter 1 ED9 I D letter 1 EB7N PH letter 1 EA3 I2 T letter 1 EADP Santam N Hung Joseph CH letter 1 EB3 and G them Engi Va B letter 1 EA3 OC letter 1 EAD UB I letter 1 EBF T Than B I letter 1 EBF T PH letter 1 EADN H letter 1 EAFN N Han M letter 1 EB17 Noi V I letter 1 EC7 CTR I letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Theo Koch Thong TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G Qua T letter 1 ED1 N TH letter 1 EDD I Giant Joseph MU letter 1 ED1 NM letter 1 ED9T Con distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG to letter 1 EAFT N Han J letter 1 ECDN Han B letter 1 EB1 NG Koch C letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 NG Ape Joseph TI letter 1 EBF PT letter 1 E5 C D letter 1 ED3 and Ape Shuri B letter 1 EA3 OC letter 1 EAD UTR letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 EA7 N Lin Cho NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IN Trier Quinai Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 NG Fisakwan Sot V letter 1 EDB I Onum letter 1 EFTL letter 1 E1 and H law. Isaac CU letter 1 ED1. I can learn TL letter 1 EBF and G. B letter 1 EA3 O Joseph T letter 1 EF1 Dimatir letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I. H letter 1 EFN Tati letter 1 ENCT letter 1 ED1 IKL letter 1 EO1 IM letter 1 EF and G. Shuriken X letter 1 E9 and G. Lanji letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD. I and Ha SH letter 1 EC9 Vimao talk now. Isaac B letter 1 EAFT distroke letter 1 EA7 U N letter 1 ED5 IG I letter 1 EAD NTH letter 1 EADT S letter 1 EF1 Isaac TH letter 1 EDF Dayangon NG letter 1 E9M TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CS letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ED1 and G Hotch C letter 1 E7 Again H letter 1 ECD Joseph Quat B letter 1 EA30 Isaac distroke letter 1 EB and G Komang M letter 1 EA5 YTH letter 1 E9 distroke letter 1 ED3 Choi TR letter 1 EBB Con Ra Day Isaac Duate Vao Trongao TH letter 1 E7M and Guy letter 1 EDF Kai distroke letter 1 ED9 TU letter 1 ED5 I C letter 1 E7 Amin Thinaran B letter 1 EDBT DO L letter 1 E5 C L letter 1 E1C C letter 1 EAD U Dang CHU letter 1 EA9 and B letter 1 ECB Rut Fuka Joseph Chua B I letter 1 EBF T distroke I letter 1 EC1 U C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IKH letter 1 EA9 YB letter 1 EA3 O Isaac Hain Gon and Gon TR I letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Blue God Dai Kai H letter 1 EFN Con Dang Noi CHU Y letter 1 EC7 and T letter 1 ED to letter 1 EBF Shuri Baron C letter 1 EA1 NH S letter 1 EE3 distroke letter 1 EBFN Tai M letter 1 EB7T B letter 1 EA5T NG letter 1 EDD M letter 1 ED9T Don T letter 1 EA5N Kong C letter 1 EF1C M letter 1 E1 NH Jiang TH letter 1 EB3 and G Vao M letter 1 EB7T Joseph Ma B letter 1 EFN Ra KH I letter 1 EBF N T letter 1 EA5T C letter 1 EA3 S letter 1 ED and G S letter 1 ED1 T Joseph B letter 1 ECB Don Vang Raza V letter 1 EDB IT I letter 1 EBF NG H letter 1 ED9C Dao distroke letter 1 EDBN Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G Do S letter 1 EB5N Sang Cho NH letter 1 EF and G Don T I letter 1 EBF P Thea Trante Isaac La CH I letter 1 EBF C Golden Rattle Da B I letter 1 EBF and Thanroy C letter 1 EAD U G letter 1 EA7M Laren H letter 1 ECF I Ga KH letter 1 ED1 N Now Dom Gay S letter 1 EF1 V letter 1 EDB I Min Shuri Nhin Isaac distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Zuck distroke letter 1 ED9 and G C letter 1 E9 and G letter 1 E1 C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk Dang Rate C letter 1 E9 U Min Joseph Thai Amem letter 1 EB7T Dao distroke letter 1 EDBN Traran and letter 1 EC1N distroke letter 1 EA5 Isaac Quat L letter 1 EDBN R letter 1 EB1 and G C letter 1 EAD US letter 1 EBD Kong TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 IB letter 1 E5T C letter 1 E9 V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 E7N Now Cho Joseph Joseph Kikuvai B letter 1 ECB Dom B letter 1 EA5T and G letter 1 EDD Kai Khan Shua K letter 1 E CBP Lam Jai. Joseph L letter 1 EA3 O D stroke letter 1 EA3 O D stroke letter 1 E9 NGD letter 1 EADY. NGUY letter 1 EC1 and R letter 1 E7 Isaac letter stroke letter 1 ED3 Diern. H letter 1 EFN Kong H letter 1 EC3 UC letter 1 EC7 and V letter 1 EB. X letter 1 EA3 Y Ra. Isaac V letter 1 EBN H letter 1 EBNG H letter 1 EF1C Sok Kai. H letter 1 EAFN Duate Zoa V letter 1 EBFT Thuong Va S letter 1 EFNG S letter 1 EDD Kai TH letter 1 EA5 Y Mao. Joseph Kong TH letter 1 EC3 Tin Vao M letter 1 EAFT Min. Joseph Bang Hang B letter 1 EDF INH letter 1 EDDH UY letter 1 EBF TTH letter 1 ED1 NG Thonan letter 1 EF Man H letter 1 EF NG Don V letter 1 EDT Lai Bin TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG Chua T letter 1 EBNG KH I letter 1 EBF and H letter 1 EFNCH letter 1 EA3 Y Mao. V letter 1 EAD Y Ma Isaac L letter 1 EA1 I Lam Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C Isaac T I letter 1 EBF P T letter 1 E5C Mua Roy G letter 1 ECD I Joseph Lack letter 1 EBB H letter 1 EA1 Distroke letter 1 EB3 NG Z letter 1 EAD U Tyron B letter 1 ED1 R letter 1 EB1 and G T letter 1 EB Shua Distroke letter 1 EBFN Nabi letter 1 EA1 OL letter 1 EF1C Yuan Lyle I letter 1 EC1 UTH U letter 1 ED1 CH I letter 1 EC7 UNGH I letter 1 EC7 M Cho NH letter 1 EFNG K letter 1 EBB N Hu H letter 1 EFN letter 1 EDB I DOM letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 ECF R letter 1 EF1C N letter 1 E5C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I DOM S letter 1 E3 Isaac Distroke letter 1 EC1 and GH letter 1 CBM letter 1 ED9T CU letter 1 ED9C Dro CHUL letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EC3 Zoc N letter 1 ED3 and G and HL letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 EDB at Joseph. Joseph B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U low S letter 1 E3 H letter 1 EFN Tal Lui L letter 1 EA1 I C letter 1 ED1 L letter 1 EA5 Y2 Koch and H letter 1 ECD Distroke letter 1 EC3 Op CH letter 1 EBF Isaac and Hung Distroke I letter 1 EC1 U Do CH letter 1 EC9 Kang Lam Isaac Therm and G letter 1 E9 M letter 1 EAF Isaac Q U letter 1 EA5 T M letter 1 EA1 and H S letter 1 E3 I Roy X U letter 1 ED1 NG San T letter 1 EA1 O Ra and H letter 1 EFNG V letter 1 EBFT and letter 1 E9T L letter 1 EDBN C letter 1 EAD U CH letter 1 EB3 and G Quantam Joseph La AI CH letter 1 EC9 TH letter 1 EA5 Y H letter 1 EFN La Gadong Gate C letter 1 EA7N Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CD letter 1 EA1 Y D letter 1 ED7 Roy C letter 1 EA7 Isaac Vung Laren Diern CU letter 1 ED3 NG Quate S letter 1 E1CH M letter 1 ECD ITH letter 1 E9 Quan Joseph H letter 1 EFN Tossi H letter 1 EC9 B I letter 1 EBF T Distroke letter 1 E9 NG N Hin Trong TU Y letter 1 EC7 T V letter 1 ECD NG Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Diern D letter 1 EA1 Tyron B letter 1 ED1 Ton B letter 1 ED9 G T letter 1 ED9 C Asher T H U letter 1 ED9 C V letter 1 EC1 Min Vara letter 1 EC7 and H Cho Joseph B I letter 1 EBF N Gay L letter 1 EADP T letter 1 E9 C T I letter 1 EBF NG Thate C letter 1 E7 A Joseph Vang Laren Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Dao Distroke letter 1 EDBN Shuri Tyam letter 1 EB7 T Vias letter 1 E3 Tronkai T letter 1 EC3 UQ letter 1 EF7 Shabnak Balo letter 1 ED Fia Sao M letter 1 ED90 Bong Denop Sok Kung L letter 1 EDD I Tyron B letter 1 ED1 Jit letter 1 ED9 Joshua S letter 1 EDBM MU letter 1 ED9 and Kung THU letter 1 ED9 CV letter 1 EC1 Taymit Isaac V letter 1 EDB I Doi M letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 ECF R letter 1 EF1C Diern CU letter 1 ED3 NG Vung Roy QU letter 1 EAD TTH letter 1 EB3 NG Vao Joseph Eshu Joseph and letter 1 EB1 MV letter 1 EDT Trans San Mauti letter 1 EB Mu Vam I letter 1 EC7 NGCH letter 1 EA3 Y Wrong H letter 1 EFN Bang Hong Vi KH letter 1 ED1 IL letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 and GKH letter 1 E7 and GKH I letter 1 EBF PC letter 1 E7 Avukai D letter 1 E1 and G Roy Nat C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk Isaac SI letter 1 EBF T CH letter 1 EB7 T Conroy Conco Y Acute Distroke letter 1 ECB and H Nuong Te Joseph G letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 NGD letter 1 EAD Y Vung K I letter 1 EBF MPH letter 1 EA3N Kichtrong TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 ECDNG N Hung Isaac Kwa N Han C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk L letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB T Dai NH letter 1 EB9 N Hang N Hu Bong Ma Distroke letter 1 EC3 Nay Don M letter 1 ED9 T Kuvi letter 1 E5 T N letter 1 EAF A Trung M letter 1 EB7 T KH I letter 1 EBF N Joseph H letter 1 ED9 C Mao Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Ok Ki CU letter 1 ED3 NG Konke letter 1 ECBP TR letter 1 EDF Tech Roy Liern Han Ko C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG Hoa Ma Fop Thon H letter 1 EC7 D letter 1 ED9 IXU letter 1 ED1 NG and Humua Joseph CH letter 1 EC9 B I letter 1 EBF T Ko Rum NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD ICH letter 1 ECB UTR letter 1 ADN Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Koi Chai and letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Tan and H letter 1 EB and HL letter 1 EC7 and Ro Tran Q1 M letter 1 EB7 T TR letter 1 EBB Con C letter 1 E A D U and Guy Dom and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 E D D. I and Haj CH letter 1 E C9 B I letter 1 E B F T D stroke I letter 1 E C1 U Sao Kai and Dom. Hu D letter 1 E9 T D stroke I letter 1 E C3 M letter 1 E A1 and H D stroke letter 1 E B F N M letter 1 E9 C T letter 1 E A1 O Ra Du CH letter 1 E A5 N KH letter 1 E AFP Can Fong L letter 1 E D9 N G L letter 1 E A B Y. Vu Kai C letter 1 E E7 A Joseph Roy XU letter 1 E D1 NG D stroke letter 1 E A5 T. H letter 1 EFN Han Ton B letter 1 E5 T T letter 1 E9 and H Sao TR letter 1 EADN Don T H letter 1 EEB S letter 1 ED1 and G T H I letter 1 EBF U CH letter 1 EBF Isaac TH letter 1 EA3N N here and PH letter 1 E7 I Te R letter 1 ED3 IV letter 1 ED7 Te T letter 1 EF1 Ken M letter 1 EB7 C K letter 1 EC7 Shuri Vashabnak Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Hin Vikin High Shuri Lo L letter 1 EFNG CH letter 1 EA1 YT letter 1 EDB B letter 1 EA30 Isaac Distroke letter 1 EB and G Dung TH letter 1 E9 Kwai Tai Do and letter 1 EF Ava PH letter 1 EA3 IC letter 1 E9 N TH letter 1 ED and VICU letter 1 ED9 C Du K letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB Deng DI letter 1 EC5 N Ra Isaac Bossi letter 1 ED5 Shuri C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Tote B letter 1 EA3 Oda H letter 1 E1 Song Taran Kia R letter 1 ED3 I J letter 1 EDD Distroke letter 1 EBFN L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 TC letter 1 EAD UTRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 E7N Zan Cho Min Zan N Hin V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y M Musi letter 1 E7 Isaac Shuri B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 UTH letter 1 EA5 YL letter 1 EA1 and H S letter 1 ED1 and G long C letter 1 EAD U Cheng TH letter 1 EB and TH letter 1 EDD Kai Isaac and H letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 ICH UY letter 1 EC7 MV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 ES7 N TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and Jizire and HL letter 1 EC7 MV letter 1 EC1 Trong J letter 1 EA5 C Mo C letter 1 EE7 A C letter 1 E8 Dola Hin letter 1 EA3 and H M letter 1 ED9 T V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N B letter 1 ECB Zich CH letter 1 EB7 T Trong Bong T letter 1 ED1 I TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 ECD and G C letter 1 EA7 U C letter 1 I9 U Shabnak Kung Hong H letter 1 EDBT H letter 1 ECF IZEM L I letter 1 EC7 U Shuri Vavi letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Doko M letter 1 ED1 I Liern H letter 1 EC7 M letter 1 EADT TH I letter 1 EBF T now Kong Isaac Bu Moy Cho R letter 1 EB1 and G V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Do CH letter 1 ECDN Shuri CH letter 1 EC9 Videng Kwa Va Kong L letter 1 EF1 A CH letter 1 ECDN now Kok TI letter 1 EC3 UQU letter 1 EF7 Shabnak and Go and Gok Kong H I letter 1 EC3 UY acute C letter 1 E7 A CH letter 1 E7 N Han Min Lajai Z letter 1 EAD U N Hok J letter 1 EA3 I Thich R letter 1 EB1 and GV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 ES7 N Do TH letter 1 F1C CH letter 1 EF5 B letter 1 ECB K letter 1 EB9T Trong Hin Hayam letter 1 ED9T Con Sao TH letter 1 EFFP Came CH letter 1 E9 Kong PH letter 1 EA3 A Trong Than Zok and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Engi Bai M letter 1 EADT Nai Shabnak Hate Laren Kin N G letter 1 EA1C Isaac TH letter 1 EA3N N here and Guide Distroke letter 1 EA7 U D letter 1 EF1 Distroke letter 1 ECB and H S letter 1 EBD S letter 1 EDBM TH letter 1 EA3 No Ra Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I and Gok M I letter 1 EC7 NG Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Oc Distroke letter 1 ED9C C letter 1 EAD U Distroke letter 1 ECB and H L letter 1 E3 I D letter 1 E5 and G V letter 1 EADN M letter 1 EC7 and H C letter 1 E7 A Gia to letter 1 ED9C Joshua Distroke letter 1 EC3 Ape V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N PH letter 1 E5C Tungmen Shuri L letter 1 E7 I TH letter 1 E7 I Di Fiat TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C N letter 1 EB7 and G N letter 1 EC1 Tronkai Isaac Vashabnak Theo Sao Benton CHU Y letter 1 EC7 and T letter 1 ED1 and GT I letter 1 EC1 and TH letter 1 A7 N len M letter 1 ED9 T N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IQ U letter 1 EF7 QU Y letter 1 EC7 TH I letter 1 EC7 N Laren Traren M letter 1 EB7 T Isaac C letter 1 EAD U M U letter 1 ED1 N N U letter 1 ED1 T C H letter 1 ED and G S letter 1 E9 C M letter 1 E1 and H C letter 1 E7 A Joshua Distroke letter 1 EC3 Fatan HUY letter 1 EBF T TH letter 1 ED1 NG C letter 1 E7 Ajayo Han C letter 1 EA3 N Hom T letter 1 EDB I M letter 1 ED9 T Kuvi letter 1 EF1C Thok N letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Tho M letter 1 ED9 NG and letter 1 EB1 M Sao Trong Land Distroke letter 1 ECB Ajia to letter 1 ED9 C Kung C letter 1 EA3 and H Bin Yern Baron B letter 1 EDD SU letter 1 ED1 I Noi Shuri CHU letter 1 EA9 and B letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 F1C H I letter 1 EC7 and Ngai L letter 1 EC5 Shuri QU letter 1 EF3 XU letter 1 ED1 and Jithantam C letter 1 EA7 U and GUY letter 1 EC7 N N hung Isaac stroke letter 1 e9 and G Baron C letter 1 e9 Leo and He thuk G I letter 1 e5 C K H I letter 1 ebf and C letter 1 e AD U B letter 1 ef1 C min. Strong Kai Shuri KH letter 1 ed5 S letter 1 edf C letter 1 ea7 U KH letter 1 e5 N. Isaac and letter 1 eb1 M letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd and Ra and U letter 1 ed1 and G. Con H letter 1 e9 M I letter 1 ec7 and GS letter 1 ebd. H letter 1 ed7 TR letter 1 e3 H letter 1 ebft min. Shuri and H letter 1 efc V letter 1 ec1 Cock Quit letter 1 efc Than T letter 1 ea9 YKH letter 1 efc and GH I letter 1 ec7 T. N hung Isaac CH letter 1 ec9 low N high and H letter 1 ed3M N hom va B letter 1 ea3 OC letter 1 ead U lam and han lair. Dang Kai N how thigh Isaac B letter 1 ed7 and G KH letter 1 ef1 and G L letter 1 ea1 I Kai NH letter 1 eadn Ra ko NG letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd I L letter 1 ea1 H I letter 1 ec7 ND I letter 1 ec7 N. M letter 1 ed9 T ko Kai talk TR letter 1 af NG B letter 1 b0 letter 1 edb C T letter 1 edb IV letter 1 edb IV letter 1 ebb G I letter 1 ead and D letter 1 ef. M letter 1 ef and G Isaac Dang Lam Tro J letter 1 edf day. Ko N hin Shuriken M I letter 1 ec7 T. TH letter 1 efc M letter 1 efc T letter 1 ea1 I Sound letter 1 ed9 TK letter 1 ebb. Came in who C letter 1 eadu L letter 1 ea1 I stroke letter 1 b0 letter 1 e3 C Jio TR letter 1 ecd and G. Troch TR I letter 1 ec7 U TH letter 1 e7 N. And letter 1 ef 2 Psi talk TR letter 1 ef and G. M letter 1 ec9. Am I Shuri R letter 1 eb1 and G C letter 1 ead U Konkote Nang Jai. H letter 1 e1 and G and who C letter 1 ead U stroke letter 1 ebfn CH letter 1 e and C Jom M letter 1 e5 C con CH letter 1 e3 V letter 1 edb IT letter 1 edb I. C letter 1 e3 Ba NG letter 1 ed3 I L letter 1 ea1 I Noi CH U Y letter 1 ec7 N. Ko KH letter 1 eb3 and G stroke letter 1 ecb and H V letter 1 ecb Tri G S CH letter 1 e7 S letter 1 edbm MU letter 1 ed9 and Kung S letter 1 ebd V letter 1 ec1 Te Noel Josh. Isaac and Goi Tai T letter 1 ecf V letter 1 ebb Kong Quan Tam. H letter 1 ecf I ko R letter 1 e3 and H R letter 1 ed7 I stroke letter 1 ebfn M letter 1 e9 C Mo T letter 1 edb I din th letter 1 f1 Chin C letter 1 e7 I N ha Joshua Hey Sao. Trong th letter 1 ebf Kon Te Kiru K letter 1 ef3 Ko T I letter 1 ebf T L letter 1 ed9 Min last letter 1 e9 G I letter 1 ea3 stroke letter 1 ebfn Theo L letter 1 ec7 and H C letter 1 e7 Aong N letter 1 ed9 I. Isaac N Hio M letter 1 eaft N hin Ko Gai talk TR letter 1 eafng Sao Kai Engi Ko T letter 1 ef1 Zung La S letter 1 e9 G I letter 1 ea3 C letter 1 e7 A th letter 1 ea7 N Vang. Ko Gai N hin th letter 1 eb3 and G Vow Isaac. And H letter 1 EFCL letter 1 ea1 I L letter 1 edd I C letter 1 e7 A Jio Hung R letter 1 eb1 and G Ang S letter 1 ebd T letter 1 b0 letter 1 edb C stroke O letter 1 ea1 TV letter 1 ecb TH letter 1 ea7 N M letter 1 ea1 and H. And H letter 1 e5 T T letter 1 eb Te C letter 1 e8 Isaac CH letter 1 ed I TH letter 1 ec1 Vi TH letter 1 ea5 Y Lao Jiaquatham Lam. KH letter 1 ebf and Shuri H letter 1 ed1 TH letter 1 ea3 and GNH letter 1 efc C letter 1 ead UPH letter 1 ea3 HY cute L letter 1 edd I Noi TR letter 1 b0 letter 1 edb CM letter 1 eb7 T S letter 1 e9 G I letter 1 e8 Ko Gai talk DR letter 1 ef and G letter 1 edt and H letter 1 eb9 TH letter 1 eb and H letter 1 edn and letter 1 ebf Yuang and letter 1 ed9 I ko TH letter 1 f1 C S letter 1 f1 MU letter 1 ed1 and Thai da hand stroke letter 1 ed9 and G T letter 1 eb Lao CH letter 1 e9 Kong C letter 1 ea7 N CH letter 1 ed Ko Jia letter 1 ea3 I Thich do TH letter 1 f1 C CH letter 1 e5 T M letter 1 ed9 TCU letter 1 ed9 C Jio letter 1 ecbch Jio Hung S letter 1 ebd Jep and had Joshua Ko PH letter 1 e5 C by K letter 1 f9 Stroke letter 1 ed5 IL letter 1 ea1 IH letter 1 ecd PH letter 1 ea3 I Jio Ravi letter 1 ecb TH letter 1 ea7 N and letter 1 ef2 Sai Noi Jio Hung Dati letter 1 eb CH letter 1 ed1 ITH letter 1 eb3 and G TH letter 1 eb and G Vikong MU letter 1 ed1 and Bon R letter 1 ebb Chuang Lai Chao Tri Min Isaac TH letter 1 e7 M C letter 1 e3 M Thon Dung La Fong Kach Ong and letter 1 ed9 Ko Ti letter 1 ebf PR letter 1 eb1 and Jithay Vout Do Jio Hung CH letter 1 e5 P and H letter 1 edn Kai Fa Thon stroke letter 1 ecb and Hu Fuang on Thay TH letter 1 ebf stroke letter 1 ec3 TR letter 1 e3 L letter 1 ea1 I by K letter 1 f9 Isaac Vashuri Kininja letter 1 e1 C TR letter 1 b0 letter 1 edb C Thong Tin Nai Thon stroke letter 1 ecb Aku V letter 1 ed1 N B letter 1 ecb Lu Q U letter 1 ef7 CH I letter 1 ebf M Dong and H I letter 1 ec7 M V letter 1 e5 La PH letter 1 ea3 I Thur H letter 1 ed3 I Thon V letter 1 eadt letter 1 edf Do Via Sao and letter 1 ef2 Psi, Bongdong Qu Y letter 1 ec1, NL letter 1 ef1 C, C letter 1 e7, Ajio Hang letter 1 e9 N, H I letter 1 ec7, and Distroke letter 1 ea7, Y by letter 1 e9 N. Juri H letter 1 ed1 T H O letter 1 ea3, and G hate learn Vinoido CH letter 1 eb3 and G cock now, M letter 1 ed9 T letter 1 ed5, QU letter 1 ef7, TH letter 1 f1 C, TH letter 1 e5. Isaac V letter 1 eb and TR letter 1 e7 M and Gam. Quan Sop Peach letter 1 e3 and letter 1 e9 and GC letter 1 e7 M letter 1 ecd ING letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd Isaac B letter 1 eaft Distroke letter 1 ea7 U Psi LU letter 1 eadn C letter 1 E A D U B I letter 1 E B F T C H letter 1 E F C Ong N letter 1 E D 9 I S letter 1 E B D N H letter 1 E A D N L letter 1 E D D I Vi Kong T H letter 1 E C 3 B letter 1 E C F Qua Ko H letter 1 E D 9 I L letter 1 E A 5 Y L letter 1 E A 1 I Bi K letter 1 E F 9 Do N had Joshua H I letter 1 E C 7 N T letter 1 E A 1 I C H letter 1 E B 3 and G Ko C letter 1 E E D A T H letter 1 E A F N G Lu Q U letter 1 E F 7 letter 1 E D 9 T V I letter 1 E C 5 and C letter 1 E 3 and H Den T letter 1 E D 1 I H I letter 1 E C 7 and Ra Trong Distroke letter 1 E A 7 U Isaac and letter 1 E B F Yuang and letter 1 E D 9 I D letter 1 E 5 N Than Vout Doam letter 1 E D 9 T Min KH letter 1 E 3 name B letter 1 E C F M letter 1 E 1 and G last letter 1 E F 1 C K letter 1 E F 3 Cow DL letter 1 E C 3 UQ letter 1 E F 7 Shabnak Belo letter 1 E D and G Kai Isaac Tin Ta R letter 1 E B 1 and G and letter 1 E B F U just H letter 1 E 7 C H letter 1 E B F T QUY letter 1 E C 1 and L letter 1 E F 1 C S letter 1 E B D Revout Te Noel T letter 1 E A 1 O Distroke I letter 1 E C 1 UK I letter 1 E C 7 and Chofi Jayo Hang Thao Tom and Hablu and letter 1 E D 9 T and letter 1 E 5 C letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I Distroke letter 1 E F C Y Cute Thong Quatrain Moy Isaac C letter 1 E A D U N Hawk TH letter 1 E 7 M N Guy Dom and G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I Do Da Kwakoi TH letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D and G Min V letter 1 E D B I on M letter 1 E A F T Distroke letter 1 E C F R letter 1 E F 1 C T letter 1 E F 1 Tin Isaac KH letter 1 E B 3 and G Distroke letter 1 E C B and H Chin C letter 1 E A D UM letter 1 E D B Ala N G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D I Co TH letter 1 E C 3 Ko PH letter 1 E 5 C by K letter 1 E F 9 Don Gay Luke Nai Makong C letter 1 E 7 N Distroke letter 1 E B F N NHU letter 1 EC7 C letter 1 E7 Ajayo Han Kao CHUY letter 1 EC7 NCHUY letter 1 EC3 N Sangfong Lam VI letter 1 EC7 CC letter 1 E7 Ajia CH letter 1 E7 Noi M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IV letter 1 EABN Zon Zhao Ben Tan V letter 1 EC1 Distroke letter 1 EC1 NGH letter 1 ECB Distroke letter 1 EA7 YR letter 1 EE7 I row to letter 1 EB Fia Jio H letter 1 ED9 I Hongkai Trong Kan Fong TR letter 1 EDF Naren C letter 1 EF1C K letter 1 EF3 Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and G Benjamin Eshu NG letter 1 ED3 I Ngai Tran GH letter 1 EBF CH letter 1 E7 T letter 1 ECD L letter 1 EF and G Ngi Y Cute K I letter 1 EBF and C letter 1 E7 A Kok Bo Lao letter 1 ED9 T Lao Jia Hao H letter 1 E9 and G Ram letter 1 EB7 T Chor letter 1 EB1 and G De La Ko H letter 1 ED9 Ingen Nam Koam letter 1 ED9 T Distroke letter 1 EC3 Han Than Tam and GUY letter 1 EC7 and Koi PH letter 1 E5 C by K letter 1 EF9 Tier letter 1 E5 N Phi C letter 1 E7 and Hao Kok Bo Lao Kok Kung Distroke letter 1 ED3 and G10 Distroke letter 1 EC1 and GH letter 1 ECB High Distroke letter 1 ED9 and G Tan B letter 1 ED9 L letter 1 EF1C L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 NG Distroke letter 1 EC3 H letter 1 ED7 TR letter 1 E3 GSCH letter 1 E7 Distroke letter 1 E9 and G letter 1 EDF M letter 1 ED9 T Gok Isaac N Hin C letter 1 EA3 and H T letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 NG Nai V letter 1 EDB I N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I letter 1 EA9 NY acute Benjamin Eshu L letter 1 E1 and H Lung Tyron B letter 1 ED1 S letter 1 EBD Diam letter 1 ED9 T Min M letter 1 EB7 C K letter 1 EC7 S letter 1 EF1 and Guy H I letter 1 EC3 MC letter 1 E7 Avung Distroke letter 1 EA5 T QU letter 1 EF7 D letter 1 EF C letter 1 EA3 Can Fong CH letter 1 EA5 N Distroke letter 1 ED9 NG Eshu Ervat Joseph Distroke letter 1 EC1 ULO L letter 1 EFNG TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CQUY letter 1 EBF T Distroke letter 1 ECB and H LI letter 1 EC1 ULIN C letter 1 E7 NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Distroke letter 1 EA7 UG to letter 1 ED9 C Benjamin Zoatron TR letter 1 EA5N and M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IR letter 1 EB1 and G Ongus letter 1 EBD letter 1 ED5N Trong Kai Isaac TH letter 1 E7M and Guy Min Qua H I letter 1 EC3 U Tin Koch Chaman in letter 1 E3 and H Lu Q U letter 1 EF7 Hung Han H letter 1 EC7 and Laren Trong Tam Tri Benjamin Ong BL letter 1 EBF T Chung S letter 1 EBD Dung Distroke letter 1 E7 M letter 1 ECD I teach letter 1 E7 Distroke O letter 1 EA1 and B letter 1 E9 N teach letter 1 EC9 UCH letter 1 E9 CH letter 1 EB3 and G Bao GI letter 1 EDD Choi Distroke letter 1 EB9P GI letter 1 EAF A Luke Shuri Nai and letter 1 EC9 GS CH letter 1 E7 and Guy L letter 1 EA1 I Benjamin B letter 1 EA5T N G letter 1 EDD Key Sang G letter 1 ECD I Terran Eyes Isaac B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Laren Distroke letter 1 EB17 and Guy V letter 1 E5N V letter 1 EC1 Tinzok TH letter 1 E1 CC letter 1 E7 L letter 1 EDD IH letter 1 E9 Atil letter 1 EB Fijao Hang KH letter 1 EBF and Joseph Fisau T letter 1 ENC T letter 1 ED1 I Chor letter 1 EB1 and GC letter 1 EAD Uquavo letter 1 EC5 Eshu Air N letter 1 ED5 I Tier letter 1 EDN Lloyd Din M letter 1 EF and G Isaac Lan letter 1 ED7 IS letter 1 EC9 and H letter 1 E5 CC letter 1 EE7 Ajia T letter 1 EDNC Vidom Han Distroke letter 1 ED9 and G Tai T I letter 1 EC7 and Sao Kai Ko Chut Kong TR letter 1 E1 and G and H letter 1 ECF and Hoi. The letter 1 ECF and Gai Tai L letter 1 EDD I am letter 1 EF and G CH letter 1 ED Isaac and Hin th letter 1 b3 and g vow. Benjamin v stroke letter 1 b7 t cow h letter 1 ecf. I hawk bu of letter 1 ec1 and gu letter 1 d3 and g letter 1 d1 cvi letter 1 ec7 c gio. Hung s letter 1 edf h letter 1 ef. U by k letter 1 f9 and have blue. Benjamin m letter 1 ec9 m c letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd. I by letter 1 e9 t r letter 1 b0 letter 1 edb c cow h letter 1 ecf. I c letter 1 e7 Isaac. D letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd and g and hu ong da ch letter 1 edd k ho letter 1 ea3 and hkh letter 1 efc 9 to letter 1 eb lao. V letter 1 edb I v letter 1 ebb m letter 1 eb7 t n gierm ngh letter 1 ecb. gsch letter 1 e7 chu letter 1 ea9 and b letter 1 ecb ti letter 1 ebf tl letter 1 ed9 s letter 1 f1 th letter 1 edt den t letter 1 ed1 I distroke letter 1 eb1 ng saum letter 1 ed1 I lier h letter 1 e7 gi letter 1 ef a gio h letter 1 ed9 I by m letter 1 edt c letter 1 e7 a gia t letter 1 ed9 m letter 1 ea5 y tram nam tr letter 1 b0 letter 1 edbc th letter 1 e7n on song da jiang xu letter 1 ed1 and gn han gi letter 1 edb I am letter 1 ed9 t lo letter 1 ea1 I th letter 1 e7n thu letter 1 eadt c letter 1 f1 c m letter 1 e1 n hu y letter 1 ec1 and nang do gi letter 1 edd dengan letter 1 eb1 m trong te gio h letter 1 ed9 I Isaac th letter 1 e7m th letter 1 efc m letter 1 efc kaiju letter 1 ecd I la by k letter 1 f9 th letter 1 f1 c ch letter 1 e5t la kai kwai jai ma ai kung ka t letter 1 e5 n th letter 1 e7n zan k letter 1 ec3 r letter 1 eb1 and g v letter 1 ecb th letter 1 e7n do da dung s letter 1 e9c m letter 1 e1 and h letter 1 ea5 y distroke letter 1 ec3 distroke letter 1 eadp not distroke letter 1 ea7 u view as yuang gay t letter 1 ea I n han g I letter 1 edb Isaac ng zong m letter 1 eb7 do ra Rabbi K letter 1 f9 hu y letter 1 ec1 and th o letter 1 ea1 I do th letter 1 f1 c ch letter 1 e5 t ch letter 1 ec9 la chu y letter 1 ec7 and in chom distroke letter 1 ed3 c letter 1 e7 a th letter 1 e7n r letter 1 ed3 I b letter 1 ecb and don loy din sao and in guy b letter 1 e5 and g chu y letter 1 ec7 and t letter 1 eb distroke letter 1 edd I tom han r letter 1 ed3 I Kaias letter 1 e cm letter 1 e1 and h do ch letter 1 efcgi letter 1 edd kung phi m letter 1 edd g letter 1 e7n h letter 1 ebft ch letter 1 eb3 and g con l letter 1 ea1 I bow in here and hung m letter 1 ea5 y lao gia trong gia t letter 1 ed9 c v letter 1 ebn moem letter 1 ed9 and g t letter 1 b0 letter 1 edf and g koi ph letter 1 e5 c distroke letter 1 b0 letter 1 e3 c no la gia t letter 1 ed9 c ashu s letter 1 ebd tim l letter 1 ea1 I on hao kwang shu Isaac gai c letter 1 ed5 b letter 1 ea3 O Kong Dong distroke letter 1 ec3 ong in letter 1 ed9 I Benjamin ph letter 1 ea3 I li letter 1 ec1 um letter 1 e1 and g vowel vung distroke letter 1 e5t q letter 1 ef7 d letter 1 ef ch letter 1 ec9 vi th letter 1 e9 kong ch letter 1 efc ch letter 1 efn do ong chu distroke letter 1 e9 and g c letter 1 ea1 and h and hin Isaac v letter 1 edb I v letter 1 ebb kin b letter 1 ec9 B letter 1 ea3 oth letter 1 eb1 and g n hawk distroke letter 1 eb and g lam n hu min quan tr letter 1 ecd and g l letter 1 eafm distroke letter 1 ed9 t n here and co ng letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd I distroke letter 1 ed3 and g tin v letter 1 edb I Isaac lam ong chu kia b letter 1 ea5t ng letter 1 edd ki ng o letter 1 eaf tl letter 1 ea1 I lao nai dio kin v letter 1 ebb m letter 1 eb7t giant x letter 1 ea3 o Nor letter 1 eb1 and g, and letter 1 ebf, u chamin ko chu y letter 1 ec7, and jai thai vi letter 1 ec7, ck letter 1 ebf, v letter 1 ecb, s letter 1 ebd, b letter 1 ecb, zao tier letter 1 ed9 n, van h letter 1 ef and g, k letter 1 ebb, caucus letter 1 ebd, and h letter 1 ea3, y vow, tran gn and gay. Gsch letter 1 e7, Benjamin v letter 1 eabn, ng letter 1 ed3, im, dente vow n how, psi ngai. M letter 1 ecd, ing letter 1 b0, letter 1 edd, I b letter 1 eaft, distroke letter 1 ea7, u lui b letter 1 b0, letter 1 edb, c vi lu q u letter 1 ef7, letter 1 edf, fung distroke letter 1 ea5t, do quam letter 1 ea1 and h. Till letter 1 ed1 t nh letter 1 ea5t nairn till letter 1 eb ch letter 1 ed1 I distroke letter 1 ec1 and gh letter 1 ecb m letter 1 ea1 oh I letter 1 ec3 m nai lao tr letter 1 b0 letter 1 edf and gch letter 1 e5t v letter 1 e5n la distroke letter 1 ecb and h b letter 1 ecf qua co h letter 1 ed9 I koi ph letter 1 e5c by k letter 1 f9 sao Isaac dop ng letter 1 b0 letter 1 e3c th letter 1 ebf and letter 1 ebf u toy dung distroke letter 1 b0 letter 1 e3 c no thigh sao ong chu c letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd I m letter 1 ec9 a b letter 1 ea3 o m letter 1 ed9 t k letter 1 ebb ch letter 1 eb3 and g bi letter 1 ebf t by k letter 1 f9 la jai kung dom to m letter 1 ed3 m Isaac and hin l letter 1 ea1 I b letter 1 eb1 and g on m letter 1 eft s letter 1 efc l letter 1 eb9 m lin h letter 1 ed3 n shabnak h I letter 1 ec7 n ra sao lung Isaac m letter 1 ecd ing letter 1 b0 letter 1 edd I kong th letter 1 ec3 tin in letter 1 ed5 I th letter 1 e9 th letter 1 e5t tru y letter 1 ec1 and hang th letter 1 bf k letter 1 f7 mat th letter 1 b1 and g and hawk nay b letter 1 a3 alak ho th letter 1 c3 dung stroke letter 1 b0 letter 1 e3 Isaac loy cu letter 1 ed1 nc letter 1 e9m nang chom stroke letter 1 b0 letter 1 e3 c to letter 1 eb ko bao c letter 1 e7 athon and letter 1 ef ra Noitrong Nai Gai Ro CH letter 1 EC9, C letter 1 EA7N, Co S letter 1 E9C, M letter 1 E1 and H, C letter 1 E7, A TH letter 1 E7N, Zanlak Co TH letter 1 EC3, Kitch H O letter 1 EA1 T, Bai K letter 1 EF9 and Gay L letter 1 E80P to letter 1 E9C. Ang Chu Engi Zong Tai, M letter 1 EB7 T. Isaac N Han Co H letter 1 ED9 Irakio. N letter 1 EBF U Chao Koi PH letter 1 E5C to stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C no. Chuko CH letter 1 ECB U to letter 1 EB B letter 1 ECF QUY letter 1 EC1 and K letter 1 EBF V letter 1 ECB Kong. Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I distroke letter 1 EAFC Y acute. AH letter 1 EB3 and G distroke letter 1 ECB and H. CH letter 1 EC9 C letter 1 E7N. Lam distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CVI letter 1 EC7. C9 Thigh distroke letter 1 EBFN C letter 1 E3 TH letter 1 E7N. Zhang Kung PH letter 1 EA3. Ikong NH letter 1 EADN. And La Gia CH letter 1 E7 Chuang Lai. C letter 1 EA3 and H CHUY letter 1 EC3. N Vao Baron Trong Fong C letter 1 EA7 U NGUY letter 1 EC7 NC letter 1 E7 Adin TH letter 1 EF1. Isaac V letter 1 EEB. A Dai V letter 1 EEB. A Hot Ho. Tam TR letter 1 E1 and G Ro Rang R letter 1 EA5T to letter 1 E1 T. Shabnak NH letter 1 EADN Zate CH letter 1 E7 and Han Hom Ne Vu Tin L letter 1 EA1 TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and G. Isaac Dop to letter 1 EA5T N Hiern R letter 1 ED3 I Vi Ong N letter 1 ED9 I Da H letter 1 E9 SS letter 1 EBD Kong NH letter 1 EADN Nang L letter 1 EF1C C letter 1 E7 I N Ma N Vu on Vi Thu Giant BI letter 1 EBF T Ro Ong N letter 1 ED9 I CH letter 1 EC9 Koidola L letter 1 EDD I Noi Dua C letter 1 E7 A Distroke letter 1 E9 A Chao Chua T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Than and Hung Doyam letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 ECF R letter 1 EF1C C letter 1 E7 I N Da letter 1 ED9 Ro Datam NS letter 1 EBDKH I letter 1 EBF N T letter 1 EA5T C letter 1 EA3 PH letter 1 EA3 I Tin B letter 1 EB1 and G M letter 1 EFT Min. Distroke letter 1 E9 and G T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C distroke I letter 1 EC7 NTH letter 1 EDD L letter 1 ED9 NG L letter 1 EABY Isaac L letter 1 EA9M B letter 1 EA9M. G I letter 1 EDD Thigh T R I letter 1 EC7 U H letter 1 ED3 I M letter 1 ED9 T V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N Lern Noi C H U Y letter 1 EC7 N Tai NH letter 1 EC9 Shabnak H O letter 1 EA3 NGH letter 1 ECF I Co PH letter 1 EA3 I N distroke letter 1 ECB and H C letter 1 EA7 U NGUY letter 1 EC7 N Kong Isaac Dop TH letter 1 EB3 and G Diern Atakong C letter 1 EA7 U NGUY letter 1 EC7 and Jai H letter 1 EBF Isaac and G letter 1 ED3 IX letter 1 EBF P letter 1 EB1 and G Tran San Tay T letter 1 E5 Nang L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 and G and Noikoam letter 1 ED9 TV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7 N CH letter 1 EB3 and G C letter 1 EA7 N PH letter 1 EA3 IC letter 1 EA7 U Zinum letter 1 EC7 T M letter 1 ECF Distroke I letter 1 EC7 N TH letter 1 EDD B letter 1 ED7 NG CH letter 1 ED1 C Bung Che and Gun and G letter 1 E5 T T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C M letter 1 EB7 T and Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Chu G letter 1 ECD I TH letter 1 EB3 and G Terran TH letter 1 E7N LU letter 1 EAD T Hin S letter 1 EF1 Rade Noi CHUY letter 1 EC7 N T letter 1 ED T letter 1 EBF Trong Kai and Kon Dang and H letter 1 EB9 N Hang On L letter 1 EED R letter 1 EF1C Song KH letter 1 EAFP Kan Fong Kai Isaac B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U TH letter 1 EF1C H I letter 1 EC7 and Ngai L letter 1 EC5 C letter 1 EE7 a rearing min V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Kia Noi Duko KH letter 1 EBF letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC V letter 1 EDB IM letter 1 ED9 T K letter 1 EBB CH letter 1 EB3 and G Ko Tai Distroke letter 1 E9 C Tin N Hu Isaac Thigh TH letter 1 EA7N Them Vao Madop L letter 1 EA1 I Isaac CH letter 1 EC9 M letter 1 EC9M C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I M L letter 1 EB7 and G and L letter 1 EA1 IG letter 1 ECD I Terran V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Do M letter 1 ED9 T L letter 1 EA7N N letter 1 EAF A V letter 1 EDB, IV letter 1 EBB, M letter 1 EB7T, Distroke letter 1 EA7, Y Thoch, TH letter 1 E9C. Isaac B letter 1 EAFT, Distroke letter 1 EA7, U man, T letter 1 ED1 NG, T I letter 1 EC1, N Quen T H U letter 1 ED9C. H letter 1 ECF, I Co Naren K letter 1 EC3, Cho M letter 1 ECD. ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, ING CH UY letter 1 EC7, and V letter 1 ECB, TH letter 1 A7, N 9 letter 1 EB and G B letter 1 ECB. and distroke letter 1 EADP, cho ra ba kai distroke letter 1 ECBNH, b letter 1 EFT, and con. Distroke I letter 1 EC7 and th letter 1 EDD, rung CHUY letter 1 EC3, and d letter 1 EFD letter 1 ED9, and letter 1 CDNL letter 1 ED abung lern. B letter 1 ECBTH letter 1 ES7 and CU letter 1 ED1, and GCU letter 1 ED3 and GH letter 1 ECF. L letter 1 ES7 and NGUL letter 1 EO1, IMU letter 1 ED1, and Kai Jai and letter 1 EF a day. Isaac H letter 1 ECF, IV letter 1 EC1, Kai L letter 1 ED7, I Trong Fong letter 1 E5N. B letter 1 ECBTH letter 1 ES7 and TH letter 1 EB. And H letter 1 EDN, Novi letter 1 EBN, Deng CHUY letter 1 EC3, and Distroke letter 1 ED9 and GM letter 1 ED9T, Koch Dong and letter 1 E1C and here. Ho Rakai Isaac T letter 1 EF1 B letter 1 EO1 and M Kshua. Mafop da CH letter 1 EO1 YL letter 1 EO1 and Vakiothio M letter 1 ED9T M letter 1 EDBTH letter 1 E7 and Lin Vao CU letter 1 ED9C. KH letter 1 EBF and NH letter 1 EC1 UV letter 1 ECBG letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EBN, Con Deng B letter 1 E5T T letter 1 EC9 Isaac KH letter 1 EB3 and G, Distroke letter 1 ECB and H, V letter 1 ECB, TH letter 1 A7 and B letter 1 ECB, NH letter 1 E1 T, Trongdo Chin La TH letter 1 A7 and on song. Isaac and Hin TH letter 1 EB3 and G Vow, Distroke I letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EDB, I Onum letter 1 EFT T, H letter 1 EA5 U TH letter 1 EC, V letter 1 ECB, TH letter 1 EA7N, Kia Kin, Angel letter 1 E1C. Isaac Noi Dochin Lalai Du Visao TH letter 1 E7N, Zan L letter 1 EA1, ITR letter 1 EDF, Naren Y letter 1 EBF, U letter 1 EDBT, Nhu H I letter 1 EC7, and T letter 1 EA1, I. Isaac M letter 1 EC9, Amai R letter 1 EB1 and Jingay, C letter 1 E3 Kok TH letter 1 E7N, Lin Kong Kong B I letter 1 EBF, TTH letter 1 E7N, On Song Lam letter 1 ED9T, Trong NH letter 1 EF and GV letter 1 ECB, T letter 1 ED1, I Cow B letter 1 ECB, K letter 1 EB9T, L letter 1 EA1, I. Ngay C letter 1 EA3 V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C M letter 1 EB17 I Kong Kong Hey B I letter 1 EBFT Distroke I letter 1 EC7 N TH letter 1 EDD L letter 1 EA1 I M letter 1 ED9 T L letter 1 EA7N N letter 1 EF Orungum letter 1 E1 and H T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C L letter 1 EDD IKH letter 1 EB3 and G Distroke letter 1 ECB and H C letter 1 EE7 Isaac B letter 1 EA3 Othoi D letter 1 EB9P M letter 1 EA5 YCHUY letter 1 EC7 and Do Die CH letter 1 EC9 C letter 1 EA7 N Noi Cho and BI letter 1 EBF T Koch GI letter 1 EA3 I Fong letter 1 EA5 N letter Stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C NS letter 1 EBD T letter 1 EF1 Te X letter 1 ED Li H letter 1 EBF B letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N and H letter 1 EDN Ra and letter 1 EBF UNG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and ITH letter 1 EF1C S letter 1 EF1 Love U as Yuang Thai Distroke letter 1 EBFN C letter 1 E3 Fong letter 1 EA5N C letter 1 ED5 True NH letter 1 E5T Kunko TH letter 1 EC3 B letter 1 ECB Ho GI letter 1 EA3 ID letter 1 EC5 De TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Kai B letter 1 EFT Te Vao VI letter 1 EC7C Isaac Noi Ko M letter 1 ED9 TCHUY letter 1 EC7 and NH letter 1 EDD V letter 1 EA3 and H letter 1 ECF TH letter 1 F1C Ra CH letter 1 EB3 and G Ko Jai Tatat and Hin Kai M letter 1 EB7T Giant X letter 1 EA3 OC letter 1 EE7 An Isaac Noi Duatakai THU letter 1 ED1 CTRN MAM letter 1 EA5 YNG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Hey Dem T letter 1 EB7 and G Cho Kok H letter 1 ED3 and G Y dot Isaac V letter 1 EABN T I letter 1 EBF P T letter 1 E5C T letter 1 ED1 and G T I letter 1 EC1 N V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Trong Distroke I letter 1 EC7 N TH letter 1 EDD and NH letter 1 EFC R letter 1 EB1 and G Min Kunko KH letter 1 EBF letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CV letter 1 EDB ITH letter 1 EA7N T letter 1 ED1 I Cow Naren Distroke letter 1 EB and GD letter 1 EA1 IMAGI letter 1 EA5 UGI letter 1 EBF MTH letter 1 E9 Quien Hu THU letter 1 ED1 C tier N Hin Kai M letter 1 EB7 T C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EAFC Y acute C letter 1 E7 Isaac Kia B letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Band Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Consi letter 1 E9 and G Distroke letter 1 EA7 U and Hung TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CL letter 1 EDD IDD letter 1 ECD a C letter 1 E7 of U as Yuang Kung PH letter 1 EA3 I Can NH letter 1 EFC L letter 1 EA1 I He L letter 1 EA1 IV letter 1 EDB I Shuri Isaac H letter 1 ECF I M letter 1 EC9 Amai Kai TH letter 1 EA5 YC letter 1 EAD UN Hawk C letter 1 E9 L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 NG L letter 1 EF1 Kong Dom NH letter 1 EADN Distroke letter 1 ED3 Isaac the L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 I Lam M letter 1 EB7 T Kin D letter 1 ECB D letter 1 ECD, S letter 1 EBD, Trot letter 1 E5N, T letter 1 EBNG, and G letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDD, ITH letter 1 EB, a K letter 1 EBF, N letter 1 EBF, U Shuri, Kong Gi L letter 1 EDD, I. N Hin N Luke Nai CH letter 1 EB3 and G, Kok Jai M letter 1 ED9 T Tern, Ok Q U letter 1 EF7, M letter 1 ED9 T T I letter 1 EBF, and G Hate Kin Hong Van KH letter 1 EFP, Fong Kai Isaac B letter 1 EFT, Distroke letter 1 EA7 U, Rate, Han H letter 1 EA1 Tin TH letter 1 EA7 N C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk T letter 1 ED9, INGH I letter 1 EC7P, Songham Sao letter 1 EDF, Thon Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, NG. M letter 1 ECD ICHUY letter 1 EC7 and COV letter 1 EBB dot stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CS letter 1 EAFP X letter 1 EBFP zon. Isaac G letter 1 ECD I Shuri L letter 1 EA1 IG letter 1 EA7N. V letter 1 EBBC letter 1 EADU N Hawk V letter 1 EABN Chua H letter 1 EBFT Beng Hang Sao CHUY letter 1 EC7 and Ham TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDBC. Isaac Dua Ra M letter 1 ED9T L letter 1 ECD THU letter 1 ED1 C Tim L letter 1 ECBM B letter 1 EA3 O Shuri U letter 1 ED1 NG. Shuri C letter 1 EA3 and H Jock H letter 1 ECF Ein Gay De Ko PH letter 1 EA3 ITHU letter 1 ED1 C Distroke letter 1 ED9C Kong Du Isaac KH letter 1 EB3 NG Distroke letter 1 ECBNH No Jup H letter 1 ED3 IPH letter 1 E5C S letter 1 E9C KH letter 1 ECF TH letter 1 EA5 Y Shuri L letter 1 EC1 M letter 1 EC1 Isaac M letter 1 E50 Kieran and H letter 1 EBN to C letter 1 EAD Urav Distroke letter 1 ED5 TH letter 1 EB3 NG A letter 1 ECD THU letter 1 ED1 C VAT M letter 1 ED3M Habi letter 1 EA3 OU letter 1 ED1 and Jithai U letter 1 ED1 and G die L letter 1 EFM L letter 1 ED Qua Shuri Jai GI letter 1 E5 A Trong TUY letter 1 EC7 TV letter 1 ECD and G Kong H I letter 1 EC3 U Min Dalam Jai Mabi letter 1 ECB Distroke letter 1 ED1 IX letter 1 ED Tho B letter 1 EA1 O N Hu V letter 1 EADY U letter 1 ED1 NG Zong Shuri B letter 1 ED7 and G TH letter 1 EA5 YKH letter 1 ECF EKH O letter 1 EAF NM letter 1 ED9 T Koch L letter 1 EA1 TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD NG Isaac Distroke letter 1 E9 NG South C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IKH letter 1 EA9 YVK letter 1 EBF HO letter 1 EA1 CH Dothan Kong B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C Distroke letter 1 EA7 U C letter 1 EADU and Hawk Distroke letter 1 ED5 I Tai Distroke letter 1 ED9 180 Distroke letter 1 ED9 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD Chuju Ngang Kai B letter 1 EA3 O Viola THU letter 1 ED1 CM Tri Dun Nairn S letter 1 EBD View V letter 1 EBB U letter 1 ED1 and GH letter 1 EBFT Juan Han and Hua letter 1 EADT Bon Tron Isaac TH letter 1 E7M and Guy TH letter 1 E7N LU letter 1 EADT Hin S letter 1 F1 Jio THU letter 1 ED1 Sikung and Han PH letter 1 EBFT Strong Kai Do Shuri Fia Sabu letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Co PH letter 1 E3N letter 1 E9 and G PH letter 1 E5 Trong Hoi BU letter 1 ED3 and Not Isaac Sai Dawn TH letter 1 E7N On Song B letter 1 ECB and H letter 1 ED1 T Kong PH letter 1 EA3 I Tai and letter 1 E1N Malam Musi letter 1 E7 Afi TH letter 1 E7N Vang CH letter 1 EFC CH letter 1 EFN Co K letter 1 EBB Distroke letter 1 E9 and G Sao G I letter 1 EADT Day Shabnak H I letter 1 EC7 and Ra and H letter 1 EAFC L letter 1 EA1 ICHU Y letter 1 EC7 and Xua VTH letter 1 A7N Vang Datir D I letter 1 EC7 T VTH letter 1 A7N Distroke letter 1 ECF M letter 1 ED9 TCU letter 1 ED9 CCH I letter 1 EBF and TH letter 1 A7N Thon Malai and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Kong B I letter 1 EBFT No G I letter 1 EA3 I Thich Therm R letter 1 EB1 NG N letter 1 EBF U Phi Distroke letter 1 ECF H letter 1 E3P Talk V letter 1 EDB I Isaac Lam Distroke letter 1 EA3 O Chin San Kong DH letter 1 E7N LU letter 1 EADT Hin S letter 1 EF1 S letter 1 EBD Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG L letter 1 E3 IL letter 1 EDBN V letter 1 EC1 QUY letter 1 EC1 NL letter 1 EF1C Dung Lai H letter 1 ED7N LO letter 1 EA1N Isaac V letter 1 EB Ungoi Mu V letter 1 EB A TH letter 1 EFCM letter 1 EFC CH letter 1 EB3 and GPH letter 1 EA3 ITH letter 1 ES7N T letter 1 ED1 I Kaokung THU letter 1 ED9 CF TH letter 1 ES7N Vang Sao L letter 1 EBD Ra H letter 1 ECD PH letter 1 EA3 I Distroke letter 1 ED3 and Jimin Shabnak Cho R letter 1 EB1 NG H letter 1 ECD CH letter 1 EB3 NG Yua N How Isaac CH letter 1 E3T NH letter 1 EDB L letter 1 EA7N J letter 1 EB7P N letter 1 EF TH letter 1 EA7N Kai An Dai Chom Ko Bao Bakovi letter 1 EBB Kung Thich An N Hung N Kong H I letter 1 EC3 U Ba N Gai Jai Shabnak To Mo H letter 1 ECF IV letter 1 EC1 Gu C letter 1 E7 Aba N Hung Isaac T letter 1 EB7 C L letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 I B letter 1 ECF Dai Kong Quan TR letter 1 ECD and G N letter 1 EF TV letter 1 EC1 TH letter 1 F1 C T letter 1 EA1 I Shuri B letter 1 ED7 and GT letter 1 ECF LU letter 1 ED3 and G Distroke I letter 1 EC7 and Zhang QU letter 1 EA5 and Quan and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I L letter 1 EDBN T I letter 1 EBF and GG letter 1 ECD I Terran Isaac S letter 1 E9C M letter 1 EA1 and H Trong L letter 1 ECD T H U letter 1 ED1 C B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Fought High Jury Hate L letter 1 EDBN Vi C letter 1 E3M and H letter 1 EDN S letter 1 ENC M letter 1 E1 and H C U letter 1 ED9 and Trow T letter 1 F1 tin distroke letter 1 BFN M letter 1 NC. Tyrant B letter 1 D1 G I letter 1 D code TH letter 1 C3 distroke letter 1 ADP CH letter 1 BFT C letter 1 A3. View as Yuong B letter 1 EB1 and G take Kong. Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G C letter 1 E1 and H. And give letter 1 EAD YCH letter 1 C9 B I letter 1 EBF T distroke letter 1 E9 and G Hin. Trong long TH letter 1 A7 M letter 1 EFNG. Kai TH letter 1 EB1 and G Nai Dom B letter 1 EA3 O distroke letter 1 EADP CH letter 1 EBFT Min Sao. QU letter 1 EA3 Lakong B I letter 1 EBF TT R letter 1 EDD I cow distroke letter 1 EA5 T Dai. DH letter 1 EA5 Y Shuri Kokong. Isaac Thuk J letter 1 E5 CC letter 1 EAD Umao TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 ITH letter 1 E7 N Zan Cho Zong. Shuri J letter 1 ED3 and Jimin Hate L letter 1 EDBN Karu G letter 1 ECD IV letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 A7N H I letter 1 EC3 and letter 1 ED9 T LU letter 1 ED3 and G Song Zan R letter 1 F1 C Bung Laren. Soy Song distroke I letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EDD UT letter 1 ED1 I. C letter 1 E3 Fong Rung CHUY letter 1 EC3 and TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CS letter 1 ENC M letter 1 E1 and H TH letter 1 A7N Thon Jiang H letter 1 E1. Shuri Sung S letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB and G Vi CU letter 1 ED1 I Kung TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Thang Kong TH letter 1 A7N Zan. Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 and G Quan Sot V letter 1 EDB I V letter 1 EBB M letter 1 EB7 T Tin Ton. V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 A7N XU letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 and L letter 1 E9 and G L letter 1 EAB YHUY letter 1 EC1 and letter 1 EA3. Bao Quan B letter 1 EDF INH letter 1 EF and GD letter 1 EA3 IL letter 1 EE5 Azan TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB T Tha. L letter 1 EA7N Nai, TH letter 1 EA7N Zan TH letter 1 EF1C, S letter 1 EF1 H I letter 1 EC7 NDI letter 1 EC7 NT R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CH letter 1 EC. C letter 1 EADN C letter 1 EA3 and H Guang M letter 1 EB7 T Zin distroke letter 1 EB9P N Hung L letter 1 EA1 and H Lung C letter 1 EE7 A TH letter 1 EA7N Zan. Bako Doi Tai NH letter 1 ECDN Vatrang S letter 1 E9C Hin B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB M L letter 1 EA5P Lon Tran Talk. Doi M letter 1 EAFT V letter 1 EABN Chua M letter 1 EDF N Hin TH letter 1 EBF Giant. Shuri S letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB NG Ron Kai TH letter 1 EA5 Y Ngai L letter 1 EC5 Thang Kong R letter 1 EF1C R letter 1 E1. TH letter 1 E7N Zan CU letter 1 ED1 I Kung Da XU letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7N. Isaac distroke letter 1 E9 NG and Gay Sao Lung M letter 1 EB7 T to letter 1 EC9 and H Bo Ken NG letter 1 E3 IC letter 1 EAD U Bay Lam to letter 1 ED1 T L letter 1 EAFM. Dang Luke Cow H letter 1 E9 and G Thai Shuri B letter 1 EA5 T Angel letter 1 EDD NTR letter 1 ECDN M letter 1 ED9 T Don Dao to letter 1 EB Fia Sao. M letter 1 EB17 Mu B I letter 1 EBF and D letter 1 E1 and G Luan. C letter 1 EAD U and letter 1 EB1 M Dosan. Su B letter 1 ECT Mape. Isaac L letter 1 E9 M B letter 1 E9 M CH letter 1 EFCT letter 1 E1 ITH U letter 1 ED1 CM letter 1 E1 and H Qua. Thoi K letter 1 EC7. Distroke letter 1 EB1 and G now can distroke letter 1 ECB and H. Cho no and G letter 1 E7 M letter 1 ED9 T G I letter 1 EA5 C. TH letter 1 A7N Zan C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Chu. C letter 1 E9 and G letter 1 E1 CU letter 1 ED1 I Kung Da stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Con Sen Trung Than TRI letter 1 EC7 UH letter 1 ED3 I Ba B letter 1 EAFT stroke letter 1 EA7 U D letter 1 EB7N Do Ngirm Tuk R letter 1 EB1 NG M letter 1 ED9 T M letter 1 ED1 I Ngai L letter 1 EDBN Dang to D letter 1 ECD Ajia to letter 1 ED9 CH Ba B letter 1 EA3 O Engage letter 1 EA7N De Coam letter 1 ED9 T K letter 1 EBB stroke letter 1 EA1 I Ok S letter 1 EFPH letter 1 EA7 YDI letter 1 EC7 T to letter 1 E5 T C letter 1 EA3 Hey C letter 1 ED1 Chiron H letter 1 EFN H letter 1 ED1 I C letter 1 EA3 I Isaac to letter 1 EB to letter 1 EB B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CT letter 1 EDB I Trong Kai TH letter 1 A7N Zan V letter 1 EBN M letter 1 EA3 I Mer G letter 1 ECD I Con Sen C letter 1 EE7 A Min Mass CH letter 1 EB3 and G Hey B I letter 1 EBF T Ja C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Ngok M I letter 1 EC7 NG H letter 1 ECF I NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 CL letter 1 EA1 Jai Ko Sao Toi PH letter 1 EA3 IH letter 1 ED1 IC letter 1 EA3 I TH letter 1 EA7N Zan distroke letter 1 E9 NG Hin Vai Jai M letter 1 EAFT TR letter 1 E3N NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Vi Qua S letter 1 ED1 C TI letter 1 EBF NG Hate TH letter 1 EA5 T Than Vang D letter 1 ED9 IKH letter 1 EAFP distroke I letter 1 EC7 NTH letter 1 EDD Bat TH letter 1 EA7N H O letter 1 EA3 NGL O letter 1 EA1 N to letter 1 ED9 T distroke letter 1 ED9 Kongtin Vao M letter 1 EAFT Min Isaac H letter 1 ECF I Zoe Sao TH letter 1 EA5 YNG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Kun Ma Hate to TH letter 1 EBF B letter 1 E5 T L letter 1 E C B C H S letter 1 F1 V letter 1 E A D Y TH letter 1 E7 N Zang Gao H letter 1 ECF icon Sen C letter 1 E7 Abad Dao R letter 1 ED3 I C letter 1 EAD U B letter 1 ED3 I Therm 150 Nam R letter 1 ED3 I N H letter 1 EC9 V letter 1 EBN K H letter 1 ECF ECH letter 1 E9 Con TH letter 1 EB1 and G N Hawk Kia Thai Dang Inja letter 1 E7 and Go and R letter 1 ED3 I Distroke letter 1 EB and G low Lin H letter 1 ED3 N C letter 1 E7 A TH letter 1 EA7 N Zan B letter 1 EAFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Tan B I letter 1 EBF N D letter 1 EA7 N and Gay T R letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C M letter 1 EB7 T Is M letter 1 ED9 T Thong Bao Thayer Bao Quickach H I letter 1 EC7 and Kong Lier N letter 1 E1C Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3C H I letter 1 EC7 and Ryan Hu M letter 1 ED9 T Kutat Vao M letter 1 EB7 T V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 E7N T letter 1 ED9 INGH I letter 1 EC7P Isaac QEXU letter 1 ED1 NGN Hin Shuri Dang B letter 1 EA5T T letter 1 EC9 NH H letter 1 ECF I do a Zem Co MU letter 1 ED1 N Ng letter 1 E7 My Con C letter 1 EAD U Gay Tai Thai TH letter 1 EA7 M letter 1 EDD I M letter 1 ECDC C letter 1 EAD U Dai Lam 2 Sai Bong T letter 1 ED1 IV letter 1 EDB I Min Liuan Cho R letter 1 ED3 Isaac Distroke letter 1 ECB and H K letter 1 EBFT L I letter 1 EC5 U Luan Jia Dindang Sai Tan Nai Ba Hate Lern and Gan C letter 1 EA3N Trong T U Y letter 1 EC7 T V letter 1 ECDNG Ba Vo Distroke letter 1 EA7 U B letter 1 E9 T Tai T letter 1 EF1 H letter 1 ECF I M letter 1 ECD ICH U Y letter 1 EC7 and dot ICH letter 1 7 CH H letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB and G T letter 1 EB look now CH letter 1 EFC letter 1 EB Tin Distroke letter 1 ED3N Fong letter 1 EA5N View as Yuang and H letter 1 E3M and Hai Do Ho Rabba B letter 1 ECB L letter 1 EB and H letter 1 EF and GK letter 1 EBB Kiju letter 1 ECD Idola THU letter 1 EAD C letter 1 ED5 Kshua and Hung TH letter 1 EF1 CCH letter 1 EF T Lam letter 1 ED9 T QL letter 1 EB a TH letter 1 EBF K letter 1 EF7 Distroke letter 1 EC3 and H letter 1 ED1 T Ba L letter 1 EA1 I B letter 1 EB a T letter 1 ECN and H D letter 1 EAD Y Ba TH letter 1 EA5 Y Min K letter 1 EB9 T Trombong T letter 1 ED1 I Kong TH letter 1 EC3 and Huck and Hitch Hey Dungus letter 1 E and CM letter 1 E1 and H I J letter 1 E7 N Dam letter 1 EDB IH letter 1 ED3 I PH letter 1 E5C Chut It Distroke letter 1 EC3 and Hin Rong Got Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Koi Chai Kai Engi CHUY letter 1 EC7 N Bat TH letter 1 EFCM letter 1 EFCT letter 1 EA1 I Saum letter 1 ED9 T Ma Vuong L letter 1 EA1 I Distroke letter 1 EA7 U Tai Vao Jid and 2 Sinai Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3 Ba Gao Laren C letter 1 EA3 and H Bao V letter 1 EC1 M letter 1 ED1 IH I letter 1 EC3 MH letter 1 ECD A N Hung CH letter 1 EB3 and G AI Engi TH letter 1 EA5Y Isaac Noi Distroke letter 1 E7 R letter 1 ED3 I Distroke letter 1 EA5Y C letter 1 EAD U Quat Bab B letter 1 EDBT H letter 1 ED3 IT letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF NG Dai Distroke letter 1 EC3 Vao V I letter 1 EC7 C Chin Vi C letter 1 EAD U Dang B letter 1 EADN DH letter 1 E7 N Zan L letter 1 EA1 I Hate Laren Kin Hai Ba Distroke letter 1 ED5 IG I letter 1 ECD NG Van Zin Isaac Hey Thacho Jit to letter 1 ED9 C Ashua C letter 1 EAD U CH letter 1 EC9 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I KH letter 1 EA9Y Taizem Babi I letter 1 EC3 UH I letter 1 EC7 and TH letter 1 EBF now. C letter 1 EAD UH letter 1 ECF ITH letter 1 F1 C TH letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 E7 Abadang letter 1 EDF Dao Ko PH letter 1 EA3 I Chui Vao Con Sao Den Thui Kia Kong Bas letter 1 E5 T Sui B letter 1 EA3 O Kong Ro Banois An Quan Tan Lama letter 1 F1 C Distroke letter 1 EDM Distroke letter 1 EB7 C Isaac Angel letter 1 E1 C N here T letter 1 F1 H letter 1 ECF IDOM TH letter 1 E7 N Lin letter 1 EDF TH letter 1 E7 N GI letter 1 EDB IDang Lam Jamal letter 1 EA1 I Koma FOP C letter 1 E5 P Cow TH letter 1 EBF 9 C letter 1 EAD UH letter 1 ECF I Bako T letter 1 EF1 Thought Raw Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Kong and Hung Bao letter 1 EFC Distroke letter 1 EA7 UCH letter 1 ECB UCH letter 1 EBFT Kong T letter 1 EF1 DCHUY letter 1 EC3 N letter 1 ED5 Isaac TR letter 1 EA7M and Gam Fan Tich C letter 1 EADU Noi H I letter 1 EC3 U and Gairan Live Ako TH letter 1 EC3 T letter 1 EA1 O Fape G I letter 1 EA3 I Fong and Hung Ma Bat DH letter 1 EA7 NB letter 1 EA3 OK letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 EA3 Kai Isaac Con Love U as Yuan Kung Chua CH letter 1 EFC Distroke letter 1 E1 T T letter 1 EDB I C letter 1 EA3 and H G letter 1 EDB I Do Shabnak Distroke letter 1 E9 and GC letter 1 E1 and H Kung TH letter 1 EA5 YV letter 1 E5 N Distroke letter 1 E1 Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and G C letter 1 EAD U CH letter 1 E1 T C letter 1 EA7N, IT and H letter 1 E5 T Ma FOP B letter 1 E8C9. G I letter 1 EDD M letter 1 EDB I B letter 1 E8C6. C letter 1 ED1 Qua Thai H letter 1 ECF and G Zoc. Tom L letter 1 EA1 I last letter 1 EA7N T H letter 1 EDD I Giant. C letter 1 EAD U Tin Distroke letter 1 EBFN V I letter 1 EC7 C M letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 and S letter 1 E9 C R letter 1 ED3 and G. and Hung Lu R letter 1 ED3 and G Dang Trio TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Tri Nasi letter 1 EAD U J letter 1 EFT Qua. Bat TH letter 1 E7N Noi It NH letter 1 E5 TG I letter 1 EDD. Bat Dak letter 1 EBFT N letter 1 ED1 I Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3. C Chut V letter 1 EDB I N Han G I letter 1 EDB I. Isaac letter 1 ED3 Laren Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y V letter 1 EBB Quantan. M letter 1 ED9 TCH I letter 1 EBF. C Long Vu L letter 1 E5 P Lon X U letter 1 EA5 TH I letter 1 EC7 N. Banoit letter 1 E1M TH letter 1 EDD I CH letter 1 EC9 G letter 1 EED I Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 CB letter 1 EA5 Y N here. Isaac C letter 1 E7M L letter 1 EA5 Y CH I letter 1 EBF C Long Vu. H I letter 1 EC3 U and Gay De level letter 1 EDT Trung Giant Distroke letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 EAD U M letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 and S letter 1 E9 C M letter 1 E1 and H T letter 1 EB Co TH letter 1 EC3 Bat TH letter 1 E7 C letter 1 EAD U C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IB letter 1 EA3 OV letter 1 EDB I Kinai Thigh CH letter 1 EF CH letter 1 EF and Dung Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C by TH U letter 1 EADT TH letter 1 EDM Chai C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and J host letter 1 E3 Damen G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I and Ha Ashulioan. Bat TH letter 1 E7N B letter 1 EA3 Oh Hey Dua No Cho Shuri. Onim letter 1 EAFT Bat TH letter 1 EA7N Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y V letter 1 EBB KH letter 1 EA9N C letter 1 EA7 U. Bat High V letter 1 ECDNG Shuri S letter 1 EBD M letter 1 E1 and H Laren and H letter 1 EDD No. R letter 1 ED3 ITR letter 1 EDF Then GSCH letter 1 E7 Distroke letter 1 EC3 G I letter 1 EA3 IC letter 1 E9 U back KH letter 1 ECF I Noitam T letter 1 ED1 I Nat Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 ECF IL letter 1 EA1 I MU letter 1 ED1 and Toy Jup TH letter 1 EB1 and G and Hokdo Then GSCH letter 1 E7 Distroke letter 1 EC3 C letter 1 E9 U by H letter 1 E3 TH letter 1 E7 N Zanj letter 1 EDT Distroke letter 1 EA7 Yulia L letter 1 EC C letter 1 EAD U N Hawk CH letter 1 ED1 T Luan Thoi Distroke letter 1 EC3 Toy to letter 1 EF1 C letter 1 E9 U Bacho N Han. TH letter 1 EA7 N Zan and Go Ra CH letter 1 EB3 and G H I letter 1 EC3 U Jai. Z letter 1 EAD U L letter 1 E9 M B letter 1 E9 M TH letter 1 EB1 and G. And H letter 1 ECF Do Bao G I letter 1 EDD M letter 1 EDB I M letter 1 E1 and H Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C. Z letter 1 EAD U Dang T letter 1 EF1 CH letter 1 EBF Kai letter 1 EA5 N G I letter 1 EA3 I Fong R letter 1 ED3 I. Distroke letter 1 E3 I Tai La Zong. V letter 1 ECB TH letter 1 EA7N Engi Zong M letter 1 EB and G R letter 1 E1 H letter 1 ECF I TH letter 1 EADT Kong Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Taok Zoe CH I letter 1 EBF C Longvu Trante R letter 1 ED3 I CH letter 1 ED1 T N Hung Matoy S letter 1 EBD G I letter 1 EF Kai Nai Z letter 1 EAD U and Hawk No S letter 1 EBD T letter 1 EF Woman C letter 1 E9 U Bat TH letter 1 ES7N N TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C TR and Peach letter 1 EA3 I CH I letter 1 EBF ML letter 1 EA5 YG letter 1 EBF just CH letter 1 E7 Da H letter 1 E7 N Zanning Gizong R letter 1 E5 and G R letter 1 EDD I Tin TH letter 1 E7 N C letter 1 EAD U B letter 1 EA3 O Jai O Gia T letter 1 ED9 C Ashu Cho C letter 1 EAD U Lo L I letter 1 EC7 U Trong Tram Nam T letter 1 EDB I Bat TH letter 1 EA7 N C letter 1 E9 V I letter 1 EC7 C N G H letter 1 EC9 and Goy Isaac Khan D letter 1 EB7N, N letter 1 EBF, U Dom, H letter 1 EDBT, L letter 1 EBB, OV letter 1 EDB, I Shuri Thai Distroke letter 1 EB and G Hung Thoat Ra. Isaac C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, IS letter 1 E3 and G Koi Tyron B letter 1 ED1, S letter 1 EBD T letter 1 EDN, H letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF, and GVI letter 1 EC7 CTI letter 1 EBF, PQU letter 1 EA3 and JIT letter 1 EDN C9. Trong Kai Do, Bat TH letter 1 E7N Gao, Kok Van Zin View as Yuang Hei Engi Benno. D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB, IB letter 1 EA7 UT R letter 1 EDD, I Quang Dang. Din TH letter 1 F1 Gia T letter 1 ED9C, Eshuvi letter 1 EABN, I Engai, N Hung Kong Kai Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y Kang TH letter 1 EB3 and G. M letter 1 ECD, I NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, I H letter 1 ED1T, H O letter 1 EA3, NG Kai Engi Benjamin QUY letter 1 EBF T Distroke letter 1 ECBNH R letter 1 EDD, I die. NH letter 1 EA5 T La Kai Noi Ong Distroke letter 1 ECBNH T letter 1 EDB I La Vung Distroke letter 1 EA5 T Kusi letter 1 EE7 A View as Yuang Distroke letter 1 EA7 Y and Gai H I letter 1 EC3 M Benjamin L letter 1 EB7 NG L letter 1 EBD Kaok Ao Chang Nate M letter 1 EB7 T Kieran Distroke letter 1 ECBNH Kung Lei CHU Y letter 1 EC3 N TH letter 1 EA5 Y Chakyu U Y letter 1 EBF T Tam N Hu V letter 1 EADY NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Con Tri C letter 1 EA3 V letter 1 ED9 I Vang Doi Dai Theo Distroke letter 1 EC3 H letter 1 ED7 TR letter 1 E3 GSH letter 1 E7 Ashu D letter 1 EB7N NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Con letter 1 EDF L letter 1 EA1 IPH letter 1 EA3 I T letter 1 EDP Trungan letter 1 E F and V letter 1 E F and G by THU letter 1 E A D T C letter 1 E 7, H letter 1 E D 3 and G Y Vathayon QU letter 1 E A 3, and Liam letter 1 E C D I V I letter 1 E C 7. On K H I letter 1 E B F, N M letter 1 E C D, I N G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D, I S letter 1 E F N G S letter 1 E D D, Kai B letter 1 E A 3 O Hey, Can N H letter 1 E F C V I letter 1 E C 7, C Dua Isaac Laren Lam Con New, Chin TH letter 1 E 9, N G letter 1 B 0 letter 1 E D D, I H letter 1 E A 7 U Lo L letter 1 E F N G. Engi Enhu Benjamin Dang Dai Vao CH letter 1 ED7 CH letter 1 EBFT. And Ta NH letter 1 EAFC L letter 1 EA1 I L letter 1 EDD I Benjamin R letter 1 EB1 and G Ong Tin Vao Isaac. Benjamin J letter 1 EADT Distroke letter 1 EA7 UTH letter 1 EB. NH letter 1 EADN S letter 1 EF1 Tin T letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and G Do. Dusi letter 1 E5 PD letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB, IV letter 1 EABN Kong H I letter 1 EC3 U Vi Sao on Lam TH letter 1 EBF. Benjamin TH letter 1 EB3 NG TH letter 1 EAFN Noi R letter 1 EB1 NG Ong Tin Vao Kai Tin Koch TH letter 1 ED1 I Not C letter 1 E7 A Isaac. V letter 1 EDB IK letter 1 EBB Tan NH letter 1 EABN N Hu V letter 1 EADY. C letter 1 EAD Utah S letter 1 EBD Kong B letter 1 ECB Phi Jio Hind Distroke letter 1 EA7 UC letter 1 B0 letter 1 E1 IC letter 1 ED5 Ong MU letter 1 ED1 NCH letter 1 E5 MD letter 1 E9T S letter 1 EF1 Kim K letter 1 EB9 PC letter 1 E7 Ajid and Jio Hong Trong TH letter 1 EBF H letter 1 EC7 Nai Vajio L letter 1 E1 IM letter 1 ED9 T letter 1 ED9C Ashu Hung M letter 1 E1 and H Cho Isaac Kaisi letter 1 EAD U Distroke letter 1 E7 S letter 1 ENC Gon Va Benjamin Tin R letter 1 EB1 NG Tai Nang C letter 1 E7 Isaac Kwakwijia Distroke letter 1 EC3 Phi Mon letter 1 EDF Day N letter 1 EBF U Onkoi PH letter 1 E5C Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C by THU letter 1 EADT Gia T letter 1 ED9C S letter 1 EBD Con PH letter 1 EA3 IQU letter 1 EF3 TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB CAI N letter 1 EF Ong D letter 1 EB7N M letter 1 ECD ING letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 EBNG Kualo Ong Kong D letter 1 EC5 CH letter 1 EBFTV letter 1 EADY Dao Akai Ong Melissa S letter 1 EBD S letter 1 EDBM Ki L letter 1 EA1 I Lo LI letter 1 EC7 Yukong VI letter 1 EC7 C Gia Din Ngay Kai Bong Dong Chok KHU letter 1 EA5 T N letter 1 E5 C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I N Ham H I letter 1 EC3 MH I letter 1 EC7 N Rho Trairn M letter 1 EB7 T N G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I N Try H letter 1 EFN H letter 1 E3 Hervike letter 1 EBB Luan C letter 1 E3 and Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD and Jimin CU letter 1 ED1 I Kung Da R letter 1 EDD I Die Hong CU letter 1 ED9 CCH I letter 1 EBF MQUY letter 1 EC1 and C letter 1 E7 H letter 1 EFN B letter 1 EFT Distroke letter 1 EA7 U H letter 1 EFN Tin CH letter 1 EFC Chas letter 1 EBD Konki V letter 1 EC1 T letter 1 EB Fung Distroke letter 1 E5 TC letter 1 E7 AQU letter 1 EF7 Noidai D letter 1 EC5 Ko V letter 1 EC1 letter 1 EA5 Y Lam Sao Ko AI S letter 1 ED1 and G Sa D letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB I Chan Nu L letter 1 ED H letter 1 EB and G H letter 1 EF1C Chin Lano and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Con Tri TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDF and Jivathanan letter 1 EF TI letter 1 EC1 NNH I letter 1 EC7 MT letter 1 EB and G M letter 1 E5 T Tich Kong D letter 1 EA5 UV letter 1 EBF Kyangi and G letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD IH letter 1 EA7 Unoi Isaac Ko TH letter 1 EC3 Koi PH letter 1 E5 C by THU letter 1 EADT NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I N Tri B letter 1 EADT C letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Kin B letter 1 EC9 H letter 1 EFN Loi T letter 1 EA5 M Guang Ra N Hin Bong Melissa NG letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD I Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Koi Lam letter 1 E1 and H NH letter 1 E5 T L letter 1 ECBCH S letter 1 ED Con TH letter 1 E5 T B letter 1 EA1 I Thai Lam Sao M letter 1 ED9 T Distroke letter 1 E9 A TR letter 1 EBB N Hu Isaac Ko TH letter 1 EC3 Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C H letter 1 EAFN Distroke letter 1 E9 NG TR letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB C M letter 1 EB7 T Isaac and Hin XU letter 1 ED1, and GV letter 1 EDB, I Onum letter 1 EFT, Koi TH letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDD, and GVAB letter 1 EA3, OT letter 1 E5 T, C letter 1 EA3, CH letter 1 EC9, Latrovo Tri C letter 1 EE7, IM letter 1 ED9 T, Distroke letter 1 EE9, ATR letter 1 EBB. Isaac IML letter 1 EB7 NG, CH letter 1 ECB, U Distroke letter 1 EF1 NG. And Hong Kong QU letter 1 EF7 and H letter 1 ECF, Baron C letter 1 EA1 and H, Thai Kong H letter 1 EC1, H I letter 1 EC1, and land. 3 days later, Isaac's group finally set foot in Hills Village. It was already pitch dark. As soon as they entered the inn, the group received some unwelcome news. The innkeeper said the Duke had left 2 days earlier. Upon hearing that, Lyle nearly fainted from exhaustion, while Isaac stayed calm and said it was fine, villages move, they can catch up. Lee looked at Isaac with a suspicious gaze. She knew her brother well, he was surely scheming something. Lee pulled her hood up and urged the group to sleep less and keep moving. Closing the gap with their grandfather wasn't a joke. The next morning the sun shone brilliantly, but the group's morale seemed a bit low. A smiling village girl said Duke Eshua had left 3 days ago. Hearing that, Lilai wanted to scream. The more they chased, the further grandfather got. The girl added that their grandfather had healed the villagers and cleared nearby monsters before leaving. At that, the group was speechless at how powerful the old man was. Lilai clutched her head in despair. If he could fight monsters and heal people and still move that fast, who could keep up? Isaac remained unhurried. He stretched and urged everyone to continue on, not to lose heart. Another 3 days dragged by. By now Lilai was completely exhausted, muttering that she was about to die. Isaac handed his friend a dry crust of bread to keep him going. The two of them looked like refugees. Lee stayed alert. She told everyone to eat and rest while they still could. While chewing, Isaac observed Lee. He admired the Saintess for leading the group through a monster-filled forest in a single day and remaining fresh. Lee pointed ahead and said that beyond this border lay Delos, the land of the bone fiends. Lilai trembled and nearly dropped her piece of bread. Lilai asked if Isaac had written to their grandfather about the forbidden art. Isaac nodded between bites, saying he just received a reply today. Isaac reread his grandfather's letter with a troubled expression. He was told to return at once or be disinherited. Lilai was truly alarmed. The demon Shabnak appeared and asked whether grandfather believed the rumor of fake forbidden arts. Isaac sneered and said that's why it had to follow him. Shabnak was still uneasy, but Isaac worried only whether the demon could move fast enough to catch up with their grandfather. Isaac's eyes narrowed with calculation. He knew a seasoned cardinal like his grandfather wouldn't be easily fooled by petty tricks. He decided to send another letter to put pressure on him, saying they'd wait here. Lilai fevered with worry that Isaac might truly be cut from the inheritance list. Isaac tore at his hair, saying that if his grandfather refused to meet, they'd risk everything and storm into the land of the bone fiends to make themselves known. Lilai anxiously asked whether this plan was feasible, because Isaac's expression was anything but trustworthy. Isaac then came up with a bolder scheme. Just write that he had been kidnapped by a bone fiend and run with that. Lee heard the outrageous plan and broke into a wicked smile. She urged Lilai to write it quickly. Night fell deep in the forest and the three sat around the fire. Lilai fretted, wondering if their grandfather would return to rescue Isaac out of concern. Lee drew her sword and wiped it clean, coldly saying that if the trick failed, they'd just march into Delos. Hearing the name Delos made Lilai want to faint again. Shabnak recalled that Delos had once been raised by the Bone King. It asked Isaac whether he had indeed destroyed it with his own hands in a past life, and Isaac casually admitted it. The slave demon found it strange because Master never paid attention to human lands, yet Delos was the only place he had mercilessly annihilated. Lilai only wished everything would stop here so they wouldn't have to set foot in that haunted place. Lee, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Lee recounted that centuries ago, the Bone King massacred the clerics in Delos with extreme brutality. His dark power still seemed to linger. Isaac listened coolly. She wondered why such a savage being would suddenly attack Delos. Isaac feigned speculation, saying perhaps someone important had been executed there and that drove him mad. Lilai chimed in to guess who the unlucky person might be, maybe some bishop. He had no idea the truth was far worse. Just then, the bushes behind them shook violently. Lee exclaimed, "It's the Saintess." Lilai jumped when a figure came hurtling out. It turned out to be Uncle Benjamin. Lee called his name in surprise. The uncle was breathless and sweating from running so fast. Lilai gaped, asking how he was here. The uncle scolded the group for recklessly venturing into demon lands. He said he'd received word that Isaac was kidnapped and had crossed a 4-day journey in just a few hours to rescue him. He grabbed Lilai, face furious, and barked where Isaac was, making the boy's heart nearly stop. The uncle was extremely agitated because of Lee's message claiming Isaac had been taken by a bone fiend. Lilai froze, not understanding how the uncle had learned so fast. Seeing the uncle's rage, Lilai began to sense something was wrong. The prank had probably gone too far. Behind Uncle Benjamin stood a whole legion of green knights with blood-red, murderous eyes. They swore to slaughter the bone fiends to retrieve the young master. Lee and Lilai turned pale, realizing disaster was imminent. The uncle kept roaring, asking where Isaac was. Trembling, Lilai pointed behind them and said Isaac was still standing right there. In the distance, a tall, dark figure emerged from the mist. The group froze because it seemed not to be Isaac but a real bone fiend had appeared. Lilai frantically pointed toward the rocky outcrop, calling Isaac in vain. A grotesque demon suddenly appeared and seized Isaac. Isaac could only sigh as his fake kidnapping scenario unexpectedly became real. The demon laughed with glee and shouted, asking if they were the ones looking for it. Isaac looked at the monster with bored eyes. To him, this level 5 demon was nothing more than a plaything. A foot slammed into the ground, creating deep cracks. A tall, dark figure with blazing blue eyes appeared in the ancient woods. It was Duke Eshua, who had rushed back in worry for his grandson. The Duke's face was chillingly cold. He was furious that anyone would dare make his beloved grandson fear, even for a single minute. The demon began to tremble. It tried to negotiate, insisting it meant no harm to the child. The knights behind the duke roared with anger. They didn't believe a single word from the filthy monsters. The demon broke into a cold sweat when it realized these people had no intention of listening to reason. Rewinding a bit, Isaac had told Lili to write a letter claiming he was kidnapped and being brutally tortured to lure their grandfather back. He even jokingly apologized to the demon for unintentionally making it the victim of a scheme he hadn't anticipated. The knights drew their swords in unison, ready to charge and rip the monster apart to rescue the young master. Duke Eshua erupted with murderous intent, his eyes blazing as if to burn the enemy. He bellowed in fury, "I will crush you." The knights, emboldened, shouted for the annihilation of the monsters to avenge Isaac. The demon frantically used Isaac as a hostage, threatening to tear him apart if anyone dared step forward. A small cut on Isaac's neck, blood trickling, pushed Duke Eshua's fury to its peak. The duke surged forward like a lightning bolt, trailing brilliant blue arcs that tore through the darkness. He cast the holy spell Light Speed, moving so fast it produced a cascade of afterimages. The demon was utterly horrified, unable to believe a human could possess such incomprehensible speed. The duke followed up with no retreat, sealing off every escape route for the beast. Brilliant blue rays pierced the space around the demon. A horrific energy explosion erupted at the creature's position. The demon screamed in agony as divine power struck it head-on. It tried to call for its master, but it was too late. In desperation, it threatened to kill the child, but Duke Eshua merely advanced coldly, radiating lethal intent. He held a sword glowing with a brilliant azure aura, declaring firmly that this demon would never harm anyone again. The Duke unleashed his finishing technique, Punish 1 to warn 100, calling down colossal blue lightning bolts. Duke Eshua's face bore the awe-inspiring terror of a war god, ready to obliterate anything that dared touch his child.